Lin Tian awakens to the most abysmal black iron profession, the Necromancer, capable of infinitely refreshing attributes. He summons the most formidable legion of undead to wage war across the cosmos, sweeping through myriad realms. Chapter 1. The Necromancer. Zhao Yan, awakened to the legendary profession, Light Angel. Acquired attribute, Golden Legend, Nemesis of the Undead. In the Divine Summer Empire, in Raccoon City, at Shanghai High School, the annual awakening ceremony commences. As the Director of Education, Gao Yi, announces with fervor, a stunningly beautiful girl emerges from the awakening array. Above her head, a celestial angel unfurls its pristine wings, bathing in holy light, radiating an aura of unparalleled sanctity and purity. Splendid. This awakening, our Shanghai High School has produced two legendary professions, surpassing all other high schools in the Raccoon City Alliance. Principal Xiongwei, with enthusiasm, slaps his thigh, his face aglow with excitement. Indeed, in previous years, our school's best awakening resulted in merely an epic profession. Yet today, we have birthed two legendary ones. At last, we can hold our heads high. I fear that once word spreads, the prestigious institutions, Divine Summer University and Qingbei University, will rush here tomorrow to poach talent. The Light Angel is naturally the bane of both the undead and demons, and Zhao Yan's attribute is that of the nemesis of the undead. Her potential is immense. Once she matures, it is conceivable that she will lead professionals into the realm of the undead. Who knows what the future holds? Not only were the school leaders elated, but the students below the stage were equally envious. A hint of pride graced Zhao Yan's face as she returned to her class, the Senior 3, Class 13, amidst the adoring gazes of her peers. Next, Lin Tian, as the principal's voice echoed. In an instant, the attention of many converged upon a frail young man. Chill. In stark contrast to their treatment of Zhao Yan, many could not help but express their pity and skepticism. Sigh, if I were Lin Tian, I would be too embarrassed to awaken. I couldn't bear such disgrace. With a mere 4.4 soul power, what's the point of schooling? Better to return home and raise pigs. One must not speak so hastily. What if he awakens a livelihood profession? That would be better than languishing at the bottom for a lifetime. Have you ever seen a professional with less than 5 points of soul power? Stop dreaming. If someone with 4.4 soul power manages to awaken, I will eat 3 kilograms while standing on my head. What a pity. I distinctly recall his soul power being quite high. During the soul test 3 months ago, it was 9.2. How could it have plummeted to 4.4? Lin Tian remained unruffled, seemingly oblivious to the mockery, stepping out from the Senior 3, Class 13, line to approach the awakening array on the stage. As for the impending awakening, he did not share the despondency that others anticipated. Instead, he harbored a glimmer of expectation, for he was a time traveler, also named Lin Tian. 3 months prior, Raccoon City had been beset by a minor-scale disaster. The invader hailed from the realm of vengeful spirits, a powerful soul devourer. This soul devourer, exceeding level 70, tore through the fabric of space with its bare hands, unleashing a multitude of vengeful monsters upon the main world and generating a psychic storm that engulfed half of Raccoon City. On that fateful day, Lin Tian's girlfriend, Chun Wanyan, extended an invitation to him to visit Swan Lake, located outside of Raccoon City. Unexpectedly, they were beset by a natural disaster. In the throes of life and death, Lin Tian pushed Chun Wanyan to safety, saving her while he himself was engulfed by a tempest of spiritual turmoil, resulting in the violent tearing of his soul. Upon awakening, he transformed into the Lin Tian of the present. This world bears a striking resemblance to the Earth Lin Tian once inhabited. The sole distinction lies in the myriad of perilous dimensions that encircle the temporal and spatial fabric of this realm. The Bone Dimension, Frost Dimension, Wrathfire Dimension, Elemental Dimension. Creatures from these realms sporadically invade the primary world, plundering resources, committing wanton slaughter, and unleashing countless calamities. Fortunately, the ethereal and transcendent deities did not abandon them. Before retreating into the void, these divine beings altered the fundamental rules of the main world with their boundless power. Upon reaching the age of 18, every individual is granted a singular opportunity for awakening. Should one awaken to a formidable profession, they gain the strength to combat the calamity-inflicting monsters capable of altering their fate. The invasion of that natural disaster was repelled, Yet Lin Tian's soul power plummeted from 9.2 to 4.4. Lin Tian, fret not. Your comprehensive theoretical scores are commendable, and you may yet awaken to a suitable profession. If not, remaining at the school as an instructor post-graduation is also an option. Gao Yi patted Lin Tian's shoulder in a gesture of comfort, though inwardly he felt a profound sense of loss. Transitioning from genius to mediocrity is a burden few can bear. Zhao Yin possessed a soul power of 9.1 and awakened to the legendary profession of Light Angel. Lin Tian, with an initial soul power of 9.2, had a significant probability of awakening to a legendary profession as well. Alas, thank you, Teacher Gao. Lin Tian replied with utmost respect. Ever since his soul power diminished, the attitudes of many classmates and teachers towards him had subtly shifted. What was once admiration and reverence had morphed into disdain and contempt. However, some maintained their unwavering attitude throughout, including this particular director of instruction. Yet, the prospect of remaining at the school as a teacher seemed almost impossible. In this world where power reigns supreme, how could a non-professional ever qualify to be a teacher? Unbeknownst to all, Lin Tian's soul power had been gradually and slowly recuperating over the past fortnight. To what extent it had recovered, Lin Tian was uncertain, but he believed that after merging with the remnants of his fractured soul, it would at least not be lower than it originally was. Lin Tian stepped forward, entering the mysterious and ancient awakening array. Within the array, Lin Tian beheld a world that starkly contrasted with that outside. In the center lay a colossal crystal sphere, surrounded by an endless void of darkness. Recalling Gao Yi's teachings, Lin Tian placed his palm upon the crystal sphere. Buzz! The crystal sphere suddenly erupted with an intensely radiant light. The awakening array trembled violently. Countless beams of light shot skyward. Above the awakening array, a colossal shadow began to materialize. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This waste of space Lin Tian could awaken successfully. Is that shadow a manifestation of the divine? Among the multitude awakening today, only Yang Ziyu and Zhao Yin communicated with the divine manifestation. Yet the commotion they caused pales in comparison to Lin Tian's. Yang Ziyu possesses a soul power of 9.3, and Zhao Yin has 9.1. Both are prodigious young women from Shanghai High School. It is no wonder they garnered the favor of the divine. Lin Tian's soul power is merely 4.4. What gives him the right? Outside the awakening array, the crowd stood astonished by the array's changes, engaging in fervent discussion. Silence. The principal, Xiongwei, rose from his seat beside Gao Yi, gesturing downward with his hands. An intangible aura permeated the air, causing the crowd to instinctively hush. Xiongwei spoke with a hint of sympathy. This child has truly faced a tumultuous fate. His parents perished in the battle against the natural disaster, and he has been consumed by the soul devourer, losing a significant portion of his soul. Alas, Gao, he felt a sense of restlessness. Principal, such commotion from the awakening array must signify that Lin Tian has a genuine chance of awakening successfully. No? Xiongwei offered a wry smile and replied slowly. Surviving the soul devourer's spiritual storm is already a miracle. Do you truly believe he can awaken successfully? Gao, he was momentarily taken aback, but refused to lose hope. But that shadow could not be divine. Xiongwei gazed intently for a moment before slowly shaking his head. Uncertain. This shadow does not correspond to any of the 72 ancient deities. Gao, he was rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Lin Tian within the awakening array remained oblivious to the discussions outside. As the radiance emanating from the crystal sphere faded, he looked up to behold an infinite sky. The shadow towered over him, its towering figure clad in a black robe, wielding a skeletal staff, exuding an aura of boundless majesty. Behind him loomed a dense, unfathomable mass of shadows, extending infinitely to the horizon. As Lin Tian observed, the shadow gradually transformed into a grayish-white profession rune, which gently descended and merged into his being. Lin Tian, awakening successful. Black iron profession, Necromancer. Entry level white. Chapter 2. The Golden Red Mythical Entry. Omniscient and Omnipotent. Lin Tian has actually succeeded in awakening? Can a soul power of 44 truly manifest a combat profession? Are you jesting? If that is the case, can my soul power of 51 also lead to a successful awakening? Where is that person who just suggested standing on their head while devouring 3 kilograms? Come forward. I will expose you. Goodness, you nearly frightened me to death. Thankfully, It turned out to be the most inferior black iron profession, and indeed, the most mediocre necromancer. With Xiong Wei's announcement, a considerable uproar erupted among the audience. They were both astonished by Lin Tian's successful awakening and lamented the fact that he had awakened to such a lackluster profession. According to the patterns of previous years, a soul power above 6 is generally necessary to awaken a lifestyle profession. Support professions typically require a soul power of 7 points. The threshold to awaken a combat profession is set at 8 points. Among the 65 students in the senior class, 13, only 11 possessed a spirit exceeding 8 points. Of course, this is not absolute. There are instances where individuals with less than 8 points manage to awaken as combat professionals, but they usually hover around 7 or 79. However, Lin Tian's situation was exceedingly peculiar. To awaken a combat profession with a soul power of 44, even the most rudimentary black iron profession, or the most trivial white entry, would evoke envy and jealousy in countless hearts. The hierarchy of professions ranges from low to high as follows: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, epic, legendary, and divine. Each profession is accompanied by a corresponding entry. The tiers of entries, differentiated by color from lowest to highest, are white, gray, green, yellow, purple, orange, red, gold, and golden red. Lin Tian's profession being black iron implies that his entry is white. Both Xiong Wei and Gao Yi heaved a sigh of relief. Although both the profession and entry were unimpressive, at least it was still a combat profession. Even if the necromancer's utility is minimal and unpopular, it is certainly preferable to being a mediocre and inconsequential commoner. Lin Tian, there are no worthless professions, only lethargic awakeners. The principal and I have faith in you. Gao Yi encouraged. Thank you, Teacher Gao. Thank you, Principal. Lin Tian responded, while Xiong Wei, smiling, beckoned him closer and inquired, Tell me, what is your soul power? The crystal ball in the awakening array also serves to test spirit, though those outside cannot see it. Lin Tian approached and whispered a few words. What? Xiong Wei's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. After Lin Tian descended from the high platform, Gao Yi hurriedly grasped Xiong Wei's arm and asked, What is his soul power? Why did it shock you so? Could it have decreased again? Xiong Wei, gazing at Lin Tian as he walked towards class 13, lowered his voice and slowly replied, His soul power is 15 points. Gao Yi was left dumbfounded. A smile crept upon Xiong Wei's lips. With 15 points of soul power, he can at least bridge some of the gap in profession tiers. Lin Tian returned to his place in class 13. The homeroom teacher, Xiao Xiaozhou, merely cast a glance at him, saying nothing. Many classmates regarded him with disdain. Lin Tian was unfazed. The earth beneath his feet is known as the main world. Surrounding it is a void filled with countless diverse planes. Among these planes, the most formidable and terrifying is the Necromancer plane. Within the Necromancer plane, in addition to a vast number of low-tier undead, there exist over 10 undead monarchs. The most powerful of these undead lords possess strength comparable to that of gods and demons. The main world has faced 3 cataclysmic crises, all instigated by undead invasions. The last of the once mighty demon lords, who ruled the main world for thousands of years, was slain by one of these undead monarchs. His remains still linger in the Necromancer plane. Thus, the majority of people hold a negative impression of necromancers. Coupled with the low tier of necromancers and their lack of prospects, they are even more scorned. A short, stout young man approached, draping an arm around Lin Tian's shoulder, cheerfully exclaiming, Lin Tian, congratulations on your successful awakening. Don't worry, once I awaken a powerful profession, I'll have your back. A warmth flowed through Lin Tian's heart as he smiled and replied, You better prepare yourself. Your awakening is just around the corner. This stout young man, named Sun Yonggang, was one of Lin Tian's few friends at school. Surrounding them, several classmates engaged in hushed discussions about him. Lin Tian paid no heed, his mind fully attuned to the profession panel that had manifested in his consciousness. Name, Lin Tian. Profession, Necromancer, Black Iron. Level, 001,000. Constitution, 6. Strength, 7. Mental Strength, 15. Agility, 8. Skill, Summon Skeleton Warrior. Black Iron summons a Skeleton Warrior to assist in battle. Consumption, 1 Mental Strength. Casting time, 1 second. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Entry, Sharp Blade. White increases summoned creature's attack by 1. This panel, while showcasing a relatively high mental strength, was indeed quite ordinary. A lamentable entry. What difference does it make from having none at all? The sole consolation was that with a mental strength of 15 points, he could summon multiple skeleton warriors. The soul power corresponds to mental attributes, which is mental strength. Just as he was about to close the panel, he suddenly noticed a line of small text beneath the entry. Consuming 1 point of mental strength allows for a refresh of the entry. Only one refresh can be performed each day. Once confirmed, refreshing will no longer be possible. Refreshing the entry. These 4 words deeply captivated Lin Tian's attention. The entry can be refreshed? It is not fixed? He had never heard of such a thing. Regardless, let's give it a try. Surely it can't yield a worse entry than the one he currently possessed. Would you like to consume 1 point of mental strength to refresh the entry? A prompt appeared in his mind. Yes. Before him materialized a colossal circular wheel, visible only to him, adorned with hundreds, if not thousands, of entries. The pointer at the center of the wheel began to spin, gaining speed until it left him dizzy. Stop. With a soft command, the pointer halted, pointing to a particular entry. Calm and collected. Blue instantly restores all consumed mental strength. Cool down, 10 minutes. Indeed, it was possible to refresh. The entry transformed from the white sharp blade to the blue calm and collected. Would you like to replace the entry or continue refreshing? After some contemplation, Lin Tian opted to continue refreshing. The cooldown time of calm and collected was too lengthy, rendering it impractical. Moreover, the tier of the entry was merely blue, which did not pique his interest. Continuing the refresh will consume 1 point of mental strength and refresh from all entries. Consuming 2 points of mental strength will exclude entries below blue for the refresh. Please select a refresh method. Consume 2 points of mental strength. Naturally, Lin Tian chose the latter. Otherwise, after spending mental strength, refreshing to receive another white entry would be utterly disheartening. He fixated his gaze on the spinning wheel. Feeling it was nearly time, he commanded the pointer to stop. Lin Tian eagerly glanced at the new entry. Necromantic Rebirth. Orange rapidly repairs summoned undead. Cool down, 1 minute. An orange diamond tier entry. Lin Tian was overjoyed. With this entry, the summoned undead would effectively possess a form of immortality. As long as they were not annihilated in an instant, they could be restored. Perhaps a lowly skeleton may not warrant restoration, but, however, in the later stages, if he could summon a skeletal dragon of the undead, a creature that cannot be slain, what a terrifying spectacle that would be. Should he replace the entry or continue refreshing? The prompt echoed once more. This time, Lin Tian wrestled with his thoughts for quite a while. Ultimately, he opted to forsake the resurrection of the undead. Continuing to refresh consumes 2 points of mental energy and will refresh all entries. Consuming 3 points of mental energy will exclude entries below orange. Please select a method. Consume 3 points of mental energy. Once the pointer came to a halt, Lin Tian immediately turned his gaze toward the new entry. Eternal Night's Descent. Golden automatically forms a realm of the undead within a radius of 100 meters, reducing the power of all light and fire-based skills by 50. Lin Tian's spirit surged. A golden legend. The fact that Eternal Night's Descent was a golden legendary entry was beyond his expectations. Thus far in the awakening ceremony, the best entries that had appeared were the golden legendary entries of Yang Ziyu and Zhao Yan. Now, Lin Tian had refreshed Eternal Night's Descent, which was on par with theirs, also a golden entry. It is well known that undead creatures are most fearful of light and fire-based skills. A simple light spell could potentially deal double the damage. As a necromancer, Lin Tian's primary combat power lay in the undead he summoned. Undead faced an innate disadvantage when pitted against fire and light mages. Yet, possessing the golden entry of Eternal Night's Descent would entirely eliminate this concern. To use it, or not to use it? He found himself in a quandary. He decided to take the plunge. Above the golden entries lay the crimson gold divine entries. He found it impossible to resist this temptation. Otherwise, he would certainly regret it later. However, today he could only refresh once more. He currently had 9 points of mental energy left. Refreshing again would require 4 points, leaving him with merely 5. Those last 5 points were absolutely sacrosanct. If spent, his mental energy would plummet to 0. There was a risk that he might faint on the spot, leading to severe repercussions for his health. The outcome hinged on this final attempt. Consume 4 points of mental energy. Lin Tian felt a sudden darkness envelop him, a sharp pain coursing through his mind. This was due to the excessive consumption of mental energy. Without his immense willpower to endure, he would likely have fainted on the spot. The pointer spun rapidly. Stop. The pointer came to a standstill. Lin Tian steeled himself, casting his eyes upon the new entry. Omniscient and Omnipotent. Crimson Gold Growth Coefficient 10. Chapter 3. An ordinary profession becomes the world's strongest. Omniscient and Omnipotent. A Crimson Gold Divine entry. The pinnacle of entries. Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Necromancers are often looked down upon primarily because their rank is merely black iron. The growth coefficient of a black iron profession means that for each level gained, all 4 attributes automatically increase by 1 point, plus an additional point in attributes. The bronze profession gains 2 extra points per level, while the silver profession acquires 3 extra points per level. This pattern continues. A divine profession gains 9 extra points for each level. Zhao Yin's profession is legendary, granting her 8 extra points per level. The disparity in growth coefficients results in an ever-widening gap in professions as levels increase. Lin Tian's Necromancer, being the lowest rank of Black Iron, originally could only gain 1 extra attribute point per level. However, the Crimson Gold Divine entry of Omniscient and Omnipotent would multiply that by 10. It even surpasses Divine Professions by an additional point. Furthermore, for each level gained, it unlocks an entry. As Lin Tian's level rises and his mental capacity increases, the number of times he can refresh entries will also grow. Thus, refreshing all subsequent entries to the highest tier of Crimson Gold Divine entries would be virtually assured. A 10-fold growth coefficient. Who would dare claim necromancers are weak? An ordinary profession becomes the world's strongest. Name, Lin Tian. Profession, Necromancer, Black Iron. Level, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0. Constitution, 6. Strength, 7. Mental energy, 15. Agility, 8. Skill, Summon Skeleton Warrior. Black Iron summons a skeleton warrior to assist in combat. Cost, 1 mental energy. Casting time, 1 second. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Entry, Omniscient and Omnipotent. Crimson Gold growth coefficient 10. Lin Tian took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. Lin Tian, what's wrong? You look so pale. A loud clap resounded as Sun Yonggang slapped Lin Tian on the shoulder. Lin Tian stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. He shot Sun Yonggang an irritated glance and, once steady, inquired, has the awakening ceremony concluded? What profession did you get? Guardian Knight, a diamond tier profession, and my entry is orange. How about that? Impressive, right? Sun Yonggang said with a grin. Indeed, quite formidable. Lin Tian nodded in approval. Zhao Yan's profession is legendary, while Sun Yonggang, though 2 tiers lower, still surpassed 90 in combat proficiency. Rest assured, as long as I have meat to eat, you'll at least get a sip of the soup. I won't let you starve. Sun Yonggang declared, putting his arm around Lin Tian's shoulder. Listen to you. Is that even a proper way to talk? Lin Tian's expression darkened. Don't bother me. Go away. Before long, the awakening ceremony concluded. Among the 65 students in class 13, 12, including Lin Tian, awakened to combat professions. The highest ranked profession among them was the class leader Zhao Yan's, Light Angel. My goddess truly is worthy, awakening to the legendary profession of Light Angel. Sun Yonggang chuckled, gazing at Zhao Yan standing at the front of the line. Zhao Yan's bright eyes and white teeth, skin like snow, and tall figure made her one of the 4 school beauties of Changhai Middle School, the object of affection for countless boys. Sun Yonggang was certainly one of them. It seemed that Zhao Yan sensed Sun Yonggang's gaze, for she suddenly turned her head and shot a fierce glare in their direction. Wow, Lin Tian. The goddess just looked at me. We share a telepathic connection. Sun Yonggang exclaimed, tugging at Lin Tian's sleeve in excitement. Lin Tian remained composed, unfazed. Yet, inwardly he pondered. The glare from Zhao Yan seemed to harbor a deeply concealed resentment. Lin Tian scratched his head, perplexed. Had he offended her in any way? In the past, he had hardly interacted with her, having spoken no more than 3 sentences to her all year, and he was hardly her sycophant. However, her profession as a light angel was precisely the nemesis of necromancers. Could it be that she looked upon him unfavorably for this reason? Yet it should be he who found her displeasing. What a topsy-turvy situation. Among the combat professions awakened in class 13, Zhao Yan was legendary, while Sun Yonggang and Zhu Yulong were diamond tier. The remaining combat professions were mostly bronze, silver, and gold ranks. As for the worthless Black Iron profession, only Lin Tian's Necromancer belonged to that category. It seemed that there were no more than 3 Black Iron professions in the entire Changhai Middle School. Additionally, 7 others awakened to support professions, and 13 awakened to life professions. Only 33 individuals remain, yet to awaken any profession. For these 33, absent a robust familial background, they are destined to descend into the ranks of the most destitute commoners, forever diverging from the path of practitioners and becoming inhabitants of 2 disparate worlds. Observing Sun Yonggang still fixated on Zhao Yan's retreating figure with infatuation, Lin Tian prodded his shoulder and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Are you truly blind? Or merely pretending? Can you not see Zhao Yan and Zhu Yulong as a couple? What business do you, a toad, have in this affair?" Though Zhu Yulong's appearance may not quite eclipse Lin Tian's, he is nonetheless regarded as strikingly handsome. The relationship between Zhao Yan and Zhu Yulong has become an open secret within the class. To Lin Tian's astonishment, Sun Yonggang remains undeterred. "I refuse to listen. Are they married yet? As long as they are not wed, I still have a chance." Sun Yonggang's head shook like a rattle. Lin Tian, wishing to spare him the truth to avoid crushing his spirits, held his tongue. Sun Yonggang's face, pockmarked and uneven, resembled the moon's surface and bore no resemblance to handsomeness. Even if Zhao Yin and Zhu Yulong were to part ways, it is inconceivable that she would develop feelings for Sun Yongyang. As the awakening ceremony concluded, emotions ran the gamut from joy to despair. Those students who had failed to awaken a profession exhibited expressions of dejection, pallor, and despair. The principal, Xiong Wei, with a resonant voice proclaimed, "To all students who have awakened their professions, the novice dungeon will officially open to you starting tomorrow. In 10 days, the high-stakes examination will take place, with mentors from various esteemed universities arriving to recruit. I urge all students to seize this opportunity to level up and enhance themselves. Do not be complacent." Dismissed. After Principal Xiong departed, Lin Tian's homeroom teacher, Xiao Xiaozhou, commenced his admonition. Students who have awakened their professions may obtain a profession certificate from the Life Department and receive a professional subsidy. Tomorrow morning, the school will commence the novice trial dungeon for both auxiliary and combat professions. Do not be absent. Xiao Xiaozhou is a quintessential sycophant. Unlike the homeroom teachers of other classes, who might offer words of comfort to those who have not awakened a profession, Xiao Xiaozhou could hardly be bothered to offer a glance, let alone any words of solace. Conversely, he treated those with higher professions with a distinctly favorable bias. Lin Tian, blending into the throng, made his way to the Life Department. When registering his profession, the instructor regarded him with curious glances. Am I truly just a black iron profession necromancer? Do I appear as rare as a giant panda? Lin Tian found this quite absurd. The professional subsidies are tiered. The higher the rank, the better the subsidy. Lin Tian received the lowest tier, comprising a hideously unattractive Namu staff, accompanied by a meager sum of 50 gold coins. This constituted his entire subsidy. It was to be expected that the Namu staff was of the lowest black iron grade, serving only the most basic function of spiritual conduction, devoid of any additional attributes. Lin Tian was unaware of the subsidies others received, but surely Zhao Yan's professional subsidy far exceeded his by 100-fold. Emerging from the crowded Life Department, Lin Tian spotted two familiar figures. Chen Wanyan. Stop right there. The girl with a sweet and charming visage was none other than Lin Tian's ex-girlfriend, Chen Wanyan. Indeed, Chen Wanyan had ended their relationship 3 months prior. The reason was simple. Lin Tian's meager spirit of 44 did not suffice for her. Reflecting on this, Lin Tian shook his head. The original Lin Tian had risked his life to save someone who subsequently turned away upon realizing he lacked potential, joining others instead. Standing beside Chen Wanyan was a young man with a rather effeminate appearance, a conspicuous large black mole adorned with fur on his neck. His name was He Liang, a classmate of Chen Wanyan in Class 7. Chen Wanyan affectionately linked her arm with He Liang's. Lin Tian could not fathom why, despite his own handsome and dashing looks. He outshone He Liang by a significant margin, even surpassing Zhu Yulong. Why would Chen Wanyan be drawn to someone like He Liang? Was it merely due to his advantageous lineage? Lin Tian, do you need something? Chen Wanyan's gaze faltered, her demeanor somewhat uneasy. A smirk of derision crept across Lin Tian's lips. Had only a few days passed, and she had become so distant? Was she afraid of displeasing her new boyfriend? Chen Wanyan's complexion shifted as she retorted, "Don't say nonsense. If you have something to discuss, then speak. I'm very busy." Humph, observing her impatience. Lin Tian crossed his arms and replied calmly, "Nothing of particular significance. Just return the exquisite soul pill to me." "What did you say?" Chen Wanyan's voice ascended sharply. Her once beautiful face contorted into an expression of dismay. Surrounding them were fellow students, traversing to and fro. She had not anticipated that Lin Tian, who had always been docile and compliant, would audaciously demand the exquisite soul pill in front of so many. "What madness are you spouting? Are you still unwell?" The palpable shame and anger flushed Chen Wanyan's neck and cheeks. "Are you unable to comprehend human speech?" Lin Tian's lips curled into a slight smile, his voice growing louder. "Surely, you wouldn't want everyone to know that you awakened a golden profession by deceitfully obtaining the exquisite soul pill from me?" Chen Wanyan clenched her fists, a flicker of rage igniting in her eyes. Lin Tian shrugged, indifferent. The original Lin Tian had squandered all of his parents' inheritance and compensation to buy an exquisite soul pill, which he had gifted to Chen Wanyan. With a spirit level of 77, she had originally stood no chance of awakening a combat profession. The exquisite soul pill had augmented her soul power by 0.5, allowing her to awaken a combat profession, and furthermore, a golden one. Now that they had parted ways, the exquisite soul pill rightfully belonged to him. To someone like Chen Wanyan, a superficial individual and ungrateful, Lin Tian felt no compulsion to show mercy. Moreover, being one of the 4 school beauties, she appeared somewhat overrated, as her beauty paled in comparison to Zhao Yan's. According to the fragmented memories of the original, Chen Wanyan was exceedingly concerned with her image. Having finally encountered her, Lin Tian was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. He aimed to render her embarrassed enough to comply with his demand for the exquisite soul pill. Concepts such as face and dignity held no sway over him. Only tangible benefits mattered. Excluding the 50 gold coins from his professional subsidy, Lin Tian's total assets amounted to less than 20 gold coins. Why should he languish in a dilapidated room while Chen Wanyan flaunted his exquisite soul pill with another man, basking in romance? Absolutely not. He must reclaim the exquisite soul pill. Clearly, you were the one who offered it to me. Chen Wanyan pouted, on the verge of tears. You took my belongings without returning them, and now you play the victim? Lin Tian scoffed. Enough. Witnessing Chen Wanyan's distress, He Liang could no longer contain himself. Positioning himself protectively behind her and bellowing at Lin Tian. Hero saving the beauty? Lin Tian regarded He Liang with mockery. Are you even a man? Is it dignified to demand back what you have given away? He Liang shouted in response. The escalating argument drew an increasing audience of students, who began to point and whisper, amplifying Chen Wanyan's embarrassment. Are you truly a man? Lin Tian chuckled derisively. Then why don't you return it for her? As soon as the words were uttered, He Liang opened his mouth, yet remained speechless for an extended moment. The market price of a premium soul pill stood at 500,000 gold coins. Despite his affluent family background, he could not possibly produce such a substantial sum in an instant. He Liang's expression shifted multiple times, ultimately morphing into a cold smirk as a thought crossed his mind. A mere black iron profession dares to boast before me? He deliberately raised his voice, eliciting a chorus of murmurs from the onlookers. Oh, what is your profession? Lin Tian, disregarding the crowd, raised an eyebrow and inquired. He had not previously paid attention to what profession He Liang had awakened. Hee, how could it possibly compare to your genius intellect? It's merely a trifling alloy warrior. He Liang tilted his head back, his tone laced with sarcasm. An alloy warrior? Renowned for their unparalleled defense and precise cutting? Lin Tian reflected, recalling that the tier of an alloy warrior was platinum. No wonder He Liang was so arrogant. He indeed had the credentials to be so. Oh, impressive, Lin Tian replied, his tone nonchalant. So, esteemed alloy warrior, do you intend to assist Chen Wanyan in returning my premium soul pill? At that moment, He Liang was rendered speechless. Although his family was not short on money, he could not conjure 500,000 gold coins on a whim. Damn it. Suddenly, Lin Tian erupted with a curse. You refuse to help her yet flaunt your superiority here? Chapter 4, The Debtor. You. He Liang's face flushed with rage, turning an angry shade of purple. He never expected Lin Tian would dare to insult him so brazenly in front of numerous classmates. What? Do you wish to resort to violence? Lin Tian replied lazily. Violence. He Liang genuinely contemplated slaying Lin Tian with a single strike. However, he could not. Fighting was strictly prohibited on campus. The penalties for being caught were exceedingly severe. First, strike down the one who holds your heart. I mentioned that Chen Wanyan's soul power is 77, making it unlikely for her to awaken a combat profession. Yet she astonishingly awakened the golden profession of Night Hunter. It seems she deceived Lin Tian regarding the premium soul pill. Suddenly, someone in the crowd began to jeer. Lin Tian turned to see Sun Yonggang hiding among the crowd, pinching his nose as he spoke. Upon spotting Lin Tian, he even made a face. A premium soul pill, worth around 500,000 each, capable of enhancing one's soul power by 0.5, usable only once in a lifetime. Who would have thought? Chen Wanyan is actually a white lotus, her usual demeanor merely a facade, having received the premium soul pill and owing a debt of gratitude. She turns her back on him. Such a woman, TSK. I shall report this to the principal. With Sun Yonggang leading the charge, the tide of public opinion turned against Chen Wanyan, and many classmates, unable to bear it any longer, began to verbally attack her. The clamor and discussions grew louder. Chen Wanyan trembled, too ashamed to raise her head, wishing she could burrow into the ground. He Liang was seething with rage. Chen Wanyan, what will it be? Will you repay or not? Lin Tian pressed. I have already used the premium soul pill. What shall I repay with? Chen Wanyan bit her lip, anger radiating from her. Used it. Lin Tian remained unfazed, responding coolly. If you lack the premium soul pill, then 500,000 gold coins will suffice. Chen Wanyan clenched her jaw, preparing to respond, when He Liang suddenly interjected fiercely. Repay. Is it not just 500,000 gold coins? I shall give it to you. But I kindly ask that you do not trouble her further. Who cares about troubling her? Lin Tian stepped back a couple of paces to avoid being splashed by He Liang's spittle. And when shall you repay? Tomorrow. Just as he was about to blurt out tomorrow, He Liang abruptly choked on his words. In a fit of impulse, he had promised to repay Chen Wanyan's debt. However, How could he gather 500,000 gold coins in just one day? A week. 1 week's time. And I shall repay you the full amount of 500,000 gold coins, without a single coin missing. After some thought, he proposed a more reasonable time frame. Lin Tian propped his chin on his hand, feigning contemplation. That is far too long. I cannot wait, nor do I trust you. Here's the deal. You shall give me 100,000 now, and the remaining 400,000 within a week. You are truly insufferable. He Liang was completely enraged. Lin Tian looked skyward. She was the one who acted shamelessly first. He Liang. Ultimately, He Liang handed Lin Tian 30,000 gold coins on the spot. This was all his savings accumulated over the years. He simply could not procure more. He Liang departed in a huff, dragging Chen Wanyin with him, casting a glance at Lin Tian that seemed to promise vengeance. Lin Tian, however, remained unconcerned. Only the benefits in hand were real. He was unafraid of He Liang withholding payment, unless he no longer wished to remain at Shanghai High School. After the spectators dispersed, Sun Yonggang approached, grinning mischievously. Bro, did I do well? Thanks. Lin Tian chuckled, giving him a fist bump. Now that I have money, let me treat you to a grand feast. Indeed, Sun Yonggang had played a significant role in the earlier confrontation. The two made their way outside the school. Lin Tian, don't you fear He Liang's retribution? His profession as an alloy warrior possesses tremendous potential, and in some respects, he may not be inferior to my guardian knight. Sun Yonggang expressed his concerns. Fear? Of course I fear. Lin Tian replied candidly. Sun Yonggang was momentarily taken aback. He then questioned, then why provoke him so mercilessly? Why not take the opportunity to eliminate him? Lin Tian regarded him steadily. Sun Yonggang. After a prolonged silence, he finally gave Lin Tian a thumbs up. You're impressive. Haha, just kidding. Look how frightened you are. Lin Tian laughed. In truth, he was not joking. If He Liang truly lost his mind and sought trouble, Lin Tian would not hesitate to show him a taste of consequences. An alloy warrior was trivial. He had no reason to be overly concerned. Lin Tian's confidence stemmed from his ability to infinitely refresh his attributes. The first golden attribute, omniscience, allowed his profession as a necromancer to transcend the black iron tier, surpassing even god-tier professions. Sun Yonggang scrutinized Lin Tian and remarked, indeed, once a person has faced death, they attain a profound understanding. I recall in the past, you wouldn't even dare to speak loudly to Chen Wanyin. Her words were like edicts. Today, you have truly opened my eyes. Lin Tian smiled faintly. Choosing not to respond, Sun Yonggang received a professional subsidy, which included a bronze tier axe and a black iron tier shield, along with 500 gold coins. Lin Tian's mouth watered with envy. Setting aside the equipment, just the gold coins alone made Sun Yonggang 10 times wealthier than him. Upon reaching the school gate, they unexpectedly encountered a couple, Zhao Yin and Zhu Yulong. Previously, they had been discreet, but following the awakening ceremony, they no longer concealed their relationship. Upon seeing Lin Tian, Zhao Yin scoffed. Humph, so this is the kind of man who, after giving something away, demands it back. Lin Tian was utterly baffled. Unable to make sense of her words, Sun Yonggang quietly explained from the side. She was also among the spectators earlier. Lin Tian understood. Zhao Yin regarded him as a scoundrel. He could not be bothered to clarify matters and retorted, mind your own business. With that, he disregarded Zhao Yin's displeased expression and strode off with Sun Yonggang. They dined lavishly at an upscale restaurant, racking up a bill of 12 gold coins. It's worth noting that Lin Tian's current living expenses amounted to only 2 gold coins per month. One meal equated to half a year's rent. Although it was said that Lin Tian was treating, Sun Yonggang had already paid the bill in advance. The night passed quietly. Shanghai High School, Class 13 of senior year. Today, the number of students is noticeably diminished compared to usual. All non-professionals have failed to attend, and only a handful of those in life professions are present. The upgrading methods for life and auxiliary professions differ from those of combat professions. With very few exceptions, most will proceed to vocational academies for further training. Without further ado, the knowledge you have acquired thus far will now prove invaluable. However, I still advise you to collaborate closely with your classmates, offering mutual assistance. Zhao Yan, please distribute the teleportation tokens to everyone. On the podium, Xiao Xiaozhou gesticulated animatedly. Below, the students eagerly rubbed their hands together, impatiently yearning to dive into the dungeon to slay monsters and level up. Zhao Yan, the class monitor, distributed the teleportation tokens among her peers. This time, she did not cast a disdainful glance at Lin Tian, placing the token directly on his desk. Lin Tian felt the cool, palm-sized token, which bore a slight weight reminiscent of iron, yet it was not iron. Etched in its center were incomprehensible patterns, which Lin Tian speculated to be some form of ancient script. Aside from those who awaken as array masters, learning inscriptions typically occurs at the university level. The teleportation token bore the coordinates of Shanghai High School. Should any danger arise within the dungeon, a mental connection with the token would instantly transport one back to school. Use it with caution. After a few more words of caution, Xiao Xiaozhou exited the classroom. The students surged out, heading towards the dungeon hall. The expansive dungeon hall, the largest structure on campus, spans over 10,000 square meters. At this moment, it is brimming with students. The school's dungeons only feature levels 1 and 5. Currently, the entrances to over 30 level 1 dungeons are overcrowded with eager participants. Lin Tian, which dungeon do you intend to enter? Chapter 5, Yangziyu. These level 1 dungeons are tailored for various professions, some suited for magic users, while others cater to melee fighters. Selecting one that aligns with your strengths is paramount. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian declared, the puppet workshop. Sun Yonggang, upon hearing this, expressed confusion. Isn't that dungeon somewhat ill-suited for you? Puppets lack pain perception and merely attack. Can your physique withstand it? Lin Tian's response was straightforward. Experience is paramount. This single statement left Sun Yonggang speechless. All right then. I shall act as the guardian knight, absorbing the puppet's assaults while you deal damage. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian shook his head, stating, no, I intend to solo. Solo? Sun Yonggang's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Tian nodded affirmatively. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of the necromancer profession? Sun Yonggang remained concerned. But your spirit is only 44. How many undead can you summon? Lin Tian patted him on the shoulder, smiling. Rest assured, I have it all figured out. Very well. Should any danger arise, promptly return to school. After Sun Yonggang could not dissuade him, he cautioned Lin Tian once more. After Sun Yonggang departed, Lin Tian made his way toward the entrance of the puppet workshop. Passing by the dungeon Crazy Sheep Village, he spotted Zhao Yan and Zhu Yulong. Zhao Yan merely cast him a cold glance without uttering a word, while Zhu Yulong greeted him with a friendly smile. Lin Tian responded with a slight smile in return. His relationship with Zhao Yan was merely average, whereas he shared a much closer bond with Zhu Yulong, having attended the same middle school and subsequently gaining admission to Shanghai High School together. Upon reaching the entrance of the puppet workshop, he noted that the crowd was significantly less than at other dungeons. A shimmering green portal marked the entrance to the dungeon. Upon entering, one would arrive at the puppet workshop. A teacher was stationed at the entrance, maintaining order and imparting safety knowledge. The dungeon's difficulty is categorized into 5 levels: easy, medium, hard, nightmare, and hell. In medium difficulty dungeons, monsters boast attributes approximately 15 times greater than those in easy ones, with experience points similarly multiplied by 15. Hard difficulty is double, nightmare is triple, and hell is quintuple. Within hell difficulty, bosses will emerge. When selecting difficulty, exercise prudence. This teacher, surnamed Li, earnestly advised. As this is your first venture into a dungeon, prioritize experience and proceed cautiously. Do not overestimate your abilities. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the distance, interrupting the teacher's lecture. Wow, goodness. Yang Ziyu has chosen hell difficulty. What? It seems our school has never had a newly awakened student opt for hell difficulty on their first dungeon run. She is truly bold. Humph. If I were a golden legend profession, I would be even braver. Rumor has it her trait is physical phasing, granting her an 80 evasion rate against physical attacks. But this is utterly reckless. Though the monsters in her chosen dungeon, Hero's Tomb, primarily utilize physical attacks, it is still a tremendous risk. Moreover, she has declined to form a party with auxiliary professions, opting to solo. Impressive. Truly impressive. If only she could be my girlfriend. I would gladly live just for today. Humph. Yang Ziyu is the foremost beauty among Shanghai High School's 4 school flowers. You, a mere silver profession, resembling a muggle, think you are worthy of her? A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Upon hearing the noise, Lin Tian instinctively turned his gaze. He beheld a slender girl, wielding a long sword, standing before the entrance of the hero's tomb. Unperturbed by the chatter of her classmates, she maintained a serene expression. She was Yang Ziyu, the foremost beauty among Shanghai High School's 4 school flowers. Her profession was the Golden Legend Infinite Sword Saint. The 4 school flowers selected by Shanghai High School are Yang Ziyu, Zhao Yan, Li Sinan, and Chen Wanyan. Initially, there were only 3 school flowers, but Chen Wanyan, who starkly paled in comparison to the other 3, was forcibly included to complete the quartet. From Lin Tian's vantage point, he could only glimpse Yang Ziyu's stunning profile, which ignited boundless imagination. Suddenly, Yang Ziyu turned slightly, her gaze landing in Lin Tian's direction. Her breathtaking beauty was suffocating. Her features were exquisitely proportioned and perfectly sculpted. With eyes like autumn waters and brows reminiscent of distant ink, her skin glistened with a captivating sheen. Her ethereal aura compelled onlookers to admire from afar, deterred from any thoughts of impropriety. As Lin Tian found himself momentarily entranced, Yang Xiu gracefully approached him, her long, slender legs carrying her closer. She stood directly before Lin Tian, revealing a smile that could cause the world to falter. Lin Tian, do your best. I believe in you. With that, she departed without awaiting Lin Tian's response, entering the dungeon of Hero's Tomb. Instantly, countless envious and jealous glances were directed toward Lin Tian. If looks could kill, Lin Tian would have been slain 1,000 times over. She was the most beautiful school flower at Shanghai High School, with suitors aplenty. How could she have initiated a conversation with Lin Tian? He scratched his head, utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Through the fragmented memories of the original persona, he found no trace of any connection with Yang Xiu. Her sudden and inexplicable concern for him. What could it possibly mean? Lin Tian did not believe that Yang Xiu had developed a romantic interest in him. While he might not be unremarkable in appearance, his background and potential were utterly lacking. Hey, you're Lin Tian, right? Keep your distance from Yang Xiu. She is mine. At this moment, a burly man with a tiger's back and a bear's waist approached, glaring ferociously at Lin Tian. Although Lin Tian did not recognize him, it was evident that this robust individual harbored affections for Yang Xiu. Lin Tian, however, was not inclined to coddle him and replied coldly, "Do you have the audacity to convey these words in front of Yang Xiu?" The burly man was instantly rendered speechless, his fierce demeanor evaporating in an instant. With countless suitors vying for Yang Xiu's attention, he wouldn't dare to act so brazenly. If he were to utter such words, it would undoubtedly provoke someone to thrash him. Lin Tian could not help but feel a tinge of helplessness. Yang, the illustrious school beauty. Why are you unnecessarily concerned about me? Aren't you just inviting trouble upon me? I hardly know you, and yet I find myself embroiled in such chaos. At present, 3 out of the 4 renowned school beauties of Shanghai High School had entangled themselves with him. Zhao Yan. Wasn't it agreed upon to choose a difficulty level of moderate challenge? Why has the decision suddenly shifted to hellish difficulty? Before the madness of the sheep village instance, Zhu Yulong inquired in confusion. There is no reason, Zhao Yan retorted, her gaze returning to the instance as Yang Xiu entered. Lin Tian, which difficulty will you choose? I recommend the easy level. At that moment, Mr. Li's voice resonated unexpectedly. Liao Fei, if you do not intend to enter the puppet workshop, kindly refrain from disturbing your classmates. The burly man named Liao Fei slinked away, defeated. I shall heed the teacher's advice and choose the easy level. Lin Tian responded respectfully. Despite possessing the golden red god-tier attributes, he was still merely a black iron class, the weakest. He would not recklessly challenge a higher difficulty instance without first familiarizing himself with the Necromancer class. Very well. Mr. Li nodded. Please prioritize your safety. Although Lin Tian's class was rather inferior, his self-awareness pleased her greatly. Amidst the countless hostile gazes, Lin Tian stepped into the azure portal, vanishing from the instance hall. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself within a vast workshop. The space was filled with rusted machinery, remnants of a time when assembly lines were dedicated to the production of various puppets. From the depths of the workshop, the sound of mechanical friction echoed ominously. Lin Tian, not daring to delay, raised his Namu staff and promptly invoked the skill, Summon Skeleton Warrior. As an incantation escaped his lips, he felt a fragment of his spirit drawn from his mind. Simultaneously, he sensed that fragment connect with an immensely vast and boundless realm. Though it was but a fleeting glimpse, Lin Tian beheld an endless ocean of the undead, an entire world of wraiths. A sudden jolt surged through Lin Tian's mind. As he confronted the sheer volume of the undead, his consciousness latched onto an inconspicuous skeleton that appeared weak and frail. In an instant, an extraordinary sensation rippled through his mind, as if that skeleton had become his thrall, to command at will. When he regained his focus, a gaunt skeleton, wielding a tattered bone blade, stood before him. The creature emanated an ominous chill, its presence suffused with a haunting aura. Should an ordinary person linger in its company for too long, they would surely fall gravely ill. The skeleton stood silently, its hollow eye sockets housing 2 flickering, ghostly flames of ashen white, exuding a frigid aura. Skeleton Warrior, Black Iron. Level, 0, Constitution, 6, Strength, 10, Agility, 6, Mentality, 1, Skills, none. The attributes of the Skeleton Warrior were exceedingly mediocre, even inferior to Lin Tian's. Yet, even the most basic Skeleton Warrior possessed attributes of constitution and strength that surpassed those of an ordinary human by several folds. It was simply that Lin Tian had summoned it from the realm of the undead, and upon traversing the temporal passage, its attributes had been diminished by the forces of the plane. Relying solely on a single skeleton to defeat a puppet was an utterly futile endeavor. Once the cooldown of the skill expired, Lin Tian hastily summoned again. Before long, 2 neat rows of 6 skeleton warriors had appeared before him. Each stood around 2 meters tall, brandishing bone blades, exuding an imposing presence. At that moment, a mechanical whirring sounded, and a towering metallic creature, wielding a long knife, emerged from a nearby portal. The creature, akin in height to a puppet, was entirely encased in cold, dark steel, emanating an intimidating aura. Defective puppet, black iron. Level 1. Constitution, 15. Strength, 15. Agility, 3. Mentality, 0. Skills, none. The attributes of the defective puppet far surpassed those of the skeleton warriors, boasting an exaggerated strength and constitution of 15 points each. Upon spotting a living being, the eye sockets of the defective puppet began to glow ominously with a crimson light, exuding an eerie presence. It raised its rusted long knife and, with mechanical steps, advanced towards Lin Tian, a chilling intent permeating the vast workshop. Charge! Lin Tian commanded, gesturing with his Nanmu staff towards the defective puppet, instructing the skeleton warriors to attack. The 6 skeleton warriors immediately surged forward towards the defective puppet. The fastest among them raised its bone knife, aiming a strike at the puppet's head. In a clash of mechanics, the defective puppet raised its rusted long knife to counter the bone knife. Bang! The dilapidated bone knife wielded by the skeleton warrior was cleaved in two by the rusty blade of the defective puppet. Following the severing of the bone knife, the puppet's blade continued to slice down upon the skeleton warrior, shattering its ribcage and breaking 2 of its bones in the process. How pathetically weak, Lin Tian observed, aghast. The confrontation between the skeleton warrior and the defective puppet was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. He finally understood why necromancers were often scorned. They were indeed exceedingly feeble. The skeleton warrior, composed entirely of bones, including its weapon, stood no chance against the armored might of the defective puppet, which, despite its rust, was forged from steel. In a direct confrontation, the skeleton warrior was, of course, no match for the puppet. Number 1. Retreat. Lin Tian immediately commanded the injured skeleton warrior to withdraw, lest it be brutally dispatched by the defective puppet. To facilitate command, he had assigned them numerical identifiers, with this one being designated as number 1. Last night, he had conducted thorough tests. His mental capacity restored merely 1 point every minute. In a combat scenario, where his mind was under heightened tension, this recovery time would double to 2 minutes. Given the preciousness of his mental energy, he was unwilling to witness the swift demise of the summoned skeleton warriors. Number 2. Execute a feigned frontal assault. Numbers 3 and 4, maneuver to the sides. Numbers 5 and 6, attack from the rear. During his classes at school, he had conducted extensive research on the puppet workshop. The defining traits of puppets were their extraordinarily high defenses and immense strength, though they exhibited a significant drawback: 0 intelligence and sluggish movement. This defective puppet before him had a mere agility of 3, half that of the skeleton warriors. He had no need to engage the puppet in direct combat. Instead, he could leverage his speed advantage to fight effectively. Bang! 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 A series of strikes landed upon the defective puppet. The exterior of the defective puppet was suddenly marred by several dents. Despite being under assault, the flawed automaton exhibited no signs of sensation. Its mechanical eyes fixated relentlessly on the second skeletal warrior, pursuing it with unwavering determination. The second skeletal warrior executed Lin Tian's commands with unwavering fidelity, occasionally glancing back to taunt the defective puppet. Meanwhile, the other 4 skeletal warriors seized the opportunity to assault the flawed automaton. Each skeletal warrior possessed a strength of 10 points. Thus, a coordinated attack from several could overwhelm even the defective puppet. Moments later, a bone blade struck down, shattering one of the puppet's legs, causing it to collapse to the ground. Struggling to rise on its single leg, the defective puppet made several futile attempts. Under Lin Tian's orders, the skeletal warriors descended upon the fallen automaton, launching a flurry of strikes. In less than 10 seconds, a large hole was pierced through the puppet's chest, where its control center resided, akin to the human brain. With the destruction of its control center, the crimson glow in the puppet's eyes gradually faded, rendering its body motionless. Defeated defective puppet, experience 5. Although the process was arduous, the experience gained was commendable. Lin Tian felt a sense of satisfaction in dispatching the defective puppet. Only one of the 5 skeletal warriors sustained a minor injury, while the others remained unscathed. Within the level 1 instance of the puppet workshop, the difficulty was notably high, thus yielding greater experience. In contrast, other instances, such as the simpler, Crazy Sheep Village, where Zhao Yan ventured, awarded only 3 points of experience for slaying a single, lazy sheep. However, he had observed that Zhao Yan had chosen the hellish difficulty, where defeating the monsters therein would grant significantly more experience than the puppet workshop. Zhao Yan, a light angel, and Zhu Yulong, Avoid Hunter, both range classes. Would undoubtedly find the hellish challenge of Crazy Sheep Village manageable when working in tandem, if the teacher's words held true. Approximately 100 defective puppets and 100 abandoned puppets resided within the puppet workshop, and eliminating them all would precisely elevate Lin Tian to level 1. He recalled the knowledge he had acquired in his studies. The reason he had selected the puppet workshop was to ensure that upon vanquishing the monsters within, he would seamlessly attain level 1. After the demise of the defective puppet, a flash of white light flickered before vanishing within the puppet workshop. Regrettably, nothing of value was dropped. Lin Tian shook his head in mild disappointment. At that moment, another defective puppet detected his presence and ambled towards him. He instructed the injured first skeletal warrior to remain by his side for protection against any ambush. The other 5 skeletal warriors were dispatched to engage. Having tasted success the first time, the coordination among the skeletal warriors improved significantly on this occasion. The defective puppet, with its rigid and mechanical form, possessed a slow reaction time, making it difficult to strike the skeletal warriors. This time, they dispatched the puppet even more swiftly than before, without sustaining any injuries. The only downside was that the skeletal warriors' bone blades proved fragile, with one breaking again. As the battles progressed, the skeletal warriors' teamwork grew increasingly harmonious, enabling them to dismantle the defective puppets with minimal harm. Defeated defective puppet, experience 5. 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 Finally, upon slaying the 7th defective puppet, a rusted long sword dropped. Lin Tian hastily commanded a skeletal warrior to retrieve it and present it to him. Inferior steel sword, black iron. Strength 1. Huh, quite excellent. Just what I needed. Lin Tian tossed the inferior steel sword to the 3rd skeletal warrior, whose bone blade had been severed. Such a weapon would only fetch a pittance from scrap dealers outside, and melee classes would scorn such a subpar armament. Armed with an inferior steel sword, the efficiency of tackling defective puppets markedly improved. As the name suggests, defective puppets were the flawed products of puppet production. The bone blades could withstand a few more strikes, but once wielded the inferior steel sword, it often took just a couple of blows to cleave through their forms. The 5th skeletal warrior swung the inferior steel sword, delivering a powerful strike to the shoulder joint of a defective puppet. The blow severed the puppet's entire arm, which had been gripping the sword. The other 4 skeletal warriors promptly surged forward, mercilessly pummeling the fallen puppet, dismantling it into several pieces. The sound of iron clashing echoed through the puppet workshop. Previously requiring approximately 30 seconds to vanquish a single defective puppet, they now accomplished the task in about 10 seconds. The puppet workshop housed numerous chambers, with defective puppets continually emerging. Upon defeating the 38th defective puppet, Lin Tian finally amassed 6 inferior steel swords. The overall strength of the skeletal warriors surged dramatically. The defective puppets no longer posed any threat. Often, as soon as they manifested, the skeletal warriors rushed to dispatch them with a flurry of strikes. Throughout this process, the skeletal warriors did sustain injuries. The 5th skeletal warrior, for instance, was struck in the skull by an abandoned puppet due to a momentary lapse in speed. The flame of its soul flickered briefly before extinguishing. Lin Tian summoned another skeletal warrior to replenish their ranks. Defeated defective puppet, experience 5. Defeated abandoned puppet, experience 5. Defeated abandoned puppet, experience 5. Lin Tian pressed onward, the puppets continuously falling, and his experience steadily climbing. Chapter 7. Infinite Soldier Spawning. The skeletal warriors, being lowly undead, felt no pain, possessed no thoughts, and were eternally tireless. Under Lin Tian's command, the skeletal warriors mechanically repeated their assault motions, slaying one puppet after another. After half an hour, Lin Tian scoured the puppet workshop, and the last abandoned puppet was located and dispatched by the skeletal warriors. At last, Lin Tian's experience bar was completely filled. Defeated abandoned puppet, experience 5. Successfully leveled up to 1. 4-dimensional attributes 1. Gained 10 free attribute points. As a necromancer, a spellcasting profession primarily reliant on spirit, Lin Tian allocated all 10 free attribute points to spirit. Coupled with the fixed point gained upon leveling up, his spirit surged from 15 to 26 in an instant. Eagerly, he examined the newly acquired attributes. Name, Lin Tian. Profession, Necromancer, Black Iron. Level, 105000. Constitution, 7. Strength, 8. Spirit, 26. Agility, 9. Skills, Summon Skeletal Warrior. Black Iron summons a skeletal warrior to assist in battle. Cost, 1 spirit. Casting time, 1 second. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Attribute 1. Omniscience, Golden Red Growth Coefficient 10. Attribute 2. Soulfire Infusion. White enchants the weapon of summoned creatures. adding 2 fire damage. As Lin Tian had anticipated, the new attributes gained upon reaching level 1 remained white. Soul Fire Infusion, while it sounded impressive, proved somewhat lackluster, its utility being rather negligible. The moment of excitement had arrived once more, the opportunity to refresh attributes. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian initiated the attribute refresh. A massive wheel materialized before his eyes, adorned with countless gleaming attributes. Do you wish to expend 1 point of mental energy to refresh the entries? Yes. The pointer on the roulette began to spin rapidly. Stop. The moment the new entry appeared, Lin Tian glanced over. Bone Resurrection. Green transforms a corpse into a low-tier undead. Lin Tian scratched his head. Summoning the undead involves bringing them from the realm of the dead to the main world, while Bone Resurrection entails converting a corpse into an undead. With 25 points of mental energy at his disposal, Lin Tian deemed Bone Resurrection unnecessary and opted to refresh again. Continuing to refresh will consume 1 point of mental energy. Refreshing all entries. Consuming 2 points will exclude entries of green quality and below. Please select your refresh method. I will expend 2 points of mental energy. Moments later, a new entry emerged. Bone Armor. Red summoned entities gain an additional 100 strength. In this refresh, he had jumped 4 tiers. From green and silver to red epic quality. Bone Armor was quite commendable. A skeleton warrior with 10 strength doubled to 20, surpassing the subpar puppets by 5 points. Yet Lin Tian remained unsatisfied and chose to refresh once more. After all, with ample mental energy, he would not cease until a golden red divine entry was unveiled. After 2 more consecutive refreshes, he finally achieved a golden red entry. Limitless Undead Summoning. Golden red, each summoned undead will increase in number by a random factor of 10 to 100 times, depending on the strength of the undead. The weaker the undead, the greater the multiplier. Simple, straightforward, and brutally effective. With 26 points of mental energy, Lin Tian could summon at least 20 skeleton warriors. As the most basic form of undead, with the enhancement of limitless undead summoning, the number of skeleton warriors could theoretically reach a staggering 2,000. This equated to summoning a small undead army. And this was merely the beginning. As his level increased and his mental energy expanded, the quantity he could summon would also rise. Thus, the power of limitless undead summoning would only grow stronger. The inherent weakness of the Necromancer lay in the frailty of the undead. Now, with limitless undead summoning, this issue was effortlessly resolved. One skeleton warrior may be weak, easily felled by 2 strikes. But what if he summoned 10 or 100? He seemed to foresee a day when endless skeletal dragons would fill the sky. Who would dare to claim that necromancers are weak? Lin Tian felt a surge of anticipation. Summoned the skeleton warriors with a low command. And as he swung his wooden staff, a multitude of skeleton warriors wielding bone blades appeared before him. The once spacious puppet workshop immediately became somewhat crowded. Upon a cursory glance, there were approximately 80 skeleton warriors lined up neatly. An overwhelming sense of security washed over Lin Tian. It was time to raise the challenge. He waved his wooden staff, and all the skeleton warriors vanished. Within the dungeon, upon severing their connection, they would automatically disappear and return to the realm of the dead. If summoned outside, if left unattended, the undead creatures would turn into undead monsters and attack humans. Lin Tian infused a sliver of mental energy into the teleportation token, enveloped in a soft milky light. Moments later, he vanished from his location. Was he already out so soon? Teacher Li was surprised to see Lin Tian at the dungeon entrance. It was known that 7 or 8 students had entered the puppet workshop around the same time as Lin Tian, one of whom had achieved a platinum class occupation. Yet Lin Tian was the first to emerge. Did he not advance? She pondered. It was good to have self-awareness. The puppet workshop was indeed a bit beyond his capabilities. Lin Tian, I recommend you try the Mad Sheep Village dungeon. Although the monsters there are more agile, they lack the strength of the puppets and are better suited for you. Teacher Li reassured him. No, Teacher Li, I have already cleared the dungeon. Lin Tian smiled and replied. What? Cleared it? Teacher Li stared at Lin Tian in disbelief. Lin Tian then showcased his level, convincing her of his words. Teacher Li, I plan to challenge the hell difficulty of the puppet workshop. Lin Tian declared. Hell difficulty? Teacher Li sprang to her feet. The fact that Lin Tian had just claimed to have cleared the dungeon was already astonishing, but now he intended to challenge hell difficulty. Lin Tian, you must think this through. The difficulty of the puppet workshop at hell level grows exponentially. Even at level 3, it is incredibly challenging to clear. Teacher Li attempted to dissuade him. Teacher Li, I want to test my potential. Lin Tian said with a confident smile. Leveling from 0 to 1 requires 1,000 experience points, while progressing from level 1 to 2 necessitates 5,000 points. The further one goes, the more experience is required, and the difficulty of leveling increases. To participate in the high-stakes exam, one must reach level 5. This week is crucial for their frantic leveling. The higher the level, the greater the advantages during the exam. Despite teacher Li's concerns, Lin Tian's persistence ultimately led her to permit him access to the Hell-level puppet workshop dungeon. He reappeared in the familiar surroundings. Before he could steady himself, a puppet spotted him and charged forward with a shoddy steel blade. Lin Tian swiftly activated his skill to summon skeleton warriors. With a clatter, the spacious puppet workshop was instantly filled with a swarm of skeleton warriors, surrounding the puppet completely. For the moment, he was safe. Lin Tian examined the attributes of the puppet before him. Elite puppet, black iron. Level 3, Constitution 45, Strength 45, Agility 10, Mental Energy 0, Skill, Sword Chi Slash. The attributes of the elite puppet far exceeded those of the subpar puppets at the easy difficulty. Even its agility, previously a weakness, had been raised to 10 points. It was significantly faster than the skeleton warriors. At that moment, the skeleton warriors had already engaged the elite puppet in close combat, utilizing their overwhelming numbers. The elite puppet was quickly engulfed by the swarm of skeleton warriors. Countless bone blades rained down upon the elite puppet. Lin Tian watched intently. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of sword light erupted, sweeping across the battlefield. In an instant, 7 or 8 skeleton warriors were cleaved in half, collapsing to the ground. Other skeleton warriors momentarily paused before surging forward once more, encircling the elite puppet. The elite puppet's weapon was no longer a shoddy steel blade, but a sharp steel sword glinting with cold light. The attack it had just unleashed was Sword Chi Slash. The cooldown for Sword Chi Slash is 5 seconds, with an attack range of 3 meters in front of it. Lin Tian recalled the knowledge he had acquired over time. Even without Sword Chi Slash, the elite puppet could easily dispatch skeleton warriors with a single strike, cleaving them and their weapons in twain. The attributes of the skeleton warriors were simply too feeble. They were no match at all. Fortunately, the number of skeletal warriors was sufficiently ample. Even with the relentless onslaught from the elite puppets, Lin Tian felt no pangs of remorse. In the face of overwhelming numbers, he eschewed any elaborate tactics, opting instead to expend the lives of his skeletal warriors in a sheer, unyielding tide. Just as ants can bring down an elephant, no matter how formidable the elite puppets, they could not withstand the incessant barrage from the skeletal horde. While they might defend against attacks from the front, they could not guard against the relentless strikes from behind. The skeletal warriors wielded their bone blades, and when those broke, they resorted to pummeling with their fists. If their arms were severed, they would bite with their teeth. With a mere 1 point of spirit, the skeletal warriors possessed no intelligence and felt no pain. They could only follow Lin Tian's commands to engage instinctively in combat until their demise. At last, after 45 skeletal warriors fell, the elite puppet's form collapsed with a thunderous crash. Kill elite puppet, experience 35. In a hellish difficulty dungeon, the experience gained was substantial. Additionally, defeating foes above his level granted an experience bonus. Slaying a single elite puppet equated to vanquishing 7 subpar puppets at a simple difficulty. As the elite puppet's gleaming steel longsword burst forth, clattering to the ground, Lin Tian marveled at his fortune. Had he truly looted an item from his very first kill? He hastily directed a skeletal warrior to retrieve the steel longsword for him to inspect its attributes. Tempered steel sword, bronze. Strength 3. To his delight, it was indeed a weapon of bronze quality. The dark azure spine of the sword and the icy white blade emanated a sharp, chilling aura, weighing at least 5 kilograms. It carried a palpable air of lethality. The quality of the tempered steel sword far surpassed that of inferior steel blades. Even if sold outside, it would fetch no less than 30 gold coins. Lin Tian bestowed the tempered steel sword upon one of the skeletal warriors. Regrettably, he had left behind all the inferior steel blades dropped by the simple puppets in the previous area, taken back to the realm of the undead by the skeletal warriors, as he possessed no space for storage items. With the tempered steel sword equipped, the strength of Lin Tian's undead legion experienced a modest enhancement. Soon after, another elite puppet emerged from a portal, brandishing a tempered steel sword. Lin Tian devised a strategy. He instructed the skeletal warrior wielding the tempered steel sword to flank the elite puppet from behind, while sending several other skeletal warriors to protect it, lest it inadvertently fall to the elite puppet's blade. The elite puppet boasted remarkable resilience. The skeletal warrior struck with the tempered steel sword repeatedly, yet it took a dozen blows before severing its head. Even after losing its head, the elite puppet continued to fight, swinging its tempered steel sword in wild desperation. Ultimately, at the cost of 33 skeletal warriors' lives, it was finally slain. However, this time, there was no tempered steel sword dropped. 2 elite puppets appeared within sight. Observing the mere 10 skeletal warriors remaining, Lin Tian waved his Namu staff to summon anew. Under the effect of his limitless summoning enhancement, the number of summoned skeletal warriors multiplied by 88. Chapter 8, Laser Cross Slash. No matter how formidable the elite puppets, they remained outnumbered, ultimately succumbing to the relentless onslaught of the fearless and reckless skeletal warriors. With the tempered steel sword in hand, the skeletal warriors charged forth. Even when confronted by 2 or 3 elite puppets simultaneously, they could not breach the undying assault of the undead army. Kill elite puppet, experience 35. 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 One by one, the puppets fell, and the experience surged. Under the overwhelming numerical advantage, the speed of slaying puppets surpassed even that of the simple difficulty puppet workshop. Lin Tian methodically advanced through each room, exterminating every elite puppet in sight, leaving none alive. In no time, he had amassed over 10 tempered steel swords. After equipping a multitude of skeletal warriors with tempered steel swords, the combat capability of the Undead Legion underwent a qualitative enhancement. Often, the moment an elite puppet appeared, they would swarm it and tear it apart. Within the puppet workshop, apart from elite puppets, there were also spellcasting puppets. These spellcasting puppets unleashed fireball and ice spike spells. Given the poor attributes of the skeletal warriors, a single fireball could obliterate 2 to 3 of them into a pile of shattered bones. An ice spike could pierce through the skulls of 4 or 5 skeletal warriors in succession. Despite the strength of the spellcasting puppets, they could not escape their fated demise. Falling one by one beneath the steel swords of the skeletal warriors, the spellcasting puppets wielded dark staves. After slaying 7 of them, 1 dropped. Amplification Staff, Bronze. Spirit 3. The attributes of the Amplification Staff far exceeded those of Lin Tian's Namu Staff. Those additional 3 points of spirit represented 300 skeletal warriors. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian discarded the Namu Staff and equipped the Amplification Staff. Half an hour later, every puppet in the workshop had been slaughtered by Lin Tian. His current experience stood at 3,500 points, with just 1,500 points remaining to reach level 2. The boss must be within. Lin Tian ventured into the deepest part of the puppet workshop. Before him lay an enormous chamber. He summoned 5 times consecutively, and fortune favored him. Each summoning yielded over 60 times the usual number. Over 400 skeletal warriors formed a protective barrier around him, granting him a sense of security. "You lot, go open the door," he commanded, pointing to a few skeletal warriors armed with bone blades. The skeletal warriors executed his command without hesitation, kicking the heavy door open with force. With a creak, as the door swung wide, a beam of blinding light, as thick as a thumb, shot forth from within. The skeletal warriors, caught off guard, were struck in the skulls by the brilliant glow. Their hardened skulls offered no resistance, shattering instantly. After piercing the first skeletal warrior, the beam continued its assault, obliterating the skulls of the next 7 or 8 skeletal warriors in quick succession. Such a formidable attack, even though he had been forewarned. Witnessing it firsthand left Lin Tian utterly astonished. As the door opened, he surveyed the scene within the chamber. At the far end stood a colossal puppet, approximately 3 meters tall. At that moment, one of its mechanical arms was pointed at the entrance, equipped with a laser firing device. It was evident that the earlier light had originated from it. Undoubtedly, it was the ultimate boss of the puppet workshop. Laser Puppet, Bronze Boss. Level, 5. Constitution, 100. Strength, 100. Agility, 15. Spirit, 0. Skills, Laser Cross Slash, Laser Cannon. Beside the laser puppet stood 2 rows of 10 puppets in total. On the left were 5 elite puppets, brandishing tempered steel swords, while on the right were 5 spellcasting puppets, clutching amplification staffs. Lin Tian's intrusion shattered the tranquility. The 5 spellcasting puppets immediately launched a barrage of long-range attacks at him. In an instant, fireballs, ice spikes, and gusts of wind filled the air. A multitude of skeletal warriors burst into the room, instantly sent sprawling by the explosive onslaught. "Charge forth. Do not falter," he commanded, prompting even more skeletal warriors to surge into the chamber. With reckless abandon, the undead army successfully infiltrated the room. The elite puppets, wielding tempered steel blades, immediately engaged in fierce combat. The clash of arms ensued, and the boss laser puppet was not idle. Its mechanical arms emitted a relentless barrage of lasers. A single laser beam swept through the ranks, toppling a host of skeletal warriors. Despite this, Lin Tian's offensive did not wane. It became even more ferocious. Countless skeletal warriors trampled over their fallen comrades, advancing steadily towards the enemy, inch by inch pushing the front line further in. Gradually, the elite puppets began to fall one by one, followed by the spellcasting puppets. The The spellcasters, possessing weak melee capabilities and lacking close combat weapons, were doomed to perish once engaged at close range. Realizing the dire situation, the laser puppet's mechanical arms crossed, then swung down violently towards the undead forces. Two intersecting laser beams formed a fiercely burning cross, sweeping horizontally through the ranks of the undead army. Laser cross slash. Lin Tian's expression changed dramatically as he blurted out. Then, without hesitation, he turned and fled. Even with hundreds of skeletal warriors ahead, he felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity. The searing light crackled, igniting the air with a faint explosive sound. Wherever the laser cross passed, any skeletal warriors in its path were instantly reduced to mere ashes. The laser cross slash advanced with devastating force for several meters before its momentum began to wane. Every skeletal warrior in its path was annihilated. The room was left with vast expanses of emptiness. A massacre, a brutal slaughter, truly merciless. Lin Tian felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. That last move from the laser puppet had obliterated nearly 100 skeletal warriors. Upon leveling up to level 1, the summoned skeletal warriors were also at level 1, possessing slightly stronger attributes than their level 0 counterparts. Yet, in the face of the laser puppet, there was no distinction. They were equally powerless, falling to a single strike. The laser cross slash spared neither friend nor foe. The closest minions of the laser puppet bore the brunt of the attack. With so few remaining minions, the ones left were swiftly dispatched by the laser puppet itself. The laser puppet was left as the sole commander. Crack, crack. The sound of machinery echoed. The laser puppet's body began to transform. A fissure slowly opened at its chest, from which a short cannon barrel gradually extended. Quick, rush forward. Do not allow it to unleash the laser cannon. Lin Tian's expression shifted abruptly as he bellowed, commanding the skeletal warriors to continue their assault. With the skeletal warriors already diminished by more than half, if the laser puppet successfully fired its cannon, it could obliterate the remaining skeletal warriors. Chapter 9. The Will of the Undead. The skeletal warriors brandished their weapons and charged at the laser puppet. Lin Tian seized the moment, continuing to summon skeletal warriors from the realm of the undead. The laser puppet unleashed a sweeping laser strike, instantly severing the foremost row of skeletal warriors in half. Yet, more skeletal warriors surged forward. The sheer number of skeletal warriors was overwhelming, akin to an unending horde of ants, impossible to eradicate. The laser puppet sought an opportunity to fire its cannon, but could never find the chance. Soon, the laser puppet was engulfed by the skeletal warriors. They clambered over it from all sides. Its front, back, and even its thighs, arms, neck, and head were swarmed by skeletal warriors. At this point, it was no longer even possible to fire the laser cannon, let alone turn around. Ding! One of the skeletal warriors struck the laser puppet's head with all its might using the tempered steel sword. A white mark appeared on the puppet's head, but the sword was sent flying high into the air. It seemed difficult to inflict any lethal damage. Lin Tian furrowed his brows. The laser puppet's constitution was a staggering 100. Even with the tempered steel sword, the skeletal warriors found it nearly impossible to breach its defenses. The recommended entry level for the held difficulty puppet workshop was level 3, and at least 2 skills were required. Lin Tian, however, was only at level 1 and possessed but a single skill. While he could handle ordinary puppets with ease, defeating the laser puppet posed a significant challenge. The primary issue was that the laser puppet was an inanimate object, devoid of pain. Being struck by a few swords did not affect its combat efficacy. Coupled with its remarkably high offensive and defensive capabilities, the Puppet Workshop had become one of the least popular dungeons. Other dungeons boasted dozens of players at their entrances, while the Puppet Workshop saw only a scant few brave souls willing to enter. Nevertheless, having chosen the held difficulty, Lin Tian was confident in his abilities. He commanded the skeletal warriors to focus their assaults on the joints of the laser puppet. The construction materials of the puppet's body were predominantly steel, with the core likely composed of various alloys. However, to enhance the puppet's agility, excessively rigid materials were unsuitable for the joints. This was the puppet's Achilles heel. The skeletal warriors executed Lin Tian's orders flawlessly, targeting the shoulder joints, elbow joints, knee joints, and other vulnerable areas of the laser puppet. The puppet could defend against attacks from the front, but was unable to counter those from behind. Just as it dispatched a few skeletal warriors, another wave fearlessly charged forward. The sounds of metal clashing rang out, sparks flying in every direction. While the joints of the laser puppet were relatively weak, they still required significant effort to breach. After losing dozens of skeletal warriors and striking for a full minute, a fragment of the laser puppet's left knee joint was finally severed. Hope began to glimmer. Lin Tian exhaled with relief. He continued summoning skeletal warriors and persisting with the previous strategy. He could afford to expend resources, but the laser puppet could not. Losing a component would impair its performance. After a full 10 minutes of relentless assault, breaking 2 tempered steel swords, Lin Tian finally succeeded in severing one of the laser puppet's legs. The puppet lost its balance and crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. The subsequent actions became significantly simpler. Lin Tian replicated his previous tactics, targeting the mechanical arms of the laser puppet. Half an hour later, the control center of the laser puppet was destroyed and the red light in its eyes extinguished completely. Laser puppet defeated. Experience 1,500. Successfully leveled up to level 2. 4-dimensional attributes. 1. Earned 10 free attribute points. What an exhausting ordeal. After losing approximately 600 skeletal warriors, he had finally vanquished the laser puppet. However, the prospect of a new top-tier entry refreshing invigorated him, dispelling his fatigue in an instant. Name, Lin Tian. Class, Necromancer, Iron Black. Level, 2,020,000. Constitution, 8. Strength, 9. Spirit, 37. Agility, 10. Skill, Summon Skeletal Warrior. Iron Black summons a skeletal warrior to assist in battle. Cost, 1 spirit. Casting time, 1 second. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Entry 1. Omniscient and Omnipotent. Gold Crimson Growth Coefficient 10. Entry 2. Infinite Summoning. Gold Crimson. Each summoned undead increases in number by 10 to 100 times based on the strength of the undead. The weaker the undead, the greater the multiplier. Entry 3. Enhanced Corpse Explosion Technique. White increases corpse explosion damage by 10. The new entry remains white, and its effect is rather lackluster. Moreover, Lin Tian has yet to master the corpse explosion technique, rendering this entry completely ineffective. After leveling up, he allocated all 10 attribute points to his spirit, raising it to 37. Engaging in battle with the laser puppet consumed 12 points of spirit, leaving him with 25, which should allow him to refresh for a divine level entry. Feeling optimistic, Lin Tian eagerly commenced the refresh. On the first attempt, he obtained a gray quality, enhanced corpse explosion technique, increasing corpse explosion damage by 20. He merely glanced at it before initiating a second refresh. To his surprise, the result was again, enhanced corpse explosion technique, but this time of purple quality. Lin Tian scratched his head, somewhat disheartened. Was this some sort of confrontation with the corpse explosion technique? Was it forcing him to learn it? He continued refreshing. The pointer of the wheel halted at a golden entry. Spirit Frenzy. Gold induces a frenzied state in the spirit, doubling its power for 30 seconds. Upon use, it causes weakness for 5 minutes. This golden entry seemed promising. With 37 points of spirit, in a frenzied state, he would possess 74 points, thus enabling the use of more skills. Yet, the perennial issue remained. Currently, he only had a skill to summon skeleton warriors, which consumed very little spirit and was temporarily unneeded. Moreover, some potions could achieve a similar, albeit diminished, effect. Above all, however, Spirit Frenzy was merely a golden entry. For someone with obsessive-compulsive tendencies like him, all entries must be of the golden red divine quality. He pressed on with the refresh. Will of the Undead. Golden red, the battle spirit of the undead, eternal and indomitable. Summoned undead gain a random power increase of up to 110 times. The Will of the Undead. An enhancement of up to 10 times in power. Thus, a level 0 skeleton warrior could achieve a maximum strength of 100 points, comparable to a level 5 bronze boss laser puppet. With this entry, the once expendable skeleton warriors would instantly transform into valiant and fearless fighters. Should they encounter the laser puppet again, it would be dismantled into fragments in under a minute. Lin Tian resolved to continue refreshing the puppet workshop, aiming to reach level 3 today, just as he prepared to use the teleportation talisman to exit the dungeon. The soul fire of one of his skeleton warriors suddenly flickered violently. The skeleton warrior's jaw opened and closed repeatedly, yet no sound emerged. He almost forgot that the laser puppet had dropped something. Chapter 10. The Void Bracelet. The laser puppet had indeed dropped something, nearly slipping his mind. The skeleton warrior was Lin Tian's summon, and through its soul, he grasped its meaning with difficulty. He approached the remnants of the laser puppet. At that moment, 2 skeleton warriors were clearing away the severed limbs of the laser puppet. A book with a gray cover appeared before him. A skill book. Lin Tian's eyes brightened, exclaiming, apart from automatically acquiring an initial skill upon successful awakening, all other skills must be learned separately. The tiers of skills align with those of professions: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, epic, legendary, and divine. The higher the tier, the rarer the skill book, and the more time and effort it requires to learn. Within dungeons, there is an exceedingly low chance of obtaining skill books as loot. Typically, skills must be learned at a profession alliance or purchased from a related shop. The school's life department also sells some common skill books, but the highest tier available is only bronze. Higher tier books must be procured externally. The skill book before him had a gray cover, indicating it was of bronze tier. He hastily picked it up to examine it. A few bold characters on the cover read, //. Flipping through it casually, it was indeed a warrior-type skill, accessible to most warrior professions. Lin Tian placed the skill book in his pocket. He had no use for //, but it could be sold back to the school for recycling. The school would appropriately mark up the price for resale to other students. Lin Tian estimated he could fetch at least 100 gold for it. In high spirits, he utilized the teleportation talisman to exit the dungeon. Upon returning to school, Lin Tian wasted no time, disregarding teacher Li's astonished gaze, and re-entered the hellish difficulty puppet workshop. As the scenery shifted, he found himself once again in the puppet workshop. With the incantation's recitation, a skeleton warrior materialized beside him. Infinite summoning activated. In an instant, the number of skeleton warriors surged to 78. Lin Tian casually selected a few to inspect their attributes. Skeleton warrior, black iron. Level 2. Constitution 11. Strength 16-8. Agility 8. Spirit 1. Skill none. Skeleton warrior, black iron. Level 2. Constitution 11. Strength 18-3. Agility 8. Spirit 1. Skill none. Skeleton warrior, black iron. Level 2. Constitution 11. Strength 18-5. Agility 8. Spirit 1. Skill none. The golden red divine myth entry, the will of the undead, had taken effect. The strength of all skeleton warriors increased exponentially. Lin Tian roughly estimated that approximately 30 skeleton warriors experienced a 24-fold increase in strength. The 60 skeleton warriors saw an increase of 58 times. Remarkably, fewer than 10 skeleton warriors achieved a staggering 910-fold increase. On average, the strength of this undead legion was enhanced by around 6 times. An elite puppet detected his presence and charged at him wielding a tempered steel sword. Lin Tian, eager to test the combat prowess of his skeleton warriors, promptly dispatched 7 or 8 to engage. Thud. One skeleton warrior was shattered. Lin Tian was not surprised. The will of the undead enhanced strength, but the skeleton warrior's constitution remained exceedingly low, unable to withstand the might of the elite puppet and the sharpness of the tempered steel sword. After 3 skeleton warriors were slain, the remaining warriors finally reached the elite puppet. Seizing the moment when the elite puppet's sword became lodged in a comrade's body, one skeleton warrior leaped high, brandishing its bone blade, and struck fiercely at the elite puppet's form. Bang! A resounding crash. The bone blade shattered into fragments. The elite puppet's iron body was also dented, revealing its internal mechanical structure. Had it not been for the slight inaccuracy of the skeleton warrior's aim, that blow could have directly damaged the elite puppet's core system. Severely wounded, the elite puppet immediately lost its ability to move and collapsed to the ground. Another skeleton warrior delivered a heavy stomp, crushing its chest cavity. It was dead beyond revival. How astonishing! Witnessing the enhanced skeleton warrior's formidable strength, Lin Tian couldn't help but marvel. As long as the skeleton warriors closed the distance, they could dispatch the elite puppet in no more than 2 strikes. Upon hearing the commotion outside, yet another elite puppet emerged from behind a door. The skeletal warrior did not disappoint Lin Tian, swiftly obliterating the elite puppet with ease. In the previous encounter, an average of 20 to 30 skeletal warriors were sacrificed to vanquish a single elite puppet. However, this time, fewer than 10 skeletal warriors perished to achieve the same feat. Efficiency had significantly improved. Yet, due to his level being merely 2, the experience gained was considerably diminished. Slaying one elite puppet yielded only 28 experience points. Within a mere 10 minutes, Lin Tian had eradicated all the minor foes. The final boss, the laser puppet, remained formidable, dispatching 55 skeletal warriors with its laser cross-slash. It even unleashed a laser cannon that not only decimated 108 skeletal warriors, but also created a substantial crater in the ground. However, the laser puppet could only revel in its prowess during the initial stages. Once the skeletal warriors closed in, the laser puppet could no longer flaunt its superiority. Many of the skeletal warriors had already surpassed the laser puppet in strength. Even wielding its built-in bone blade, it could only leave terrifying scars upon them. The laser puppet endured for merely 30 seconds before a skeletal warrior pierced its central system with a tempered steel sword. Defeated laser puppet, experience 1200. No loot was dropped upon the demise of the laser puppet. A complete run of the puppet workshop netted approximately 3,900 experience points. Considering the time spent hunting monsters and summoning the undead, it took about 20 minutes. To reach level 3, 20,000 experience points were required. This meant Lin Tian needed to clear the puppet workshop 6 times. He utilized a teleportation token to exit the puppet workshop and subsequently re-entered the newly upgraded Hellish Puppet Workshop. During his 4th defeat of the Laser Puppet, he obtained a long-awaited item, a sand-colored bracelet. Void Bracelet, Bronze. Possesses 10 cubic meters of space. Cannot store living creatures. Lin Tian eagerly adorned the Void Bracelet upon his wrist. Fortune had smiled upon him at last. He had been troubled by the inability to carry out the tempered steel swords and amplification staves. But now the Void Bracelet had emerged. In the previous 3 attempts, he had missed out on a plethora of equipment. Items like the tempered steel sword were generally overlooked by most professionals. But for Lin Tian, who was accustomed to poverty, they represented golden coins. Not a single one could be wasted. Although the Void Bracelet was only of bronze quality, its core material was spatial crystal, rendering it quite expensive. Often valued at over 500 gold in the marketplace. With the Void Bracelet in his possession, Lin Tian felt invigorated to continue grinding in the Puppet Workshop. Chapter 11. The Garden of the Undead. During his 6th run of the Puppet Workshop, as he reached the boss's door, Lin Tian successfully leveled up to 3. He promptly refreshed the white attribute he had obtained, Breath of the Undead. Upon the 3rd refresh, he once again brought forth the golden attribute, Eternal Night's Descent. Having encountered Eternal Night's Descent twice, could it be a sign of a special affinity? Yet, it was merely a golden attribute. The effect of Eternal Night's Descent was exceptionally suited for necromancers. It was likely that only Lin Tian, capable of infinitely refreshing attributes, could afford to be so extravagant as to overlook it. Lin Tian resolutely continued refreshing. Ding! The pointer came to a halt, indicating a crimson gold attribute on the wheel. Garden of Death. Crimson gold for every powerful creature slain. Its soul is automatically sacrificed to the Garden of Death in the realm of the undead. Upon reaching a specified number of sacrifices, a Stone of Fate will be summoned. Current sacrifice count, 10,000. The Garden of Death. It was indeed this attribute. Lin Tian remained dazed for quite a while before regaining his composure, followed by an overwhelming surge of ecstasy. He vaguely recalled having read about the Garden of Death in an ancient, tattered book at his school library. The Garden of Death was the most perilous location in the realm of the undead, a place even the undead lords dared not tread lightly. Legend had it that thousands of years ago, a powerful necromancer had emerged from the Garden of Death. This necromancer had once fought alongside one of the mightiest deities, the Lord of Wisdom, to fend off an invasion from the realm of the undead. The ancient book had left the author's conjecture. The necromancer had grown as powerful as a deity due to acquiring a Stone of Fate from the Garden of Death. The Stone of Fate bore no rank, but was the most formidable artifact. Possessing just one could irrevocably alter one's destiny. Even a black iron level professional could rise to challenge divine level opponents. And now, Lin Tian, with the Garden of Death as a divine attribute, could continuously obtain Stones of Fate by slaying various monsters. He glanced at his current attributes. Name, Lin Tian. Profession, Necromancer, Black Iron. Level, 3, 215,000. Constitution, 9. Strength, 10. Spirit, 48, 3. Agility, 11. Skills, Summon Skeletal Warrior. Black Iron summons a skeletal warrior to assist in battle. Cost, 1 spirit. Casting time, 1 second. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Attribute 1. Omniscient. Crimson Gold Growth Coefficient 10. Attribute 2. Infinite Undead. Crimson Gold. Each summoned undead increases in number based on their strength, randomly multiplying by 10 to 100 times. Weaker undead yield a higher multiplier. Attribute 3. Will of the Undead. Crimson Gold. The combat will of the undead, eternal and indomitable. Summoned undead have their strength randomly increased by 1 to 10 times. Attribute 4. Garden of Death. Crimson Gold for every powerful creature slain. Its soul is automatically sacrificed to the Garden of Death in the realm of the undead. Upon reaching a specified number of sacrifices, a Stone of Fate will be summoned. Current sacrifice count, 10,000. Upon reaching level 3, his attributes were further elevated. Notably, his spirit surpassed 50 points. The 4 Crimson Gold divine attributes were each more formidable than the last. Outrageous. Closing the panel, he hastily dispatched the laser puppet and exited the dungeon. Lin Tian. Haven't you had enough grinding? It's time for a meal. Lin Tian was just about to switch to another dungeon when Sun Yonggang's booming voice echoed from afar, attracting the attention of many. Lin Tian's expression darkened. What? Did you clear the puppet workshop? Upon approaching, Sun Yonggang patted Lin Tian's shoulder heartily. I cleared it, Lin Tian replied casually. What about you? What level are you at? I'm just 2,000 experience points away from level 2. Impressive, right? Sun Yonggang puffed out his chest proudly. Impressive. Lin Tian replied nonchalantly before asking, Aren't you going to introduce this lovely lady? Accompanying Sun Yonggang was a round-faced girl with a few freckles on her face. Oh, I almost forgot. Sun Yonggang smacked his forehead in annoyance. He pointed at the round-faced girl and said, "She is from class 11, named Guo Jingjing, a golden profession. Night priest. This morning, I was grinding the dungeon with her. Don't let the priest part fool you. She is actually a combat class, capable of healing and fighting monsters." Then he casually draped his arm over Lin Tian's shoulder and exclaimed, "This is my best brother, Lin Tian." "Hello." Lin Tian offered a slight smile to Guo Jingjing. "Hello, I know you, Lin Tian," Guo Jingjing said shyly. Lin Tian remained unfazed. It was likely that few in the entire senior year were unfamiliar with him. After all, both the Black Iron class and the Legendary class were scarce. Sun Yonggang assumed Lin Tian might be concerned about his profession and suggested, "Lin Tian, why don't you join us for a team this afternoon? It's safer and more efficient." "Guo Jingjing, you don't mind sharing experience with another person, do you?" "Not at all," Guo Jingjing quickly replied. "I also want to get up close with the undead, so I can be psychologically prepared for facing them in the future." It was evident that Sun Yonggang had good intentions, and Guo Jingjing was a kind-hearted and forgiving girl. However, Lin Tian didn't require anyone's assistance. Sun Yonggang was a diamond class, currently at level 1, while Lin Tian had already reached level 3. Who needed to lead whom? No need. I can summon the undead and can solo the dungeon. That is fine then. If you need help, just call me. I'm at your service. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Lin Tian spent 3 gold coins on a lavish lunch. In the past, he could stretch a single gold coin over a week. Now that he had money, he naturally wouldn't skimp on himself. Nor would he engage in the foolishness of frugally saving to hand his money over to that wretched Chen Wanyan. "Lin Tian, look over there." During their meal, Sun Yonggang suddenly tugged at Lin Tian's sleeve and spoke in a hushed tone. Seeing his lecherous expression, Lin Tian knew he had spotted another pretty girl. Following Sun Yonggang's gaze, he indeed saw a beautiful girl he recognized. Just recently, she had approached him for a conversation. It was Yang Ziyu from class 5 of their senior year. At that moment, Yang Ziyu was quietly enjoying her meal. To Lin Tian's surprise, she was using her left hand. Her movements were delicate and exuded an exquisite elegance. Just watching her from afar was a visual delight. Lin Tian turned back and remarked, "You wouldn't have developed feelings for her, would you? You no longer like Xiao Yan?" "Of course not. I am a person of unwavering loyalty." Upon hearing this, Sun Yonggang's head shook vigorously as if it were a rattle drum. Chapter 12, Conspiracy. Just earlier, before you exited the dungeon, I saw Yang Ziyu coming out of the Hero's Tomb instance. I overheard her conversation with her homeroom teacher. It seems she has already reached level 3. Xiao Yan has only just recently reached level 2. Sun Yonggang spoke with admiration on his face. Level 3. Lin Tian was taken aback momentarily, but he quickly comprehended the situation. Yang Ziyu's profession was a legendary one, the ultimate sword master, with all her attributes in golden legend. The monsters within the Hero's Tomb were perfectly suited for her. It was rumored that her family background was quite mysterious, and she surely lacked for resources and equipment. Just the profession subsidy she received yesterday likely included silver-grade gear. It was entirely reasonable for her to level up so swiftly. After finishing lunch, Lin Tian did not take a break, but headed straight to the dungeon hall. Upon entering the dungeon hall, he fortuitously encountered Chen Wanyan and He Liang again. As soon as they saw Lin Tian, the two attempted to evade him. Lin Tian immediately shouted, "Return my money." He Liang's expression darkened, his face turning as black as a pot's bottom. Gripping a pitch-black long sword tightly, flames flickered in his eyes. Had it not been for Chen Wanyan's firm grip on him, he might have lunged forward to give Lin Tian a beating. "Lin Tian, let us part ways amicably. Why do you keep fixating on me? Don't make me look down on you." Chen Wanyan approached, biting her lip as she questioned him. "Return my money." Lin Tian's response remained a simple 2 words. The sheer simplicity of his statement left Chen Wanyan momentarily speechless. Her brows twitched, betraying her inner turmoil. Lin Tian. Liang Gu is a platinum-class alloy warrior, with boundless potential. He is leagues stronger than you. He has already reached level 2. Liang Ji's father, He Hai, is the vice-captain of the Qingyi Mercenary Corps in Raccoon City, a level 39 diamond-class dark warrior. His strength is formidable, and he possesses immense influence and resources. If you offend him, do you think you will have an easy time in the future? Don't ruin yourself. I advise you to be more self-aware. Her words were a mix of persuasion and veiled threat. Lin Tian, bored, flicked his fingers and replied nonchalantly, "Return my money." The 2 words seemed to possess a peculiar charm, silencing Chen Wanyan's unfinished retort. In an instant, she trembled with rage, akin to a bellows in a fit. "Rest assured, I will ensure you receive the remaining amount. Wanyan, let us go." He Liang nearly roared as he spoke, then hastily led Chen Wanyan out of the dungeon hall. Liang Gu, his incessant pestering is truly maddening. I never realized he was so shameless before. Once outside the school, Chen Wanyan couldn't help but complain. A sinister smile crept across He Liang's face. Let him prance about. Today is his last day. Shen Wanyan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. And she hastily inquired, Lianggu, what are you planning to do? Heh, He Liang smirked, his voice dripping with malice. I've already contacted the Shadow Mercenary Corps and paid a hefty sum to hire a level 10 assassin. He won't survive the night. What? You intend to kill him? Shen Wanyan gasped. What's wrong? Are you feeling sympathetic? He Liang glanced at Shen Wanyan. She quickly shook her head, forcing a smile. No, not at all. I have long since harbored no feelings for him. My heart now only belongs to you, Lianggu. I'm merely worried that this course of action might entail risks. If the school finds out, we might face repercussions and ruin our chances of attending university. He Liang laughed heartily. Fear not, the Shadow Mercenary Corps has an impeccable reputation. They will surely execute this without a hitch. Moreover, with a completion rate exceeding 95 year-round. A level 10 golden class bloodslaughter assassin can easily deal with a mere level 1 or 2 trashy necromancer. That's a relief. Shen Wanyan sighed deeply. However, He Liang remained somewhat dissatisfied. Had he not been extorted by Lin Tian for 30,000 gold coins yesterday, he could have spent 5,000 gold coins to hire a professional from the Shadow Mercenary Corps at level 20 or above, ensuring a foolproof plan. This thought only deepened his loathing for Lin Tian. Unbeknownst to Lin Tian, the dark conspiracy orchestrated by He Liang and Shen Wanyan was unfolding. He returned to the entrance of the dungeon. This time, he did not re-enter the puppet workshop, but opted for the Crazy Sheep Village instead. Of course, he still chose the hell difficulty. The fourth attribute, the Undead Garden, required the sacrifice of powerful beings' souls. Puppets were not living beings, and thus lacked souls. Hence, he switched to a new dungeon. Upon entering, Lin Tian found himself in a vast expanse of grassland. Gazing across the lush green, he spotted several grayish-white lambs in the distance. Lin Tian summoned skeleton warriors twice, and after a surge in numbers, he amassed a total of 146. Subsequently, the void bracelet on his wrist shimmered, and a multitude of tempered steel swords appeared before him. Upon cursory glance, it seemed there were over 100. At that moment, a multitude of skeletal warriors discarded their bone knives, replacing them with tempered steel swords. Once the skeletal warriors were fully armed, Lin Tian led the formidable army of the undead towards the few languid sheep. Upon sighting the humans, the lazy sheep emitted an eerie red glow from their eyes. With a bizarre bleat, they lowered their heads and charged forward. Without needing any command from Lin Tian, a throng of skeletal warriors eagerly advanced to meet them. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of muffled thuds echoed as several skeletal warriors were sent flying by the sheep's horns. The fallen skeletal warriors trampled many of their comrades behind them. With such a powerful charge that knocked over a dozen foes, the sheep exhibited a gleeful exhilaration. However, as they attempted to launch another assault, they found themselves heavily surrounded by a multitude of skeletal warriors. Countless tempered steel swords swung towards the lazy sheep. Bah! A piercing cry rang out. Blood sprayed forth, staining the skeletal warriors crimson. Empowered by the will of the undead, the skeletal warriors' strength surged. Capable of cleaving the sheep's bodies with a single strike, the skeletal warriors were merciless killing machines, their soul flames flickering with an insatiable thirst for slaughter. In less than 10 seconds, all the lazy sheep were slain. Kill lazy sheep, experience 20. 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 Oddly, why had the Necromancer's garden not absorbed their souls? Opening his attribute panel, Lin Tian discovered that the number of souls absorbed by the Necromancer's garden remained at 0. Could it be that these lazy sheep did not qualify as powerful beings? This possibility crossed Lin Tian's mind. At this point, it was the only explanation that made sense. What a wasted trip. Lin Tian felt a twinge of disappointment. Nonetheless, since he had come this far, there was no need to turn back. Chapter 13, The Realm of the Undead. Aside from the lazy sheep, within the frenzied sheep village, there was also the frenzied wolf. Perhaps its soul could be sacrificed to the Necromancer's garden. Continuing his slaughter of the lazy sheep, Lin Tian arrived at the territory of the frenzied wolf 5 minutes later. The frenzied wolf was significantly stronger than the lazy sheep. Its claws were razor-sharp, and its biting power was formidable. However, before the seemingly endless onslaught of skeletal warriors, it remained but a lamb destined for slaughter. Kill frenzied wolf, experience 22. 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 Still, no sacrifice was made. Lin Tian shook his head and then commanded the skeletal warriors to continue their assault on the frenzied wolf. In the dungeon of the frenzied sheep village, the number of monsters matched that of the puppet workshop, totaling 100. Lin Tian swiftly decimated the ordinary creatures. Finally, within a modest castle, he encountered the ultimate boss of the dungeon, the Red Wolf, clad in an apron and wielding a large frying pan. Each strike from the Red Wolf could shatter the skeletal warriors into pieces. Ultimately, succumbing to the relentless assault of the skeletal warriors, the Red Wolf fell into the ocean of the undead. Kill Red Wolf, experience 1000. Sacrifice Red Wolf's soul, Necromancer's Garden, Soul 1. The first system prompt went unnoticed by Lin Tian. However, the second system prompt instantly roused him from his drowsiness. The Necromancer's Garden had finally activated. It seemed that his previous conjectures were correct. Only souls of considerable strength would be absorbed by the Necromancer's Garden. The frenzied wolf and lazy sheep were simply too weak, rendering them unworthy. Yet, to absorb a single soul from a hellish difficulty dungeon was a painfully slow process. At this rate, collecting 10,000 souls would be a task for the ages. It appeared that only by venturing into the professional Alliance-S dungeons or secret realms could he gather powerful souls. Lin Tian mused. The School S dungeon capped at level 5, evidently insufficient for the demands of the Necromancer's Garden. He resolved to reach level 4 before tackling monsters in the Professional Alliance. Having made up his mind, he exited the dungeon and then re-entered the hellish difficulty of the Frenzied Sheep Village. Throughout the afternoon, he immersed himself in the dungeon. As he grew familiar with it, his speed improved, typically completing a run in 15 minutes. His experience continued to rise. After countless runs, until he felt slightly dizzy, he finally heard the long-awaited system prompt. Kill Red Wolf, experience 1000. Successfully leveled up to 4. Four-dimensional attributes increased by 1, gained 10 points of free attributes. At the first opportunity after leveling up, he focused on the most crucial entry. Undead Bone Spike. White upon the death of a summoned undead, a bone spike will erupt to attack enemies. Refresh. After several spins of the wheel, luck was not on his side, as it took 7 attempts to finally land a golden red divine entry. He opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Tian. Profession, Necromancer, Black Iron. Level, 4, 626100000. Constitution, 10. Strength, 11. Spirit, 59, 3. Agility, 12. Skills, Summon Skeleton Warrior. Black Iron summons a skeletal warrior to assist in battle. Cost, 1 spirit. Casting, 1 second. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Entry 1. Omniscient and Omnipotent. Golden Red Growth Coefficient 10. Entry 2. Infinite Summoning. Golden Red each summoned undead, depending on its strength, will randomly increase in number by 10 to 100 times. The weaker the undead, the greater the multiplier. Entry 3. Undead Will. Golden Red the combat will of the undead. Eternal and indestructible, immortal. The summoned undead strength is randomly increased by 1 to 10 times. Entry 4. Death Garden. Golden Red each time a powerful being is killed, its soul will be automatically sacrificed to the Death Garden within the realm of the undead. After a certain number of sacrifices, a fate stone will be summoned. Current sacrifice count, 3, 110,000. Entry 5. Undead Realm. Golden Red communicates with souls in the realm of the undead, generating an invisible barrier in the surrounding area that will automatically sense approaching beings. The maximum sensing distance is 59 meters. After leveling up to 4, his overall attributes ascended to a new level. His spirit reached 62 points. The newly acquired entries did not provide him with a direct increase in combat power. Yet Lin Tian remained exceedingly satisfied. What he lacked now was a means of self-protection. The undead realm functioned as a constant alert system. As long as someone approached, he would be notified. It was a natural nemesis for professions with stealth skills. With a spirit of 62 points, his sensing distance was also 62 meters. The sensing distance of the undead realm should correlate directly with his spirit. With a sense of fulfillment, Lin Tian exited the dungeon. In a flash of brilliance, he found himself in the school's dungeon hall. Aside from himself, there were scarcely any other students in sight. Even the teacher who often stood guard at the dungeon entrance had departed. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps echoed. Lin Tian turned around and saw Zhao Yan approaching him. A slight frown creased Lin Tian's brow when Zhao Yan halted about 5 meters away from him. Her expression remained inscrutable as she spoke. Lin Tian, what level are you at? Lin Tian felt a twinge of irritation at her indifferent demeanor and retorted. Why do you ask that? Zhao Yan's tone grew slightly colder. The homeroom teacher asked me to compile the data. Oh. Lin Tian recalled that Zhao Yan was indeed the class monitor. I just reached level 4, he said nonchalantly. How much? Zhao Yan, who had initially seemed disinterested, was taken aback by his response and instinctively inquired. Level 4, Lin Tian reiterated. Level 4. Zhao Yan finally comprehended. Her eyes widened, and her mouth fell slightly agape, reflecting her disbelief. It was worth noting that she was a legendary class and had spent an entire day grinding dungeons, scarcely resting, and had only just managed to reach level 3. In her view, Lin Tian, a mere blacksmith class, could at most be level 2. How could he possibly achieve level 4? She was well aware of the frailties of the Necromancer. She could easily dispatch a skeletal warrior with a single kick. She had always aimed to surpass Yang Ziyu. Although both held legendary classes, she understood that her innate talent paled in comparison to Yang Ziyu's. More crucially, she was just an ordinary girl, lacking the profound background and extensive resources that Yang Ziyu possessed. Everything relied solely on her own efforts. Unexpectedly, a class universally regarded as the weakest, the blacksmith, had progressed faster than her. Chapter 14. Purchasing Skill Books. For a moment, Zhao Yin found it difficult to accept this reality. However, she also recognized that Lin Tian had no reason to lie. The information could easily corroborate itself. This woman always wore such a stern expression, as if he owed her 50,000 gold coins. For a brief moment of astonishment, Lin Tian felt a surge of secret satisfaction. Ignoring Zhao Yin, he turned and walked toward the exit of the dungeon hall. Wait. After taking a few steps, Zhao Yin suddenly called out to him. Is there something else? Lin Tian asked, not bothering to turn around. His nonchalant attitude incited an inexplicable anger within Zhao Yin. After taking several deep breaths, she managed to suppress her ire. Be careful on your way home. I overheard Chun Wanyin and He Liang conspiring at the school gate during lunch. It seems they intend to do you harm. Although she despised necromancers and everything associated with them, Lin Tian was nonetheless her classmate, and if someone meant to harm him, she could not turn a blind eye. Especially since she had overheard their plans. After speaking, Zhao Yin swiftly passed by Lin Tian and headed outside. Thank you. Just as he was about to exit the dungeon hall, Lin Tian's voice suddenly called out from behind. Humph. With a soft huff, Zhao Yan's figure vanished beyond the door. How much? Lin Tian inquired of the young female employee behind the counter. Sir, as previously mentioned, it's 50 gold coins. The employee replied with a smile. Why is it so inexpensive? Lin Tian wondered, glancing at the skill book titled Cross/ in his hand. When he emerged from the dungeon hall, night had already fallen, and the school's student affairs department had closed. Thus, he found himself at a trading market under the auspices of the Raccoon City Career Alliance, intending to sell the Cross/ and a batch of tempered steel swords. However, he had initially anticipated selling the Cross/ for 100 gold coins. Yet they were only willing to offer 50. Sir, would you like to sell it? The employee asked. Yes, Lin Tian replied through gritted teeth. Keeping the Cross/ was futile, it would merely take up space. What about the tempered steel swords? Do you accept those? Lin Tian produced a sword from his storage bracelet. The female employee examined it before stating, we accept them at 20 gold coins each. The price for the tempered steel swords was also lower than Lin Tian had expected, since he had already sold the Cross/. He could not be bothered to haggle and sold all 100 swords in one go. Just as the female employee was about to finalize the transaction, Lin Tian interrupted her, asking, do you have any skill books for necromancers? Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. After rummaging through the shelves, the employee returned with a stack of old tomes. Due to the scarcity of necromancers, we have only a limited number of related skill books, about 10 or so, she said apologetically. However, Lin Tian was entirely captivated by the skill books laid before him and barely registered her words. Summon Skeleton Archer. Silver summons a skeleton archer to assist in battle. Cost, 3 spirit. Casting time, 2 seconds. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Price, 5,000 gold coins. Summon Skeleton Fire Mage. Silver summons a fire-based skeleton mage to assist in battle. Cost, 3 spirit. Casting time, 2 seconds. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Price, 8,000 gold coins. Summon Skeleton Water Mage. Silver summons a water-based skeleton mage to assist in battle. Cost, 3 spirit. Casting time, 2 seconds. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Price, 8,000 gold coins. Summon Skeleton Knight. Silver summons a skeleton knight to assist in battle. Cost, 10 spirit. Casting time, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Price, 20,000 gold coins. Summon Bone Demon. Gold summons a bone demon to assist in battle. Cost, 50 spirit. Casting time, 5 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Price, 500,000 gold coins. Summon Blood Banshee. Diamond summons a Blood Banshee to assist in battle. Cost, 100 spirit. Casting time, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Price, 10 million gold coins. Sir, which one would you like to purchase? If this selection is insufficient, I can request additional titles from headquarters, the employee inquired. No, that's unnecessary. Lin Tian quickly declined, feeling that she had overestimated his means. Just the few books before him were beyond his financial capacity. The skill books for summoning skeleton mages and knights were the only ones he could somewhat consider. However, the price for the Bone Demon surged to an alarming 500,000 gold coins. The price for the Blood Banshee surpassed 10 million gold coins. Lin Tian dared not even look at the subsequent skill books. As for the prices for summoning liches or undead dragons, he feared that witnessing them would be a strain on his heart. Including the gold he had just acquired from selling the tempered steel swords, he now possessed a total of 32,000 gold coins. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided to purchase the summoned skeleton archer and 2 types of skeleton mages, spending 21,000 gold coins in total. His assets dwindled by over half in an instant. He had initially intended to acquire a better staff, but upon inspecting his remaining gold, he reluctantly abandoned that idea. Shen Wanyan still owed him 470,000 gold coins. He must retrieve every last coin. As he exited the trading center, Lin Tian quietly clenched his fists. In the western district of Raccoon City, the infrastructure was relatively underdeveloped, often referred to as a slum. Likewise, the protective magical array was at its weakest here. Historically, Raccoon City had been breached by monsters multiple times, particularly in the western district. The moonlight was obscured by ominous clouds. Lin Tian, guided by the dim glow of the streetlights, ventured into a narrow alley. Surrounding him were dilapidated, low-rise buildings, long neglected and in disrepair. In the dimly lit alley, one could easily stumble into a wall. This was Lin Tian's daily route home. Following a heavy rain 2 days prior, numerous puddles had formed in the alley. Within these stagnant pools floated several decaying mouse carcasses, the foul stench wafting through the air from a considerable distance. Upon sighting the puddles, Lin Tian furrowed his brow and pinched his nose, opting to circumvent them. He intended to traverse along the wall, seeking a slightly drier path. Unbeknownst to him, as he passed, a transparent silhouette began to materialize in the water behind him. Earning money couldn't be easier. Assassinating a newly awakened practitioner brings in a bounty of 800 gold coins. If only I could have such jobs every day. In a month, I could simply relax. However, the mercenary group is rather exploitative, taking a 20 cut. The transparent figure emitted a sound only it could perceive, gradually closing in on Lin Tian, who seemed entirely oblivious to the movement behind him. Chapter 15, Assassination. Die. The translucent figure raised its dagger and slashed forward. A blood-red shadow of the blade surged silently from the dagger, aiming for the unsuspecting Lin Tian. Haha, 800 gold coins in the bag. Once I report back to complete the task, I'll indulge in some fun with a high school girl. The figure had now revealed itself as a gaunt young man. Yet he remained unfazed. A newly awakened practitioner could never survive under the blood-red blade's shadow. He envisioned Lin Tian being cleaved in half, lost in his daydreams. Bang! The blood-red blade was indeed formidable. One strike shattered several Lin Tian figures. Wait, several? The gaunt young man's perverse smile froze. Only then did he realize he hadn't killed Lin Tian, but rather a pile of eerie bones. What is this? Undead. The gaunt young man exclaimed in shock. Crack! Crack! The sound of countless footsteps echoed. The gaunt young man glanced left and right, suddenly realizing he was encircled by numerous undead. Lin Tian turned around, observing the panicked gaunt young man, a faintly harmless smile gracing his face. Speak. Who sent you? Confess, and I shall grant you a swift end. The moment he stepped into the alley, he had detected the gaunt young man concealed near the puddles. The realm of the undead automatically expanded. Within this domain, despite the gaunt young man nearly blending with the water's surface, he radiated a glaring crimson hue. This indicated that the gaunt young man harbored significant animosity towards him. Ever since acquiring the term realm of the undead, Lin Tian had conducted several experiments and discovered its remarkable utility. It allowed him to discern friend from foe. The deeper the color, the greater the hostility. Ordinary passers-by appeared white. In the realm of the undead, Zhao Yan's body initially emanated a faint gray aura, which turned white after she reminded herself to be cautious, reflecting her change in mindset. What enmity could this woman possibly have against me? Lin Tian pondered. Though now was not the time to dwell on that. With these ragged bones, did he truly believe he could preserve his life? After an initial bout of panic, the gaunt young man quickly regained his composure. As an assassin, one must not be easily swayed by emotions but maintain a clear mind at all times. Although these undead appeared fearsome, they were, in reality, incredibly fragile. The fact that he had easily dispatched a group with a single strike served as the best proof. In his view, Lin Tian was merely posturing, attempting to intimidate him with sheer numbers. Why not test it? Lin Tian, disinterested in engaging in idle conversation with the ambusher, commanded countless skeletal warriors to charge at the gaunt young man. Seeing this, the gaunt young man scoffed. With a swift motion, he cleaved a nearby skeletal warrior into pieces. After dispatching several skeletal warriors, a skeletal soldier wielding a quenched steel sword struck at him from behind. The gaunt young man's movements were remarkably swift and agile. With a light scrape of his foot against the ground, he pivoted to face the rear. He raised his dagger to meet the quenched steel sword while simultaneously delivering a kick to the skeletal warrior. To him, a single kick should suffice to destroy the skeletal warrior. Bang! The skeletal warrior was indeed dispatched, the kick creating a gaping hole in its chest. His dagger also intercepted the quenched steel sword. Before he could revel in his success, his expression changed abruptly. No, in an instant, he found himself uncontrollably retreating several steps. Blood surged within him, and he coughed up a mouthful of crimson. The gaunt young man fell backward into a puddle of muck. Splash! The skeletal warriors would not miss the chance to pounce on a fallen foe. They surged forward in a frenzy. The gaunt young man swung his blade in a horizontal arc, dispatching numerous skeletal warriors. Yet, he inadvertently received a cut from a bone dagger on his thigh. In that moment, he felt as though his leg might snap. A glimmer of panic finally surfaced in his eyes. These skeletal warriors, while fragile as paper, possessed an astonishing strength. He could hardly withstand their assaults. His profession was that of a bloodthirsty assassin, primarily focused on agility. As a golden tier profession, his growth coefficient was not particularly high. Most of his free attribute points were allocated to agility, resulting in lower strength and constitution. The level 4 skeletal warriors surely lacked strength compared to him. Yet, under the enhancement of the golden red divine term Undead will, their power was multiplied, with a maximum increase of tenfold. With over 100 points of strength, how could he endure? The previous clash with the quenched steel sword had nearly numbed his entire arm. Injured, the gaunt young man's speed and agility plummeted. Surrounded by the skeletal warriors, he found himself in dire straits, where a single misstep could lead to a hit. Lin Tian stood at the periphery, arms crossed, watching the spectacle with keen interest. The skeletal warriors fell in droves, while new injuries constantly adorned the gaunt young man's body. Just as he managed to dispatch most of the skeletal warriors, he was left gasping for breath. Blood gushed from his mouth as his body swayed precariously, on the verge of collapse. Is there more? If you have the ability, continue summoning. Bring as many as you can. I'll slay them all. He braced himself against the wall, shouting at Lin Tian with wild eyes. Gathering all his remaining strength, he charged at Lin Tian. He was confident that, even grievously wounded, he could effortlessly crush Lin Tian. However, after this task, he would likely have to permanently withdraw from the Shadow Mercenary group. With such severe injuries, complete recovery would require at least 1,000,000 gold coins to purchase potions or enlist the services of a high-tier Holy Light priest. Yet, he had nowhere near that amount. Lin Tian had never encountered such an outrageous demand before. He had initially planned to capture the man alive and subject him to intense interrogation to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes. Since he was so intent on death, he would reluctantly grant his wish. With a wave of his enhancement staff, countless skeletal warriors emerged in the alley. The youthful warrior, in a furious charge, collided with the skeleton. Gazing upon the countless skeletal warriors, despair enveloped the young man entirely. Stop! Spare my life. I will reveal who commissioned the assassination. As the skeletal warriors encroached upon him, the youth suddenly bellowed. Isn't it said that those in the assassination trade possess a certain professionalism? Lin Tian pondered, somewhat bemused. Nevertheless, since the young man was willing to speak, Lin Tian gestured for the skeletal warriors to cease their assault. Unexpectedly, the youth hurled a small sphere. It detonated upon impact with the ground, enveloping the area in a cloud of white smoke. Seizing the moment, he leapt forcefully, scaling the wall. He intended to escape. Wait for me. The Shadow Mercenary group never fails in its assassination contracts. Next time, you will confront truly terrifying foes. The young man cast a vengeful glance back at Lin Tian before preparing to vault to the opposite side of the wall. Chapter 16, The Goblin Camp. However, that fleeting glance marked the final moment of the young man's life. The slender student, seemingly untroubled as he fled, bore a confident smile, convinced of his escape. Suddenly, an excruciating pain pierced his chest. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a bloodied bone arrow had penetrated his heart. With an overwhelming sense of nostalgia, he yearned for one last glimpse of this world. In the next instant, a rain of bone arrows engulfed him entirely. Search him. Strip him of all his valuables. Lin Tian commanded, glancing at the emaciated youth, now resembling a porcupine, riddled with arrows. Upon hearing the order, several skeletal warriors sprang into action. Shortly thereafter, they returned with an assortment of items. Fools! I want valuables, not his tattered clothing. Lin Tian exclaimed, exasperated, as he kicked one of the skeletal warriors away in frustration. Over there, the skeletal warriors had stripped the youth of every shred of clothing, leaving him a grotesque, blood-soaked figure. Lin Tian found little of worth on the youth's person, a mere 300 gold coins and a waist token signifying his identity, inscribed with the word shadow. Lastly, a short dagger rested in his hand. How impoverished. No wonder he takes on every job. Lin Tian shook his head disdainfully, leaving the coins behind and discarding the token and dagger towards the wall. Wielding the short dagger, he felt its sharpness, producing a keen slicing sound. It was a silver-grade weapon, the most valuable item on the youth, likely worth several thousand gold coins. Yet Lin Tian chose to cast it away. The Shadow Mercenary group might not pursue further assassinations after this failure, but keeping the token and dagger would certainly mean declaring war against them. Their contracts were conducted in secrecy. Even if he killed the youth, the Shadow Mercenary group would not publicize it. If he retained the dagger, it would plainly signal to the group that he had slain one of their own. Though they might not overtly retaliate, they would undoubtedly create numerous complications for him behind the scenes. Until his strength had sufficiently grown, Lin Tian would refrain from such foolishness. Not having extracted the mastermind's identity from the youth, Lin Tian surmised a likely suspect. Considering the information Zhao Yan had provided, it was likely He Liang and Chen Wanyan were behind this. Chen Wanyan, I never noticed your cruelty before. It's only now that I see your true nature. Lin Tian gripped his staff tightly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. In a luxurious hotel room, two naked bodies intertwined on a grand bed. Chen Wanyan, awakening from her dreamy state, asked sweetly, Brother Liang, do you think we will succeed? He Liang twitched a few times, collapsing onto the bed, panting heavily. The Shadow Mercenary Group's reputation is trustworthy. Lin Tian has barely reached level 2. A level 10 assassin will have no trouble handling him. Perhaps by now, Lin Tian's soul has already descended into hell. Chen Wanyan cast a sidelong glance at He Liang, a flicker of barely concealed disappointment and disdain crossing her features. It ended in just 2 minutes? You may be tall, but you are utterly useless. Nonetheless, she maintained a sweet smile, her voice sultry as she cooed, Brother Liang, I have entrusted myself entirely to you. You mustn't forget your promise to me. Rest assured, I have arranged with my father to exchange the reward he promised me for the purple extreme bow. It will be delivered to you tomorrow. Brother Liang, you are so kind to me. Chen Wanyan exclaimed joyfully, suppressing her disgust as she showered He Liang with kisses. At that moment, He Liang's communicator vibrated. It was the vice captain of the Shadow Mercenary Group. He donned his clothes and stepped into the adjacent room. A minute later, He Liang returned, his face ashen. What happened? Chen Wanyan asked anxiously, sensing something was amiss. The assassination mission directed at Lin Tian has failed. He Liang inhaled deeply, his expression darkening. How can that be? Chen Wanyan gasped in disbelief. Isn't Lin Tian just a pathetic black iron necromancer? How could he escape a golden tier assassin? The level disparity is immense. He Liang's face was as grim as a darkened pan. He replied icily, he didn't escape. He turned the tables on the assassins sent by the Shadow Mercenary Group. What? Chen Wanyan was utterly stunned. It seemed that Lin Tian was far more formidable than he appeared, likely possessing hidden allies. Precisely. He Liang's voice was cold. That must be the reason. I knew he couldn't have survived without assistance. Chen Wanyan hurriedly agreed. Internally, she could not fathom how a black iron class could defeat a golden tier assassin. Only this explanation made sense. Should we still deal with him? She inquired cautiously. We need not act ourselves. The Shadow Mercenary Group has suffered a significant blow and will surely seek retribution. We can simply sit back and watch the spectacle. A glimmer of hatred flickered in He Liang's eyes. In an opulent villa in the eastern part of the city, a resounding slap echoed as He Liang's father struck him across the face, causing it to swell visibly. Father. He Liang knelt before the middle-aged man, his eyes filled with grievance. Idiot. Incompetent in your tasks. I instructed you to monitor Lin Tian, who permitted you to take action against him. Now, the Shadow Mercenary Group is embroiled in this mess. You've ruined my entire plan. He chastised vehemently. Father, he's just a black iron class. Is he truly worth such concern? He Liang, covering his face, questioned in confusion. You foolish boy, you still fail to recognize your blunders. If only you possessed half the capability of your brother, I would not have to endure this stress. Precisely because he is a black iron class, you should have been more vigilant. Use your brain. How could a worthless individual with a soul power of 44 possibly awaken a combat class? A level 2 necromancer turning the tables on a level 10 golden tier assassin. He Hi's tirade forced He Liang to lower his head in shame. However, his face was clearly filled with defiance. What secrets does Lin Tian possess that warrants such scrutiny? You instructed me to deliberately entice Chen Wanyan, to set a trap to draw Lin Tian out of Huankong City. Yet, he miraculously survived the onslaught of natural disasters. I have gleaned all pertinent information regarding Lin Tian from Chen Wanyan, and I have found nothing particularly noteworthy. He is merely a descendant of an ordinary martyr. Does he truly merit such careful consideration? Awakening a combat profession may very well be a stroke of luck. Upon encountering He Liang still being obstinate, He Hi sneered. Then tell me, how did he manage to counterattack the assassin dispatched by the Shadow Mercenary Corps? He also has companions. He Liang retorted defiantly. Nonsense. He Hai glared fiercely at He Liang. I personally surveyed the scene and found no traces of any other professions apart from the assassin and the necromancer. The assassin himself met his demise, pierced through the heart by a barrage of bone arrows. Impossible. How could he be so formidable? He is merely a black iron profession. He Liang's initial reaction was disbelief upon hearing this. Get up. From now on, do not provoke him lightly, lest you jeopardize my plans. See if you can extract any useful information from Chun Wanyan. He Hai waved his hand, his tone imbued with disappointment. After He Liang stood up, he inquired with confusion. Father, can you share your plan with me? He Hai shook his head sternly. The fewer who know, the better. Otherwise, should it be leaked, it would invite catastrophic consequences. Is it truly that severe? He Liang expressed his skepticism. He simply could not fathom why such a massive undertaking was necessary for someone of merely a black iron profession. He Hai refrained from elaborating, instead reiterating his warning against rash actions. The following morning, after Lin Tian made an appearance at school, he departed promptly. He made his way directly to the Adventurers Guild in Hong Kong City. The Adventurers Guild is affiliated with the Professional Alliance, housing a plethora of dungeons and secret realms. Countless professionals challenge them daily. Some return laden with riches, while others enter secret realms and never return. The dungeons and secret realms here range from level 5 to level 30, catering to nearly all professionals in Hong Kong City. The hall was teeming with people, predominantly professionals from various mercenary groups, with those not affiliated being a rare sight. Students like Lin Tian were even scarcer. The Adventurers Guild Hall was divided into two main areas, dungeons and secret realms. Dungeons are human-made, specifically designed for professionals to level up, where defeating monsters yields experience and occasionally drops equipment or skill books. Each team's entry into a dungeon is distinct and unique. In contrast, secret realms are perilous locations across the continent, teeming with various monsters yet to be fully conquered by humanity. Unlike the independence of dungeons, professionals entering the same secret realm may encounter one another. The danger within secret realms far exceeds that of dungeons, not only due to the ferocious and powerful monsters, but also the presence of other professionals. Typically, the danger of a secret realm signifies opportunity and wealth. Teams or individuals confident in their abilities usually venture into secret realms to challenge themselves and acquire resources. The experience gained from defeating monsters within secret realms surpasses that of the first 4 tiers of dungeon difficulty, being comparable to that of hell-level dungeons. In the secret realm area on the right side of the Adventurers Guild Hall, a wall continuously scrolled with information. This displayed various tasks published by organizations or individuals. Typically, those undertaking trials in secret realms would seize a couple of tasks along the way to earn rewards. Lin Tian approached the entrance of a secret realm. He glanced up at the illuminated sign above the portal. Goblin Camp. Hello, sir. Are you here to embark on an adventure in the Goblin Camp? A charming girl at the entrance politely inquired. Indeed, what is the fee? Lin Tian nodded and asked. 20 gold for entry. If you accept a task, the deposit will vary according to the task's difficulty. The girl replied respectfully. In the Adventurers Guild, entering a dungeon or secret realm is not free. It requires payment. Dungeons are crafted at great expense by the Professional Alliance, while immense costs were incurred to develop secret realms. Please introduce me to any available tasks. Lin Tian requested. Certainly. Sir, please hold on. The girl picked up a task compendium and began searching for tasks related to the Goblin Camp that had not yet been claimed. Sir, I recommend you accept this task. It is of lower difficulty, suitable for someone newly awakened like yourself. The girl suggested. There was a device beside her to detect levels. Thus, upon Lin Tian's arrival, she immediately discerned his level. Collect 100 wild mushrooms. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the girl nodded, explaining. This task is only bronze level. Its difficulty is appropriate, and the rewards are substantial, offering 50 gold upon completion. All right, I will take this one. Lin Tian handed over a total of 25 gold coins, of which 20 were for entering the Goblin Camp and 5 for the task deposit. The deposit would be refunded upon completion. Failure would incur a penalty. Simultaneously, the girl provided Lin Tian with a teleportation token, similar to the one from Shanghai Middle School, which could be used to teleport back to the Adventurers Guild Hall in times of danger. After stowing the token, Lin Tian entered the Goblin Camp. With a flash of light, Lin Tian found himself in a dark, dense forest. Without delay, he summoned the undead. Soon, a multitude of skeletal warriors, skeletal archers, skeletal fire mages, and skeletal water mages surrounded him, at least 200 in number. The once silent forest now buzzed with activity. Lin Tian examined the attributes of the summoned undead. Skeletal archer, bronze. Level, 4. Constitution, 25. Strength, 24. Agility, 8. Spirit, 3. Skills, none. Skeletal Fire Mage, Bronze. Level, 4. Constitution, 20. Strength, 19. Agility, 7. Spirit, 5. Skills, Fireball. Skeletal Water Mage, Bronze. Level, 4. Constitution, 20. Strength, 19. Agility, 7. Spirit, 5. Skills, Ice Spike. The attributes of these three types of undead surpassed that of the Skeletal Warriors, who were also level 4. As the Skeletal Warriors were of Black Iron level while they were of Bronze level. Originally, they were Silver level summons. However, due to Lin Tian's amplification staff being of Bronze level, he could only summon Bronze level minions. Lin Tian surveyed his surroundings. The forest appeared particularly damp, likely due to a recent rainfall, with water droplets clinging to the leaves, shrubs, and grass. A wave of moisture enveloped Lin Tian as he ventured forth. Despite possessing a physique rating of merely 10, he instinctively drew his neck in, acutely aware of the damp chill permeating the air. Under his command, the Skeletal Warriors brandished their bone blades, clearing a path ahead, while a throng of restless undead swarmed around him. Chapter 17, The Spear Goblin. Lin Tian was well acquainted with the goblin encampment, yet he understood that the secret realm differed from a dungeon. Dungeons remained static, with a fixed number of monsters, whereas secret realms were in a constant state of flux. Thus, he proceeded with utmost caution. Before long, he encountered his first foe. The creature bore a resemblance to a human in its anatomical structure, its entire form a sickly shade of green. With bulging eyes and pointed ears protruding from either side of its head, it stood a mere half a meter tall, its visage grotesque. In its gnarled hands, it clutched a spear fashioned from a sharpened branch, swaying erratically, its demeanor utterly repugnant. Lin Tian examined the creature's attributes. Spear Goblin, Bronze. Level, 5. Constitution, 70. Strength, 77. Agility, 15. Mentality, 12. Skill, Valiant Stab. It resembled the illustrations from his classes. Lin Tian nodded slightly. The Spear Goblin, intent on patrolling the forest while humming a cheerful tune, was drawn to the scent of the living. Unbeknownst to it, it stumbled upon a formidable legion of undead, suffused with an overwhelming aura of death. The Spear Goblin, unaccustomed to such a daunting sight, was instantly paralyzed with fear. Letting out a shriek, it turned tail and fled, darting towards the thicket behind it. But Lin Tian would not allow its escape. 64 skeletal archers had already drawn their bone bows, poised to strike. Meanwhile, 31 skeletal fire mages began chanting spells of fireball, while 49 skeletal water mages invoked the incantations for ice spikes. At Lin Tian's command, bone arrows, fireballs, and ice spikes filled the air, accompanied by the resounding echoes of explosions. The Spear Goblin emitted not a single sound before it was utterly obliterated. In its place lay a gaping pit, a meter deep. The sheer power of the attack left even Lin Tian momentarily dumbfounded. Just the previous night, when assassins from the Shadow Mercenary Corps attempted to eliminate him, he had not yet mastered the skill of summoning skeletal mages. He had only dispatched skeletal warriors and archers. Now, he truly comprehended the immense power at his disposal. Ranged attacks proved far superior to melee. It seemed that in the future, skeletal warriors would inevitably be relegated to mere cannon fodder. Eliminating a Spear Goblin yielded 25 experience points. To ascend from level 4 to level 5, he required 100,000 points. This implied that he would need to vanquish approximately 4,000 goblins to achieve that level. The mere thought of such a number left him feeling utterly powerless. He had no idea how long he would need to grind in the goblin camp to level up. However, compared to the hardships faced by other adventurers, he was fortunate. He need not toil extensively, as the undead could handle the labor while he merely commanded from the rear. The subsequent spear goblins he encountered were swiftly dispatched upon emergence. Even when they fought back valiantly, they managed to take down a few frontline skeletal warriors. Regrettably, the Necromancer's garden failed to absorb the souls of the spear goblins. Leading his legion of the undead deeper into the forest, Lin Tian reflected on the myriad pieces of information he had gathered regarding the goblin camp. The area of the goblin camp's secret realm was vast, approximately equivalent to 5,000 square kilometers, a staggering 50 times the size of Raccoon City. In addition to spear goblins, it was home to stone-throwing goblins, bomb goblins, frost goblins, and flame goblins, among a dozen other varieties, all ranging from levels 5 to 7. Regardless of whether it was the 5th level spear goblin or the 7th level bomb goblin, they were no match for his legion, falling before them in an instant. For every goblin slain, the undead army would lose 35 of its ranks. Kill spear goblin, experience 25. Kill bomb goblin, experience 27. Kill frost goblin, experience 29. Kill flame goblin, experience 28. Lin Tian pressed forward, unaware of how many goblins had perished beneath the blades of his undead army. He recalled that within the goblin camp, there were several growth sites for wild, fragrant mushrooms, the nearest of which lay approximately 5,000 meters to the southwest. Lin Tian meticulously recalled the knowledge he had acquired during his studies in Clear Sea regarding the goblin encampment. Subsequently, he altered his course, heading toward the location of the wild, fragrant mushrooms. Wild, fragrant mushrooms are renowned for their distinctive aroma, capable of being transformed into delectable dishes, and are highly sought after by restaurants. The primary world lacks the capacity to cultivate wild, fragrant mushrooms. Thus, the majority are sourced from goblin camps, leading to a persistent supply shortage. Consequently, quests pertaining to the collection of wild, fragrant mushrooms have never ceased. Gathering these mushrooms is one of the few tasks that can be undertaken simultaneously by multiple individuals. Typically, novice adventurers delve into the goblin camp to collect these mushrooms, amassing funds to acquire equipment and skills. In the primordial forest, several skeletal warriors wielding tempered steel swords relentlessly hacked away at the obstructive thorns and wild grasses. Behind them trailed Lin Tian, flanked by his legion of undead. Over the past half hour, he had slain no fewer than 300 goblins, garnering 500 experience points. However, he still faced a considerable distance to reach the wild, fragrant mushrooms. After dispatching so many goblins, he had accumulated a plethora of loot, predominantly consisting of inferior items such as spears, which were hardly worth anything. Finding them cumbersome, Lin Tian chose not to collect any. It appeared that there was a goblin tribe ahead. After eliminating a small goblin patrol, Lin Tian discerned a throng of goblins in the forest ahead. Simple wooden huts were constructed upon sturdy branches, and a large bonfire blazed in the center of the tribe. A group of goblins sang and danced around the fire, indulging in homemade brews and feasting on meat. Surrounding the tribe were numerous patrolling goblins. Lin Tian estimated that he could see no fewer than 50 goblins. Many more remained hidden within the wooden huts, while others lurked in the underbrush, serving as sentinels. Suddenly, Lin Tian was startled by a peculiar sound. Sensing something was amiss, he cautiously advanced a few steps toward the tribe, concealing himself behind a large tree to observe. He commanded his legion of undead to lie low, lest they be detected. Peering intently, he was shocked to discover two young women tightly bound and injured, blood streaming from their wounds, staining their delicate thighs crimson. One of them lay unconscious, while the other emitted faint whimpers. 3 goblins stood guard over them. Upon hearing her faint sounds, they erupted in fury, seizing a rusted blade and savagely striking her neck. In an instant, blood gushed forth, splattering everywhere. The woman's piercing scream echoed through the forest. Witnessing this horrific scene, Lin Tian clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with righteous fury. These goblins were not native to this world. They were calamity creatures that had crossed over from other realms. Bloodthirsty, cruel, and vicious, they reveled in slaughter. Chapter 18, Legion of the Undead versus Goblin Tribe. At the outset, many were misled by the diminutive stature of the goblins, unaware that this would lead to an excruciatingly high cost. Previously, such scenes had only been witnessed in literature. Now, witnessing the demise of humans at the hands of goblins ignited a profound fury within Lin Tian. Surrounding the two women were pools of blood, internal organs, and severed limbs. Clearly, a significant number of individuals had already fallen to the goblins before their arrival. What type of flesh were the goblins consuming? It was all too apparent. Lin Tian speculated that these individuals were likely novice adventurers, like himself, who had recently awakened at school and ventured into the goblin encampment. However, they had overestimated their capabilities and, unfortunately, encountered a formidable goblin tribe. Consequently, they either perished or were taken captive. Ultimately, their fate would be to serve as sustenance for the goblins. Humans hunt monsters within the mysterious realms, yet monsters, too, endeavor to hunt humanity. Lin Tian could effortlessly dispatch goblins and survive to this day, owing to his inexhaustible legion of the undead. Even if these individuals were all of the golden class, faced with such a multitude of goblins, their demise would be inevitable. Perhaps only those of diamond rank or above would stand a chance of survival. Suddenly, Lin Tian was startled by a cacophony of strange cries. He discerned, albeit with difficulty, that it was the language of the goblins. Looking up, he spotted a goblin peering out from the foliage of a large tree approximately 50 meters away, incessantly screeching. They had been discovered. Lin Tian surmised that this goblin was issuing a warning to its tribe. As expected, upon hearing the goblin's cries, the goblins in the tribe sprang into action. They hastily seized their weapons and rallied their comrades. Goblins emerged from the wooden huts and trees with alarming frequency. Within mere seconds, a goblin army nearing 100 in number had assembled. This force consisted of a diverse array of goblins, spear-wielding goblins, bomb-throwing goblins, flame-wielding goblins, archers, and rock-throwing goblins. Among others, the variety of troop types was impressive. Among this throng of goblins stood one whose status was evidently superior to the rest. It was of a height comparable to that of an average adult, its physique exceptionally robust, wielding a large black hammer. It was vociferously issuing commands. With their cover blown, Lin Tian chose not to conceal himself any longer. As the goblins gathered, he busied himself summoning a plethora of undead. Before long, a vast multitude of undead materialized around him, densely populating the forest to the point where their ranks seemed endless. Due to their overwhelming numbers, some undead were inadvertently trampled by their companions. Lin Tian could only estimate that he had summoned between 1,000 to 1,200 undead. Initially, the goblin leader exuded a fierce demeanor, brimming with murderous intent, determined to capture Lin Tian. However, upon witnessing the sea of skeletons before it, it was momentarily rendered speechless. Its intelligence was evidently higher than that of the average goblin. Observing this overwhelming force, a flicker of human-like fear appeared in its eyes, and its resolve began to waver. Yet, retreat was no longer an option. The outermost goblins were already engaged in combat with the undead. Faced with this predicament, the goblin leader steeled itself and commanded its subordinates to engage Lin Tian in battle. Spear-wielding goblins and assault goblins acted as vanguards, clashing with the skeletal warriors at the forefront. Meanwhile, goblins capable of ranged attacks, such as flame goblins, rock-throwing goblins, and bomb-throwing goblins, formed small battalions to bombard Lin Tian's legion from a distance. Additionally, a formation comprised entirely of goblin archers unleashed a torrential rain of arrows. The arrowheads were fashioned from sharp stones or sharpened branches, with a few made of iron. Countless projectiles, including stones, arrows, fireballs, and ice shards, rained down upon the undead army. The forest echoed with the sounds of explosions, as numerous undead were sent sprawling. In one wave of assault, at least 70 or 80 undead perished. However, the legion of the undead was not to be taken lightly. Their attacks, though singular in nature, consisting solely of bone arrows, fireballs, and ice spikes, proved sufficient. Individually, their strength paled in comparison to that of the goblins. A solitary bone arrow might not slay a goblin, nor could an ice spike pierce its hide. Yet, the sheer volume was overwhelming. In just one round of attacks, over 20 goblins fell. The forest soon resounded with cries of despair. Despite the legion of the undead suffering greater losses than the goblin tribe, these casualties were merely a drop in the bucket given their vast numbers. To avoid being struck by stray arrows, Lin Tian had retreated to the rear, still protected by more than 100 undead. Previously, several goblins had attempted to ambush him from the trees, but they were swiftly dispatched by vigilant skeletal archers. The battle intensified. The goblins, driven by fury, fought with unbridled ferocity. The goblin leader, with its dark green skin remarkably resilient, withstood the skeletal archers' bone arrows, which barely grazed its hide. Fireballs from the skeletal mages burned its skin, creating countless blisters, yet it remained unabated. The goblin leader swung its massive hammer, charging into the throng of the undead. Each swing sent multiple undead flying. Any undead struck by the hammer was obliterated. In just a few moments, the goblin leader cleared a swath through the undead ranks. It surveyed the area where the undead congregated most densely, let out a furious roar, leaped high, and brought its hammer crashing down into the heart of the undead army. A visible shockwave erupted among the undead, sending countless bodies flying. Over 40 undead were slain by the goblin leader's onslaught. Nonetheless, despite the goblin leader's valor, facing 100 foes alone, it could not alter the tide of battle. By the time it turned back, nearly half of the goblin forces had been decimated. Each fallen goblin was a significant loss, whereas the undead, despite having lost over 400, still conveyed an impression of inexhaustibility. Moreover, Lin Tian continued to summon reinforcements. In that brief span, an additional 200 undead of various types had joined the fray. As the balance shifted, the advantage of the undead legion became increasingly apparent. The goblin leader found itself isolated and powerless. The goblin tribe's forces began to retreat, while the legion of the undead grew more formidable with each passing moment. Kill them all. Leave none behind, Lin Tian coldly commanded. Chapter 19, Undercurrents. 2.5 minutes later, the goblin tribe was left with only 20 or so battered remnants. The goblin leader, covered in wounds, despite its iron-like constitution, could no longer withstand the relentless onslaught. The goblin chief, gazing in the direction of Lin Tian, let out a mournful and furious roar before leading the remnants of his tribe in a desperate bid for escape. Lin Tian discerned the goblin chief's intention to flee. He had long prepared a legion of undead comprising 100 soldiers, stealthily withdrawing from the battlefield during the most intense moments of combat to lie in ambush. At this moment, the goblin chief collided headlong into them, and the two sides once again engaged in a fierce battle. As time elapsed, the sounds of conflict gradually diminished, eventually fading into silence. Goblin chief slain, experience gained, 2,200. Almost instantaneously upon the appearance of the system notification, the goblin chief's body collapsed with a resounding thud. His form was riddled with arrows, and not a single intact area could be discerned upon him. Lin Tian gathered the remaining forces and made his way to the heart of the tribe. In this battle, aside from a few fortunate goblins that managed to escape, the rest were annihilated by the Undead Legion. The losses on the Undead side were significant as well, with nearly 600 casualties, marking this as a particularly brutal confrontation. He had accumulated approximately 5,000 experience points in total. Regrettably, the goblin chief's massive war hammer did not drop. Upon reaching the center of the tribe, the bonfire still blazed fiercely. The bodies of the two women had been so ravaged that they were beyond recognition, utterly lifeless. They were students from Qingyao High School. Although they were not in uniform, Lin Tian recognized their identities from the badges that lay scattered on the ground. Consider this a measure of retribution for you. Lin Tian commanded the undead to consign their corpses to the pyre for cremation. The flames surged suddenly, roaring to life. As he watched the bodies consumed by fire, Lin Tian felt a twinge of complexity in his emotions. It was his first encounter with the grim reality of humans being slain by monsters within the secret realm. These two girls, perhaps still reveling in the excitement of awakening as adventurers, had met their demise at the goblin camp. After completing these somber tasks, he did not depart immediately. Instead, he sought a quieter spot to rest. The previous battle had taken a toll on him, and his mental stamina had dwindled to below 10. He needed to recuperate for a while. An hour later, Lin Tian rose, casting a glance back at the now extinguished bonfire before leading the undead army back into the dense forest. Zhao Yan mused. There is a level 5 dungeon within the school, and the pace of leveling there is quite swift. Why then, do we venture into the perilous secret realm of the Adventurers Guild? The dangers here far exceed those of the dungeon. Somewhere within the goblin camp, Zhu Yulong, having just shot a goblin dead with an arrow, inquired with confusion. Yang Ziyu possesses the tier of the goddess necklace, granting a 10 experience boost. I do not have such an advantage, so I must strive harder to keep pace with her, Zhao Yin remarked, her teeth gently biting her lip as she gazed towards the distant goblin tribe. The tier of the goddess necklace, a golden piece of equipment, is valued at over 1 million. Apart from the vocational allowance received from the school's living department, Zhao Yin had no additional gear. You are already quite remarkable. No one from Qinghai High School can compare to you, except for Yang Ziyu, Zhu Yulong asserted. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Zhao Yin brushed aside the strands of hair that obscured her vision, letting out a soft sigh. If you fear, you may return. I can manage this on my own. Previously, she had felt reluctant to concede defeat to Yang Ziyu, and now the emergence of Lin Tian added to her frustration. The thought of Lin Tian, a black iron profession, leveling faster than her drove her to the brink of exasperation. That cannot be allowed, Zhu Yulong exclaimed, his voice rising. You are my girlfriend, and I will protect you with my life. I will not permit you to come to harm, he declared, thumping his chest emphatically. Is that so? Zhao Yan replied, her expression remaining largely unchanged. She pointed towards the goblin tribe ahead, her gaze resolute. I am going to the goblin tribe to hunt monsters. Will you join me? Zhu Yulong's demeanor shifted dramatically, and he appeared at a loss. Zhao Yin, there are too many monsters within the goblin tribe. It might be dangerous for just the two of us. Shall we pick another location? Or perhaps we could hunt monsters on the outskirts of the tribe. Seeing Zhu Yulong hesitate and display signs of fear, Zhao Yin smirked coldly. Without uttering another word, she grasped a silver-white staff and strode towards the goblin tribe. Zhu Yulong watched her retreating figure, his expression fluctuating, before he stomped his foot in determination and chased after her. He must have entered the goblin camp. In the goblin tribe that Lin Tian had decimated, near the extinguished bonfire, a figure cloaked in a black robe appeared. Undead-class adventurers were numerous in Huanzhou City. Yet he was not the only one. However, aside from him, it was unlikely anyone else would dare to enter such a low-level secret realm. Observing the scattered remnants of bones on the ground, the cloaked figure's voice dripped with coldness. The soul chain can only be maintained for 5 hours. Nevertheless, slaying a freshly awakened black iron necromancer is more than sufficient. Lin Tian, is it? I shall freeze you into an eternal statue. Otherwise, I cannot atone for the immense losses inflicted upon the Shadow Mercenary Corps. The exposed eyes of the cloaked figure glinted with unmasked malice. The previous day, the Shadow Mercenary Corps had undertaken an assassination mission, which they had deemed foolproof. However, the outcome was the loss of a level 10 golden class member. The Shadow Mercenary Corps could not swallow such a bitter pill. The cloaked figure had volunteered to eliminate Lin Tian, and fortuitously, Lin Tian had ventured into the secret realm. For the cloaked figure, there was no more fitting place for murder and plunder. Yet, he was a level 15 Platinum class Frost Mage. The entrance to the Goblin Camp dungeon permitted only adventurers up to level 10. To facilitate this, a high-ranking priest from the Shadow Mercenary Corps had employed the taboo spell Soul Chain, which bore significant aftereffects, forcibly suppressing his level and power to that of a mere level 10. A few goblins peered from behind trees, their heads bobbing inquisitively. Seek death. The cloaked figure barked coldly. With a wave of his staff, a storm of ice enveloped the goblins. When the icy tempest subsided, the goblins had all been frozen into statues. A swift resolution was imperative. Should the Adventurers Guild discover his presence, it would spell trouble. He discerned the general direction toward the southwest and immediately gave chase. The location of the wild mushrooms should not be far off. Lin Tian stood atop a small hill, gazing into the distance. Chapter 20, Zhou Shiyu. Through the dense foliage, Lin Tian managed to glimpse a clearing where the trees grew somewhat sparse not far ahead. If memory served him correctly, that was one of the growth points for wild mushrooms. At this moment, it had been a full 4 hours since he left the first goblin tribe. In those 4 hours, he had relentlessly slain goblins, passing through 5 goblin camps, all of which he had trampled underfoot with his undead legion. The number of goblins that had perished at his hands exceeded 1,000. He had killed 7 goblin chiefs. His current experience stood at level 446. The goblin camp was vast. To explore it entirely would take years. He couldn't help but feel a sense of lamentation. Previously, it was merely a spectacle observed within the pages of books, but upon entering, one truly comprehends the vastness and enormity of the secret realms. It is no wonder that each day, numerous teams venture into these mystical domains, yet the creatures within seem inexhaustible. Currently, Lin Tian finds himself on the fringes of a goblin encampment. After consuming some pre-prepared bread that barely satiated his hunger, he sets forth in pursuit of his goal. After a trek of several minutes, he finally arrives at a clearing abundant with wild mushrooms. To his surprise, he discovers that he is not alone in his endeavor. There are others gathering the wild mushrooms as well. Scattered across the expansive clearing, clusters of wild mushrooms bloom, and at this moment, 5 individuals, 2 women and 3 men, are busy collecting them. The arrival of Lin Tian visibly startles the group. One tall and slender youth, displaying evident displeasure, exclaims, "Tong Wei, I instructed you to keep watch, yet you refuse to listen. Now look, we have intruders." The youth named Tong Wei retorts, "Zhang Long, why weren't you the one to take on that task? I see you merely sought an opportunity to flirt with Zhou Shiyu." "Nonsense." Zhang Long's countenance shifts slightly as he casts a furtive glance at Zhou Shiyu, who is engrossed in gathering mushrooms, seemingly oblivious to the quarrel unfolding nearby, allowing him to exhale in relief. "Enough of this bickering," interjects another girl beside Zhou Shiyu, straightening up with her hands on her hips. She strides toward the edge of the clearing, approaching Lin Tian. "Excuse me, fellow student, we are from Linglan High School, and you must be from Changhai Middle School, correct? The wild mushrooms here are scarce, and there are not enough for all of us. Might I suggest you consider searching elsewhere?" Lin Tian furrows his brow at her words. After laboriously defeating monsters for hours to arrive at this spot, he is now being told to leave empty-handed? Yet, the girl does have a point. The clearing is indeed too small. The total number of wild mushrooms here is a mere 200 at best. A cursory glance reveals that the group has already harvested more than half, leaving fewer than 100 behind. This quantity is certainly insufficient. Even if he were to chase away all of Linglan High School's members, he would still fall short of the required amount for his task. With a sigh, Lin Tian prepares to depart. "Hey, did you hear that? Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, don't blame us for being unfriendly." Just as Lin Tian turns, a voice interjects, brimming with unwarranted bravado. His footsteps falter. Narrowing his eyes, he glances back to find Zhang Long, the very youth who had earlier admonished Tong Wei. "What are you staring at? Can't you understand human speech?" Zhang Long's irritation escalates upon seeing Lin Tian's refusal to vacate. Particularly, Lin Tian's calm demeanor inexplicably irks him further. Lin Tian clenches his amplification staff slightly. "What's the matter? Upset? Just a mere necromancer. Do you dare to believe I 1T obliterate your pitiful skeletons?" Zhang Long snarls, brandishing the gleaming axe in his hand with menace. Lin Tian has fewer than 100 undead by his side, and most of them are concealed within the woods. Due to the angle, Zhang Long cannot see them, only noticing the 10 or so undead near Lin Tian, which emboldens his arrogance. I had no intention of engaging. But if you insist on treating me as an easy target, you have crossed the line." Lin Tian slowly raises his amplification staff. "You wish to fight? Excellent. You've just trampled a wild mushroom. I was about to hold you accountable for that. Zhang Long, with his axe brandished, approaches Lin Tian with a predatory grin, creating a palpable tension between them. Zhang Long, stand down. Just as Lin Tian is about to chant a spell to summon more undead, a sharp voice interrupts. Zhang Long hesitates, visibly abashed. Recognizing the situation, Lin Tian lowers his staff. The speaker is none other than Zhou Xiyu. She rises and reproaches Zhang Long. Are you looking to complicate matters further? If we do not gather enough before nightfall, we will all suffer losses. Instead of seeking new mushrooms, you are creating enemies and complicating our situation. Either reconsider your actions or leave the team. I do not wish to see you again. The previously aggressive Zhang Long's demeanor shifts dramatically, transforming from a ferocious beast to a docile lamb. He scurries to Zhou Xiyu's side, his face contorted in an apologetic smile. Xiyu, please don't be angry. I was wrong. I only intended to scare him a bit. I would never truly engage. This exchange leaves Lin Tian momentarily dumbfounded. His anger dissipates considerably. What an utterly shameless sycophant. He silently judges. Step aside. Don't obstruct the way. Zhou Xiyu's brow arches as she coldly admonishes Zhang Long. He retreats, meekly acquiescing. Zhou Xiyu casts a disapproving glance at him before gracefully approaching Lin Tian. I apologize for Zhang Long's lack of decorum. He has overstepped. Standing before Lin Tian, her strikingly beautiful face carries a sincere expression of regret. Linglan High School and Shanghai Middle School are both part of the Raccoon City University Alliance. We are, in a sense, classmates. Here, allow me to offer you these 10 wild mushrooms as compensation for Zhang Long's earlier rudeness. Upon finishing her words, a glimmer emanates from the ring on her pinky finger, and she cradles a handful of wild mushrooms in her hands. Zhou Xiyu, those were hard-earned mushrooms. How can you simply give them away without consulting us? Before Lin Tian can speak, another girl interjects. Zhou Xiyu glances at her and replies, these 10 mushrooms will be deducted from my share. The girl falls silent, unable to retort. Zhou Xiyu then turns to Lin Tian, her voice softening. Would that be agreeable to you? Observing the unwilling expressions of the others and the earnestness in Zhou Xiyu's eyes, Lin Tian's face breaks into a carefree smile. I appreciate your kindness, but you should keep the wild mushrooms for yourself. I shall seek out others elsewhere. Without heeding Zhou Xiyu's astonished expression, he turns and departs from the clearing. Shortly after Lin Tian leaves, Zhang Long grumbles, Xiyu, it would have sufficed to send him away. Why gift him wild mushrooms? Zhou Xiyu's icy gaze fixes on Zhang Long, who immediately lowers his head. Isn't this trouble of your own making? Zhou Xiyu's voice is frigid. Chapter 21, Acidic Imp. The principal has repeatedly admonished us to maintain a low profile within the secret realms, avoiding excessive ostentation to prevent unnecessary conflict. Yet you, on the other hand, deliberately seek out trouble. Had I known, I would not have teamed up with you. Moreover, kindly address me by my full name. Refrain from calling me Xiyu. Her words deepen Zhang Long's humiliation, simultaneously intensifying his resentment towards Lin Tian. He mutters under his breath, he is merely a necromancer. I fail to comprehend why we must treat him with such deference. Though she is the object of his admiration, being scolded in front of others leaves him feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, Zhou Xiyu hears him. Do you look down upon necromancers? She inquires. Zhang Long falls silent. Yet his expression betrays his discontent. It is true that necromancers are a black iron profession, the weakest of them all. However, have you ever contemplated that if Lin Tian had no substantial backing, he would not dare to venture alone into the secret realms? Zhou Xiyu speaks slowly. Zhang Long opens his mouth to defend himself, but struggles to articulate a single word. The others share his predicament. Enough. Let us hasten and resume our gathering. After gathering all the wild mushrooms in this area, we must venture elsewhere, striving to complete our task before nightfall. With this declaration, Zhou Xiyu disregarded Zhang Long, squatting down to meticulously uproot a wild mushroom. Half an hour later, the wild mushrooms in this locale had been entirely harvested, just as they were about to relocate. An enigmatic middle-aged man clad in black appeared in the clearing. Who are you? Zhou Xiyu gasped, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. Despite their numbers, not a single person had noticed how the figure in black had materialized here. The chilling thought that he might harbor malevolent intentions sent a shiver down Zhou Xiyu's spine, and she instinctively reached for the ring on her pinky. Wasn't it said that no level 10 or higher professionals could appear in the goblin camp? How did he gain entry? Confusion filled her mind, for the man before her undoubtedly surpassed level 10. Zhang Long and the others soon recognized the presence of the cloaked figure, their faces paling in alarm as they braced themselves for a confrontation. The very aura exuded by the figure was enough to instill terror in their hearts. Do not worry, I am not here to harm you. The black-clad man smirked disdainfully at Zhou Xiyu's nervous gestures. Yet, she remained vigilant, refusing to lower her guard. Have you seen a necromancer pass by? He He is accompanied by a throng of various undead. The man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice devoid of emotion as it echoed softly. Zhou Shiyu's heart leaped at his words. Huh, you have seen him? The black-clad figure, sensing her change in demeanor, coldly inquired. I know. I saw him not long ago. Just as she was about to deny it, Zhang Long suddenly shouted out. Zhang Long. Zhou Shiyu shot him a frosty glare. But he seemed oblivious. Oh, how intriguing. The black-clad man's gaze flitted between Zhou Shiyu and Zhang Long, a playful smile gracing his lips. Zhou Shiyu shuddered, instinctively retreating several steps. Now, tell me, in which direction did he head? The man gestured towards Zhang Long. This esteemed sir. Zhang Long immediately perked up with excitement. The Necromancer seemed to have departed towards the north. He left less than half an hour ago. If you pursue him now, you might still catch up. The thought of having been humiliated in front of the goddess due to Lin Tian filled him with an indescribable frustration. At this moment, divulging Lin Tian's whereabouts brought him immense satisfaction. The black-clad man remained silent for a while after hearing this. Just as the atmosphere grew tenser, he suddenly erupted into a harsh, jarring laugh. Excellent. Young man, you have great potential. Zhang Long beamed at the compliment. The black-clad figure glanced at Zhou Shiyu. Young lady, your earlier actions were rather ill-advised. Zhou Shiyu clenched her teeth in silence. The black-clad man chose not to press further and soon vanished into the forest. Once the cloaked figure departed, everyone exhaled in relief, the tension dissipating. Shiyu. Zhang Long approached her, eager to ingratiate himself. Get lost. Lin Tian emerged from the clearing, striding directly north. He recalled that approximately 5 kilometers to the north lay another abundant growth site for wild mushrooms, considerably larger than the previous clearing. In order to prevent a recurrence of earlier events, he moved swiftly. He finally understood why the price of wild mushrooms had skyrocketed. Zhang Long had provoked him deliberately. Had Zhou Shiyu not intervened, Lin Tian would not have hesitated to teach Zhang Long a lesson. While killing him was unnecessary, inflicting a minor injury would have been trivial. Zhou Shiyu, displaying humility, made an effort to smooth things over, her demeanor sincere as she offered a portion of the wild mushrooms as an apology. One does not strike a smiling face. Her profound sense of righteousness disarmed Lin Tian's intentions of reprimanding Zhang Long. Zhou Shiyu was indeed an intriguing girl. A smile gracing Lin Tian's lips. Tall and stunning, she rivaled Zhao Yan in beauty, yet unlike Zhao Yan, who perpetually wore a scowl as if owed a debt. Zhou Shiyu exuded warmth. At that moment, the scouting skeleton warrior stirred restlessly, likely having detected a monster. Upon arrival, Lin Tian beheld the creature's true form. It resembled a goblin in height, but possessed a far more grotesque visage. Its eyes gleamed an eerie red, bulging outward, and drool dripped from its fangs. Lin Tian's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Acidic slime goblin." Instantly, tension enveloped him, his gaze darting around. Within the goblin camp, there were not merely goblins. He understood this well. However, the presence of an acidic slime goblin was utterly unacceptable, for they hailed from the abyss. The abyssal planes. Surrounding the main world are countless dimensions, the vast majority of which are feeble. They stand no chance against the main world. Often subjugated by professional armies dispatched by its great powers, transforming them into colonies to harvest resources. Yet, some dimensions are extraordinarily powerful, possessing the capability to upend the main world. The abyssal plane is undeniably one of them. The abyss, the undead plane, the hell plane, the angelic plane, the puppet plane, the apocalypse plane, and the divine demonic plane. These 7 realms are heralded as the mightiest in all existence. Each surpasses the main world in strength. Were it not for the restrictions of world laws and dimensional forces, the main world would have long since devolved into a paradise for creatures from other dimensions. After not encountering any other abyssal monsters, Lin Tian finally relaxed. Yet, uncertainty still loomed in his mind. Why had an abyssal creature appeared in the goblin camp? It was exceedingly illogical. The location of the secret realm lay within the main world, originally belonging to humanity. After countless invasions of natural disasters, the wilderness became inhospitable to human life, aside from major settlements like cities. Gradually, monsters that survived these calamities congregated, ultimately forming secret realms. Through the endeavors of humanity's esteemed ancestors over generations, most secret realms were eradicated, leaving a few for the training of professionals. Typically, secret realms are quite stable. Instances of abyssal monsters surfacing in goblin camps are rare, if not unheard of. Human animosity towards the abyss, hell, and undead creatures far exceeds that directed at lowly, mindless goblins. The acidic slime goblin is among the most numerous and rudimentary beings of the abyss. Its weapon is a steel fork. Lin Tian examined its attributes. It was level 5, yet its power was approximately 15 times that of an ordinary level 5 goblin. The acidic slime goblin before him. Undeterred by the swarm of undead surrounding it, excitedly screeched as it brandished its steel fork, driving it fiercely into a skeleton warrior. Instantly, the skeleton's bones shattered in multiple places. The acidic slime goblin then opened its mouth, spewing forth a jet of black liquid onto a skeleton archer. Hissing sounds filled the air as the skeleton archer's bones began to smoke and sizzle from the corrosive assault. The acrid stench compelled Lin Tian to cover his nose. Despite the formidable prowess of the acidic imp, which had vanquished over a dozen undead, it was but a solitary creature, soon falling victim to the relentless onslaught of the undead army. As he traversed the path ahead, Lin Tian remained ever vigilant. Fortunately, apart from the initial acidic imp, he had encountered no other abyssal creatures, allowing his spirits to gradually lift. As he ventured further north, the density of goblins increased. With each skirmish, Lin Tian's experience surged rapidly. His current tally stood at 76. He was filled with confidence that he would ascend to level 5 by day's end. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Lin Tian hesitated momentarily. Both paths led to the same destination. The left path meandered through numerous wildlands, where monsters were scarce. The right path, however, was fraught with peril, passing through several goblin tribes. Lin Tian opted for the right-hand route. Not 5 minutes after his departure, the cloaked figure arrived at the fork. He chose the left path. Something felt amiss. Upon seeing several mangled corpses of acidic imps, Lin Tian furrowed his brow. Since embarking on the right path, this marked the 7th wave of acidic imps he had encountered. If only a solitary acidic imp had appeared, it could be deemed an anomaly. However, the consecutive appearances were far beyond mere coincidence. Did the Adventurers Guild know about the emergence of abyssal creatures in the goblin encampment? Or had they been aware but deemed it too insignificant to warrant attention? Lin Tian pondered, leaning towards the latter. The Adventurers Guild managed hundreds of dungeons and secret realms, which undoubtedly possessed a few flaws. Even if they were aware of the abyssal creatures in the goblin camps, their limited scale might not justify the expenditure of resources to eradicate them. He hoped fervently it was merely an accident. Zhao Yan, our mission is to eliminate the goblin tribe's chief, Gwen. There is no need to gather these wild mushrooms. Is there? If you crave them, I shall procure some for you upon our exit. In a secluded part of the forest, Zhu Yulong addressed Zhao Yan, who was busy collecting wild mushrooms. The patch before them held a meager quantity, no more than 30. Upon discovering them, Zhao Yan began harvesting without hesitation, disrupting their prior plans. Both of them now appeared somewhat disheveled. In their earlier confrontation with the goblin tribe, they had expended considerable effort, dispatching nearly half of the goblins and their chief. Let me assist you, Zhu Yulong offered, noticing Zhao Yan struggle to walk. Do not touch me. Zhao Yan shot him a cold glance. Very well, Zhu Yulong replied with a shrug, feigning indifference. Just as Zhao Yan was about to respond, an overwhelmingly foul odor assaulted her senses. She immediately sprang to her feet and whispered, "Be cautious, enemies are approaching." However, upon surveying their surroundings, her expression shifted dramatically. Unbeknownst to them, they had been encircled by a multitude of grotesque, malevolent creatures. How could there be so many abyssal monsters? Zhao Yan exclaimed, both startled and fearful. She certainly recognized the acidic imps, yet could not fathom the sheer number present in the goblin encampment. A cursory count revealed no fewer than 50. After examining the attributes of the acidic imps, a chill ran down her spine. Oh, oh, oh. The acidic imps brandished their tridents, emitting excited cries. Meanwhile, Zhu Yulong had engaged in combat with an acidic imp, wielding a massive crossbow while retreating. He loosed a bolt that pierced one imp's body. Yet it did not perish immediately. It withdrew the bolt and continued its charge, only collapsing 10 seconds later. Noticing an acidic imp approaching Zhu Yulong from behind, Zhao Yan swiftly wielded her silver staff. A small shield, radiating a milky glow, materialized around Zhu Yulong, slowly rotating to deflect the trident's thrust. The trident struck the shield, causing its luminescence to diminish significantly. Zhao Yan quickly cast another shield for herself as several acidic imps set their sights on her, shrieking as they advanced. As Zhao Yan retreated, she swung her silver staff, summoning a luminous sword from the heavens that impaled one acidic imp to the ground. The creature emitted a noxious vapor akin to sulfuric acid. Her attack evidently surpassed Zhu Yulong's in power, dispatching the imp with a single strike. Zhao Yan was a legendary class profession, the Radiant Angel, naturally a nemesis to dark beings such as demons, abyssal creatures, and the undead. Following the luminous sword was a burst of sacred lightning. The acidic imp struck by the lightning was obliterated instantly. With the combined usage of her skills, Angel's Shield, Thunder of Judgment, and Sword of Judgment, acidic imps fell one after another. However, their numbers were simply overwhelming. Unlike their proactive assault on the goblin tribe, where they had prepared thoroughly and retained the upper hand, They now found themselves ambushed by the acidic imps. Surrounded on all sides, they faced attacks from multiple directions. Gradually, both began to feel the strain, especially Zhao Yan, whose mental fortitude was waning. The Radiant Angel's skills were powerful, but demanded a considerable toll on her spirit. Nevertheless, their past experiences fighting together ensured a seamless cooperation. Although peril occasionally loomed, they managed to navigate through the fray without grave consequences. Chapter 22. Zhao Yan is injured. Roar. Just as they had reduced the acidic imps to a mere 10, an eerie howl resonated from the depths of the forest ahead. Could there be an even more formidable abyssal creature? Before the thought could settle, a figure emerged into view. It was a colossal creature resembling a spider, adorned with numerous long legs and a slender, pointed head. Its forelimbs brandished a pair of blue-violet short swords and a curved dagger, navigating the trees with astonishing speed. Abyssal crawler, Zhao Yan instinctively exclaimed. She then turned to Zhu Yulong, who had just dispatched an acidic imp and was visibly taken aback by the sight of the abyssal crawler. We must flee. We stand no chance against it. Zhu Yulong's hand trembled as he held the crossbow, concealing his fear as he spoke hastily. Zhao Yan nodded in agreement. The abyssal crawler before them was level 10, far beyond the capabilities of the two newly promoted level 4 novices. Upon spotting the humans, the abyssal crawler let out an excited screech and leaped from the tree, lunging towards the closer Zhu Yulong. In a moment of panic, he fired a bolt, only for it to be effortlessly deflected by the crawler's curved dagger. Utilizing its legs to propel itself off the tree trunk, the abyssal crawler surged toward Zhu Yulong at an alarming speed. Zhu Yulong had no time to evade and was struck by the crawler's blade against his angel's shield. Bang! The shield of angels was shattered on the spot, splintering into a myriad of twinkling lights that dissipated into the air. Despite the shield having absorbed a significant amount of damage, Zhu Yulong was still violently propelled backward, stumbling several steps before collapsing to the ground. The abyssal crawler let out a sinister laugh and lunged forward once more. In this moment of peril, a new shield of angels materialized just in time, intercepting the crawler's curved blade and rescuing Zhu Yulong from the brink of death. With a furious roar, the abyssal crawler turned its head sharply towards Zhao Yan, hurling its short sword with great force. Locking eyes with such a terrifying creature at close range nearly caused Zhao Yan's heart to stop. By the time she reacted and attempted to evade the short sword, it was already too late. The shield of angels, previously battered by the acidic imps, was now riddled with holes, offering no defense against the full-force throw of the abyssal crawler's weapon. With a soft thud, the shield shattered into fragments. The short sword, undeterred, shot straight towards Zhao Yan. Even as she exerted every ounce of effort to evade, the blade pierced her body. Zhao Yan, upon witnessing this, Zhu Yulong's eyes widened with fury, and he bellowed in rage. Monster, I will not let this stand. In his wrath, Zhu Yulong unleashed another crossbow bolt, grievously wounding Zhao Yan. The abyssal crawler, undeterred, swung its fist down upon Zhu Yulong. The bolt struck one of the crawler's legs, but instead of halting its advance, it only incited further fury. With a thunderous roar, the creature's fist crashed into Zhu Yulong. Without the protection of the shield of angels, he was sent flying several meters away. Yet, astonishingly, Zhu Yulong emerged unscathed. Unbeknownst to him, he had acquired a pitch-black shield, pulsating with a dark luminescence. It was this very shield that absorbed the crawler's assault, though Zhu Yulong still felt the impact resonate through his body. As the abyssal crawler approached, Zhu Yulong fired 3 arrows in quick succession, all of which were deflected by the creature's curved blade. Glancing at Zhao Yan, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, his heart ached. Zhao Yan, I will avenge you. With a fierce shout, he swung the dark shield at the abyssal crawler and then turned to flee, colliding with several acidic imps along the way. The dark shield, forged from an unknown material, proved remarkably resilient. The crawler's blade failed to cleave it in two, utilizing the shield as a barrier. Zhu Yulong managed to roll and scramble away, finally escaping the crawler's line of sight. The creature, in frustration, kicked the shield aside and turned towards the incapacitated Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan lay half reclined on the ground, her heart heavy with despair. She could scarcely believe that Zhu Yulong had fled, abandoning her in her direst moment. Had it not been for the timely manifestation of the shield of angels, he would have perished at the hands of the abyssal crawler. Now, with the poisoned short sword embedded in her thigh, her body had lost all capacity for movement. She wished to summon her light-based skills to dispel the toxins, but her mind was in disarray. All she could do was watch helplessly as the abyssal crawler approached. Standing before her, the crawler opened its gaping maw, revealing its razor-sharp fangs, and lunged towards her delicate neck. I cannot die. Despair filled Zhao Yan's beautiful eyes, and she felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Yet, there was nothing she could do. She closed her eyes, tears streaming silently from the corners. Bang! However, After what felt like an eternity, the anticipated demise did not arrive. Instead, she heard a faint sound. Opening her eyes, she beheld a bone arrow lodged in the body of the abyssal crawler. Enraged, the creature roared. But before it could react, several more bone arrows flew towards it. The crawler's long legs moved swiftly, evading the incoming projectiles with remarkable agility. At that moment, ice shards and small fireballs rained down, as the crawler scrambled to dodge the onslaught. Emerging from behind a large tree was a young man. It was Lin Tian. "Is that you?" Zhao Yan, initially questioning her sanity, was soon reassured by Lin Tian's voice ringing in her ears. "How are you holding up? Can you move?" Zhao Yan realized then that it was not a hallucination. She had been saved. But why him? Meanwhile, a horde of undead surrounded the abyssal crawler, preventing it from breaking free, while the remaining acidic imps were swiftly dealt with by the undead legion. Zhao Yan struggled to rise, but found herself unable to stand. "This is troublesome," Lin Tian remarked, visibly frustrated, as he helped her to lean against a tree. Zhao Yan's complexion had turned ghastly pale, her lips devoid of color. Lin Tian frowned, sensing the gravity of the situation. "We must act quickly. Is there any way to save you?" "Pull it out," Zhao Yan managed to whisper, her voice weak. "Pull what out? The sword?" Lin Tian inquired. "I am deeply poisoned. My mind is scattered. I need a strong stimulus to focus and cast the holy light to dispel it." Zhao Yan struggled to explain. "All right, just hold on tight." Lin Tian grasped the handle of the short sword embedded in her thigh, steeling himself before yanking it out with fierce determination. With a sickening squelch, a jet of dark purple blood erupted forth. Lin Tian, having anticipated the reaction, quickly dodged to avoid the splatter. "Ah!" Zhao Yan let out a piercing scream, her head lolling back as she succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. Lin Tian exerted considerable effort to rouse her. Upon awakening, the intense agony prompted Zhao Yan to emit a pained groan, gritting her teeth against the torment. She forced herself to concentrate and unleash the holy light to dispel the poison. After several attempts, she finally succeeded. Under the radiant glow, tendrils of black smoke rose from her wounds. After casting the holy light 3 times in succession, she managed to expel the toxins completely, regaining some color in her face. However, while the poison was dispelled, a new issue arose: the bleeding. Her wounds continued to ooze blood profusely, and without immediate attention, the consequences could be dire. "You need to help me." Zhao Yan leaned weakly against the tree, her voice barely a whisper. Lin Tian scratched his head awkwardly. "Is that really a good idea? I'm the one at a disadvantage here, not you. I am indifferent. What concerns you?" Zhao Yan spoke weakly. "Very well." Lin Tian nodded. He crouched beside Zhao Yan, meticulously examining her wounds, when suddenly he grasped her clothing. "What are you doing?" Zhao Yan exclaimed in terror, beads of sweat dripping from her forehead due to the excruciating pain. Her disheveled hair clung to her skin, evoking a poignant beauty. Lin Tian rolled his eyes, exasperated. "Do you not need bandages to dress your wounds? If I do not tear your clothes, will I tear my own?" "Oh." With a determined tug, Lin Tian tore several strips of fabric from Zhao Yan's garment. The alabaster skin of her abdomen was exposed to the air, causing Zhao Yan to blush profusely and turn her head away. "If you feel embarrassed, simply close your eyes," Lin Tian suggested unexpectedly. Obediently, Zhao Yan shut her eyes. Yet, when she felt her trousers being removed, her body involuntarily shuddered, sending a jolt through her. "Do not tense up. You will exacerbate the bleeding," Lin Tian whispered. "Oh." After a considerable amount of time, Lin Tian finally finished bandaging her wounds, wrapping them several times. Although a small amount of blood still oozed, it was a marked improvement from before. He then assisted Zhao Yan in donning her trousers. All done, Lin Tian stood up, brushing off his hands. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yan opened her eyes. "Rest assured, I have seen nothing," Lin Tian said, turning his back to her. The previously calm Zhao Yan flushed crimson once more upon hearing these words, instinctively clenching her fists. After checking her body, Zhao Yan realized that aside from the significant blood loss, she was relatively unscathed. "Fortunately, your profession is that of a light angel, enabling you to heal yourself. Had it been anyone else, unless they possessed high-grade antidotes, they would undoubtedly have perished," Lin Tian remarked nonchalantly. Zhao Yan deeply resonated with this, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. At the same time, she felt grateful for her profession. Lin Tian glanced towards the battlefield. Upon seeing it, he was taken aback. The ground was littered with bones, a sea of skeletons. This abyssal creature was far too formidable. In the chaos earlier, he had only summoned around 200 undead. Now, over half had been slaughtered by the abyssal crawler. The abyssal crawler was several times more ferocious than the goblin chief they had encountered previously. However, the abyssal crawler was not faring well either. 3 of its long legs had been severed, and 1 of its eyes was shot out. Its body was pockmarked with scars from fireballs and ice spikes. There may still be other abyssal creatures lurking nearby. To prevent any unforeseen complications, Lin Tian summoned continuously. He summoned over 300 undead in one breath to join the fray. Despite the abyssal crawler's extraordinary combat prowess, it could not withstand the onslaught. If it had not fought so recklessly at the beginning and had simply fled, the fragile skeletal bodies of the undead would not have been able to pursue it. Now, with several legs broken, even if the abyssal crawler wished to flee, it could not. After 3 minutes, the abyssal crawler collapsed helplessly to the ground, pierced through the skull by a skeletal warrior wielding a tempered steel sword, thus ending its malevolent existence. Abyssal crawler defeated, experience gained, 7,000. The long-awaited system notification filled Lin Tian with joy. However, he soon sensed something amiss. How could a level 10 boss yield such meager experience? He turned to Zhao Yan, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Did you siphon off my experience? Zhao Yan blinked innocently. Feigning ignorance, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Infuriated, Lin Tian struck the tree trunk with clenched fists. Zhao Yan lowered her head, a hint of smugness gracing her face. Yet there was good news. After the abyssal crawler's demise, not only had the short sword it initially discarded dropped, but a curved blade had also emerged. To Lin Tian's exhilaration, both weapons were of silver grade. Venomous demon sword, silver, strength 10. The blade is laced with venom. Crescent moon scimitar, silver, strength 15. Lin Tian had no intention of sharing one with Zhao Yan. Before her eyes, he stowed them both in his void bracelet. These weapons could fetch at least 5,000 gold coins apiece, and he was unwilling to part with them. Zhao Yan, however, was unconcerned. Surviving was already a miracle. She could not ask for more. Moreover, the defeat of the abyssal crawler had been entirely Lin Tian's achievement. She had contributed nothing. Nevertheless, she was astonished by Lin Tian's ability to summon such a multitude of undead. It finally dawned on her why Lin Tian leveled up so rapidly. Simultaneously, a flicker of doubt arose in her mind. Was the Necromancer truly a Black Iron class? How could he summon so many undead? By the way, this is your boyfriend's shield. You should keep it. Lin Tian produced a compact shield, the very one that had saved Zhu Yulong's life. He is not my boyfriend. I do not want it. The previously composed Zhao Yan erupted in anger at Lin Tian's words, her demeanor becoming exceedingly agitated. All right, not a boyfriend. Lin Tian hastily replied. He understood Zhao Yan's feelings at that moment. In a life-and-death situation, being abandoned by a boyfriend was something no one could forgive. After what felt like an eternity, Zhao Yan's emotions finally settled. Then I shall keep this shield. You can choose one of those 2 weapons from earlier. Lin Tian pondered briefly before speaking. I want the venomous demon sword, Zhao Yan declared. Very well. Lin Tian handed her the venomous demon sword. What are your plans now? Going back? He inquired. No, my task is not yet complete. Zhao Yan immediately shook her head. Can you manage in your condition? Lin Tian asked with skepticism. Gritting her teeth, Zhao Yan pressed her hands against the ground, attempting to rise. I must manage, regardless. Thud. She collapsed back onto the ground. Lin Tian, perhaps it is best not to overexert yourself. Let us return. We do not yet know what dangers lie ahead. Lin Tian urged. No. Zhao Yan's resolve remained steadfast. Fine. You continue with your task. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. With that, Lin Tian strode away. After taking a few steps, there was no response from behind. He turned to look. Zhao Yan was gazing at him with wide eyes, her expression filled with sorrow. Damn it. I'm truly afraid of you now. Lin Tian cursed under his breath. He then walked back to Zhao Yan. Crouching down, he impatiently said, Hop on. Hee. Zhao Yan grinned mischievously, climbing onto Lin Tian's back. Feeling the softness pressing against him, Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. However, he quickly regained his composure. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Yan's face had turned crimson all the way to her neck. Hold on tight. Don't fall off, Lin Tian instructed, securing her legs. Oh, all right. Commanding the undead to clear the path ahead, Lin Tian prepared to depart. Wild mushrooms. Suddenly, Zhao Yan shouted, pointing at a nearby patch. Is your task also to collect wild mushrooms? Lin Tian inquired. That's not it, Zhao Yan replied softly. Lin Tian immediately felt a pang of discomfort in his teeth. Then what are you so excited about? Those wild mushrooms are hardly abundant, and most of them have been ravaged by the recent battle. The remaining 2 or 3 that look somewhat decent aren't even worth my attention. Hearing his words, Zhao Yan fell silent. After a couple of seconds, she spoke again. Today is my grandfather's 70th birthday. I wanted to gather some fresh wild mushrooms to cook for him, as he has been longing for them for quite some time. But they are hard to find in the market. Originally intending to leave, Lin Tian paused. He then gently set her down and carefully collected 3 intact wild mushrooms. Here, take these. Lin Tian placed the mushrooms in Zhao Yan's hands. He added sternly, let me remind you, the favor you owe me is worth no less than 100 000 gold coins. Zhao Yan simply responded with an O. After hoisting Zhao Yan back onto his back, he resumed his journey northward. Thank you, Lin Tian. After a while, Zhao Yan's voice, barely above a whisper, floated from behind him. Why are you thanking me? Lin Tian asked, taken aback. Thank you for saving me. Despite my terrible attitude toward you, you still chose to rescue me, Zhao Yan said apologetically. You needn't overthink it. I would have saved anyone in your situation. Lin Tian replied. Regardless, I still want to thank you. Zhao Yan expressed her gratitude. The two fell into silence thereafter. Lin Tian's decision to help Zhao Yan stemmed not solely from their shared class or her beauty, but rather from her kind warning the previous day. Lin Tian had always been a person who clearly distinguished between gratitude and grievances. Although he would have faced no real danger from the Shadow Mercenary's assassination even without her warning, he appreciated her goodwill. Had she not alerted him the day before, whether he would have chosen to intervene would have been entirely dependent on his mood. After all, it was not he who had dealt the fatal blow. Even if Zhao Yan had perished, he would not have borne any psychological burden. They continued to encounter numerous monsters, goblins, acid-spitting imps, and several other low-tier creatures. Fortunately, they did not come across any formidable beasts like the Abyss Crawler again. These monsters stood no chance against the overwhelming Undead army. The Legion of the Undead relentlessly executed Lin Tian's commands, scouting, clearing paths, luring enemies, slaying monsters, and holding the rear as cannon fodder. Zhao Yan's eyes were opened wide, transforming her perception of necromancers from weaklings to formidable figures. What is your mission? Lin Tian inquired after vanquishing yet another goblin tribe. To slay the goblin chieftain, Gwen. Zhao Yan replied without hesitation. Gwen? Upon hearing the name, Lin Tian pondered. Gwen was the goblin chieftain, significantly stronger than the typical goblin leader. It was said that the task of killing Gwen had gone unaccomplished for months. Why would you, a newly awakened professional, take on such a challenging silver-tier mission? Lin Tian asked, perplexed. I want to earn more money and level up quickly, Zhao Yan murmured. Lin Tian chose not to respond further. Besides being powerful, Gwen was known for roaming about. Whether they could defeat him was one matter. The key was that they might not even be able to find him. Half an hour later, despite Lin Tian's robust physique, carrying someone for an extended period began to wear him out. He asked, Zhao Yan, how is your stamina? Can you walk on your own yet? After asking twice with no reply, Lin Tian grew suspicious and turned to look. To his astonishment, Zhao Yan had fallen asleep. She was resting against his back, her eyes gently closed, breathing steadily. A faint smile graced her tranquil face, leaving Lin Tian to wonder what beautiful dreams she might be having. He felt an overwhelming urge to toss her aside. Why should he toil to slay monsters while she slept? As they crossed a low ridge, a gust of wind swept by, stirring Zhao Yan awake. In such a perilous place, where monsters could strike at any moment, how can you sleep? Aren't you afraid I'll dump you in the goblin tribe? Lin Tian said somewhat irately. Lin Tian, we're classmates. How could you be so cruel? You show no mercy. Zhao Yan feigned a pitiful expression. Don't try that with me. You're not my precious, Lin Tian retorted. Oh, then go ahead and throw me. Zhao Yan's tone carried a hint of defiance. Lin Tian fought the impulse to give her a good thrashing and asked, do you have the strength to walk on your own now? No, Zhao Yan said, tightening her grip around Lin Tian's neck. Lin Tian. After an indeterminate amount of time, Zhao Yan's voice rang out again from his back. What is it? Lin Tian asked casually. Zhao Yan's voice suddenly wavered. Just say it. There are no outsiders here. Growing impatient with her hesitance, Lin Tian urged her on. All right, Zhao Yan replied, gathering her courage to ask, when you bandaged me earlier, did you look where you shouldn't have? Did you see anything inappropriate? By the end of her question, her voice had dropped to an almost inaudible whisper, her face burning crimson as she buried it deeper into Lin Tian's back, too shy to lift her head. Lin Tian, who had been walking, suddenly halted. Even with his usual thick skin, he felt warmth rising to his cheeks. Soon, he realized he was facing a life-threatening question. If he answered incorrectly, Zhao Yan might well stab him from behind. No, I saw nothing. He quickly replied. Really? I don't believe you. You're lying. Zhao Yan's tone was filled with skepticism. A cold sweat trickled down Lin Tian's forehead. He insisted with unusual certainty. You were wearing such thick underwear. Even if I wanted to look, I couldn't. After saying this, he abruptly recognized the misstep he had taken. What? So this is your true intention. I misjudged you. So you're this kind of person. Pervert. Zhao Yan's voice shot up several octaves. Lin Tian had clearly provoked a tiger. He quickly added, I misspoke. I truly had no desire to see. Really. I have absolutely no interest in you. Zhao Yan. In his haste to save her, Lin Tian truly hadn't had the time to think about any of this. Furthermore, with Zhao Yan's thigh stained with blood, he had been preoccupied. However, though Zhao Yan was clad in thick, white cotton underwear, He had inadvertently caught sight of a few strands of black hair peeking from the edges. Of course, he would never admit that aloud. Otherwise, with Zhao Yan's fiercely competitive and prideful nature, she would undoubtedly retaliate against him. What happened today must not be mentioned to anyone, Zhao Yan suddenly said softly. Rest assured, I'm not that type of person, Lin Tian immediately assured her. Following that, a long silence ensued. After several minutes, Zhao Yan finally dismounted from Lin Tian's back. Despite her lingering weakness, she insisted on walking on her own, fully aware that she had come to the goblin camp to hone her skills. The monster slain by Lin Tian's undead legion rendered her unable to gain any experience. Unwilling to be left behind by Lin Tian, she had no choice but to engage in battle herself. It must be said that her legendary profession as a radiant angel was devoid of any pretense. Whether wielding the sword of divine punishment or calling upon the thunder of divine retribution, her attacks were formidable enough to easily vanquish goblins. The godly attribute of undead will bestowed exponential power upon the undead legion. Nevertheless, even with such advantages, the skeletal warriors struggled to eliminate goblins in a single strike. Lin Tian, leveraging his divine attributes, swept through the goblin encampment with ease, while Zhao Yan relied solely on her innate profession. Together, they slaughtered monsters as they advanced northward. After obliterating 2 medium-sized goblin tribes in succession, Lin Tian finally reached level 5. The first order of business upon leveling up was to refresh his attributes. He even disregarded the newly acquired white attribute without a second glance, perhaps having exhausted his luck in previous attempts. Lin Tian refreshed his attributes 7 times in a row, yet failed to obtain a golden red godly attribute. The next refresh would require 8 points of mental energy, and he had only a few points remaining, allowing for a maximum of 2 more attempts. A sense of worry began to creep in. Casting a glance at Zhao Yan, an idea struck him. As a radiant angel, she was inherently the nemesis of necromancers. Her first attribute was even that of undead enemy. Did this not indicate that she was his natural adversary? It was likely that her subsequent attributes also included those targeting undead creatures. No wonder he could not refresh any desirable attributes. A calamity like Zhao Yan was by his side. I'll be stepping away for a moment. Feel free to do as you wish, he declared, not waiting for her response before swiftly darting into the adjacent thicket. What? You're leaving me here all alone? Zhao Yan pouted, her face a picture of displeasure. With Zhao Yan not following him, Lin Tian let out a sigh of relief. At last, he had freed himself from her presence. Surely, he would be fine now. Utilizing the automatic detection of the undead domain, he confirmed that no monsters were nearby. Taking a few deep breaths, Lin Tian began the attribute refresh once more. The pointer spun rapidly on the wheel. Stop. The pointer halted in a golden red region. Lin Tian's heart soared with joy. He had finally rolled a top-tier attribute. Hastily, he opened his attribute panel to examine his current status. Name, Lin Tian. Profession, Necromancer, Black Iron. Level, 5, 318150000. Vitality, 11. Strength, 12. Mental energy, 73. Agility, 13. Skills, Summon Skeleton Warrior. Black Iron summons a skeleton warrior to assist in combat. Cost, 1 mental energy. Casting time, 1 second. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Summon Skeleton Archer. Silver summons a skeleton archer to assist in combat. Cost, 3 mental energy. Casting time, 2 seconds. Cooldown, 1 second. Summon Skeleton Fire Mage. Silver summons a fire element skeleton mage to assist in combat. Cost, 3 mental energy. Casting time, 2 seconds. Cooldown, 1 second. Summon Skeleton Water Mage. Silver summons a water element skeleton mage to assist in combat. Cost, 3 mental energy. Casting time, 2 seconds. Cooldown, 1 second. Attribute 1. Omniscient and Omnipotent. Golden Red Growth Coefficient 10. Attribute 2. Infinite Summoning. Golden Red. Each summoned undead increases in number randomly by 10 to 100 times, depending on their strength. The weaker the undead, the greater the multiplier. Attribute 3. Undead Will. Golden Red. The fighting spirit of the undead, eternal and indelible, immortal. The summoned undead's power randomly increases by 1 to 10 times. Attribute 4. Garden of Death. Golden Red. For every powerful creature slain, its soul is automatically sacrificed to the Garden of Death in the realm of the undead. Upon reaching a certain number of sacrifices, a Stone of Destiny will be summoned. Current sacrifice count, 5, 310,000. Attribute 5. Undead Domain. Golden Red communicates with the realm of the undead, generating an invisible barrier around, automatically sensing nearby creatures. Maximum sensing distance, 70 meters. Attribute 6. Infinite Firepower. Golden Red reduces casting and cooldown times for all skills by 90. Upon seeing the new attributes, the tension in Lin Tian's heart finally eased. The toil of the past half-day had not been in vain. Infinite firepower. Chapter 25. Crisis reemerges. The reduction of casting and cooldown times by 90. Truly, it was a top-tier attribute. Lin Tian's combat prowess surged to unprecedented heights. Previously, summoning a skeleton archer required 2 seconds, and after each summon, he had to endure a lengthy 10-second cooldown. Now, the casting time had been slashed by 90, allowing him to complete the summon in a mere 0.2 seconds. It was nearly instantaneous. The cooldown period had also shrunk from a torturous 10 seconds to just 1 second. As long as he had sufficient mental energy, he could summon indefinitely. Lin Tian felt that this infinite firepower had come at just the right moment. Often, the 2-second casting time and the lengthy cooldown of 10 seconds had caused him considerable anxiety, especially when facing numerous formidable foes. A mere second could alter the outcome of battle. During a fierce confrontation with a medium-sized goblin tribe, he had misjudged the enemy's strength. The initial number of summoned undead had been insufficient, leading the goblins to gain the upper hand for a time. When a horde of hundreds of goblins broke through his undead legion and charged towards him, he nearly fled in panic. In that moment, he desperately summoned Undead. But the 10-second cooldown drove him to distraction. Though he had managed to defeat that goblin tribe by a stroke of luck, he had come to understand his shortcomings. Yet now, with the godly attribute of infinite firepower, those shortcomings would no longer exist. Not only would he not falter against medium-sized goblin tribes, but even in the face of large goblin tribes, he would remain composed. Zhao Yan sensed something peculiar, uncertain if it was merely her imagination. Upon Lin Tian's return, she perceived a glimmer of disdain in his gaze that seemed to linger just out of reach. She could not fathom it. As a top-tier beauty pursued by countless admirers, how could he show such indifference? Her intuition was not mistaken. When Lin Tian realized that Zhao Yan influenced the refresh of attributes and was likely his nemesis, he yearned to distance himself from her and act independently. Had it not been for her injuries, which rendered her movements awkward and pitiable, he would have circumvented her presence entirely. How long until you reach level 5? Lin Tian inquired, approaching Zhao Yan with a casual tone. I'm not certain. However, given the time wasted earlier, I don't think it will happen today, Zhao Yan replied after some contemplation. Lin Tian nodded slightly, choosing not to pursue the conversation further. After summoning approximately 200 undead, he continued his march northward. The atmosphere grew increasingly somber along the way. Lin Tian hardly spoke, and the topics of discussion were solely initiated by Zhao Yan. This dynamic stirred an inexplicable annoyance within her. She longed to confront Lin Tian for clarity, but found herself at a loss for justification. Lin Tian, look, there seems to be someone ahead, Zhao Yan suddenly exclaimed, pointing forward in alarm. Lin Tian quickly turned his gaze. Before him, at the convergence of 2 diverging paths, stood a figure shrouded in a dark robe. Even from a distance of over 100 meters, Lin Tian felt an icy wave of murderous intent wash over him. The sheer force of his aura was immensely powerful. What level of strength must he possess? It was undoubtedly beyond level 10. Alarm bells rang in Lin Tian's mind. Why would a practitioner exceeding level 10 suddenly appear in a level 5 secret realm? Was he perhaps targeting me? A chilling thought crossed his mind. They had spotted the robed man, and naturally, he had noticed them as well. The figure turned, lifting his head, and 2 piercing, cold eyes shot forth with a chilling glare. Lin Tian shivered. This individual was unequivocally after him. He was now certain. Could it be an assassin sent by the Shadow Mercenary Group? This seemed the most plausible explanation. The robed figure, with hands clasped behind his back, slowly approached them. Each step deliberate and steady, as if treading upon Lin Tian's very heart. What should we do, Lin Tian? He seems intent on killing us. Should we flee? Zhao Yan's expression was one of palpable urgency. Flee. Lin Tian's countenance grew grim. There was no escaping the gaze of a practitioner exceeding level 10. Level 10? How is that possible? Zhao Yan gasped. How did he get in here? Doesn't the Adventurers Guild monitor this? How could they? Lin Tian retorted. With the capabilities of the Shadow Mercenary Group, there are at least 100 ways to infiltrate unnoticed. The Shadow Mercenary Group. Zhao Yan was taken aback. But we haven't wronged them. Why would they come to kill us? Could it be He Liang? Precisely. Lin Tian nodded as he summoned the undead. He must have hired assassins from the Shadow Mercenary Group to eliminate me. How despicable. Zhao Yan seethed. How could He Liang do such a thing? She remained unaware of the events that transpired the previous night. Discussing that now is futile, Lin Tian shook his head. You must run. He is not after you. But if you linger, you might be seen as a witness and silenced. No, I refuse to leave. To Lin Tian's astonishment, Zhao Yan stood her ground. Are you willing to sacrifice your life? Lin Tian touched her forehead, puzzled. You don't seem to have a fever, so why this nonsense? You are the one speaking nonsense. Zhao Yan exclaimed, startled by Lin Tian's sudden gesture, glaring at him. You saved my life earlier. I cannot abandon you. Her complexion grew pale, but her determination was unwavering. Upon hearing her words, Lin Tian felt a flicker of warmth in his heart. At least his efforts to save her were not in vain. Yet, he feigned a fierce demeanor. Hurry and leave. Your presence here will hinder my abilities. But there are no buts. Lin Tian interjected coldly. If you do not leave now, should I miraculously survive, I will ensure everyone at the academy knows of this. You, get lost. Xiaoyan bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her fingers gripping her staff, turning pale from tension. Ultimately, she cast a lingering glance at Lin Tian before darting into the nearby woods. Vanishing swiftly from sight, finally free of her presence, Lin Tian exhaled in relief, but his expression soon turned grave. The robed figure was now less than 30 meters away, surrounded by over 300 various undead. Yet, the figure betrayed no semblance of fear. 6 translucent ice crystal shields circled him, materializing at the approach of arrows, ice spikes, and fireballs to intercept the attacks. Lin Tian's heart sank. The strength of the robed figure was likely more formidable than he had anticipated. With no escape route available, he was compelled to confront the threat head-on, perhaps in a desperate bid for survival. Ah, so you rely solely on these undead for support. The robed man's voice, devoid of emotion, echoed ominously. Chapter 26. Ice Dragon Technique. Lin Tian tightened his grip on his amplification staff and coldly inquired, "What sum did He Liang provide you to pursue me so fervently?" The robed figure remained silent, extending a small black staff from within his robes. With a flash of light, a massive ice dragon erupted forth, roaring as it lunged towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian quickly directed a multitude of undead to intercept the creature. Boom! The ice dragon rampaged, shattering countless undead as if they were mere dominoes, collapsing in waves. The dragon surged within 10 meters of Lin Tian before its power dissipated, scattering into a flurry of ice crystals. Lin Tian's expression turned grave. He was now certain that the robed figure's level surpassed 10, likely around 15. A silver-level ice dragon technique had obliterated nearly 60 undead. Meanwhile, Lin Tian's undead army posed minimal threat to the robed figure. The skeletal water and fire mages launched concentrated attacks, yet were utterly incapable of breaching the ice crystal shield's defenses. Furthermore, the robed figure wielded his staff with precision, conjuring large ice orbs that soared towards the undead. Upon impact, these ice orbs detonated, sending several undead flying, rendering the melee skeletal warriors incapable of approaching. The only entities posing a threat to the robed figure were the skeletal archers. With the enhancement of the gold-red divine attribute, the power of the skeletal archers multiplied. The bow and arrows they released struck with tremendous force, causing the robed figure's shields to tremble under the impact. Realizing this, the robed figure shifted his focus to the skeletal archers, and soon, many began to fall to his assault. Observing this, Lin Tian quickly abandoned the summoning of the 2 types of skeletal mages. Aside from a requisite number of skeletal warriors to act as fodder, he summoned only skeletal archers. In mere seconds, 200 to 300 skeletal archers surrounded the robed figure, forming tight ranks and unleashing a storm of bone arrows. The sight was nothing short of spectacular. Thud, thud, thud. The relentless onslaught of bone arrows struck the robed figure's ice crystal shields, producing a deep, resonating sound. The figure was forced to retreat under the barrage of attacks. Once the ice crystal shields formed, they required no further control, continuously shifting around him to automatically deflect incoming strikes. Unless the shields were shattered, it was impossible for the arrows to penetrate the gaps and strike the robed figure. The unceasing assault gradually wore down the ice crystal shields, which appeared as though they might shatter at any moment. Lin Tian glimpsed a sliver of hope for victory. However, the robed figure's next actions caused his heart to plummet once again. With a series of swift motions, the robed figure wielded his staff, summoning thick ice walls that rose around him, effectively blocking the onslaught of bone arrows and rendering him impervious to attack. Each of the 4 ice walls, emanating wisps of white vapor, was a formidable 50 centimeters thick. Bone arrows struck against them, shattering upon impact, leaving only shallow pits in their wake. While the skeletal archer's bone arrows possessed sufficient force, their fragility proved a significant limitation. If only they had been crafted from iron, they might have penetrated the ice walls with ease. Where could Lin Tian possibly seek the iron arrow at this moment? Focusing his strength, he commanded an assault on a single ice wall. Lin Tian altered his strategy, instructing the skeleton archers to concentrate their fire on one side of the ice barrier. The results were immediate and striking. No matter how thick the ice wall was, it could not withstand the relentless barrage of arrows. Layer by layer, the ice was chipped away, swiftly diminishing in thickness. Observing this, the figure cloaked in black hastened his offensive, unleashing ice-based spells one after another to decimate the skeleton archers. The battle between the two had reached an impasse. With a resounding crash, a section of the ice wall shattered into a myriad of fragments. A vulnerability appeared in the black-robed figure's defenses. However, Lin Tian's expression remained grim. For breaching the ice wall had come at an immense cost. Over 150 skeleton archers had been slain by the black-robed adversary. Against these level 5 skeleton archers, any spell from the black-robed figure resulted in instant annihilation. Lin Tian felt a pang of anxiety as his mental energy was dwindling. Upon reaching level 5, he had expended a considerable amount of mental energy to refresh his top-tier attributes. It wasn't long before he encountered the black-robed figure. At this moment, he had less than 20 points of mental energy remaining. Summoning a skeleton archer required 3 points of mental energy, meaning he could summon at most 5 more skeleton archers. Theoretically, he could summon up to 500, but through repeated summoning, he had discerned a pattern that suggested the number would be closer to 300. With 300 skeleton archers, the prospect of breaching the remaining 3 ice walls and the black-robed figure's crystalline shield seemed bleak. Currently, he could conceive of no better plan and was compelled to persist in this exhausting contest against the black-robed figure. He understood profoundly that it was not his strength that fell short, but rather the overwhelming power of his foe. The disparity of 10 levels created an insurmountable chasm that mere god-tier attributes could not bridge. Moreover, the Frost Mage class excelled in area of effect attacks. He had contemplated using a teleportation talisman to escape the goblin encampment. However, activating the talisman required spatial energy, demanding absolute tranquility in the surroundings. It would take at least 30 seconds to teleport away, and any interruption would thwart the process. The battle escalated in intensity. The fierce conflict raged for 5 minutes, leaving a carpet of bones in their wake. The black-robed figure pointed his staff at Lin Tian, invoking the ice dragon technique once more. With a thunderous roar, a multitude of skeleton warriors was engulfed by the ice dragon, shattering into countless pieces. Before disappearing, the ice dragon collided with the black shield Lin Tian held, forcing him to stagger back several paces. At this juncture, his mental energy had reached a critical point. Any further attempts to summon the undead would have severe repercussions for him. Presently, he had approximately 40 skeleton hunters and over 10 skeleton warriors remaining. The ice walls conjured by the black-robed figure had all been shattered, and the crystalline shield surrounding him had dimmed to its nadir, on the verge of collapse. Clearly, the black-robed figure too had reached his limits. Maintaining the crystalline shield required a constant drain on mental energy. During this time, the black-robed figure had unleashed countless spells, depleting his mental reserves significantly. Particularly, the ice dragon technique consumed the most energy. "Kid, I underestimated you." The black-robed figure's voice emerged, laced with a chilling malice. "You're merely level 5, yet with the weakest black iron necromancer, you can contend with a level 15 platinum class frost mage. I must admit, your potential is terrifying. If you were to survive, the Shadow Mercenary group would never know peace. Today you must die?" Chapter 27, Ice Sword Technique. As he spoke, the black-robed figure raised his staff. With incantations spilling from his lips, a formidable aura washed over Lin Tian, causing his heart to race. Gradually, an enormous ice sword began to coalesce before him. Lin Tian recognized the ice sword technique at once, and his countenance shifted dramatically. Although he was not a frost mage, he had studied and analyzed many common skills of various professions during his time in school. The ice sword technique was a golden tier skill. In comparison to the ice dragon technique, its power was even more formidable. Lin Tian had no doubt that the black-robed figure's ice sword technique could cleave through a tree with a diameter of 5 meters. The remaining 50 or so undead would scarcely suffice to withstand such a strike. Lin Tian refused to remain passive. With the skeleton warriors shielding him, he commanded all skeleton archers to unleash their full assault on the black-robed figure, attempting to disrupt his ice sword technique or eliminate him altogether. The black-robed figure, of course, was not foolish enough to remain stationary and endure Lin Tian's onslaught. He summoned 6 crystalline shields to his front, stacking them one atop the other to absorb the skeleton archer's bone arrows. Lin Tian's expression darkened. This maneuver was exceedingly clever. Perhaps a single shield would falter against the onslaught of so many skeleton archers. However, when stacked, their defensive capability increased exponentially, surely providing adequate protection. Thud, thud, thud. The bone arrows struck the shields, producing a series of sharp sounds. In just 2 seconds, 2 shields had already been shattered. The third shield was rapidly disintegrating as well. "Faster, just a bit faster," Lin Tian urged anxiously, fixated on the shields before the black-robed figure. Yet, the rate at which the shields were breaking far outpaced the speed of the ice sword technique's casting. The incantation for the ice sword technique required 5 seconds. Now, it was nearing its conclusion. It's over. A sigh of relief escaped the black-robed figure's lips. Initially, he had believed Lin Tian possessed a formidable background. However, he soon realized that Lin Tian's own strength could contend with him for such an extended period. Were it not for the level disparity, the outcome might have been uncertain. This battle had left him utterly exhausted, more so than combating opponents of equal standing. However, it was finally coming to an end. The Shadow Mercenary group would be rid of a potential enemy. A faint smile of relief crept across his face. "Give it to me," the black-robed figure commanded, raising his staff and sweeping it downward. Yet, the word "die" caught in his throat, refusing to escape his lips. Suddenly, an excruciating pain radiated from his chest. He incredulously lowered his gaze. What he beheld was a violet-blue dagger protruding from his heart. The ice sword technique, suspended in midair, disintegrated automatically, fracturing into shards of ice. Ugh, the black-robed figure summoned his last vestige of strength, laboriously turning his body. He beheld a stunning visage, one etched with fear and tension. With a thud, the black-robed figure collapsed heavily to the ground, lifeless. "How did you return?" With the formidable enemy vanquished, Lin Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him as he sank to the ground, panting heavily. The tension he had maintained throughout the battle dissipated at last. "I never strayed far," Zhao Yan replied, conjuring a sword of divine retribution and delivering a powerful downward strike. The black-robed figure's head flew from his shoulders, blood spraying 6 feet into the air. Zhao Yan had deftly evaded the spray to avoid being splattered. "What I meant was, given how perilous that battle was and the strength of your opponent, didn't you fear returning recklessly would lead to your demise?" Lin Tian inquired. "Of course I was afraid," Zhao Yan said softly, stowing away the venomous magic sword. "Can fear truly grant me an escape from my predicament? What distinguishes me from Zhu Yulong? Were it not for your timely intervention, I would have long been devoured by the abyssal crawlers. And I might as well have returned my life to you." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian felt a subtle stirring within. Despite Zhao Yan's frequent antagonism towards him, she had, in this moment of peril, acted decisively to save him, significantly altering his perception of her. Perhaps this was the true essence of Zhao Yan's character. Rising, Lin Tian approached the corpse of the cloaked figure, disregarding the bloodstains as he searched. Before long, he had acquired several items, among which a half-meter-long black staff particularly caught his eye. Staff of Ethereal Light, Silver Grade, Spirit 10, Skill Enhancement 10. Lin Tian glanced at Zhao Yan and inquired, "Your staff is of Silver Grade, is it not?" "Indeed," Zhao Yan nodded. "May I take this one?" Lin Tian asked. The final blow against the cloaked figure was crucially delivered by Zhao Yan, thus she retained the right to decide what to do with the spoils. "Take it, if you wish," Zhao Yan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing her words, Lin Tian promptly stowed away his previous enhancement staff into the void bracelet and equipped the staff of Ethereal Light. He was quite enamored with the new staff. The cloaked figure's ice spells, Ice Blade, Ice Spear, Ice Shield, and Ice Dragon, were formidable. The staff of Ethereal Light had undoubtedly played a significant role in that battle. However, Lin Tian's skills revolved around summoning the undead, and the 10-skill enhancement from the staff would not benefit him directly. The increase in spirit by 10 points was certainly a boon, but what he valued most was the staff's quality. Being of silver grade meant that the skeleton archers and mages he summoned with the staff of Ethereal Light would also attain silver status. Had Lin Tian wielded a silver staff during the recent conflict, he might have triumphed over the cloaked figure without Zhao Yan's assistance. "Aren't you worried about the Shadow Mercenary group's retaliation for taking his staff?" Zhao Yan asked, her voice laced with concern. "Having already killed him, do you think they would spare me? If I can take it, why not?" Lin Tian replied dismissively. Zhao Yan contemplated this and found merit in his logic. Lin Tian understood that the conflict now transcended mere animosity between him and He Liang. It had escalated into enmity with the Shadow Mercenary group. With 2 of their members slain, the depth of their hatred would be difficult to resolve. Unless he could muster a fortune of several 100,000 gold to plead for mercy at their doorstep, perhaps the Shadow Mercenary group might grant him clemency. Such an act, however, was not in Lin Tian's nature. Therefore, he felt no hesitation and took what he deemed necessary. Aside from the staff of Ethereal Light and a suspiciously storage-like pouch, he found nothing else of value. Typically, low-grade storage items bore no significant restrictions. Lin Tian casually emptied the pouch's contents onto the ground. "Ah, pervert!" Zhao Yan exclaimed, her voice rising in shock as she beheld the pile of items on the ground. Lin Tian's expression soured. It was no wonder the cloaked figure resorted to the nefarious profession of an assassin for the Shadow Mercenary group. He was truly a vile individual, harboring dark intentions within. The items spilled from the pouch were predominantly various women's undergarments, showcasing an array of styles and designs. "Hey, are all men like this?" Zhao Yan asked, covering her eyes. Lin Tian, exasperated, replied, "Do not generalize. Just because those you know are like this does not mean all are." "Humph," Zhao Yan retorted, turning away in indignation. Lin Tian, uninterested in further debate, utilized the staff of ethereal light to sift through the scandalous items. After a thorough selection, he extracted the valuable items. As expected from a level 15 frost mage, there were indeed many treasures. 2 golden bank cards, the contents of which remained uncertain, but each card started at a minimum of 10,000 gold. A silver-grade skill book applicable to warrior classes titled Charge. Additionally, there were 500 gold coins. Zhao Yan, who had initially intended to avoid conversation with Lin Tian, suddenly brightened upon seeing the golden cards and coins. "Let us each take a golden card. The amount within is left to fate. You choose one," Lin Tian suggested, holding the 2 cards. "All right." Zhao Yan chose the left card. "This skill book is estimated to be worth around 5,000 gold." Lin Tian mused, contemplating the skill book. "Perhaps we should wait to sell the remaining items before dividing the proceeds?" "Agreed," Zhao Yan nodded, returning the golden card to Lin Tian. "What do you mean? You do not want it?" Lin Tian asked, surprised. "Of course not." Zhao Yan shook her head. "Both cards belong to you. Without our presence, the money cannot be withdrawn. We must exchange them in the black market. It is safer for you to hold on to them until then." "That makes sense. You are quite thoughtful," Lin Tian acknowledged, admiring her intelligence. After a brief respite, the 2 departed from the scene. Lin Tian was nearly exhausted, his spirit depleted. Zhao Yan, too, was hindered and her combat prowess significantly diminished. Should they encounter another formidable enemy like before, both would be in peril. Finding a secluded grove, they cleared the area of goblins, and Lin Tian seized the opportunity to rest and recuperate. It seemed imperative that the next attribute he acquired must pertain to spirit recovery. Lin Tian mused silently. "Have some food." As Lin Tian was recovering, Zhao Yan handed him several pieces of bread and a bottle of water. Noticing Lin Tian's puzzled expression, Zhao Yan explained, "I purchased these before coming." Lin Tian nodded, appreciating the care and foresight of women. Without hesitation, he accepted the offerings and devoured them heartily. After a long day of continuous battle, he was indeed famished. Having eaten his fill and rested for about an hour, Lin Tian rose and resumed their journey. The path ahead held no significant dangers. Aside from the acidic slime imps, they encountered no other abyssal monsters. After 2 hours of slaughter, they had vanquished over 1,000 various creatures. In contrast to his time leveling up alongside Zhu Yulong, Zhao Yan felt remarkably at ease. With a multitude of undead serving as cannon fodder, she needed not risk her safety in combat. She could safely cast her spells from the rear. Another half-hour passed, and the 2 arrived, unscathed, at the growth site of the wild mushrooms. "Such an abundance of wild mushrooms?" Zhao Yan exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the ground carpeted with mushrooms. Lin Tian was equally taken aback. The expanse, akin to a playground, was adorned with an array of wild flowers, nestled among which were the wild mushrooms. A quick count revealed at least 500, even if they divided the haul. Each could collect over 200 mushrooms, far exceeding the quest requirements. Lin Tian dispatched some undead to stand guard in various directions before commencing the harvesting. Meanwhile, Zhao Yan had already begun her collection, carefully uprooting each wild mushroom and placing them into her storage. Perhaps due to recent rains, the air was exceptionally fresh, imbued with the scents of grass, wildflowers, and mushrooms, invigorating and refreshing, banishing any fatigue. As time flowed slowly, the 2 became immersed in the task of gathering wild mushrooms. Soon, Lin Tian's void bracelet was filled with over 100 wild mushrooms. After squatting on the ground for an extended period, Lin Tian felt a slight numbness in his thighs. He stood up and stretched his legs. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed through the air. Immediately, a skeletal warrior positioned not far to the west was sent flying by an overwhelming force, disintegrating into a pile of bones midair. "Be careful, an enemy approaches," Lin Tian exclaimed, grasping the ghostlight staff tightly in his hand and focusing his gaze on the western woods. Zhao Yan, sensing the disturbance, hurried to Lin Tian's side. Soon after, a chorus of anguished screams reverberated from the trees, filled with despair and boundless terror. It was unimaginable what horrifying sight one must have encountered before meeting their demise. "Run!" Lin Tian suddenly recalled something, his expression shifting dramatically as he seized Zhao Yan's hand and dashed in the opposite direction. Zhao Yan's face flushed slightly, yet she did not resist. Swiftly following Lin Tian's lead, as they ran, she inquired, "What on earth happened over there?" Lin Tian replied hastily, "I don't know, and it's best we remain ignorant." Zhao Yan felt a chill of fear, but dared not press further. "Help!" The urgent cries from behind pierced the air, recognizing a somewhat familiar voice. Lin Tian chose to ignore it and quickened his pace. "Watch out, something is flying towards us," Zhao Yan warned, catching a glimpse of a dark object hurtling in their direction. When Lin Tian noticed, it was already less than 3 meters away. In a critical moment, he yanked Zhao Yan aside with force, narrowly evading the object. Zhao Yan lost her balance and collided into his embrace. However, neither of them had the luxury of dwelling on their proximity, both shocked by what had just flown past them. The dark object tumbled several times before coming to a halt on the ground. To their horror, it was a bloodied human head. Lin Tian recognized the deceased. It was the girl he had seen just a few hours earlier while foraging for wild mushrooms with Zhou Xiyu. Back then, she had urged him to change locations due to the scarcity of mushrooms. Now, her head was severed from her body. The eyes of the severed head were wide open, as if unable to fathom the reality of death. The sight of the girl's gruesome fate sent a shiver down Lin Tian's spine. "Help!" The cries for assistance rang out once more. Lin Tian looked up to see that the one calling for help was Zhang Long, who had previously insulted him. Among their group of 5, only Zhang Long and Zhou Xiyu remained alive. The two were sprinting with all their might, as if wishing for 2 more legs to escape. Behind them, a towering monster wielding a scythe pursued them leisurely, clutching a bloody head and gnawing on it. The Abyss Reaper. Lin Tian instantly recognized the creature, and his heart plummeted. Zhao Yan too identified the monster, her expression paling. Chapter 29, Flight. How could a level 5 dungeon spawn such a formidable creature? She trembled. The Abyss Reaper was exponentially more powerful than the Abyss Crawler. Lin Tian remained silent, his face grim as he pushed Zhao Yan away from him and raised the ghostlight staff to summon the undead. With 3 successive incantations, over 200 skeletal warriors emerged, filling the open space around them. Countless wild mushrooms were crushed underfoot, but Lin Tian had no time to dwell on that. He was solely focused on conjuring skeletal warriors. In the face of the Abyss Reaper, there was little distinction between the skeletal warriors and skeletal archers. Summoning skeletal warriors also conserved some of his mental energy. Run. The undead won't hold for long. After summoning the undead, Lin Tian did not glance back and continued his frantic sprint. Zhao Yan gritted her teeth and followed closely behind him. The Abyss Reaper let out a malicious laugh, swinging its scythe forward with brutal force. A crescent-shaped arc of black energy swept through the air. Clang. Over 40 skeletal warriors in its path were severed in half. Zhang Long, in his desperate flight, inadvertently glanced back and was horrified by the sight, nearly losing his wits. With the skeletal warriors providing a momentary reprieve, Zhang Long and Zhou Xiyu seized the chance to dash towards Lin Tian and Zhao Yan. After 2 minutes of relentless running, Lin Tian found himself utterly exhausted, stopping to lean against a large tree, gasping for breath as he desperately tried to recover his stamina. Behind them, the roars of the Abyss Reaper echoed ominously. "They're coming." Zhao Yan, panting heavily, suddenly spoke. Lin Tian turned to see Zhou Xiyu and Zhang Long racing towards them. In the distance, he could vaguely make out the figure of the Abyss Reaper closing in. "Stop," Lin Tian commanded, pointing the ghostlight staff at the two. Zhou Xiyu halted in surprise, while Zhang Long, seemingly deaf to the warning, continued to approach. "Can't you understand?" Lin Tian's expression darkened. With a swift wave of the ghostlight staff, a multitude of undead materialized, blocking Zhang Long's path. "What are you doing?" Zhang Long shouted in anger, brandishing his axe. "Kill him," Lin Tian ordered coldly. A swarm of skeletal warriors lunged at Zhang Long. "No, don't attack. I'm sorry. Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have shouted at you." Zhang Long cried out in terror, begging for mercy. "Stop," Lin Tian commanded, and the skeletal warriors froze in their tracks, but remained menacingly encircled around Zhang Long. He swallowed hard, carefully observing Lin Tian's expression, and said, "Brother, with danger looming, let's not turn against each other. Just let me go. The monster is closing in." Lin Tian ignored him and turned to Zhou Xiyu. "Zhou Xiyu, now that I recall your name, it's clear you've witnessed the monster's strength. We are no match for it. Our only hope of survival lies in separating and fleeing in different directions. I will have these undead provide you with cover for a while." Zhou Xiyu pondered briefly before nodding. "Thank you." Then she turned to Zhang Long and said, "Zhang Long, let's split up." "No, Xiyu, I want to stay with you. I'll protect you." Zhang Long exclaimed urgently. "I don't want to end up like Gu Tingting." A hint of derision crossed Zhou Xiyu's face. Upon hearing this, Zhang Long's expression turned ashen. Ignoring Zhang Long, Zhou Xiyu sprinted off in one direction, followed by a horde of undead. Lin Tian and Zhao Yan immediately set off as well. Before Zhang Long could deliberate, the Abyss Reaper reappeared, forcing him to hastily choose a different direction to flee. "Damn it, why won't they send some undead to cover me?" Zhang Long fumed inwardly. Meanwhile, Lin Tian and Zhao Yan had barely run a few steps when she halted. Supporting herself on her knees, she breathed heavily. "I can't go on. Although the abyss crawlers were momentarily silent, Lin Tian remained vigilant. Should they catch up, the outcome would be dire. Yet, noticing Zhao Yan's troubled expression, he realized she was enduring considerable pain. Looking down, he discovered that her pants were stained with blood, nearly soaked through. It must have been the vigorous sprint earlier that caused the wound on her thigh to reopen. Lin Tian furrowed his brows. This was not a sustainable situation. The Abyssal Reaper had an acute sensitivity to the scent of blood. If it drew closer, it would undoubtedly follow the trail. Come on. I'll carry you. Lin Tian approached Zhao Yan and crouched down. Zhao Yan's face flushed slightly. Time was of the essence, and she did not indulge in modesty. Promptly climbing onto Lin Tian's back once more. With Zhao Yan on his back, Lin Tian resumed his escape. Lin Tian, do you know that girl? Zhao Yan suddenly asked softly during their flight. Are you referring to Zhou Shiyu? I've met her once, Lin Tian replied casually. Oh, why do you ask? Nothing much. Lin Tian intended to have those dozens of undead protect Zhou Shiyu. This was because, during the previous conflict, Zhou Shiyu had not threatened him as Zhang Long did. She even willingly offered him 10 wild mushrooms. Lin Tian always drew clear lines between enmity and gratitude. He reciprocated kindness with kindness. As long as it was within his capacity, he would naturally assist Zhou Shiyu. And as for Zhang Long, not allowing the undead to slay him was purely to keep him as bait to attract the wrath of the Abyssal Reaper. Lin Tian. It seems there's a small goblin tribe ahead. There are so many goblins. Zhao Yan pointed ahead and whispered urgently. That means I haven't run in the wrong direction. Lin Tian responded, feeling relieved rather than frightened. Ah, I see. You want the goblins to hold off the Abyssal Reaper. Zhao Yan exclaimed, her eyes widening in realization. Lin Tian nodded slightly. This tribe has over 100 goblins. They should suffice to satiate the Abyssal Reaper. As long as it is fed, we will be safe. Zhao Yan nodded in agreement. The Abyssal Reaper was a creature of the abyss, whose greatest delight lay in severing the heads of all living beings, a primal instinct ingrained in its very bloodline. It would not spare even its own kind. After decapitating its victims, the Abyssal Reaper would consume their heads as trophies. Bloodthirsty and cruel, even among the abyss. The Abyssal Reaper was despised. When the Abyssal Reaper appeared, it was surrounded by a horde of acidic little demons, while not even a single minion accompanied it. Do not disturb them. Let us circumvent them. Lin Tian cautioned as he carefully led Zhao Yan around the outskirts of the goblin tribe, utilizing the dense foliage for cover. Before long, the air filled with terrifying roars as the Abyssal Reaper descended upon the goblin tribe, and in an instant, countless screams erupted. Chapter 30. Slaying the Abyssal Reaper. Lin Tian, the Abyssal Reaper is slaughtering the goblins. Shouldn't we take this opportunity to distance ourselves? Zhao Yan peered through the leaves of a large tree. Casting a glance at the goblin tribe engulfed in carnage, her heart racing with trepidation. Seated beside her on the branch, Lin Tian smiled slightly. Would you truly wish to miss an encounter with a boss-level creature of at least level 15? Zhao Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean to let them weaken each other while we swoop in to claim the spoils? That's about the gist of it, Lin Tian affirmed. But, Zhao Yan expressed her concern, the Abyssal Reaper is far too powerful. Fortune favors the bold. We cannot predict how many perilous realms lie ahead, or how many terrifying calamities we must face. Far more dreadful than this Abyssal Reaper. The only way to increase our chances of survival is to swiftly enhance our strength. If you are afraid, you may return. The teleportation talisman should be usable now. After a long silence, Zhao Yan finally lifted her head, determination shining in her eyes. I will stay with you. Lin Tian feigned a sigh. You cannot be dissuaded. You insist on sharing my experience. Zhao Yan immediately retorted, you're asking for it. Lin Tian leaned against the tree trunk, resting his eyes while Zhao Yan remained vigilant. Observing the battle in the goblin tribe. 5 minutes later, the sounds of combat faded away. Eagerly, Zhao Yan inquired, when shall we move? Patience, let it feast first. Lin Tian replied, eyes still closed. As they anxiously awaited, half an hour passed. The goblin tribe had fallen utterly silent. We can move now? Lin Tian's voice startled Zhao Yan awake. Throughout this time, she had repeatedly asked if they could proceed, only to be met with Lin Tian's insistence that the moment was not yet ripe. Now that the time had come, Zhao Yan was brimming with excitement. Lin Tian jumped down from the tree, waiting for Zhao Yan to follow. However, she hesitated on the branch, reluctant to leap. I'm afraid of heights. Zhao Yan stammered after a long pause. Lin Tian's expression darkened. It's barely 2 meters. Why are you afraid? Jump down. I will catch you. He extended his arms. Then be sure to catch me. Zhao Yan steeled herself, closed her eyes, and leaped downward. With a solid thud, Lin Tian caught her adeptly. You're a bit heavy. He muttered. Nonsense. Where am I heavy? Zhao Yan glared at him. Just a jest. No need to be upset. Lin Tian chuckled awkwardly, steadying her. The two stealthily approached the goblin tribe. Lin Tian, are you not going to summon some undead? Zhao Yan asked, puzzled. Not necessary. The noise would only alert the monsters. Lin Tian replied, shaking his head slightly. Upon reaching the edge of the goblin tribe, Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback by the scene that unfolded before him. It was a massacre. Only the word sanguinary could adequately describe the scene. The ground was strewn with goblin corpses of all sizes, drenched in blood that painted the earth crimson. Each of these bodies shared a grim characteristic. They were all headless. The potent and acrid stench of blood assaulted their senses, nearly overwhelming Lin Tian. He quickly covered his nose to stifle a reaction. Meanwhile, the Abyssal Reaper, the architect of this carnage, stood with its back to them, slowly chewing on a severed head. Scattered around it were a few more human heads, a grotesque and bloody spectacle that nearly turned one's stomach. The Abyssal Reaper had undergone considerable transformation. Its once elongated form resembled a human-shaped lightning bolt, but now its abdomen bulged grotesquely, akin to a woman in the final stages of pregnancy. Its massive body bore a sharply pointed head, creating a bizarre and ludicrous appearance. May I borrow the venomous demon sword? After observing for a while, Lin Tian extended his hand towards Zhao Yan. Without question, Zhao Yan retrieved the sword and handed it to him. Lin Tian wielded the venomous demon sword and began searching along the edge of the tribe. Before long, he discovered a head that the Abyssal Reaper had overlooked. He plunged the sword into the head's wound, stirring it vigorously. Once he estimated the toxin had sufficiently disseminated, he withdrew the sword and hurled the head toward the Abyssal Reaper. Having completed this task, he swiftly concealed himself in the nearby underbrush. Thud! The head struck the ground with a dull thud, rolling behind the Abyssal Reaper. The Abyssal Reaper abruptly turned around, its gaze falling upon a severed head, and with a hint of confusion, it scanned its surroundings. Subsequently, it set down the half-eaten cranium in its grasp and picked up the one that Lin Tian had discarded, consuming it with a deliberate slowness. It was evident that the Abyssal Reaper had feasted to the point of excess, rendering it incapable of standing. It could only sit upon the ground to indulge in its meal. Lin Tian, witnessing this, felt a surge of joy within his heart. Lin Tian, you are truly clever to devise such a strategy, Zhao Yan whispered as she stealthily approached him, offering her quiet praise. Even though the Abyssal Reaper is too bloated to move, we are still no match for it. Its abyssal blood possesses tremendous power, capable of cleaving us in twain with a single stroke. We must wait until it succumbs to poison, unable to unleash its lethal techniques, before we have a chance. Lin Tian returned the venomous magic sword to her, explaining in hushed tones, indeed, you are correct. Zhao Yan nodded vigorously, overflowing with excitement. Lin Tian's gaze remained fixed upon the Abyssal Reaper, keenly observing its every movement. The creature's fangs, measuring a formidable 10 centimeters in length, were exceedingly sharp. Its hardened skull, under the pressure of those fangs, crumbled like tofu, easily crushed and swallowed. As it continued to feast, the Abyssal Reaper suddenly froze, an expression of extreme agony contorting its features. It hurled away the half-eaten head, clutching its abdomen and rolling on the ground in a frenzy, emitting wild, anguished cries. Do not hasten. Wait until the toxin fully manifests. Both it and the abyssal crawler hail from the abyss, boasting robust physiques and high resistance to toxins. They are not easily felled by poison. Lin Tian restrained the restless Zhao Yan. All right, she acquiesced, crouching once more, concealed behind a tree. They waited 5 long minutes. The Abyssal Reaper's wails grew progressively quieter until they faded into silent howls. Black blood oozed from its mouth, and its limbs twitched uncontrollably. Its scythe was cast aside, yet it lacked the strength to retrieve it. It should now be utterly incapable of resistance, correct? Zhao Yan inquired. Lin Tian nodded in affirmation. The Abyssal Reaper's constitution was exceedingly high, at least 300 points. It would not succumb so easily to the poison of the venomous magic sword. However, incapacitating it for a time was certainly feasible, especially in its current state of corpulence, which would prolong the duration of its paralysis. Now is the time to sever its head. Lin Tian rose, preparing to summon the undead. Zhao Yan, equally exhilarated, raised the venomous magic sword. Just then, a gleaming axe suddenly hurtled through the air from a distance, creating a gust as it bore down on the prostrate Abyssal Reaper with ferocious intent. Seeking death, Lin Tian's expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that someone would attempt to claim the bounty. Concerned about alerting the Abyssal Reaper, he had refrained from summoning the undead. Little did he know, someone had stealthily infiltrated, intending to slay the Abyssal Reaper. He recognized the skill as that of the Platinum-class Berserker, the Throw of Destiny. In its current state, the Abyssal Reaper's defenses had undoubtedly plummeted to their nadir. Should the axe strike true, its head would surely be obliterated. Summoning the undead now would be too late. Boom. A resounding crash reverberated as a brilliant light erupted before the Abyssal Reaper. The axe was halted mid-flight, intercepted by none other than Zhao Yan. In that critical moment, she swiftly conjured an angelic shield, just in time to deflect the axe's onslaught. The shield shattered instantly, and the axe clattered to the ground. The expressions of both Lin Tian and Zhao Yan were grim, their frustration palpable. After expending so much effort and enduring countless dangers, they had finally subdued the Abyssal Reaper, only for someone to attempt to snatch victory from their grasp. Lin Tian's fury had reached a boiling point. With a flourish of the spectral staff, a multitude of undead materialized around them. Skeletal fire mages, skeletal water mages, skeletal archers, and more. Directly across the grove. Unleash your assault, Lin Tian commanded coldly. The skeletal archers knocked their arrows, and the skeletal water and fire mages began their incantations. Do not attack. Allies. Allies. A panicked voice rang out from the trees opposite the goblin tribe. Step forward, Lin Tian bellowed. The rustling of leaves ensued, and a tall, lanky youth, hands raised high, emerged slowly. It's you, Lin Tian and Zhao Yan exclaimed in unison. This individual was none other than Zhang Long, the one who had fled from them earlier. In that moment, Lin Tian comprehended the situation. Zhang Long had concealed himself approximately 60 meters away from the Abyssal Reaper, while Lin Tian and the Reaper were separated by about 30 meters, with a goblin tribe situated in between. Furthermore, Lin Tian's undead domain had a maximum detection range of 90 meters. It was no wonder he had failed to detect Zhang Long's presence. Zhang Long had likely been lurking for quite some time, waiting for the opportune moment to seize the spoils. A sheepish grin adorned Zhang Long's face as he reluctantly approached, his eyes darting as he contemplated an escape. Yet, the shadowy undead surrounding him quelled any thoughts of flight. He had no choice but to bravely advance toward the center of the tribe. Brother, I was wrong. I truly had no idea that you had vanquished the Abyssal Reaper. As he drew nearer, Zhang Long bowed and smiled ingratiatingly. Humph. Lin Tian's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. Such empty words would not deceive even a child. How outrageous. After all our hard work, you dare to covet what is rightfully ours? I shall end your life. Zhao Yan seethed with anger, raising the venomous magic sword. Ready to plunge it into Zhang Long, Lin Tian quickly restrained her. I truly did not intend to. I swear I won't dare again. For the sake of our shared affiliation with the Higher Education Alliance, please spare me. Upon witnessing Zhao Yan's fierce demeanor, Zhang Long fell to his knees, pleading desperately. Lin Tian remained silent, simply observing his performance. Lin Tian, what should we do? Zhao Yan asked. Lin Tian fixed his gaze upon Zhang Long, beneath his calm exterior. A flicker of murderous intent began to coalesce. Zhang Long seemed to sense the gravity of the situation and hastily interjected. I can offer you the axe as an apology. It's a silver quality axe that could fetch a handsome price. And if you kill me, our Linglong High School will never let you off the hook. Haha. You still dare to threaten us? Zhao Yan scoffed coldly. If we kill you, the axe will belong to us regardless. Zhang Long, now devoid of options, could only kneel on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head and weeping profusely in supplication. Lin Tian, growing increasingly weary of the display, impatiently remarked, cease your wailing. I will not kill you. Thank you. Thank you. Zhang Long exclaimed, as if granted a reprieve, showering them with gratitude. Lin Tian. Zhao Yan was alarmed, fearing he might truly let Zhang Long go. Rest assured, I have my plans, Lin Tian assured her. Zhao Yan finally relaxed, with an air of authority. Lin Tian looked down upon Zhang Long, stating coolly, I have a question for you. Answer honestly. Of course. I will not lie. Zhang Long replied eagerly. Where is Zhou Xiu? Lin Tian inquired. I don't know, Zhang Long replied. Lin Tian's tone turned icy. You don't know? Zhang Long, with a hint of tears in his voice, lamented, I truly do not know. After we separated and fled, I have not seen her since. Observing the sincerity in his expression, Lin Tian chose not to press further. Am I permitted to leave? Zhang Long inquired weakly. Did I ever promise to let you go? Lin Tian retorted. Zhang Long was momentarily taken aback. Lin Tian smiled faintly. Letting you go is not out of the question. However, if you wish to seize our boss, you must be prepared to pay a price. What price? Speak. I will comply. Zhang Long gritted his teeth as he responded. Produce all your valuables. Not a single item may remain. Lin Tian commanded, his voice firm. Otherwise, I will end your life on the spot. As he spoke, the ethereal staff stirred slightly, prompting a throng of undead to draw nearer to Zhang Long. Here, I will give it. Zhang Long cried out. His face twisted with despair as he began to extract his possessions piece by piece. Under the watchful gaze of the undead, he dared not attempt any deceit. He placed a ring and a gray gauntlet upon the ground. Search. Lin Tian instructed the nearest undead. Two skeletal warriors advanced, rummaging through Zhang Long's belongings. They confirmed there was nothing concealed. Leave behind one arm, and you may depart, Lin Tian stated coolly. What? Zhang Long was momentarily stunned. Zhao Yan sprang forward in a swift motion. With a swift swing of her venomous sword, Zhang Long's arm was severed with an audible crack. Zhao Yan followed suit, lopping off his other arm. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground. Zhang Long's screams echoed through the forest. Scream again, and I shall remove your tongue. Lin Tian's words compelled Zhang Long to swallow his cries. The excruciating pain contorted his face into a grimace, yet he was forced to suppress his agony. Begone. Do not let me see you again. Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Long gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain, and staggered away from the goblin tribe. Chapter 32. The Scythe of the Abyss. With blood dripping from the stumps of his severed arms, Zhang Long silently vowed to turn Lin Tian and Zhao Yan into minced flesh for vengeance. The two severed limbs continued to spout blood, trailing behind him. This fool likely still harbors thoughts of revenge against us. Zhao Yan scoffed as she watched Zhang Long's figure vanish into the woods. With the poison of the abyss coursing through his veins and both arms severed, if he lasts more than 3 minutes, he is indeed fortunate, Lin Tian shrugged. At this moment, Zhang Long was in a state far worse than the average person. Even the weakest goblin could easily dispatch him. Nevertheless, Lin Tian remained unconvinced and dispatched several undead to follow Zhang Long at a distance, ensuring his demise before feeling any sense of security. Lin Tian turned to Zhao Yan, asking, "Did I not mention to sever one arm? Why did you take both?" Zhao Yan raised an eyebrow. It became quite effortless. This woman is truly ruthless. Lin Tian mused internally, resolved to keep his distance in the future. Shall I gather everything for sale later? He inquired, pointing to the axe on the ground. Zhao Yan nonchalantly nodded, as you wish. Are you concerned about that Guxiyu? She suddenly asked. Not at all. Lin Tian denied, as he had merely made casual inquiries due to their acquaintance. Oh, after collecting all of Zhang Long's discarded items into the void bracelet, Lin Tian approached the Reaper of the Abyss. At this moment, the Reaper was on the brink of death, its body rigid. Lin Tian and Zhao Yan exerted considerable effort before finally severing the creature's head. Killed the Reaper of the Abyss. Gained 20,000 experience. The long-awaited notification allowed Lin Tian's tense heart to finally relax. The arduous preparations had yielded fruitful rewards. Upon slaying the Reaper, Lin Tian received a full 20,000 experience points, further underscoring the creature's formidable strength. The Reaper of the Abyss also dropped a skill book and its scythe weapon. It was none other than Abyssal Blood Slash. We have struck gold. We have struck gold. The Reaper of the Abyss was of silver grade strength. Yet the Abyssal Blood Slash was a golden grade skill book. This skill book was exclusive to Dark-type warriors, allowing classes such as Dark Warrior, Dark Knight, and Abyss Fighter to learn it. Lin Tian then turned his attention to the Black Scythe. Scythe of the Abyss, silver, strength 20, special effect, 10 armor penetration. Another silver weapon. The ethereal staff in Lin Tian's possession was also a silver weapon, yet it paled in comparison to the Scythe of the Abyss. Both items were promptly stowed away by Lin Tian. After slaying the Reaper of the Abyss, Zhao Yan leveled up to level 5. Do you possess any knowledge of Gwen's approximate location? Lin Tian inquired. That patch of wild mushrooms likely has few survivors left. Returning would be of little significance. He contemplated Zhao Yan's task and asked. I do not know, Zhao Yan replied. Let us search for her. In the forest, the two searched for Gwen while also dispatching goblins. Since Lin Tian had equipped the ethereal staff, the summoned skeletal archers, skeletal water mages, and skeletal fire mages had all risen to silver grade, their attributes soaring. Now, dealing with ordinary goblins was akin to a crushing victory, even when encountering larger goblin tribes. They were effortlessly overrun. As dusk approached, however, they had yet to locate the goblin chieftain, Gwen. Instead, the number of abyssal creatures they encountered increased significantly. Something feels amiss. This seems like a precursor to an abyssal outbreak. If we cannot find Gwen, let us return, Lin Tian suggested after careful consideration. Zhao Yan hesitated but ultimately agreed. The two had remained in the goblin encampment for an entire day, engaged in relentless battle, leaving them weary and famished. It was no longer suitable to linger there. The teleportation talisman activated, and 2 beams of light vanished from that place. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after their departure, a horde of abyssal creatures appeared. Among them was one with ram-like horns, cradling a white cloth doll. Its presence was terrifying, and all abyssal creatures cowered at its feet, trembling in fear. I smell the scent of the living, the demon's whisper echoed above the forest, lingering ominously. In a flash of light, 2 figures materialized in the Adventurers Guild Hall, none other than Lin Tian and Zhao Yan. Lin Tian handed over 100 wild mushrooms, successfully completing the task, and after exchanging the teleportation talisman, he received a reward of 50 gold coins. Although Zhao Yan did not accomplish her goblin task, she had gathered a considerable number of wild mushrooms and opted to exchange them for a reward as well. Shall we sell those items now? Zhao Yan asked as they stepped out of the Adventurers Guild. I believe you should tend to your wounds first. Lin Tian pointed to her thigh. Right. Zhao Yan realized. I mustn't let grandfather see my injuries. He would worry. The two made their way to the nearby light church. Under the gentle healing of an elderly and kind-hearted priest, Zhao Yan's wounds were effortlessly mended. Her skin appeared as flawless as new, devoid of any scars, as if she had never been injured. Externally, she merely looked pale from blood loss. The priest of the light church charged no fee. In gratitude, Zhao Yan donated 20 gold coins to the church in the name of a believer. Speaking of which, Zhao Yan's radiant angel is a pure combat profession. Apart from the holy light dispelling ability, her fundamental skills are predominantly combat-oriented. At this moment, the night had fully descended. Under the faint glow of street lamps and the gentle light of the moon, the two arrived at the largest black market in the Western District. The black market was ablaze with lights and bustling with noise, far more lively than during the day. It was a melting pot of various trades, with individuals from all walks of life and backgrounds present. This was Zhao Yan's first visit to such a place, and she felt somewhat out of her depth. Particularly, the presence of youths with dyed yellow hair, dressed in tattered clothing, and exuding a rough demeanor, who stared at her with unabashed scrutiny, made her exceedingly uneasy. Lin Tian, however, had visited the black market a few times before. He led Zhao Yan directly to a very narrow shop located at the innermost part of the market. Inside, a hodgepodge of items cluttered the space, leaving only a winding pathway to navigate through. Yang Jungang, come out. The goods have arrived. Lin Tian called out, slapping the table when he noticed no one was present at the counter. Zhao Yan jumped at the sudden noise and whispered, do you know anyone here? Who on earth is shouting like that? Are they reckless? Just as Lin Tian was about to respond, an irritable voice came from within. Moments later, an unkempt figure, seemingly having not washed his hair for months, appeared in view. You brat, you finally decided to come find me? The last time you visited was half a year ago. Upon recognizing Lin Tian, Yang Yunggang's initial anger transformed into joy, and he stepped forward to slap Lin Tian's shoulder heartily. And who might this be? He inquired, brushing aside his disheveled hair that obscured his eyes, and upon noticing Zhao Yan standing quietly beside Lin Tian, his eyes instantly sparkled with interest. This is my classmate. Zhao Yan, Lin Tian replied succinctly. Hello, I'm Yang Jungang, Lin Tian's middle school classmate. Yang Jungang beamed even wider at the introduction and prepared to shake Zhao Yan's hand. However, as she beheld his grease-stained hands, Zhao Yan's expression turned awkward. Remove your filthy hands. I have serious business to discuss with you. Lin Tian, visibly displeased, swatted away Yang Yunggang's outstretched hands. Hee. Yang Jungang, undeterred, chuckled a few times before seating himself behind the counter. You brat, don't try to fool me with that scrap metal. Those so-called ancestral treasures of yours are unsellable. Out of goodwill for a brother, I'll reluctantly take them off your hands. You can't keep making me lose money. Moreover, that Shenwanyan girl looks so acerbic. Licking up to her will lead to no good end. But this Xiaoyan classmate of yours is quite impressive. Yang Jungang rambled on, and Lin Tian, growing increasingly impatient, interjected, I have no ties to Chen Wanyan anymore. Internally, he lamented, why should I be concerned about the previous owner's troubles? Rest assured, this time you won't suffer a loss. Lin Tian declared, producing the skill book titled Charge from his spatial bracelet. What the hell? You've struck it rich. You actually possess a spatial item? Tell me, have you been taken under the wing of some wealthy lady? Could it be this beauty beside you? Look at me. I'm far more handsome. Should you choose to support me, I would remain utterly devoted and loyal. Yang Jungang's attention was fixated not on the skill book, but rather on Lin Tian's spatial bracelet. Zhao Yan, unaccustomed to such scenes, felt somewhat flustered by Yang Yunggang's excessive enthusiasm. Lin Tian smacked Yang Jungang on the forehead, exclaiming angrily, she and I are merely ordinary classmates. And don't let your imagination run wild. She is a legendary class profession, bound for Xinxia University, with an immeasurable future ahead. You, a mere toad, dare to covet a noble swan? Hee. I was just joking, don't take it to heart. Yang Jungang, unfazed, chuckled a few times. He then picked up the skill book and flipped through it casually. The market price is around 500 gold coins. How about this? I'll take it for 5,000 gold coins. Yang Jungang stated earnestly. All right. Lin Tian nodded slightly, as this price aligned closely with his expectations. And what about these two? Lin Tian produced the 2 gold cards. Gold cards? Are they yours? Yang Jungang raised an eyebrow, instinctively asking. Isn't that a redundant question? If they were mine, would I be here? Lin Tian retorted irritably. True. Yang Jungang nodded. Let me check how much is on them. He pulled out a grimy device from beneath the counter and scanned the cards. The amounts were clearly displayed, 10,000 each. Lin Tian was not surprised by Yang Yunggang's ability. It was likely some sort of magical detection item. To operate a shop in the black market and remain successful for years, one must possess certain skills. For these 2 cards, I'll take 1,000 gold coins from you. That's fair given the risks involved in reselling, Yang Yungang declared while holding the 2 gold cards. No problem. Lin Tian readily agreed. Viewing it as unexpected fortune, Lin Tian then retrieved the abyssal scythe. Another one. Yang Yunggang's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Lin Tian. Brat, you've truly hit the jackpot. I'm almost envious enough to devour you whole. Lin Tian smirked, just a trifle. Uft, don't play coy with me. Yang Yungang scoffed. 15,000 gold coins. He ultimately proposed. Lin Tian had no objections. Additionally, Zhang Long's axe sold for 1,000 gold coins. Zhu Yulong's shield for 3,000 gold coins, and the Abyssal Crawler's crescent blade for 8,000 gold coins. As for the Abyssal Bloodslayer, he chose not to bring it out. It wasn't that Yang Yungang couldn't afford it, but its value was too precious. While other items could be disposed of, the Abyssal Bloodslayer, if revealed, would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Even if he needed to part with it, it would not be in the black market. He had previously discussed this matter with Zhao Yan, to which she had agreed without objection. 10 minutes later, Lin Tian left the black market, his face beaming with satisfaction. Zhao Yan was equally elated. The obsidian shield and crescent blade were uniquely his. Even so, the total sales amounted to 40,000 gold coins, of which Zhao Yan received 20,000, instantly swelling her wallet. Her typically stern demeanor softened into a smile. Lin Tian's gains were even greater, totaling 31,000 gold coins. Moreover, the Abyssal Bloodslayer could fetch at least several 100,000 gold coins, promising even more wealth in the future. Zhao Yan's home was also located in the western district, albeit closer to the central area, far from Lin Tian's residence. Upon reaching an intersection, under the streetlight, Lin Tian prepared to part ways with Zhao Yan. Wait, Zhao Yan suddenly called out, stopping him. Is there something else? Lin Tian inquired. This. Zhao Yan looked at him, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Speak plainly. Don't beat around the bush, it's late, Lin Tian urged. Zhao Yan began again, yet still could not complete her thought. What is with the in this? If you don't speak, I'm leaving. Lin Tian feigned a departure. Zhao Yan panicked, blurting out. Can I come to your house tonight? To your house? Lin Tian furrowed his brow. Please don't misunderstand. That was not my intention. Noticing his expression, Zhao Yan hastily clarified. I mentioned to my grandfather that I would be bringing my boyfriend over for dinner tonight. If he doesn't see him, he will be quite disappointed. Oh, Lin Tian understood. Then remarked, then why not ask Zhu Yulong? Why involve me? Upon mentioning Zhu Yulong, a flicker of coldness crossed Zhao Yan's face. He is not my boyfriend. Lin Tian remained silent. Neither am I, he replied. Zhao Yan insisted. That's precisely why I need you to pretend. Just help me get through tonight. Is that so? Lin Tian propped his chin on his fist, revealing a hint of reluctance. But I am quite busy. You won't be doing it for free. I can offer you compensation. Zhao Yan quickly interjected upon seeing his hesitation. Chapter 34. Pretending to be a boyfriend, why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry, hurry. Let your grandfather see just how handsome your future son-in-law is. 10 minutes later, Lin Tian exclaimed, Zhao Yan, is this the compensation you promised? Do you have any conscience? Do you even consider me a person? As they approached Zhao Yan's house, Lin Tian stood in the middle of the road, glaring at the solitary gold coin in his hand, anger surging within him. He had assumed Zhao Yan would at least offer him a few hundred or 1,000 coins. At the very least, he expected 100 coins. To his astonishment, she had given him just a single coin. Indeed, just one. Lin Tian felt insulted by the very notion of his intelligence. I can take it or leave it. Zhao Yan haughtily sniffed and turned to enter a nearby market. Moments later, she emerged carrying several bags. Handing a wine bottle to Lin Tian, she instructed, my grandfather enjoys red wine. Give this to him. Remember, don't be nervous when you meet him. Zhao Yan seemed to entirely forget their earlier conversation, offering advice to Lin Tian. Lin Tian clenched his fist, ultimately releasing it in resignation. Since he had come this far, he might as well continue. Zhao Yan's home was a standalone courtyard, slightly more appealing in appearance than Lin Tian's abode. Grandfather, I'm back. Zhao Yan jubilantly called as she pushed open the courtyard door. Lin Tian trudged in behind her, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Ah, back already? An elderly voice resonated from within the yard. Grandfather, look who I brought. Zhao Yan stepped aside to reveal Lin Tian. Oh, you must be Lin Tian. The old man, with a head of white hair and a weathered face, trembled as he stood up, scrutinizing Lin Tian with a broad smile. My disobedient granddaughter has been singing your praises, claiming you are tall and handsome. Now that I see you, she was indeed correct. You are quite the catch. Her taste is commendable. Zhao Hao nodded approvingly, his grin unwavering. A sudden unease gripped Lin Tian. Wasn't Zhao Yan's boyfriend Zhu Yulong? Why was her grandfather addressing him by his name? Confusion swirled within him as he glanced at Zhao Yan, who was gazing up at the sky, showing no inclination to explain. Haha, where's the truth in that? I feel honored to be associated with Zhao Yan. Not only is she beautiful, but she has also awakened a legendary profession. Zhao grandfather, you shall enjoy a life of comfort alongside her. Lin Tian quickly regained his composure, realizing this was not the moment for such concerns, and followed Zhao Hao's lead. Young man, you shouldn't have brought gifts for this old bone of mine. Zhao Hao gently reproached. Lin Tian smiled. I came in such haste that I couldn't prepare anything. Next time, I shall bring your grandfather a finer wine. I believe your birthday should be celebrated at a grand hotel. Ah, youthful understanding. It warms my heart to see respect for elders, unlike some young ladies who, having grown wings, no longer heed their grandfather's words. Zhao Hao chuckled. Grandfather, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhao Yan shot back, her eyes narrowing. You two chat. I'll go prepare dinner. With that, she retreated into the house. Zhao Hao warmly grasped Lin Tian's hand, leading him into the living room for conversation. Zhao Yan's abode was a two-story building, clearly aged but well-maintained, with furniture that appeared somewhat antiquated yet impeccably clean, revealing Zhao Yan's penchant for tidiness. Before long, Zhao Yan descended from the second floor, now clad in a clean outfit, and busied herself in the adjacent kitchen. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao and Lin Tian engaged in casual conversation. Upon learning that Lin Tian was orphaned, Zhao Hao couldn't help but express sympathy. You and Zhao Yan share a fate of hardship. You must support one another and never abandon each other. Lin Tian could only nod, internally cursing Zhao Yan repeatedly. Despite Zhao Hao's indifference to Lin Tian's humble occupation as a blacksmith's apprentice, he gently remarked, the strength of a profession does not define a person's worth. The Undying King was once a necromancer, yet he ascended to the pinnacle of humanity, rivaling gods and demons. The Undying King, the necromancer who fought alongside the Lord of Wisdom against the undead planes, is indeed one of the greatest pioneers in human history. With statues erected in many places in his honor, Zhao Yan has quite the temper. She can be domineering and volatile. She hasn't bullied you, has she? Zhao Hao inquired further. Not at all. Lin Tian quickly replied. She has been very kind to me. In truth, he had just been bullied by Zhao Yan. During their school days, he had often endured her cold glares. Yet, he felt compelled to speak insincerely. At that moment, Zhao Yan conveniently emerged and fortuitously overheard their conversation. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. Grandfather, how could you speak ill of me in front of an outsider? Zhao Hao immediately scolded. What nonsense are you spouting, child? Is Lin Tian an outsider? Zhao Yan, not daring to retort against her grandfather, shot a resentful glare at Lin Tian before retreating into the kitchen. Lin Tian felt a sense of triumph. He had finally found a way to put her in her place. Zhao Yan's parents had tragically perished about a decade ago during an undead invasion, falling victim to the monstrous forces of necromancy. This calamity was reportedly caused by a powerful necromancer who, during an experiment, inadvertently opened a portal to the undead realm, summoning a formidable lich, leading to disaster. Thus, Zhao Yan harbored a deep-seated aversion to necromantic professions. No wonder. Lin Tian finally comprehended why Zhao Yan had looked at him with such disdain upon awakening as a necromancer. Before long, Zhao Yan had prepared a sumptuous feast, featuring dishes such as stir-fried wild mushrooms with meat, stir-fried bamboo shoots with wild mushrooms, and wild mushroom cheese soup. Among others, it must be said, Zhao Yan's culinary skills were impressive, combining flavor, aroma, and aesthetics. The birthday dinner unfolded in a harmonious atmosphere. After the meal, Lin Tian expressed his desire to take his leave. Zhao Hao fervently insisted he stay and even urged Zhao Yan to prepare a spare room. Lin Tian, of course, refused. If that were to happen, he would be unable to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Seeing his steadfast refusal, Zhao Hao relented and asked Zhao Yan to escort Lin Tian out. Once outside on the street, Lin Tian confronted her. Isn't your boyfriend Zhu Yulong? Why did your grandfather call me by my name? How would I know? Zhao Yan's gaze shifted evasively, her demeanor suddenly turning cold as she declared, from now on, do not mention him in my presence. I have no connection with him, neither past nor future. Lin Tian was taken aback by the abruptness of her change in demeanor. Just moments ago, she had been amiable, and now she had transformed entirely. What a grand favor I have done for her, only to be met with such an outcome. Huh, can a woman truly be so formidable that I must take flight? Lin Tian turned on his heel, heading back towards his home. Chapter 35, The Awakening Elixir. Be cautious on the way, A voice called out from behind. Zhao Yan. Lin Tian paid her no heed and quickened his pace. How vexing. Am I truly so bothersome to you? Watching Lin Tian's silhouette gradually fade from view, Zhao Yan touched her own face and murmured softly to herself. In stark contrast to Zhao Yan's residence, Lin Tian's abode was in disrepair, with even the gate appearing somewhat dilapidated. No, it was not merely worn. It bore a gaping hole, as if it had been forcefully kicked in. The thought struck Lin Tian immediately. His home had been burglarized. He swiftly summoned a legion of undead and dashed into the courtyard. Upon entering, he caught a glimpse of a shadow darting past the wide-open door of his house. Who goes there? Stand still, Lin Tian bellowed. The shadow halted momentarily at the sound, then bolted, shattering a window and fleeing into the neighboring residential area. A swarm of skeletal archers unleashed a volley of bone arrows in pursuit, but alas, they were a moment too late, allowing the intruder to escape. Rushing to the window, Lin Tian peered inside. The alley was deserted, strewn with bone arrows but devoid of any figures. He commanded the skeletal archers to retrieve all the arrows. One of the arrows bore traces of blood. The intruder had been injured. Lin Tian mused aloud upon noticing the bloodstained shaft before destroying it. This makes no sense. My home is in such a state of poverty, yet they chose to steal from me? Why not target He Liang's house instead? Lin Tian grumbled. To deter any potential return of the thief, he lingered in the courtyard for over an hour, but the burglar did not reappear. Exhausted from the day's events, Lin Tian arranged for the undead to keep watch before collapsing into a deep slumber. Upon waking the next morning, Lin Tian meticulously inspected the arrangements from the previous night and confirmed that nothing had been disturbed, indicating that the thief had indeed not returned. After enjoying breakfast at a nearby diner, he made his way to a blacksmith shop. Lin Tian, what brings you here today? Inquired a middle-aged man, diligently hammering away at a weapon. Good morning, Uncle Li. Lin Tian replied with a smile. I accidentally damaged my courtyard gate. If you have the time today, could you help me replace it? As he spoke, he placed 5 gold coins on the wooden table beside the furnace. Not a problem. Leave it to me. I will ensure your new iron gate is as sturdy as a fortress. Uncle Li's eyes lit up at the sight of the coins, and he eagerly assured Lin Tian. Also, could you install a lock while you're at it? Lin Tian added, placing a hefty iron lock on the table as well. Absolutely. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. Uncle Li, a blacksmith, was a man of practical trades. Due to injuries sustained during a past calamity, his level had permanently stagnated at 14. Fortunately, he still managed to make a living by forging farm tools and simple weapons. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Lin Tian headed towards Changhai Middle School. Just as he was about to exit the Western District, he spotted a graceful figure ahead. His expression shifted, and he promptly turned to take a different route. However, Zhao Yan had already spotted him. Lin Tian, stop right there, Zhao Yan commanded, forcing Lin Tian to halt. As she approached, she inquired, why did you run upon seeing me? Lin Tian glanced around nervously. Did I? Seeing Lin Tian feigning ignorance, Zhao Yan could not be bothered to expose him. Come on. Let us head to school. After a few steps, she noticed Lin Tian had not followed and asked, why aren't you moving? Lin Tian chuckled awkwardly. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? What if someone misinterprets our interaction? At this, Zhao Yan's temper flared, and she retorted indignantly. What kind of vile thoughts are swirling in your mind? There's nothing to misconstrue. With her words leaving Lin Tian no room for excuses. He had no choice but to accompany her to school. As they passed an alchemy shop, Lin Tian felt a sudden impulse and stepped inside. Sir, miss, how may we assist you in procuring potions today? A young attendant approached them with enthusiasm. What potions do you have? Show me. Lin Tian replied coolly. After handing Lin Tian a list, the attendant elaborated. Our shop is a branch of the Potion Master Gu Inn in Raccoon City. We guarantee the authenticity and quality of our products, with offerings up to gold-level potions. Awakening Elixir, Bronze. Consuming it instantly restores half of your expended mental energy. Price, 3,000 gold coins. Resurgence Elixir, Bronze. Drinking it increases stamina recovery speed by 50. Price, 50 gold coins. Swift Elixir, Bronze. Increases agility by 5 points for 3 minutes. Price, 200 gold coins. Berserk Elixir, Silver. Consuming it induces a state of frenzy, increasing skill damage by 50. Price, 5,000 gold coins. Void Elixir, Gold. Grants immunity to physical attacks for 3 seconds. Price, 100,000 gold coins. The attendant briefly described the uses and prices of the various commonly used potions. Given the numerous dangers encountered the previous day, Lin Tian attributed the incidents to his lack of combat experience and inadequate preparation. Had he possessed sufficient awakening elixirs, dealing with the assassins of the Shadow Mercenary Group would have been far less arduous. Ultimately, Lin Tian spent 15,000 gold coins on 5 bottles of the awakening elixir, while Zhao Yan purchased 3 bottles of it and 1 bottle of the Berserk elixir. Since Lin Tian's combat prowess derived from the undead, the berserk elixir held no value for him, and thus he abstained from purchasing it. Even if it were useful, it would pale in comparison to his divine level trait. Undead will. Upon reaching the school gate, they encountered Zhu Yulong, who appeared to have been waiting for quite some time, glancing around anxiously. His face brightened upon spotting Zhao Yan, but quickly shifted to an odd expression upon noticing Lin Tian beside her. Zhao Yan, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for an hour. Are you all right? Were you hurt? Zhu Yulong rushed over to Zhao Yan, expressing concern. Lin Tian couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. He found it utterly incomprehensible how Zhu Yulong maintained such composure, his face devoid of any guilt. Had he lost his memory, completely forgetting the events of the previous day? What are you saying? I don't understand. Zhao Yan shot Zhu Yulong a sidelong glance. Preparing to walk past him, Zhu Yulong grew anxious and attempted to grasp Zhao Yan's hand, only to have her evade his touch. What are you trying to do? Harassment in broad daylight. Zhao Yan's tone was frigid. Zhao Yan, this is concern for you. Zhu Yulong stammered, forcing a smile as he attempted to explain. Are we that familiar? I do not require your concern. Lin Tian, let us go? Without casting another glance at him, she strode away. Lin Tian scratched his head in frustration. Beautiful lady, if you wish to leave, do so on your own. Why drag me along? Isn't that just inviting enmity? Indeed. Zhu Yulong's gaze now held a hint of suspicion. Lin Tian, what is going on between you and Zhao Yan? Lin Tian waved his hands dismissively. It's not what you think. Don't overthink it. He then hastily departed. Chapter 36. Encountering Chun Wanyan again. The matters between Zhu Yulong and Zhao Yan are theirs to resolve. Lin Tian has no desire to involve himself. Observing Zhao Yan and Lin Tian depart in succession, Zhu Yulong stands rooted in place, fists clenched. His complexion a shade of iron gray. In classroom 13, the class teacher, Xiao Xiaozhou, stands at the podium, his expression grave as he delivers a sorrowful announcement. I have some tragic news to share. Yesterday, our classmate Chen Sime met an unfortunate fate, being killed by a monster in the secret realm. What? Chen Sime is dead? Such a pity. I had advised her just yesterday. She was merely at level 2, far too inexperienced for the secret realm, but she refused to listen. Alas. Xiao Xiaozhou's words incite a flurry of murmurs among the students, filled with sympathy and regret. Lin Tian, upon hearing this, reflects with a tinge of melancholy. Had he not been able to infinitely refresh his attributes, he might have only just reached level 2 himself, and his fate would likely have mirrored that of Chen Sime. Such tragedies have unfolded multiple times at the school yesterday. It seems that other high schools have experienced similar occurrences. The death toll appears to be highest at either Qingyao High or Linglan High. Xiao Xiaozhou continues. Upon hearing Linglan High, Lin Tian's expression twitches slightly. It appears that Zhang Long and Zhou Xiyu are indeed from Linglan High. Other classmates of Zhou Xiyu, such as Gu Tingting, have also fallen victim to monsters. Yet Zhang Long met his end by the hands of him and Zhao Yan. At that very moment, Zhao Yan casts a glance in his direction. Their eyes meet. A silent understanding passing between them. This is a secret that must remain buried in their hearts, for should it come to light, they would face boundless troubles. Zhu Yulong, who is ever vigilant of Zhao Yan, observes the exchange between the two, his ire steadily rising. Were it not for the class teacher still at the podium, he would surely confront them both. Thus, Xiao Xiaozhou's voice rises slightly. In light of yesterday's harrowing lesson, the school has decided to organize a group of students willing to venture into the secret realm together, ensuring mutual support to mitigate further tragedies. Zhao Yan, please compile a list of the students' levels and those who wish to enter the secret realm. Understood, teacher. Zhao Yan nods in agreement. Shortly thereafter, she completes the task. As she passes by Lin Tian's seat, she deliberately lingers for a moment, flashing the results before him. Lin Tian understands her intent to enlighten him about the other student standings. He, too, does not hold back and swiftly scans through the list. At present, in Class 13, the highest levels are level 5, with only 2 individuals, himself and Zhao Yan. There are 5 students at level 4, including Zhu Yulong and Sun Yonggang. The remainder are all level 3, with even one at level 2. Those intending to enter the secret realm are all level 4 and above. Upon reviewing the statistics, Xiao Xiaozhou visibly expresses surprise, casting a bewildered glance at Lin Tian. Lin Tian maintains a calm facade, secretly reveling in his own satisfaction. After a few more admonitions, Xiao Xiaozhou exits the classroom. Zhao Yan, step outside for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Zhu Yulong immediately stands up as soon as Xiao Xiaozhou leaves. I'm busy. I need to take the students to the playground. If you have something to say, do it here. Zhao Yan replies bluntly, her composure unshaken. Zhu Yulong had not anticipated Zhao Yan would afford him no opportunity to speak. His expression fluctuates, darkening to a formidable extent. Although Zhao Yan and Chun Wanyan are both school bells, Their temperaments are starkly different. Chen Wanyan is exceedingly concerned with her image, while Zhao Yin exhibits a more generous nature, candidly expressing her thoughts without much regard for others' opinions. Wow, are these two lovebirds quarreling? Could this be my chance? Sun Yonggang observes the scene with excitement, turning to Lin Tian. Lin Tian chuckles, mockingly chiding. What a lack of ambition. Always preoccupied with romantic affairs. Shouldn't you focus on leveling up? Otherwise, you might not even make it to university. Heh, at least I'm a diamond tier professional. If any university rejects me, it's their lack of vision. Sun Yonggang boasts. Zhao Yin disregards Zhu Yulong further, leading Lin Tian and the others to the school playground as per Xiao Xiaozhou's instructions. At this moment, the playground is already teeming with hundreds of students, all of whom possess higher levels and superior professional standings. Lin Tian spots many familiar faces: He Liang, Chen Wanyan, but not Yang Ziyu. Chen Wanyan, upon noticing Lin Tian, hurriedly turns away, feigning ignorance. Lin Tian, however, pays little heed, striding directly towards her. Sun Yonggang chuckles and follows suit. Zhao Yin furrows her brow. Seeing Lin Tian depart, Zhu Yulong feels a surge of opportunity and hastily approaches Zhao Yin. Get lost. Before he can utter another word, Zhao Yin cuts him off with a single command. As Lin Tian approaches, Chen Wanyan attempts to evade him. But where could she possibly hide? Lin Tian, what are you doing? He Liang, sensing the tension, quickly positions himself in front of Chen Wanyan. Lin Tian tilts his head, his expression unyielding as he states, Chen Wanyan, return the money. You. He Liang seethes with anger, astonished that Lin Tian would dare to speak up. The students on the playground represent the elite of Shanghai High. In front of so many, he actually has the audacity to voice such a demand? In an instant, countless gazes fixate upon the trio. He Liang's face reddens, akin to a monkey's rear, while Chen Wanyan is so mortified that she nearly bursts into tears. What is going on? Why is that boy from class 13 demanding money from the school bell? Could it be that he has truly owed money? I heard they were once a couple. Lin Tian spent his entire savings to buy Chen Wanyan exquisite soul pills. After Lin Tian was injured, Chen Wanyan abandoned him and turned to He Liang. That is nonsense. He Liang was already with Chen Wanyan. I saw it with my own eyes. I can tell at a glance whether a woman is a virgin or not. So she is that kind of person. Lin Tian is so handsome and deeply devoted. How I wish he had pursued me. I would have given him my all. Even if he couldn't awaken a profession, I would support him. The murmurs grow increasingly fervent, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. Chen Wanyan wishes she could vanish from the face of the earth. Hey, what is the meaning of this? Are you going to return the money or not? If you can't, perhaps she should consider selling herself. Sun Yonggang chimes in, egging on the situation. He Liang clenches his fists. Even from a distance, one can sense the anger brewing within him. How utterly distasteful. Lin Tian lightly nudges Sun Yonggang aside. But I like it. Haha. Heh. I've long been displeased with that couple. Sun Yonggang laughs. Suddenly, a black longsword materializes in He Liang's hand. Chapter 37, Slaying the Ghost. What, do you intend to fight? Sun Yonggang is taken aback. You must think this through. This is a school. Are you certain you can best me? Oh no. He Liang is about to commit murder. Class leader, help. Sun Yonggang suddenly shouts towards class 13. I swear I'll make him pay. Zhao Yan's expression darkens considerably. Nevertheless, she leads the other students from class 13 to Lin Tian's side. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly becoming tense. He Liang, momentarily flustered, hastily explains, no, I didn't mean it that way. I just wanted to. What? You still intend to eliminate all witnesses? How ruthless. You're inhuman. I will report you to the principal. Sun Yonggang abruptly interrupted He Liang, raising his voice in a fervent outburst. For a moment, He Liang found himself at a loss for words. The principle of repaying debts is as old as time itself. Since they had parted ways, it was imperative to delineate their boundaries clearly. Chen Wanyan, it would be wise for you to return the money. Prolonging this entanglement serves no one well. At that moment, a melodious and enchanting voice rang out. Lin Tian turned towards the sound and discovered that the speaker was an extraordinarily beautiful girl, Li Xinan, one of the 4 school beauties of Shanghai High School. Lin Tian felt a twinge of curiosity. He had no prior interactions with Li Xinan and had only known her by her illustrious reputation. Why was she speaking up for him? When reminiscing about the awakening ceremony, the most legendary occurrences were not the talents of the brilliant Yang Ziyu and Zhao Yin, who awakened legendary professions, nor was it the academic prodigy Lin Tian awakening a black iron profession. Rather, it was Li Xinan herself. At merely 16 years of age, she had forcefully advanced to her senior year to participate in the awakening ceremony. According to the principal, her soul power had not yet fully stabilized, leaving ample room for growth. Hence the urgency was unwarranted. However, Li Xinan was resolute and insisted on participating in the ceremony. The outcome was predictable. She awakened as a hell sorceress, achieving only a golden rank, which left many school officials lamenting her untapped potential. With her talent, waiting another 2 years might have allowed her to awaken a legendary profession. Noticing Lin Tian's gaze, Li Xinan offered him a gentle smile. Her features appeared more youthful than most of the girls present, and her smile was particularly captivating. Lin Tian reciprocated with a smile of his own. Witnessing this exchange, Zhao Yan felt an inexplicable emptiness in her heart. Under the scrutinizing eyes of the crowd, He Liang found himself in a precarious situation, becoming the target of collective ire. Enough! Stop the noise! Suddenly, He Liang bellowed, the atmosphere quieting considerably. Is it merely 500,000 gold coins? I'll give it to you, he shouted, hurling a black longsword into Lin Tian's hands. This, Demon Slayer, sword is of golden rank, worth 470,000 gold coins. Please, do not harass us any longer. Lin Tian accepted the Demon Slayer's sword, examining it meticulously. The blade's material was indiscernible, feeling chilling to the touch, and exhibiting a pitch-black hue. From the blade to the edge, it abruptly transitioned from deep black to a cold white. The sharpness emanated an aura capable of severing. Demon Slayer, golden, power 50. Doubles effectiveness against hellish and abyssal beings. Not bad, I suppose. Consider it a small loss on my part. Henceforth, our debts are settled, Lin Tian remarked, smacking his lips in feigned disdain. He Liang, seething with rage, was incensed. This was the weapon his father had bestowed upon him after he awakened a platinum profession. To see it taken by Lin Tian, who displayed such a lack of appreciation, was infuriating. If sold at an auction, the Demon Slayer sword could easily fetch at least 650,000 gold coins. Yet now, it had inexplicably fallen into Lin Tian's possession. The onlookers, witnessing Lin Tian acquire a golden weapon, were enveloped in envy. Lin Tian stored the Demon Slayer in his spatial bracelet, choosing not to sell it immediately, as it might prove useful in the future. What has transpired? Why such commotion? At that moment, the head instructor, Gao Yi, approached with a serious expression. Sun Yonggang chuckled lightly. Director, it's nothing. We are merely strengthening our bonds as classmates, right, He Liang? He called out. He Liang, having suffered a silent defeat, wore a smile more grotesque than tears. Enough with this superfluous chatter. Let us proceed. To the Adventurers Guild, Gao Yi declared, turning towards the school exit. The Adventurers Guild was the preferred choice for secret trials. While Qinghai High School possessed a level 10 secret realm, it was reserved for examination preparations. Larger mercenary groups often controlled various secret realms to enhance the strength of their members. The Adventurers Guild offered a comparatively safer environment. Gao Yi led the throng of students to the Adventurers Guild, where it was evident that the school had prearranged their visit. They approached the entrance of the secret realm, which consisted of 2 options. The Lost City is relatively simple, and I hope you will choose it, Gao Yi stated. What about the other secret realm? Someone inquired. Gao Yi cleared his throat before responding. The other realm is the Starfall Abyss, expansive and fraught with perilous zones. I do not recommend it. However, should you possess confidence, I shall not hinder your choice. Upon hearing the name of the Starfall Abyss, several students gasped. Although classified as a level 5 secret realm, the monsters within were predominantly level 68. Lin Tian frowned at this revelation. The Starfall Abyss was notoriously dangerous, rumored to house a temple that sealed a terrifying dragon. The truth behind these legends remained uncertain, yet the peril was evident. The Starfall Abyss is perilous. I advise you to opt for the Lost City. Zhao Yan interjected. I will heed the class leader's advice. Wherever she chooses to go, I shall follow, Sun Yonggang remarked, grinning. Others expressed no dissent. Following the incident with Chen Sime, they had recognized the inherent risks of both dungeons and secret realms. Class leader, will you join us in the Lost City? Sun Yonggang queried. No. Zhao Yan gently shook her head. I shall venture into the Starfall Abyss. Sun Yonggang was momentarily taken aback. And you, Lin Tian? Zhao Yan turned her attention to him, disregarding Sun Yonggang. Starfall Abyss, Lin Tian replied calmly. Oh, Zhao Yan responded nonchalantly, yet inwardly, she felt a surge of pride. Certain Lin Tian would choose the more challenging Starfall Abyss. The final arrangement was as such. Sun Yonggang and his 3 companions would explore the Lost City, while Lin Tian, Zhao Yan, and Zhu Yulong would venture into the Starfall Abyss. Brother Liang, I've gathered intel. Lin Tian is headed to the Starfall Abyss. From the crowd's rear, Chen Wanyan whispered to He Liang, pointing at Lin Tian. He Liang's eyes glinted with venomous malice. That wretch, who snatched my golden weapon, the Demon Slayer. I shall see to his demise. Chapter 38, Water Element. At this moment, He Liang had entirely dismissed He Hai's words from his mind. Being compelled to relinquish the Demon Slayer in front of numerous classmates had inflicted upon him great humiliation, As long as Lin Tian drew breath, he would endure endless shame and torment. But without the golden weapon, could he truly defeat him? It seemed Lin Tian had already reached level 5 while he remained at level 4. One black iron profession, a despised necromancer. What does level 5 matter? Even if he summons a skeletal dragon, it would be cleaved in twain before the alloyed warrior. He Liang replied, his words brimming with confidence and disdain for Lin Tian. Brother Liang is incredible. I'm so lucky to be with you. Chen Wanyan tightened her grip around He Liang's arm. Lin Tian, those two individuals are whispering and pointing at you. Are they up to no good again? Zhao Yan inadvertently glanced back and caught sight of He Liang's malevolent gaze, prompting her to issue a caution. Once inside the secret realm, they are all students from Qinghai High School. Surely, they wouldn't engage in any excessive behavior, would they? Lin Tian's expression remained unchanged. It's better to be cautious. While a direct attack can be evaded, a hidden strike is far more challenging to counter. Zhao Yan remarked. He Liang has a wealthy and powerful father. He should not be underestimated. I understand. I will remain vigilant, Lin Tian replied with a subtle nod. Without Zhao Yan's warning, he was already acutely aware of the animosity those two harbored against him. Within the automatically expanding realm of the undead, Chen Wanyan and He Liang were marked in crimson, indicating their extreme danger. Just as I was lamenting the lack of opportunity to deal with you, you have conveniently presented yourselves. Do not blame me for being impolite. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Lin Tian's mouth. Ultimately, over 100 students from Qinghai High School mostly opted for the relatively simpler Lost City, with less than one-third choosing the Starfall Land. Upon entering the secret realm, each person's teleportation point was different. It would be wise for everyone to locate familiar companions first to mitigate risks. Additionally, I hope everyone can assist one another in the secret realm and face dangers together. Gaoi instructed while distributing the teleportation tokens. Most of the students echoed his sentiments, though a few, including Zhao Yan, were dismissive of his advice. Gathering his courage, Zhu Yulong approached Zhao Yan, forcing a strained smile. The Starfall Land is extremely perilous. It would be safer if we went together. I will wait for you near the Gale statue. Remember to find me. Zhao Yan glanced at him, but said nothing. Zhao Yan, listen to me. Thank you, Director. Zhao Yan seemingly ignored him, accepting the teleportation token from Gao Yi and walking towards a nearby staff member. Zhu Yulong's unfinished words lodged in his throat. Moments later, he seemed to recall something and abruptly turned around. However, after searching for a while, he could not find Lin Tian's figure. In a fit of rage and frustration, he had no choice but to enter the secret realm's entrance. Lin Tian, of course, would not enter the secret realm unceremoniously. Thus, he sought out the realm's administrator, only to find Zhao Yan present as well. Sir, here is the task list. Please accept tasks judiciously according to your circumstances. The administrator handed Lin Tian a small booklet detailing various unclaimed and repeatable tasks. Collect 50 sweet flowers, gather 30 Duda water lilies, and find starfall stones. Lin Tian accepted 3 tasks in total, the maximum limit for each individual. The first 2 were bronze tasks, while the third was a silver task. A total deposit of 220 gold was paid. Sweet flowers are a precious ingredient for crafting exquisite pastries, highly favored by the upper echelons of society. Dudu water lilies are one of the primary materials for concocting a certain silver potion. Starfall stones can be forged into weapons of silver or even gold quality. Having learned from yesterday's lesson, Zhao Yan refrained from overreaching and accepted only simple bronze collection tasks. Lin Tian. Just as Lin Tian was about to enter the secret realm after accepting his tasks, Zhao Yan suddenly called out, "Be careful." As Lin Tian turned back, Zhao Yan added, "You too." He smiled faintly before stepping through the secret realm's entrance. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Tian's first action was to survey his surroundings. He found himself standing in a vast expanse of grassland, entirely alone. Sparse, verdant trees dotted the area, and the air was thick with humidity. In the distance, he could see dense forests and rolling mountains. It seems I am in the land of winds. Recalling the information about the Starfall Land, Lin Tian gradually discerned his location. This place appeared to be not far from the Gale statue. A peculiar expression crossed his face. Zhu Yulong intended to rendezvous with Zhao Yan near the Gale statue. Yet he was unexpectedly teleported nearby. I'll head towards the Gale statue, he resolved, having heard that offering items to the statue could yield certain blessings. Just then, a bubble-like sound startled him. Someone was ambushing him. He quickly reacted as a transparent water sphere shot out from the grass, aimed directly at him. Lin Tian swiftly leaped aside to evade it. The water sphere missed its target, crashing against a rock behind him and exploding into countless droplets. With a flick of his spectral staff, numerous undead appeared around him, forming a solid protective barrier. Only then did Lin Tian take a moment to examine the creature that had attempted to ambush him. Water element, bronze level, 6 vitality, 60 strength, 20 agility, 5 mentality, 75 skill. Water sphere technique. The water element was only the size of a basketball, barely reaching knee height. Its form was entirely transparent, with its features squished together, and within its core, a swirling ice blue liquid was clearly visible. Had it not just launched a water sphere, most would likely be deceived by the water element's adorable appearance. Before Lin Tian could issue any commands, a nearby skeletal warrior swung its bone blade at the water element. Clumsy in its movements, the water element hopped about, but was struck by the blade. Instantly, a stream of blue liquid spilled forth. Despite its relatively high vitality, the water element was no match for the skeletal warrior, which was amplified by the golden-red divine attribute of Undead will, rendering it unable to withstand the assault. In mere moments, the water element was dispatched, granting Lin Tian experience points. As he cleared the elemental creatures, he advanced towards the Gale statue. Though the elements were weak, Lin Tian remained vigilant, aware of the existence of a soil element capable of unleashing earth spikes. If struck by one, the resulting scene would be too gruesome to contemplate. Chapter 39, Gale Statue. Attacks from below the ground are difficult for the undead to counter. Lin Tian summoned more undead to expand their search radius, ensuring no elemental creatures survived within a 50-meter range. Kill water element, experience 20. Kill fire element, experience 22. Kill wind element, experience 21. Kill soil element, experience 22. Kill water element, experience 20. One by one, the elemental creatures fell, transforming into experience. Some of the defeated elemental creatures dropped crystals known as elemental crystals. The water element dropped a crystal of ice blue hue, while the fire element dropped a fiery red crystal. Lin Tian collected all the crystals. After clearing away a cluster of gathered elemental monsters, he discovered a sunset fruit tree. He harvested a bounty of sunset fruits and stored them in his void bracelet. Sunset fruits are crisp, delectable, and remarkably sweet, akin to apples. In addition to offerings of sustenance, one may also present tributes to the statue. Furthermore, he gathered a considerable number of vibrant red strawberries from the ground. After traversing a gentle hillside, the view before him suddenly expanded. Beneath his feet lay a vast expanse of grassland, and approximately 100 meters away stood a towering statue, rising to a height of 10 meters. In the farthest reaches of his vision, an endless sea stretched out. It was the statue of the wind god. During his school days, he had encountered its likeness in numerous texts, thus Lin Tian recognized it immediately. Beneath the statue, it appeared that someone was present. As Lin Tian prepared to approach, he suddenly noticed a figure standing before the statue. Could it be that Zhu Yulong had arrived so swiftly? He hastily instructed the spirits to conceal themselves within the grass. Given the circumstances surrounding Zhao Yan, Zhu Yulong might harbor misconceptions about him. Lin Tian did not believe that the fragile bond of camaraderie between him and Zhu Yulong could assuage any misunderstandings. In this desolate location, it would be prudent to remain hidden. He stealthily advanced a short distance toward the wind god statue, crouching in the underbrush to observe intently. Was it her? Lin Tian then realized that he had prematurely assumed it was Zhu Yulong. To his astonishment, the figure standing beneath the wind god statue was none other than Li Sinan. He watched as Li Sinan continuously placed fruits and elemental crystals upon the stone platform at the base of the statue. Before long, the platform was adorned with a variety of offerings. Under Lin Tian's watchful gaze, these tributes gradually shimmered and then vanished without a trace. Had they been consumed by the wind god statue? The thought flickered through his mind. At that moment, a beam of pitch-black light emanated from the vertical eye on the statue's forehead, illuminating Li Sinan. She swayed slightly as the light faded, revealing a dark crescent at the center of her brow. What could that be? Was it a blessing from the wind god? Yet, why was it a black crescent? It did not match the descriptions in the books, Lin Tian muttered softly. In an instant, he was filled with confusion. After the dark crescent appeared on Li Sinan's forehead, her demeanor transformed into something cold and enigmatic, making her seem unapproachable. After murmuring for a moment, she pointed her staff, and amidst flickering dark light, a colossal creature emerged beside her. The creature, entirely a deep purple-black, bore a fearsome visage, exuding an aura of terror. This was her summoned companion, a shadow demon from the depths of hell. Li Sinan's profession was that of a hell sorceress, capable of summoning various infernal beings to aid in battle. As the school beauty, Li Sinan had countless admirers, but since awakening as the golden class hell sorceress, her suitors had dwindled significantly, not because she had become frightening, but rather because they feared being devoured by hellish creatures in her presence. Li Sinan, accompanied by the shadow demon, strode into the distance. Only after her graceful figure had completely vanished into the wilderness did Lin Tian rise from the grass. Something was amiss. The wind god statue was peculiar. Gazing at the distant statue, Lin Tian's eyes sparkled as he pondered deeply. Unable to ensure his safety, he decisively abandoned the idea of offering tributes to the wind god statue. He quietly retreated to the other side of the hill. If he could not approach the statue, then Lin Tian's gaze turned toward the distant forest. After a moment of contemplation, he led his legion of spirits toward the Blood Moon Forest. If the records were accurate, deep within the Blood Moon Forest lay a lake, an ideal location for the fallen star stones to appear. Along the path from the grasslands to the Blood Moon Forest, Lin Tian collected 2 pale white sweet flowers. True to their name, the sweet flowers emitted a faint, enticing sweetness, provoking an irresistible urge to taste them. Oddly enough, despite his numerous offerings, why had the statue shown no reaction? That seemed implausible. Zhao Yin stood before the wind god statue, her delicate brows furrowed. Before her lay an abundant array of tributes: apples, sunset fruits, strawberries, sweet flowers, and even 2 wild mushrooms. It was indeed a lavish display. Yet, after waiting for 5 minutes, the statue remained completely unresponsive. Could it be that this statue was a mere facade? A sudden thought crossed her mind. She extended her purple staff and gently tapped the statue. Bang! The statue crumbled as if it had weathered millennia, disintegrating into a pile of rubble. Zhao Yin stood in stunned silence. After a while, she regained her senses. How fortunate she was that she had been transported to a marsh teeming with sweet flowers and dudu water lilies, far exceeding the requirements of her quest. She pondered whether Lin Tian had gathered enough. One of his quests was to locate fallen star stones, so he would undoubtedly head to Falling Star Lake. As she gazed toward the seemingly infinite expanse of forest, Zhao Yin tightened her grip on her purple staff. Within the Blood Moon Forest, the light was dim, and the trees were sturdy, giving Lin Tian the impression that it was even more foreboding than the Goblin Forest. The air was perpetually thick with an elusive scent of blood. Lin Tian steeled himself, summoning forth an increased number of spirits. No sooner had he entered the forest than a massive wolf, its eyes blood-red and measuring nearly 2 meters in length, lunged at him with its claws outstretched. Flame Wolf, Bronze. Level, 7. Constitution, 80. Strength, 90. Agility, 35. Spirit, 20. Skill, Tear. A skeletal fire mage positioned itself before Lin Tian. Bang! The skeletal fire mage was reduced to fragments beneath the Flame Wolf's claw. However, the Flame Wolf was only able to execute that single attack. Following that, a barrage of bone arrows, fireballs, and ice spikes tore it apart. Flame Wolf slain. Experience, 26. The Flame Wolf was 1 level higher than the elemental creatures, thus yielding a slightly greater experience upon its demise. Chapter 40. The Bloodfang Wild Boar King. It seemed that the Blood Moon Forest had not been traversed by anyone for quite some time. The forest was overrun with vines and thorns, severely impeding passage. Lin Tian recalled that there had once been a main road through the Blood Moon Forest. However, it had long fallen into disrepair and was indistinguishable from other areas. Fortunately, Lin Tian still possessed several fire-forged steel swords in his void bracelet. He distributed the swords among his skeletal warriors, instructing them to clear a path ahead. Occasionally, flame wolves would spring from the shadows, attempting ambushes. Having ventured less than 100 meters into the Blood Moon Forest, Lin Tian encountered a new type of monster. Bloodfang Wild Boar. Bronze. Level, 8. Constitution, 100. Strength, 110. Agility, 30. Spirit, 35. Skills, Charge, Bleed. The Bloodfang Wild Boar's strength and constitution were significantly greater than that of the Flame Wolf. Its tusks, long and sharp, could easily pierce through a human's abdomen. When it charged, it possessed an impressive momentum, capable of sending a multitude of spirits flying. Fortunately, Lin Tian had an abundance of spirits at his disposal. He felt no sorrow for their demise. No matter how ferocious the Bloodfang Wild Boar, it could not withstand the onslaught of so many spirits. Its fate was sealed, and it would meet a bitter end. After slaying dozens of Bloodfang Wild Boars, Lin Tian heard a resounding roar echo through the forest. The roar reverberated with an overwhelming intensity, causing Lin Tian's head to spin slightly. This was no ordinary Bloodfang Wild Boar. It was the Bloodfang Boar King. Lin Tian's senses sharpened instantly, his heart swelling with elation. While others might tremble at the prospect of encountering a boss-level creature, fear held no sway over him. He had just ascended to level 5. As long as no abominable entity akin to the Abyss Reaper emerged, he believed he could evade the relentless pursuit of the Undead Legion. He refused to entertain the notion that misfortune would strike him here, in the Starfall domain, where abyssal creatures could lurk. With urgency, Lin Tian hastened towards the source of the sound. 5 minutes later, he found himself behind a colossal wall of vines within the Blood Moon Forest. Through the dense foliage, he caught a glimpse of a massive creature, entirely shrouded in darkness. feasting not far from him, the Bloodfang Boar King. However, as Lin Tian's gaze fell upon the creature's side, his countenance soured. The Boar King's meal was none other than a human. The unfortunate victim had been so thoroughly mangled that her original visage was unrecognizable, save for her disheveled long hair, revealing she was a woman. In that moment, the Bloodfang Boar King was voraciously extracting various bloody entrails from the girl's chest and abdomen, devouring them with glee. Blood and viscera pooled around it, painting a grotesque and revolting scene that nearly prompted Lin Tian to retch. Strike! Lin Tian commanded coldly. In an instant, countless undead surged towards the Bloodfang Boar King. The creature, alerted by the commotion, lifted its blood-stained head and emitted a chilling howl. A bone arrow struck the Boar King, exploding upon impact, but failing to pierce its thick hide. However, the force of the blow staggered the beast back a step, eliciting a grunt of discomfort. A fireball launched by a skeletal fire mage struck the creature, igniting its fur with a sizzling sound. The Bloodfang Boar King howled in agony as the flames licked at its hide. Following this, a barrage of ice spikes descended upon the creature like a relentless rain, causing it to bellow in distress. The Boar King's defenses were formidable. If it were any other level 10 boss, it would have surely succumbed to such an assault. Lin Tian furrowed his brow in contemplation. A throng of skeletal warriors charged towards the Bloodfang Boar King. The beast rose to its full height, nearly 2 meters tall and stretching 4 meters in length, causing Lin Tian, directing from afar, to blink in astonishment. Should this behemoth collide with him, the consequences would be dire. The Bloodfang Boar King unleashed a thunderous roar of rage, its bristles standing erect like steel needles, its crimson eyes gleaming with a ferocious light that sent chills down one's spine. A fierce battle ensued between the Boar King and the Undead Legion, as it violently thrust its head towards the oncoming horde, each strike claiming the lives of several undead. No undead could withstand its tusks, and soon, the ground was littered with fallen skeletons. Before long, the front line of skeletal warriors was annihilated by the Bloodfang Boar King. Though the skeletal archers were of silver rank, they fared little better than their warrior counterparts, falling easily to the beast's wrath. Increase the firepower, Lin Tian commanded, summoning another wave of undead. A deluge of attacks, over 200 bone arrows, fireballs, and ice spikes, rained down upon the Bloodfang Boar King. No matter how formidable it seemed, such a relentless onslaught could not be withstood. The creature was forced to retreat, its head lowered in defeat as it suffered grievous wounds. Now is the moment. Lin Tian seized the opportunity, denying the Bloodfang Boar King any respite, commanding the undead to continue their relentless assault while sealing off all avenues of escape. The Boar King's cries of anguish echoed, the sound of a slaughtered beast sending shivers down one's spine. It attempted to retaliate several times, but was quickly beaten back. Under the fervent onslaught of the Undead Legion, the Boar King's piercing cries gradually dwindled, until they finally ceased. You have slain the Bloodfang Boar King, gaining 21,000 experience points. The system notification brought a sense of relief to Lin Tian. As the weight on his chest lifted, no one else to share the experience made the victory even sweeter, he mused. Gripping his shadowy staff in one hand and his ghost-slaying sword in the other, he approached the fallen Bloodfang Boar King. Its body lay riddled with wounds, lifeless and beyond salvation, a more gruesome end than that of the girl it had devoured. As he prepared to examine the spoils, a sudden shout erupted from his right. Come out. The thicket remained eerily silent. Still not emerging? Then I shall send my undead to seek you out. Lin Tian chuckled coldly. No, I'm coming out. A timid voice responded. Moments later, a youth with a bowl cut emerged from the underbrush, standing before Lin Tian with a gaze filled with apprehension. How long have you been hiding there? Lin Tian inquired coldly. I wasn't hiding. I just arrived. The bowl-cut youth stammered, shrinking back. Is that so? Care to explain that to my undead? Lin Tian's piercing gaze bore into him. I've been here for a while, he amended hastily. Why were you hiding? Were you hoping to play the hunter? Lin Tian pressed. No, absolutely not. We are classmates. How could I do such a thing? The bowl-cut youth trembled, hastily clarifying. Is that so? I don't recall having seen you before. Lin Tian's expression remained unchanged. Heh, the bowl-cut youth chuckled nervously. With my inconspicuous profession, I certainly wouldn't catch your eye. You may not know me, but I know you. You're Lin Tian from Class 13, the Necromancer. Enough. Lin Tian waved dismissively, cutting off the youth's ramblings. Due to his striking appearance, most of the senior girls recognized him, and his profession made him well known among the boys as well. He had become a figure of renown, known to all, given their shared school affiliation. Lin Tian's desire for bloodshed diminished considerably, yet he still regarded the bowl-cut youth with disdain. Do you recognize this girl? Lin Tian pointed to the mangled remains of the girl on the ground. Having been ravaged by the Bloodfang Boar King and then caught in the fray between the undead and the beast, she was now unrecognizable, even to her own mother. I do. She was with me. The bowl-cut youth shivered at the sight of her disfigurement, trembling as he spoke. So, you encountered the Bloodfang Boar King. She was devoured by the beast, and you managed to escape, only to return upon hearing the sounds of battle? Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, piecing together the story. Yes. The bowl-cut youth reluctantly admitted, sensing Lin Tian's icy stare. Get lost. I do not wish to see you again. Lin Tian gestured dismissively. The bull-headed youth stood frozen in place, forcing a smile as he implored, Lin Tian, since we are both from the same school, could you allow me to accompany you? Having each other's backs would surely enhance our safety. After uttering these words, he fixated his gaze on Lin Tian, trembling with fear at the prospect of rejection. Prior to entering, he had ascended to level 5, brimming with confidence, thus disregarding the counsel of others and stepping into the Starfall realm. It was only upon entry that he realized he had grossly underestimated this secret domain while overrating his own capabilities. Even a mere ordinary flame wolf required all his effort to vanquish. When he later encountered the Bloodfang Wild Boar King, genuine regret and dread enveloped him. Now, facing Lin Tian, who commanded an unending legion of undead capable of slaying even the Bloodfang Wild Boar King, he mused that aligning with him could facilitate effortless leveling. If fear gripped him, he could always use the teleportation token to withdraw. As Lin Tian directed the undead to clear the area, he replied indifferently, I am not afraid. The bull-headed youth sought to negotiate further. Lin Tian cast a glance at a skeletal warrior, which immediately brandished its flame-forged steel sword and lunged at the bull-headed youth. Stop! Don't strike! I'm leaving this instant! He exclaimed in terror, pleading for mercy. Ultimately, he was driven away by several undead. Lin Tian, well aware of the bull-headed youth's intentions, recognized that he merely sought to leech experience. Setting aside the youth's treachery in abandoning his companions, his character was unworthy of trust. His abilities were pathetically inadequate. That Lin Tian had spared his life was already an act of mercy. Were he a student from another school, Lin Tian would have ensured he left with a few severed limbs, even if he were not killed. From the Bloodfang Wild Boar King, a crimson crystal emerged. Blood crystal, silver grade. A crystallization formed from the essence of a monster. A commendable material. Lin Tian stowed it in his void bracelet. The blood crystal harbored immense energy, suitable as a primary ingredient for certain alchemical potions, and served as a power source for various magical arrays. In extreme situations, it could even be consumed directly to restore stamina and mental fortitude. However, given the substantial impurities and residual mental traces within the blood crystal, consuming it without treatment would lead to severe repercussions. Few dared to do so. Adjusting his course, Lin Tian set forth again, delving deeper into the Blood Moon Forest. The creatures encountered along the way were utterly impotent against the undead legion. Lin Tian's experience surged dramatically. At this rate, he might achieve level 6 before noon. Brother Liang. The purple extreme bow is astonishing. One arrow can pierce a water elemental. On the fringes of the Windrise territory, after dispatching several elemental creatures, Chen Wanyan excitedly declared to He Liang, silver-grade weaponry, when wielded against these inferior entities, was indeed invincible. The purple extreme bow was crafted by a level 34 diamond-class weapons master in Raccoon City. Had the forging process been slightly more precise, it would now be a golden weapon. He Liang's voice brimmed with pride. Thank you, Brother Liang, for gifting me such a precious weapon. Chen Wanyan expressed gratefully. Hee. You are my girlfriend. Who else should I treat well? He Liang teased, playfully pinching Chen Wanyan's backside. Brother Liang, you're truly naughty, she replied. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Where do we head next? She inquired. After surveying the surroundings, He Liang stated, First, we must find Lin Tian and reclaim the Demon Slayer's sword. It is crucial for this operation and must not be lost. But the Starfall realm is so vast. How will we know where he has gone? Where should we search for him? Chen Wanyan furrowed her brow. Fear not. I have bribed one of the realm's administrators. He informed me that Lin Tian has accepted the bounty for the Starfall stones. Years ago, a meteor shower created the Falling Star Lake within the Starfall realm. Thus, the likelihood of finding Starfall stones is greatest near Falling Star Lake. If we search there, we will surely locate him. He Liang proclaimed confidently. Once we find him, I will flay him alive, subjecting him to eternal suffering. The venom in his tone was palpable. What does a black iron class think he is? Without those undead, he is nothing. Once I save enough to learn silver skills, I will shatter him with a single punch. After being driven away by Lin Tian, the bull-headed youth ranted as he traversed the path. Suddenly, from behind a large tree, an inferno wolf emerged, causing him to feel as though he were facing his doom. To his dismay, another inferno wolf appeared behind him, flanking him and leaving him with no means of escape. One Inferno Wolf was already a formidable challenge. How could he hope to confront two? Soon, he found himself cornered by the Inferno Wolves. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, an arrow, ablaze with dark flames, soared from the distance, piercing the head of the Inferno Wolf poised to devour him. Moments later, a 2-meter-tall, fearsome creature leaped forth, overpowering the other Inferno Wolf and swiftly severing its neck with a single bite. The bull-headed youth leaned against a tree, gasping for breath, still in shock. "Thank you. Thank you for saving me," he expressed profusely to the approaching young woman. The stunning girl, clad in deerskin boots, approached him, her lips curling into a subtle smile. Suddenly, she raised her long leg, resting her foot on a tree branch beside his head. The bull-headed youth was momentarily taken aback. "From Shanghai High School?" the girl asked with a teasing smile, seemingly oblivious to the impropriety of her posture. "Why yes, I'm Wunung from Class 5. He stammered, suppressing his urge to gaze beneath her skirt, swallowing hard. "I too hail from Shanghai High School." The girl's smile widened. "Then, would you consider becoming my servant?" "What?" the bull-headed youth gasped, gazing in astonishment at the girl, momentarily questioning if he had misheard. "Would you be willing to be my servant? There are many benefits," such as the beautiful girl, with a playful smile, slightly lifted the corner of her short skirt, revealing a glimpse of her alabaster skin, which appeared even more radiant and alluring against the dim backdrop of the Blood Moon Forest, enticing him to explore further. His breath quickened. "So what do you say? Have you made your decision?" The exquisite girl tilted her head, her eyes sparkling. For reasons unknown, the bull-headed youth found her smile irresistibly enchanting, the sweetest and most captivating he had ever encountered. Gradually, he lost himself in her gaze, dazedly nodding. "Yes, I am willing." "Then let us seal the deal," she declared, extending her slender, fair finger to touch his forehead. A black crescent moon materialized on his brow, and he remained blissfully unaware. At long last, she had successfully captured a despicable human servant. Such predilections were eternally crude and base. Only hell could save you. "Hell is your eternal abode." Whispers echoed through the Blood Moon Forest. A hint of icy malice flickered across the youthful face of the beautiful girl. Biting into an apple, savoring its sweetness, she grasped the spectral staff under her arm. Observing the undead legion as they swept through the Blood Moon Forest, Lin Tian felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. In addition to encountering the Bloodfang Wild Boar King earlier, he later faced the Flame Wolf King within the Blood Moon Forest. Although the Flame Wolf King was not as formidable as the Bloodfang Wild Boar King, it proved to be particularly troublesome due to its ability to exhale searing flames. In that fierce battle, the Flame Wolf King incinerated 400 undead before it was ultimately vanquished. Likewise, after slaying the Flame Wolf King, Lin Tian obtained a blood crystal. As for the common monsters in the Blood Moon Forest, even the most ferocious flame wolves and the thick-skinned Bloodfang wild boars stood no chance against the 200 to 300 undead, perishing within 10 seconds and transforming into experience points. Upon their demise, these ordinary monsters occasionally dropped items such as flame wolf fur and wild boar tusks. These materials were of bronze quality and held little value, given the limited capacity of the Void Bracelet, which could hardly accommodate many items. Lin Tian deemed it unnecessary to collect these materials. After a frenzied morning of monster slaying, he finally reached level 6. Primarily thanks to the Abyss Reapers from the Goblin Camp, along with the substantial experience gained from the recently defeated Bloodfang, Wild Boar King, and Flame Wolf King. Upon leveling up, he had no interest in even glancing at the white attribute he had acquired, instead immediately commencing a refresh. This time, without Zhao Yan's presence to distract him, he managed to refresh only 4 times before unveiling a golden red divine attribute. Infinite enhancement, golden red for every 1,000 monsters of equal or greater level slain. 1 skill point can be obtained. Skill points may be used to elevate skill levels. Current skill points, 0. Monster kill count, 0/1000. Enhanced skill levels. Lin Tian was momentarily stunned, struggling to believe the veracity of this revelation. The effects of skills are generally fixed, with their potency influenced by the tier of the weapon and 1s attributes. The sole method to enhance skill levels is through the use of skill enhancement scrolls. These scrolls are crafted from exceedingly rare materials, such as dragon blood, demon souls, and the sap of the Tree of Life, rendering them incredibly scarce and often unattainable. Furthermore, even skill enhancement scrolls do not guarantee a 100 success rate and can only elevate skills to the epic tier at most. In contrast, Lin Tian's infinite enhancement comes without such limitations. Provided he accumulates enough skill points, skills can be enhanced indefinitely, up to the highest divine tier. He examined his current skills, noting that upgrading Summon Skeleton Warrior to Silver required 1 skill point, while elevating Summon Skeleton Archer and Summon Skeleton Water and Fire Mage from silver to gold necessitated 5 skill points. It appeared that the higher the skill's base level, the more skill points required for enhancement. He now needed to amass a substantial number of skill points for skill elevation. Lin Tian glanced toward a restless flame wolf in the distance. At that moment, the flame wolf transformed in his eyes from a mere monster into a source of skill points. His motivation for slaying monsters surged. One by one, flame wolves and bloodfawn wild boars fell at his feet. As he ascended to level 6, the undead he summoned also reached level 6. With a formidable legion of undead at his side, Lin Tian advanced deeper into the Blood Moon Forest. During his monster-slaying endeavors, he occasionally encountered other practitioners. These individuals were not from Shanghai High School, but rather students from other high schools in Raccoon City. Upon witnessing Lin Tian's vast army of undead, they were left in awe, trembling as they cleared a path. Lin Tian paid them no heed. 2 hours later, he caught a whiff of damp, refreshing air. A surge of excitement coursed through him. It seemed he was not far from Falling Star Lake. He quickened his pace in slaying monsters. Currently, the progress of the attribute, Infinite Enhancement, stood at 8141000. He needed to eliminate nearly 200 more monsters to acquire his first skill point. After dispatching a dozen more creatures, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, revealing a spacious area. 3 minutes later, Lin Tian halted. His vision widened, unveiling a shimmering lake before him. This was Falling Star Lake. After 4 to 5 hours, he had finally reached his destination. A gentle breeze swept across the lake's surface, and after spending several hours in the dim Blood Moon Forest, Lin Tian felt rejuvenated, his fatigue instantly washed away. Falling Star Lake was expansive, with an estimated distance of 1,000 meters to the opposite shore. The water near the banks was exceptionally clear, allowing him to see fish swimming joyfully. However, as one ventured deeper, the water's hue gradually darkened to a deep green, obscuring the depths and evoking a sense of trepidation. Chapter 42. The Black Water Shin Turtle. At the center of Falling Star Lake lay a small island, densely covered in lush trees. Among them stood a towering, ancient tree, soaring hundreds of meters into the sky. Its summit lost to view. Its vast canopy shielded much of the lake, with branches even cascading down to the shore. From a considerable distance, Lin Tian could discern 2 small paths constructed from massive stones, leading from the bank to the island in the lake. He made his way toward the paths, commanding his undead to slay monsters while searching for starfall stones. The monsters currently appearing were no longer limited to flame wolves and bloodfawn wild boars. He now faced a type of turtle the size of a basin. Black Water Shin Turtle, Bronze. Level, 8. Constitution, 130. Strength, 50. Agility, 10. Spirit, 80. Skills, Absolute Defense. Water Dragon Break. Upon seeing the skeleton warrior approach with its bone blade, the Black Water Shin Turtle opened its mouth and expelled a transparent water sphere. The sphere struck the skeleton warrior directly, puncturing its skull with a resounding crack. At this moment, the other undead noticed and launched their attacks against the Black Water Shin Turtle. Sensing danger, the turtle immediately retracted its head into its shell. A layer of black radiance enveloped the shell's surface. Bang, bang, bang. Countless attacks rained down upon the shell, producing a cacophony of sounds. When the onslaught subsided, Lin Tian observed that aside from a few white marks, the shell remained virtually unscathed. Let us see how long your absolute defense can hold. Lin Tian scoffed, waving his hand to direct more skeleton archers to unleash bone arrows at the Black Water Shin Turtle. The continuous barrage of attacks left the turtle unable to lift its head. The black radiance surrounding its shell began to fade. 10 seconds later, the black glow vanished entirely. The Black Water Shin Turtle emitted anguished cries, frantically attempting to retreat back into the lake. Without absolute defense, even with its impressive constitution of 130, it could not withstand the onslaught of silver-tier skeleton archers. Moreover, the attribute Undead had significantly amplified their strength. A skeleton archer with tenfold power seized the opportunity and released an arrow. Bang! A dull thud resounded as the Black Water Shin Turtle's shell was pierced. Blood sprayed forth. With only 2 meters left to Falling Star Lake, the turtle found itself unable to cross the insurmountable chasm, unable to crawl any further. Kill Black Water Shin Turtle. Experience 28. Excellent. Although slightly more formidable to vanquish than the Inferno Wolves and Wild Boars, the experience gained was considerably higher. Stepping upon the carcass of the Black Water Shin Turtle, Lin Tian continued his search along the lakeshore. One by one, the Black Water Shin Turtles fell before the onslaught of the Undead Legion. Just as he approached a narrow path, he heard a system notification. Monster kill count has reached 1,000, skill point awarded. 1. At last, he had acquired a skill point. Presently, he possessed 4 skills, and the only one eligible for enhancement was Summon Skeleton Warrior. Without hesitation, he allocated the skill point. The system promptly chimed again. Summon Skeleton Warrior, Black Iron, successfully upgraded to Summon Skeleton Warrior, Bronze. Lin Tian summoned a new batch of Skeleton Warriors and examined their attributes, comparing them to their predecessors. Skeleton Warrior, Black Iron. Level, 6. Constitution, 17. Strength, 21-7. Agility, 8. Spirit, 3. Skill, none. Skeleton Warrior, Bronze. Level, 6. Constitution, 32. Strength, 33-6. Agility, 10. Spirit, 4. Skill, none. The new Skeleton Warriors were composed of bones that exuded a pallid hue tinged with a hint of dark blue. Their weapons had transformed from bone blades to rusted swords. Compared to their previous forms, the constitution of the Skeleton Warriors had nearly doubled. Initially designed as cannon fodder, their combat capabilities had significantly improved post-upgrade, allowing them to withstand assaults for a longer duration. At this moment, a black water Xian turtle slowly emerged from the lake. A nearby Skeleton Warrior, noticing it, raised its rusted sword and struck. A deep gash was carved into the turtle's shell. Enraged, the black water Xian turtle retaliated with a water sphere. Several ribs of the Skeleton Warrior were shattered, yet it still retained some combat ability. The remaining Skeleton Warriors rushed in, swiftly dispatching the black water Xian turtle. Upon reaching the narrow path, Lin Tian scanned his surroundings before stepping forward. This route to the island at the lake center was paved with massive stones, now slick and damp from the water's erosion, with some stones even adorned with moss. A moment's inattention could lead to a tumble into the depths of the lake. The water was unfathomably deep, and shadows of immense creatures lurked beneath, instilling a sense of trepidation. Lin Tian was flanked by undead guardians. However, their agility paled in comparison to that of humans, and occasionally, a few would slip into the lake, vanishing without a sound. Minutes later, Lin Tian finally set foot upon the island. With solid ground beneath him, he felt his tension ease. Unexpectedly, as soon as he landed, a dark crimson flame shot forth from behind a tree, hurtling straight towards his face. An ambush. Instantly, Lin Tian took refuge behind several Skeleton Warriors. The flame struck the Skeleton Warriors, igniting them in a blaze. Within a mere 5 seconds, they were reduced to mere ash. Lin Tian's heart raced. Had he not evaded in time, that Skeleton Warrior would have met his fate. A shadow demon. Though the assailant fled immediately after its strike, Lin Tian recognized it. The shadow demon, stout as a black bear, was easily identifiable. Had Li Xinan also arrived on the island? Why did she attack without provocation? Li Xinan was a hell sorceress, the only one in the academy capable of summoning shadow demons. Pondering this, Lin Tian walked towards the center of Falling Star Island. Falling Star Island was not large, and surrounded by the undead. Lin Tian swiftly arrived at its center. Before him stood a gargantuan tree, wide enough for 10 people to embrace. Standing beneath it, he felt the insignificance of his own existence. At the base of the giant tree lay a waist-deep pond, its waters crystal clear, revealing a bed of pebbles beneath. Suddenly, Lin Tian heard a rustling sound from the opposite side of the tree. Someone was there. His alertness peaked. He ordered the undead to encircle from both sides of the tree. Roar! Just as he reached the rear of the tree, a furious roar erupted, followed by a colossal creature lunging at him. Several Skeleton Warriors were knocked to the ground. Lin Tian discerned the creature's identity. It was indeed the shadow demon. Just as he was about to command the undead to vanquish it, a piercing scream shattered the air. Lin Tian looked up to see a stunningly beautiful maiden crouched in the pond, her lower half submerged in the water. Even so, he could vaguely discern certain inappropriate details. At the center of her forehead was a barely visible black crescent moon. It was none other than Li Xinan, one of the 4 school beauties of Changhai High. Why you? Turn around. Do not look. Li Xinan cried out, panic evident as she covered her chest. A trace of dried blood lingered at the corner of her mouth, leaving Lin Tian uncertain if she had sustained an injury. The sudden sight of a bathing beauty left even Lin Tian somewhat flushed. He quickly turned away, exclaiming, I did not mean to. Please put on your clothes. No wonder the shadow demon guarded the entrance of Falling Star Island. It appeared Li Xinan was bathing. The sound of rustling clothing reached his ears. You must also dismiss those skeletons. Li Xinan shouted in anger. They are not human. They possess no thoughts and cannot see. Lin Tian scoffed internally, yet he complied, withdrawing most of the undead, leaving only a few behind. Is it done? Lin Tian inquired. Silence ensued behind him. Under normal circumstances, he would have undoubtedly departed to avoid the awkwardness. However, he had inadvertently noticed dark gray stones resting at the bottom of the pond, resembling the starfall stones required for a quest. Beyond Falling Star Island, such stones would likely be found nowhere else. Thus, he felt compelled to maintain his presence. Are you done yet? Growing increasingly impatient, Lin Tian awaited a response. "I'm turning around," he tentatively called out. Still, there was no reply. Suddenly, a foul wind swept through the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian spun around. Unbeknownst to him, a pitch-black long sword had materialized in his hand. The sword of ghost slaying cut through the air, producing a chilling sound as it sliced through a massive, illusory, ghostly visage. Swoosh. It sounded akin to the shattering of bubbles. The sword of ghost slaying obliterated the ghostly apparition into fragments. Had he been any slower, he might have been devoured by that ghostly head. The sword of ghost slaying. Li Xinan's expression twisted with hatred as she watched Lin Tian shatter the ghostly visage with a single strike. Lin Tian paid her no mind, pointing his ghostly light staff. Swathes of undead materialized around him, forming a protective circle. "You are not Li Xinan. Who exactly are you?" Lin Tian's piercing gaze bore into her as he questioned sternly. In that moment, Li Xinan, with her wet garments clinging to her form, accentuated her curves, rendering her even more alluring. In Lin Tian's eyes, there was no hint of confusion, only an ever-increasing aura of murderous intent. The ability to summon such a multitude of undead was astonishing. How could this body be so oblivious? Witnessing the swarm of hundreds of undead, Li Xinan cried out in exasperation. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened. He had now confirmed that the Li Xinan before him was possessed by a powerful entity that had usurped her thoughts. "Attack!" Lin Tian commanded, gripping his shadow light staff tightly. Instantly, countless bone arrows, fireballs, rusted swords, and ice spikes surged towards Li Xinan. A colossal shadow leaped from behind her, absorbing the brunt of the assault. It was none other than the shadow demon that had previously ambushed Lin Tian. Simultaneously, a lewd figure wielding a massive iron hammer appeared beside Li Xinan like a phantasm. The hammer swung with ferocious momentum, shattering undead with each strike. Lin Tian was taken aback. This lewd man was none other than the bowl cut he had encountered not long ago. Why had he become Li Xinan's enforcer? Upon seeing the black crescent on the man's forehead, Lin Tian understood. The bowl cut's ferocity exceeded Lin Tian's expectations. Not only was his attack power exceptionally high, but he dispatched undead with the ease of swatting flies, able to crush several with a single blow. Moreover, he seemed impervious to pain, even when struck by fireballs. He did not flinch, resembling a mindless combat machine. However, lack of fear did not equate to invulnerability. In a brief span, the bowl cut was already covered in numerous wounds. A regular person would have long since succumbed to incapacitation. With the shadow demon and the bowl cut preoccupied, Li Xinan opened her mouth once more. Lin Tian witnessed a jaw-dropping sight. Li Xinan's cherry-red lips stretched wider and wider until her entire face was engulfed. Her gaping maw was unfathomably deep, seemingly leading to an endless abyss. Just a glance nearly sent Lin Tian into a daze. Shaking his head to regain focus, Lin Tian gritted his teeth and hastened the summoning of his undead. The power of the entity occupying Li Xinan's body was beyond comprehension. He could not match it head-on. Only a strategy of overwhelming numbers could force it back. With a roar, Li Xinan opened her mouth to the fullest and unleashed a torrent of black flames that engulfed the undead before her. All those touched by the black flames ceased their movements in unison. In the next moment, their skeletal forms collapsed, reduced to piles of ash. Witnessing this scene, Lin Tian's eyelids twitched violently. With a single maneuver, Li Xinan had obliterated over 50 undead. "Eliminate that woman first," Lin Tian shouted through clenched teeth. The remaining undead redirected their attacks towards Li Xinan. Upon hearing this, a hint of disdain crossed her face. Then, her fingernails suddenly elongated and turned pitch black. With a swift slash through the air, she severed countless bone arrows, ice spikes, and fireballs. However, no matter how swift she could not evade the onslaught from all directions. A bone arrow struck her shoulder with tremendous force, enhanced by the will of the undead. The skeleton archer's strength could overpower even the blood-fong boar king, let alone her. Li Xinan let out a muffled grunt, staggering back several paces. Soon after, several fireballs and ice spikes rained down upon her. In an instant, she was left battered and bruised. Damn it, if only this body weren't so weak. Would I fear these mindless creatures? Li Xinan glared venomously at Lin Tian. Lin Tian remained silent, commanding the undead to attack. Li Xinan opened her mouth once more. An ethereal ghostly head materialized in midair and lunged forward with a vicious bite. In an instant, hundreds of undead were consumed by her. A vast swath of undead vanished, revealing a pathway leading outside the Falling Star Island. "Insignificant human, await your fate. I shall allow you to live for a while longer. Once I fully seize control of this body, your end shall be nigh." Li Xinan seethed with frustration and rage. With a thunderous shout, her form morphed into a fleeting shadow, dashing towards the stone path at great speed. Trying to flee? Lin Tian discerned her intention and immediately commanded his undead legion to attack. Li Xinan darted left and right, making her escape. Despite her agility, she was still pierced by a bone arrow through her heart. She fell back, spitting blood toward the heavens, staggering out of the undead's range of attack. At that moment, Li Xinan suddenly turned back. Lin Tian, save me. A solitary tear slipped from the corner of her eye. In the next instant, her figure vanished from Falling Star Island. Alas, she escaped, Lin Tian lamented. Chapter 44, The Silver Treasure Chest. Lin Tian's cold gaze fell upon the shadow demon, still struggling like a trapped beast. She may have fled, but can you? The shadow demon's struggles continued for 10 seconds before Lin Tian personally decapitated it with a ghost-slaying strike. Shadow demon slain. Experience gained, 16,000. The sudden system notification left Lin Tian momentarily stunned. After a moment, he pieced it together. Since Li Xinan had transformed into a monster, her summons naturally became monsters as well, hence the experience gained from their demise. Although Li Xinan had escaped, the bounty of experience was a pleasant surprise. It was not in vain. As for Li Xinan's minion, the bowl cut, he lay dead beyond any hope of revival. How tragic. Gazing at the mangled corpse of the bowl cut, Lin Tian slowly shook his head. He had spared him once, only to have him meet his end at his own hand. What exactly had Li Xinan transformed into? Lin Tian furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. Moments later, a terrifying hypothesis emerged in his mind. A great demon. As he uttered those 3 words, even having faced numerous powerful adversaries, a chill ran down his spine. Great demons hail from the depths of hell, ranked above lesser demons. Insidious, ruthless, cunning, devious, despicable, terrifying. None of these descriptors could adequately encapsulate a great demon. The level of a great demon is no less than level 20, if not for Li Xinan's frail body. Unable to fully manifest the great demon's powers, even with all his undead, Lin Tian would not stand a chance. The great demon's abilities primarily include Hellfire, Demonic Whispers, and Devour. Those with insufficient mental fortitude cannot resist the demonic whispers. Lin Tian speculated that the bowl cut had succumbed to this and become a servant of the great demon. Hellfire can incinerate a person to ashes in an instant. Devour is the great demon's most formidable technique, allowing it to temporarily enhance its strength by consuming adventurers. The stronger the consumed being, the greater the power gained. Why had a great demon appeared within the secret realm? Did the Adventurers Guild have any knowledge of this? Lin Tian's mind was awash with questions. If his conjecture was correct, the great demon was likely hidden within the Frostwind statue, having unexpectedly seized Li Xinan's body when she offered her devotion. As a newly minted adventurer, Li Xinan, at only level 5, stood no chance against a great demon. Although Li Xinan's physique is frail, the great demon possesses the ability to enhance its power by devouring others, and it is only a matter of time before its strength returns to its zenith. Furthermore, it can exert control over professionals through demonic whispers, turning them into subservient pawns at its command. In such a scenario, none shall stand against it. A profound sense of peril surged within Lin Tian's heart. As for Li Xinan's sudden clarity during her escape, imploring Lin Tian for salvation, he remained utterly unconvinced. The great demon is the most treacherous and cunning of beings. Loathed even in the depths of hell, Lin Tian would not be easily deceived. At the bottom of the pond, Lin Tian discovered a piece of star meteorite and placed it into his backpack. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed a flicker of light above him in the branches of the colossal tree. Something was up there. He immediately reacted, climbing upward toward the giant tree. After a strenuous ascent, Lin Tian emerged onto a platform nestled among the foliage. Before him lay a gleaming silver box. Silver treasure chest, a lucky chest that, when opened, randomly grants a weapon or skill book required for one's profession. A treasure chest. Lin Tian was filled with uncontainable delight. Upon opening the chest, he found a crystal-clear fruit lying quietly within. Life fruit. Silver contains immense vitality. Consuming it randomly enhances physical constitution by 25 points. Similar items can only be used once. Life fruit. A boon for physical enhancement. Lin Tian's gaze was instantly captivated. What he lacked most was indeed physical constitution. As a necromancer, all the free attribute points gained from leveling up had been allocated to his mental prowess, resulting in a consistently low physique. Without hesitation, Lin Tian popped the life fruit into his mouth. It dissolved instantly, flowing like a warm current into his body. Consumed life fruit. Constitution 5. His constitution surged from 12 points to 17 points in an instant. Suddenly, Lin Tian felt his body had grown significantly stronger. The exhaustion he had felt from climbing to the platform dissipated completely after consuming the life fruit. There seemed to be someone by the lake. Through the gaps in the leaves, Lin Tian suddenly glimpsed two figures emerging by the shores of the falling star lake. They were too far away to discern their identities, but he could roughly judge that one was male and the other female. They appeared to be heading toward the island at the center of the lake. A spark of intrigue ignited within Lin Tian, prompting him to gather all his undead and conceal himself among the thickets. After waiting for approximately 20 minutes, the two individuals finally arrived on Falling Star Island and stopped beneath the colossal tree. Lin Tian cautiously peeked out. Upon recognizing their faces, a sly smile crept across his lips. He Liang, Shen Wanyan. Just as he had been troubled by their absence, they had unexpectedly delivered themselves right to him. They had previously enlisted the Shadow Guild to assassinate him, leading him into numerous perilous situations. The animosity between them had become irreconcilable. In this secret realm, he could eliminate them without anyone being the wiser. Even if suspicions arose afterward, there would be no evidence to implicate him. Brother Liang, there's a corpse here, Shen Wanyan exclaimed as she discovered the body of the pot-headed man beside the pond. This appears to be Wu Nun. He Liang recognized. How did he end up dead here? Who killed him? Shen Wanyan anxiously glanced around. Who killed him is irrelevant. What matters is that we can exploit his remains. He Liang sneered, drawing forth a long sword emanating a dark aura. Brother Liang, can a human soul also be absorbed by the sword of death? Shen Wanyan inquired. Let us find out. He Liang forcefully plunged the dark sword into the pot-headed man's skull. The sword of death. Rumored to be crafted from the skull of the Lord of Death among the ancient 72 deities and demons, could grow in strength as it absorbed souls, potentially evolving into a divine artifact. Shen Wanyan's eyes lit up, and she eagerly asked, if we possess the sword of death, wouldn't we be invincible in the secret realm? Killing Lin Tian would be a breeze. He Liang chuckled and shook his head. Invincible is an overstatement. The true sword of death is shrouded in mystery. It was lost during a planar war thousands of years ago. The one in my possession is not the genuine article. However, it has absorbed a fragment of the Lord of Death's essence, allowing it to similarly absorb souls for enhancement, potentially reaching epic tier. Moreover, the most crucial use of this sword of death is as the key to the Temple of Death. Once it has absorbed enough souls and is activated, we can use it to enter the Temple of Death and seize the treasures within. He Liang spoke eloquently. What treasures? Shen Wanyan, captivated, couldn't resist asking. Life fruit. Life fruit. What is that? Shen Wanyan inquired. He Liang basked in her adoration as his vanity swelled. The end of death is life. In the past, the Lord of Death resided in the Temple of Death, leaving behind his aura. Over millennia, that essence has absorbed the death energies from other beings perishing in the secret realm, becoming increasingly condensed. Once that death aura reaches its peak, it transforms into life energy, ultimately crystallizing into life fruit. Legend has it that the life fruit from the Temple of Death can enhance one's constitution by at least 10 points. 10 points. That's remarkable. Shen Wanyan gasped in astonishment. Hiding in the thicket, Lin Tian was equally taken aback upon hearing this. No wonder life fruits appeared here. It was for this reason. The life fruit he had just consumed was merely of silver grade, enhancing his constitution by 25 points. The life fruits in the Temple of Death must be of gold grade. Indeed, He Liang proclaimed with pride. This secret is unknown to that bunch of fools in the Adventurers Guild. Only our family is aware. Right now is the time when the life fruits ripen. If we miss this opportunity, they will dissipate into death energy. It may take decades for them to transform back into life fruits. Brother Liang, look, the sword of death is reacting. Shen Wanyan suddenly exclaimed. As they observed, wisps of faint smoke wafted from the pot-headed man's body, merging with the sword of death. The dark aura surrounding the sword intensified significantly. Indeed, it's effective, and far more potent than those of the monsters we've encountered. He Liang exclaimed. I speculate that, due to their nature as professionals, their souls are inherently stronger. If we absorb the souls of just 5 more professionals, the sword of death will be activated. He Liang was overjoyed. Wonderful. Shen Wanyan echoed his excitement. Yet, her expression turned anxious as she pondered. But do we really need to proactively kill our classmates? What if the school finds out? He Liang dismissed her concerns with a scoff. There's nothing wrong with that. In a world like this, it's survival of the fittest. Moreover, their deaths won't be in vain. They will serve a purpose for us. The school will merely believe they were slain by monsters. They won't suspect us. If we refrain from killing, we would have to slay 5,000 monsters to activate the sword of death. Even if we exhaust ourselves, we cannot slay that many monsters today. Besides, once we acquire the life fruit and eliminate Lin Tian, we can shift all the blame onto him. What a splendid plan. Upon hearing He Liang's words, Shen Wanyan clapped her hands in delight. First, we must kill Lin Tian, and then wipe out everyone from Class 13. A glint of malice flickered in He Liang's eyes. And that Li Xinan, who previously spoke in Lin Tian's favor, must also be eliminated. I shall have my way with her before ending her life. Have your way with her before ending her life? Shen Wanyan's expression immediately darkened. He Liang, Li Xinan is more beautiful than I am. Do you have a crush on her? Absolutely not. That was merely a slip of the tongue. In my heart, you are the most beautiful. I shall never touch another woman. Henceforth, I shall only have my way with you. Surely that suffices? He Liang hastily clarified. How distasteful. Are you not afraid of being overheard? Shen Wanyan feigned anger. Hee, there won't be anyone else around. He Liang chuckled lewdly. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Tian overheard every lewd word exchanged between the two. It seemed prudent to spare their lives for the time being. He mused silently. Initially inclined to dispose of these two nuisances immediately, the allure of the life fruit made Lin Tian reconsider, having personally experienced its benefits. He certainly would not let another opportunity slip by. However, their cruelty was alarming. They actually intended to annihilate everyone from Class 13. They were simply courting death, seeking their own demise. Li Xinan was a formidable demon from the underworld, unmatched in strength save for Lin Tian himself. In the end, who would devour whom remained uncertain. After searching beneath the giant tree without success, He Liang and Shen Wanyan departed from Falling Star Island. Once they were far enough away, Lin Tian climbed down from the tree and also exited Falling Star Island. The Temple of Death was situated at the far eastern edge of the Falling Star region, near the sea. What he had initially read about was the Temple of the Thousand Winds. Its true name was the Temple of Death. Within the Temple of Death, it was said there resided a powerful demon dragon. Legends, however, are merely tales, as no one has ever ventured inside. To avoid alarming the pair, Lin Tian deliberately took a longer route upon encountering He Liang and Shen Wanyan. He felt little concern for the safety of the others from Class 13. Firstly, the Falling Star region was vast, making encounters with other practitioners quite rare, relying largely on chance. Furthermore, Zhao Yin was a legendary class light angel, possessing both a formidable profession and impressive attributes. In contrast, He Liang was of the Platinum class while Shen Wanyan belonged to the Golden class. Even with the formidable death sword in their possession, they might not best Zhao Yin. Lin Tian summoned a multitude of undead to vanquish any monsters he encountered. He spared not a single beast that crossed his path. Beyond gaining experience, he could accumulate skill points. The higher the skill level, the stronger the summoned undead would become. Ugh, what sound is that? Upon hearing the strange noise, Zhao Yin hastily rushed towards its source. Yet, upon witnessing the unsightly scene before her, she immediately bowed her head and vomited. Zhu Yulong, I never imagined you could be so depraved. How could you? She exclaimed in fury, her eyes covered. Just moments ago, she had witnessed Zhu Yulong and a blood-toothed boar in an utterly disgusting act. The meal she had consumed the previous night almost resurfaced. She felt certain this image would haunt her for the rest of her life. Thankfully, she had never shared intimate moments with Zhu Yulong. Otherwise, the thought of it would drive her to despair. Who goes there? A sharp voice rang out, and a slender figure appeared, swiftly charging towards Zhao Yin. Chapter 45, Lightning Wolf. Zhao Yin recognized immediately that the figure rushing towards her was Li Xinan. However, what she saw in Li Xinan's crimson eyes was nothing less than raw murderous intent. As Li Xinan sprinted, her mouth was agape, nearly large enough to swallow a cow. Realizing the transformation Li Xinan had undergone, Zhao Yan's expression hardened. With a flick of her wrist, she pointed her staff, unleashing a beam of pearlescent light that struck Li Xinan head-on. Ah! Li Xinan's face was instantly engulfed in smoke as she shrieked in agony. Die! Li Xinan screamed, lunging towards Zhao Yan. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Li Xinan, Zhao Yan's expression sharpened, and she took a step back, quickly reciting a spell while directing her staff at Li Xinan. 5 petite, pure white angels materialized out of thin air, surging towards Li Xinan. Upon colliding, they exploded with a thunderous roar. The sacred light enveloped Li Xinan entirely, and her wails echoed hauntingly in the air. Casting a disdainful glance at Zhu Yulong, who lay slack against the blood-toothed boar, Zhao Yan swiftly fled the scene. She was acutely aware that she was no match for Li Xinan. The only reason she had gained the upper hand momentarily was due to their opposing professions. Li Xinan, as a hell sorceress, had her skills, such as Shadow Arrow and the summoned Shadow Demon, naturally countered by the Light Angel. What had Li Xinan become? Why was she so terrifying? Leaning against a great tree, Zhao Yan gasped for breath. Even now, her heart raced with trepidation. For a fleeting moment, she believed she was doomed. She couldn't help but wonder how Lin Tian was faring and whether he had encountered Li Xinan. Her eyes brimmed with concern. The Blood Moon Forest was far too perilous. She had to leave immediately. Why do you wish to kill me? If you desire this Flame Wolf King, I can relinquish it to you. In the Blood Moon Forest, a long-haired youth stared in disbelief at the dark sword embedded in his chest. Thud. Heliong forcefully extracted the death sword. The long-haired youth coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. We want the Flame Wolf King. And we will kill you too. Chun Wanyin stepped forward, knocking an arrow and shooting it into the youth's throat. Clutching his throat, the long-haired youth emitted a pained sound. But the blood continued to flow unabated. Regret consumed him. His profession allowed him to set traps, relying on a multitude of traps. He had been preparing to slay the Flame Wolf King when Heliong and Chun Wanyin suddenly appeared, having attended the same school. And with Chun Wanyin being the campus belle, the long-haired youth had recognized them and let his guard down, allowing Chun Wanyin to escape. Little did he expect that Heliong would stab him from behind. Killer, you shall always be hunted. With great difficulty, the long-haired youth uttered those words before his life slipped away. Fool. After absorbing the long-haired youth's soul into the death sword, Heliong scoffed. You don't even possess a soul, yet you dare to dream of reincarnation? Dream on. Brother Liang, our luck seems to be lacking. We wandered through the Blood Moon Forest for 3 hours and only encountered 2 practitioners, Chun Wanyin complained. Fear not. It is still early. We shall surely encounter more practitioners. Heliong reassured her. After traversing the Blood Moon Forest for 2 hours, Lin Tian encountered a new monster. It was a scorpion, entirely drenched in crimson. Known as the Stinger Scorpion. The Stinger Scorpion was as large as a football, moving with remarkable speed, its pair of iron-like pincers extraordinarily powerful, capable of effortlessly severing an adult's arm. Their numbers were immense, found crawling on the ground and perched upon branches, almost ubiquitous. For others, this might present a considerable nuisance. However, before Lin Tian, such concerns were non-existent. In fact, he welcomed the abundance of stinger scorpions, as it facilitated his accumulation of skill points. Currently, he had amassed 1 skill point. With 2 skill points, he could elevate, summon Skeleton Warrior, from bronze to silver. Thus, he exerted himself vigorously in monster hunting. The primary means of attack employed by stinger scorpions was their venom. Once poisoned, one would swiftly lose strength. Yet, the undead Lin Tian summoned were all skeletons. And the venom of the stinger scorpion targeted flesh and the nervous system. The skeletons, composed entirely of bone, were wholly immune to the scorpion's poison. Even if the stinger scorpion attempted to ambush Lin Tian, it would find such an endeavor exceedingly difficult. Not only was there a protective barrier of undead surrounding him, but the Ghost Slayer sword in Lin Tian's grasp, bolstered by 50 points of strength, could effortlessly cleave the stinger scorpion's body in 2. As Lin Tian emerged from the Blood Moon Forest, he finally accumulated 2 skill points. He promptly allocated them all to Summon Skeleton Warrior. The skill ascended from bronze to silver. He immediately summoned a new batch of upgraded Skeleton Warriors. Skeleton Warrior, Silver. Level, 6, Vitality, 45. Strength, 48, 7. Agility, 12. Mentality, 5. Skills, none. Skeleton Warrior, Bronze. Level, 6, Vitality, 32. Strength, 33, 6. Agility, 10. Mentality, 4. Skills, none. The contrast between the new and old Skeleton Warriors was strikingly evident. The Skeleton Warriors would now fulfill their roles as cannon fodder more effectively. As he stepped out of the Blood Moon Forest and inhaled the fresh air, Lin Tian felt an invigorating clarity. The fatigue from hours of monster hunting seemed to vanish in an instant. Ahead lay an endless savanna, and at the horizon's edge, the silhouette of towering mountains could be discerned. The Death Temple resided atop one of those peaks. On the savanna, Lin Tian encountered a new creature. Lightning Wolf, Silver. Level, 8. Vitality, 100. Strength, 75. Agility, 65. Mentality, 20. Skills, Chain Lightning. The Lightning Wolf possessed slightly less strength than the Fire Wolf, but exhibited superior agility. Moving with remarkable speed, a volley of arrows from over 30 skeleton archers barely achieved a hit rate of 10. The Lightning Wolf darted through the underbrush like a specter, skillfully evading fireballs, bone arrows, and ice spikes. As it approached one of the skeleton warriors, it lifted its sharp forepaw and struck the skeleton warrior just as it raised its rusty sword. Crack! Bone fragments scattered as a small bolt of lightning surged into the skull of the skeleton warrior. The soul fire in the skeleton warrior's eyes was extinguished in an instant. After dispatching one skeleton warrior, the lightning leapt into the skulls of several adjacent skeleton warriors, dispatching them in the same manner. The ordinary attack was accompanied by chain lightning, causing Lin Tian's heart to race with trepidation. If a human were struck by the lightning wolf's claw, even if they survived, half their body would succumb to paralysis, rendering them immobile. Chapter 46, The Lightning Wolf King. Despite its ferocity, the lightning wolf was but a solitary creature, surrounded by the army of undead, no matter its prowess. Escape was futile. One skeleton warrior raised its rusty sword and slashed at the lightning wolf from behind. The lightning wolf dodged a fireball but was unable to evade in time, suffering a strike to its tail from the rusty sword. This skeleton warrior, augmented by the will of the undead, possessed over 200 points of strength. With a single swing, it cleaved the lightning wolf's tail in two. A howl of pain erupted from the lightning wolf, and more skeleton warriors descended upon it. In an instant, the lightning wolf was reduced to a pulpy mass. Lightning wolf slain, experience gained, 38. The silver tier lightning wolf granted over 10 more experience points than the bronze tier fire wolf. The lightning wolf, being relatively small, concealed itself amidst the waist-high grass, making it difficult to detect without careful observation. Other adventurers would likely fall victim to its ambush. However, for Lin Tian, this posed no challenge whatsoever. He unleashed hundreds of undead, arrayed in several ranks, advancing in a carpet formation. Even the lightning wolves hidden in secrecy were unearthed. One by one, they fell beneath the onslaught of the undead army, and Lin Tian's experience surged rapidly. On the savannah, in addition to the lightning wolves, there existed another type of monster. They were tree spirits, approximately 3 meters tall. Indistinguishable from other trees at a distance, they would suddenly retract their branches when approached, ensnaring their target tightly. Then, they would drive their branches into the target's body to siphon blood. One skeleton warrior, while searching for lightning wolves, fell prey to such a tree spirit. The tree spirit attempted to drain the skeleton warrior's blood, only to find that it was composed entirely of bone, with no blood to extract. Enraged, it utilized its stout branches to smash the skeleton warrior to pieces. While other adventurers might find tree spirits troublesome, Lin Tian's army of the undead was precisely their nemesis, particularly the skeleton fire mages, whose fireballs ignited the tree spirit's leaves, reducing them to charred remnants. The tree spirits shared the same level as the lightning wolves, being silver-tier monsters at level 8. Yet they offered an experience reward that surpassed that of the lightning wolves by 1 point. Faced with these ordinary monsters, Lin Tian felt no pressure whatsoever. The mountain seemed deceptively close. After 2 hours of slaying monsters, he had traversed less than half the distance. Following the elimination of another lightning wolf, Lin Tian suddenly heard the sounds of a fierce argument not far ahead. Lin Tian immediately heightened his vigilance. He commanded his undead army to cease their pursuit of monsters, withdrawing the majority of them. Only taking around 10 undead, he stealthily approached the source of the commotion. In the wilderness, the wind howled fiercely, perfectly masking the rustling sound of his footsteps in the grass. Lin Tian concealed himself behind a thick patch of horsetail grass, carefully parting the blades before peering into the scene. To his surprise, it was her again. As Lin Tian recognized her, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Before him lay a small basin, a rare refuge from the wind on the savannah. In the center of the basin lay a massive lightning wolf, bloodied and on the verge of death. Beside the stricken creature stood 2 factions of individuals, poised for confrontation. Among them was a slender, exquisitely beautiful girl, Zhao Yan. At that moment, she wielded a venomous magic sword, her gaze seething with fury directed at the 2 individuals opposing her. 5 pristine little angels, each armed with bows, short swords, and staves, fluttered around Zhao Yan, their delicate wings aglow, glaring intently at the 2 adversaries. The 2 individuals before him were a girl of unremarkable appearance, whose name Lin Tian did not know, though he seemed to recall having seen her during the gathering on the playground earlier that day. The other was a robust young man, unfamiliar to Lin Tian, who had never laid eyes on him before. From a distance, he could not discern which school's emblem adorned the young man's attire. The youth brandished a long, pitch-black spear, the tip of which occasionally flickered with a shadowy gleam. "Step aside. I shall say this one last time." The brawny youth aimed his spear at Zhao Yan, his gaze piercing and his tone imbued with an air of haughty arrogance. "Not a chance. After expending every ounce of my strength to severely injure the Lightning Wolf King, why should I hand it over to you?" Zhao Yan's eyes were as cold as ice, showing no fear of the imposing young man's intimidation. As it appeared that a confrontation was imminent, the other girl intervened. With a smile, she remarked, "Zhao Yan, we are classmates and should assist one another. Why must we escalate things to such a degree, shutting each other out?" She continued, "This is Yuan Gang, an outstanding student from Linhai High School, an epic class. If it comes to blows, we risk mutual destruction." She then addressed the brawny youth, saying, "Yuan Gang, after all, it was Zhao Yan who defeated the Lightning Wolf King. There is no need for such domineering behavior. Let us share the experience among the 3 of us. It's more than sufficient." Yuan Gang's eyes flickered as he fixed his gaze on Zhao Yan, saying, "I wouldn't mind losing a little. Just ask her to move aside and not obstruct my view of the Lightning Wolf King." The girl was about to speak again when Zhao Yan interjected frostily, "Not a chance. As long as I am here, You shall not lay a finger on the Lightning Wolf King. And you, Huang Bingbing. She suddenly pointed at the girl, her voice icily accusatory. We are both students of Shanghai High School, seeing each other daily, and yet you choose to assist an outsider against me? Huang Bingbing was taken aback, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Zhao Yan, don't be ungrateful. If it weren't for the fact that we are from the same school, I would have teamed up with Yuan Gang against you long ago, without the need for such lengthy discussions. How shameless. Zhao Yan smiled contemptuously, disdain evident in her expression. You, Huang Bingbing erupted in anger, turning to Yuan Gang. There's no need to be polite with her. She's impenetrable to reason. Let her see what we're capable of. I can't stand her pretentiousness, looking down on everyone just because she has a pretty face. How much better it would be to have done this from the start. No need for such verbal sparring. Yuan Gang chuckled darkly, cracking his knuckles, releasing a series of ominous sounds. One could only imagine the sheer strength he possessed. Beautiful lady. I've heard that your school has awakened 2 legendary classes, and you are one of them. It seems you're not all that impressive after all, though I must admit, your looks and figure are quite exceptional. I would very much like to savor your essence. His derogatory remarks dripped with lewdness, causing Zhao Yan's expression to grow even colder. Under normal circumstances, she would not fear a legendary class. However, she had just endured a fierce battle. The Lightning Wolf King was extraordinarily swift, capable of unleashing chains of lightning. She had nearly exhausted all her strength to inflict severe injury upon it. At this moment, her spirit was nearly depleted. The spear in Yuan Gang's hands was a golden weapon of tremendous power, capable of shattering her angel shield with a single blow, instilling in her a profound sense of dread. Chapter 47, Slaying Yuan Gang. If a confrontation truly erupted, her chances of victory were slim, especially with Huang Bingbing standing by Yuan Gang's side. However, relinquishing the Lightning Wolf King was utterly out of the question. In the worst-case scenario, they would perish together. Zhao Yan raised her staff, murmuring incantations as 3 angel shields materialized before her. Meanwhile, Huang Bingbing waved her staff, a yellow glow enveloping Yuan Gang's spear. Instantly, a spear of light, a foot in length, manifested at the tip of the dark spear. Die! Yuan Gang cackled, thrusting the spear violently towards Zhao Yan. A tiny angel shot forth a light arrow, attempting to intercept the spear's advance, but was shattered into countless motes of light. Bang! Bang! 2 faint explosions resounded as the angel shields that stood before Zhao Yan were breached by the spear. Just as the spear's luminous edge was about to pierce through the final angel shield, Yuan Gang's face lit up with an expression of triumph. At that moment, a bone arrow suddenly flew in from the side, striking the pitch-black spear. Though the bone arrow was fragile and shattered upon impact, the force it carried diverted the spear's trajectory, narrowly missing Zhao Yan. Yuan Gang staggered, nearly losing his balance from the unexpected shift. Who dares to ambush me? Once steady, Yuan Gang roared, scanning his surroundings. The answer came in the form of a deluge of bone arrows. Hundreds upon hundreds of bone arrows, mingling with fireballs and ice shards, rained down upon Yuan Gang like a tempest. Upon witnessing this terrifying scene, Yuan Gang's spirit fled in terror. He wielded his spear in a desperate attempt to create a barrier against the onslaught. Though he managed to block some attacks, the relentless barrage forced him to retreat repeatedly. After merely 2 seconds, the immense force from the bone arrows left him writhing in pain. The agony hampered his ability to defend himself. Thud! Thud! Countless assaults rained down upon him. Yuan Gang let out a wretched scream, akin to a pig being slaughtered. Before long, he was grievously wounded, blood streaming from his battered form. In a moment of despair, he suddenly recalled something. He thrust his hand towards Huang Bingbing, grasping at the air. Huang Bingbing faced considerably less pressure than Yuan Gang. However, she still struggled to maintain her defense. As a silver-tier support class, the Aura Master was ill-equipped for combat. A yellow-brown earthen wall floated before her, absorbing the incoming attacks. Yet, under the relentless assault of the bone arrows, the wall was dissolving at an alarming rate. On the verge of collapse, just as she focused intently on her defense, a massive, shadowy hand seized her, pulling her toward Yuan Gang. In an instant, the majority of the bone arrows targeting Yuan Gang were obstructed by Huang Bingbing's body. She let out a piercing scream as the relentless assault was momentarily halted, with arrows and fireballs slowly dissipating. Lin Tian, I knew it was you. Zhao Yan exclaimed joyfully as Lin Tian emerged from the thicket, accompanied by a legion of undead. She had distanced herself earlier to avoid being caught in the crossfire when the bone arrows targeted Yuan Gang. I had no desire to see you. Every encounter with you spells trouble. Lin Tian replied, exasperated. Upon witnessing Yuan Gang's aggression, he had commanded the Undead Legion to launch a surprise attack without hesitation. After all, he and Zhao Yan had once faced life and death together, and he considered her a close friend. He could not bear to stand idly by. He. Zhao Yan was unperturbed by Lin Tian's words and eagerly approached his side. Lin Tian advanced towards Yuan Gang and Huang Bingbing, standing tall and looking down upon Yuan Gang. Huang Bingbing, dragged forth as a human shield, was unable to withstand the onslaught from the Undead Legion. She had long since succumbed, reduced to a grotesque mass. Yuan Gang fared little better. A bone arrow had pierced his thigh, and his right palm was charred from a fireball explosion. The dark spear lay discarded at his side. "Spare me. Don't kill me. I am from Linhai High School." Yuan Gang gazed at Lin Tian with palpable fear. His elbows pressed against the ground as he struggled to crawl backward, blood spilling incessantly from his mouth. Lin Tian, his expression devoid of emotion, lifted the Demon Slayer's sword and delivered a forceful downward strike. Whoosh! The blade shimmered as it passed. Blood gushed forth. The massive head soared into the sky. The two who had been so arrogant mere moments ago now lay lifeless on the ground within a minute. "Search them." Lin Tian commanded the nearby skeletal warrior. One of the skeletal warriors obeyed, stepping forward to strip both men bare, leaving only their undergarments. Soon, the skeletal warrior presented the spoils to Lin Tian. He frowned slightly. From Yuan Gang, they had only discovered a void bracelet. How could Huang Bingbing, a mere silver auxiliary class, muster the audacity to ally with Yuan Gang, an epic class? Wasn't he that akin to courting death? Burn them. The skeletal fire mage immediately unleashed a fireball, which landed upon the two, igniting them in flames. "Zhao Yan, I've divided the experience from the Lightning Wolf King with you. You wouldn't want to kill me too, would you?" Lin Tian jested after disposing of the corpses. In the process of striking Yuan Gang, some bone arrows and fireballs had inevitably struck the Lightning Wolf King, already on the brink of death, with just a breath remaining. It could not withstand such torment and was slain on the spot. Thus, Lin Tian earned 12,000 experience points. Zhao Yan shot him a glare, but remained silent. She approached the corpse of the Lightning Wolf King and began to rummage through it, retrieving a skill book with a white cover and a silver ring. After scrutinizing Lin Tian for a few moments, she finally spoke. "I remember you used to be quite the mild-mannered individual. How is it that after dying once, you suddenly became so glib? Have you undergone a transformation?" Lin Tian, this was his Achilles heel. He certainly couldn't disclose to Zhao Yan that he was a time traveler. Indeed, wealth corrupts a man. With power comes insidious thoughts. Humph. Noticing his silence, Zhao Yan regarded Lin Tian with a smug expression. Lin Tian felt utterly speechless. Completely outmatched by her, Zhao Yan appeared aloof and unapproachable in front of others. Yet, upon seeing him, she seemed like an entirely different person. "How shall we divide these spoils?" Zhao Yan inquired, glancing at the skill book and ring in her hands. Lin Tian examined their attributes one by one. Lightning ring, silver. Agility 20. When subjected to melee attacks, it generates an electric arc that strikes the target. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Lightning step, silver skill. Upon activation, speed increases by 100 for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Class, warrior agility. Black hole spear, gold. Strength 60. Armor penetration against shield skills 30. The lightning ring bore a delicate lightning emblem. The black hole spear felt exceedingly heavy in hand, weighing no less than 10 kilograms. In addition to these 3 items, Yuan Gang's void bracelet contained a total of 3,000 gold coins and a considerable amount of silver quality potions. Undoubtedly, the most valuable among these was the black hole spear, whose attributes surpassed even those of Lin Tian's Demon Slayer's sword. With 30 armor penetration, it could be considered a nemesis for many magical combat classes. In contrast, the lightning ring and lightning step held significantly lesser value. Combined, all other items did not even amount to a third of the black hole spear's worth. Lin Tian estimated that the black hole spear could fetch no less than 500,000 gold coins. Indeed, it's quite difficult to divide, Zhao Yan mused. How about this? I shall take the black hole spear, and the rest will belong to me. How does that sound? Lin Tian looked at her in astonishment. Wouldn't that be a significant loss for you? Her current state suggested that defeating the Lightning Wolf King had drained her considerably, likely exhausting her potions as well. Not necessarily. The lightning ring could deliver an unexpected strike against foes. In a critical moment, it might even turn the tide. Although Lightning Step is a silver skill, its effects are nearly on par with gold skills, and it could sell for several tens of thousands of gold coins. Adding the other items, I wouldn't be at a great loss. Besides, had you not arrived in time, the outcome of my battle with Yuan Gang could have been dire. How could I stand here conversing with you now? Zhao Yan gently shook her head. Very well. She conceded. With her persuasive arguments, Lin Tian had no choice but to accept the black hole spear. Of course, if you feel guilty, you could make amends in other ways. Zhao Yan added. In what manner? Lin Tian inquired. I sense that the land of falling stars is becoming increasingly perilous. Not long ago, I encountered Lin Tian, who seemed to be possessed by a monster, becoming immensely powerful, attacking me on sight. Had my class not countered hers, I might have been devoured by her. Therefore, you must ensure my safety in the coming days. Zhao Yan asserted. You encountered Lin Tian as well? Lin Tian asked, astonished. Zhao Yan nodded. Lin Tian furrowed his brow in contemplation before asking, did you see if she was accompanied by anyone else? A flicker of hesitation crossed Zhao Yan's face. She truly did not wish to mention Zhu Yulong. Reading the conflict on her face, Lin Tian pressed further. Was there anyone? How many? Seeing no way to evade the question, Zhao Yan bit her lip and replied, just one. Zhu Yulong. It's him? He too has become a servant of a demon? Lin Tian's eyes glimmered with intrigue. What servant of a demon? What does that mean? Zhao Yan inquired. Her curiosity piqued. The creature that has taken possession of Lin Tian is a greater demon. Lin Tian explained. A greater demon. Zhao Yan's eyes widened in shock. Filled with trepidation, a chill ran up her spine. Surviving the clutches of a greater demon seemed unfathomable. She had certainly heard of the infamous reputation of the greater demon, savage, ruthless, and powerful. I plan to head to the Temple of Death. What about you? Lin Tian asked. I shall go too. Zhao Yan promptly replied. Lin Tian smiled slightly. However, it is quite likely that the greater demon may also be heading there. Zhao Yan remained resolute. Then I shall go. In her view, safety was not guaranteed anywhere else. Though Lin Tian's undead army appeared fragile, their sheer numbers instilled a great sense of security. Zhao Yan chuckled self-deprecatingly. Ah, here I am. A legendary class, reduced to being protected by a black iron class. Lin Tian shook his head. There's no need for such disparagement. If it weren't for the unexpected emergence of the greater demon, you could have navigated the land of falling stars quite freely. By the way, I've leveled up to level 6. Let us see what new entries I have. Zhao Yan suddenly exclaimed. As a legendary class, the entry she received would undoubtedly be of golden legendary quality. Though slightly inferior to Lin Tian's Crimson Divine entry, they still surpassed those of 99 of other classes. My goodness! Zhao Yan suddenly cried out, her expression one of disbelief. What's wrong? Lin Tian inquired. I want to show you my new entry. Zhao Yan replied, displaying the entry she obtained upon reaching level 6. Angel's Blessing. Golden when receiving fatal damage. The damage will transfer to a small angel, which will bear the brunt of the harm on behalf of its master. This can be used on others. Cooldown, 24 hours. Lin Tian, upon witnessing the scene, was somewhat taken aback. Although it was merely a golden legendary attribute, it proved to be far more practical than many Crimson Divine attributes. With the Angel's Blessing attribute, it was akin to possessing an additional life, capable of turning the tide in dire circumstances. Moreover, it could also be bestowed upon allies. How impressive is that? Now, I no longer require your protection. Zhao Yan inquired with a playful smile. Truly a legendary profession. It is indeed extraordinary. Lin Tian remarked with deep envy. At that moment, his gaze towards Zhao Yan subtly shifted. Typically, professionals refrain from readily showcasing their attributes to others. Zhao Yan's willingness to do so undoubtedly signified her immense trust in him. Let us proceed. We shall vanquish the great demon, Zhao Yan declared, brimming with confidence. Lin Tian silently mused. There's also Chun Wanyan and He Liang. However, he refrained from voicing this thought. The two made their way towards the Temple of Death. What profession was that fellow? After dispatching several lightning wolves, Lin Tian casually asked. Zhao Yan, understanding he was referring to Yuan Gang, replied. He seems to be a gun-soul fighter. An epic profession. Lin Tian nodded slightly. Yuan Gang possessed formidable strength. Armed with the golden weapon, the black hole spear, he could even contend with Zhao Yan at her peak. Alas, he encountered Lin Tian instead. Lin Tian had already slain the level 15 Frost Mage from the Shadow Mercenary Corps. What chance did a level 5 or 6 Yuan Gang stand? Do you perhaps regret your decision? Unlike Zhang Long, Yuan Gang is an epic profession and would certainly be highly regarded at Lehigh High School. It is said that their school lacks a single legendary profession, making the epic profession the pinnacle. Losing such a talent, Lehigh High School would not let the matter rest and would undoubtedly investigate the cause of his demise. Although this year's senior class at Lehigh High School has few awakened top-tier professions, the total number of awakened professionals is nearly double that of our Shanghai High School. Zhao Yan stated. Lin Tian replied with a faint smile. Regret? What is there to regret? Once the decision to act has been made, one does not ponder the consequences. Moreover, the trials within the secret realm inherently come with risks. Even if Lehigh High School seeks trouble, it would be with the Adventurers Guild, not us. Oh, how did I not consider that angle? Lin Tian, you truly are a genius. Zhao Yan exclaimed in admiration. With Zhao Yan's companionship, the otherwise monotonous monster-slaying process became significantly more enjoyable. Chapter 48. the Temple of Death. Along the path ahead, no further dangers were encountered. Another lightning wolf fell, yielding a piece of silver equipment which was given to Zhao Yan. Time flowed steadily as they continued their hunt. By the time Lin Tian and Zhao Yan arrived at the Temple of Death, dusk had settled. The Temple of Death loomed atop the peak, its architecture exuding a solemn and mysterious aura, entirely black, resembling a colossal beast crouching atop the mountain. Behind the temple, a sheer cliff rose steeply. Waves crashed against the rocks, producing a thunderous roar. How beautiful! Zhao Yan gazed longingly towards the sea, her expression enraptured. At that moment, a round sun was gradually sinking beneath the horizon. Golden rays illuminated the sky, creating a breathtaking spectacle. There will be plenty of time to admire it later. Let us hurry. The gates of the Temple of Death have already been opened. Lin Tian, lacking the leisure to appreciate the sunset, strode towards the entrance of the temple. Humph, how unromantic. Zhao Yan mumbled under her breath before hurriedly following suit. Upon entering the Temple of Death, Lin Tian found no sign of He Liang or Chen Wanyan. Nor did he see the great demon occupying Li Sinan's body. The collapsed stone pillars and shattered weapons indicated that a fierce battle had transpired within the hall. At the far end of the hall, two large doors stood ajar. He Liang and the others must have entered through one of them. Which door should we enter? Zhao Yan inquired as they approached. It's a matter of luck. Lin Tian frowned in response. No one had ever ventured into the Temple of Death before, so it was uncertain what lay within. However, one could be certain that dangerous traps and formidable monsters awaited them. Ultimately, they chose to enter the door on the right. Lin Tian summoned a plethora of undead to scout ahead. Even if there were traps, the undead would trigger them. Along the way, the remnants of past battles were still visible. The path beyond the door twisted and turned like a labyrinth. The walls on either side extended to the ceiling, connecting with the hall above. The undead scouts sent forth remained silent, offering no reports back. After about 10 minutes of navigating the maze, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. We are nearing the end, Zhao Yan exclaimed with delight. Having been trapped in the labyrinth, she looked particularly exhilarated upon seeing an exit. Slow down. Let the undead go first. Lin Tian halted the impetuous Zhao Yan. Oh, all right. Just as Zhao Yan finished speaking, a massive gate descended rapidly from the ceiling. Just ahead of the exit, the bottom of the gate was sharp as a blade. Bang! A thunderous noise echoed throughout the empty hall. The gate crashed down heavily, crushing several undead into bone dust. Even the rusted sword held by one of the skeletal warriors was shattered into fragments. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Yan gasped. After a brief moment, the gate ascended once more. Seizing the opportunity, the two quickly dashed through the exit. Just as they passed through, several shadows lunged towards them. Lin Tian immediately summoned a vast number of undead to block the shadows. The shadows, appearing almost ethereal, floated in midair, with the rusted swords of the skeletal warriors and the arrows of the skeletal archers passing through them without inflicting any harm. This bizarre phenomenon startled Lin Tian. Death Wraith, Silver. Level, 8. Constitution, 20. Strength, 30. Agility, 40. Spirit, 150. Skill, Wraith. Upon reviewing the monster's attributes, Lin Tian quickly grasped the situation. The Death Wraith was likely a creature evolved from deathly essence. It was essentially immune to all physical damage. Lin Tian hastily summoned a battalion of skeletal fire and water mages. Fireballs still traversed through the bodies of the Death Wraiths, yet the apparitions trembled slightly. This indicated that magical attacks were effective against them. The method of attack employed by the Death Wraiths involved surging into the bodies of their foes. For those with lower constitution, being penetrated by a Death Wraith once would leave them feeling as if they had succumbed to a grave illness, utterly fatigued. However, their adversaries were the Undead Legion. The Undead were merely stark, bony frames devoid of flesh and thought. The Death Wraiths' attacks were futile against them. Although the skeletal mages could inflict damage upon the Death Wraiths, their efficiency was lacking. When it came to dealing with such a creature, the solution lay with me, Zhao Yan declared, raising her staff. After a brief incantation, a pearlescent light radiated from her staff, illuminating one of the Death Wraiths. The Death Wraith shrieked, its form dissipating into a wisp of smoke under the sanctified light. The holy radiance not only vanquished it, but also obliterated the several Death Wraiths that followed. Even the small angel beside her unleashed radiant arrows that could severely wound the Death Wraiths. In the ensuing battle, Lin Tian hardly needed to intervene, as Zhao Yan single-handedly dispatched the foes. Whether wielding the Sword of Divine Retribution or summoning the Thunder of Divine Retribution, she effortlessly annihilated the Death Specters. Even if a Death Specter inadvertently collided with the angelic shield, it would find itself violently dismembered. Once the surrounding Death Specters were nearly eradicated, Lin Tian finally had the opportunity to survey his surroundings. They found themselves in an expansive and desolate hall, a space that bore the scars of countless battles. with shattered flooring and fallen rocks strewn about. At the far end of the hall stood a colossal stone statue, towering at an estimated 100 meters. A massive serpent coiled around its arm, while at its feet were statues of a great dragon and a three-headed hound. It became clear to Lin Tian that the so-called dark dragon was merely a statue. He began to comprehend how such rumors had spread. Someone appears to be beneath the statue, Zhao Yan exclaimed. Without her prompting, Lin Tian had already noticed. Beneath the statue, several figures were engaged in combat. Though they were too distant to discern clearly, he surmised that He Liang and Chen Wanyin must surely be among them. Let us move in for a closer look, Lin Tian declared decisively. To avoid drawing their attention, he summoned all the undead back into his realm. The two stealthily approached the statue. Brother Liang, what manner of beast is she? How can she be so terrifying? Chen Wanyin, with her agile movements, barely evaded the onslaught of the shadow demon and shouted in panic. He Liang maintained a stoic expression, silent as he wielded the sword of death, unleashing a wave of energy that forced two humanoid monsters back. Wang Dalong, Li Xiaozhu, you two need to snap out of it. Stop sacrificing yourselves to the monsters. He Liang yelled at them. However, it was as if they were deaf to his words, mindlessly continuing their assault. Before them stood the fearsome Li Xinan. At this moment, despite her still statuesque figure, there was no trace of the school beauty she once embodied. Her once breathtaking face was marred by gruesome burns, now resembling an abomination. Li Xinan, a hell sorceress of a magical class, moved with an agility surpassing even the most nimble warriors, leaping distances of 3 to 4 meters with ease. The relentless shadow demon pursued Chen Wanyin, while Wang Dalong and Li Xiaozhu had been ensnared as her devilish thralls, attacking He Liang with reckless abandon. Their eyes were bloodshot, fighting with a ferocity that disregarded their own wounds, relentlessly hunting He Liang. The sword of death in He Liang's grasp pulsed with an ever-deepening black aura. Each strike unleashed a terrifying arc of darkness, cleaving the ground beneath them. Even Li Xinan had to momentarily retreat from its ominous edge, unwilling to approach carelessly. Thanks to the now golden-grade sword of death, He Liang and Chen Wanyin had managed to hold their ground thus far. Yet their predicament remained perilous. Just the two thralls and the shadow demon had cornered them into a desperate situation. Moreover, Li Xinan had yet to make her move. Watch out. She s after the golden treasure chest. Suddenly, Chen Wanyin cried out in alarm. The shadow demon and the two devilish thralls were preoccupying the pair, while Li Xinan advanced toward the statue of the Lord of Death, where a golden chest awaited. He Liang's eyes blazed with fury as he bellowed. Hold off those monsters for me. I'm going to take her down. Flames of yellow ignited around him, enveloping his body as he charged towards Li Xinan. Hearing the commotion behind her, Li Xinan whipped around, and a colossal ghostly head lunged at He Liang. He Liang swung the sword of death, cleaving the ghostly visage into a cloud of black mist. The sword continued its trajectory toward Li Xinan. With a cold smile, she exhaled a plume of black flames. As the flames surged toward He Liang, something extraordinary occurred. Rather than incinerating him, the black flames were wholly absorbed into the blade. Li Xinan, momentarily taken aback, quickly gestured sharply with her dark fingers. 5 streaks of sinister light flashed past. Bang, 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 bang. The dark beams struck the sword of death, producing a series of muffled thuds. He Liang felt an overwhelming force surge toward him, propelling him uncontrollably backward until he crashed heavily to the ground. He Liang rolled several times, fortuitously landing at the feet of the shadow demon. With an excited roar, the shadow demon opened its gaping maw, sinking its teeth into He Liang's right arm. Crack! Caught off guard, He Liang's arm was severed in an instant, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Brother Liang, Chen Wanyin gasped, witnessing the horrific scene unfold. Seizing the moment, Wang Dalong swung a club down on Chen Wanyin's back. With a cry of agony, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Xiaozhu raised a curved dagger, aiming it at Chen Wanyin's neck. In her pain and shock, Chen Wanyin barely managed to evade. Swish! The dagger narrowly grazed her face. As she felt the warmth of her own blood, Wang Dalong took the opportunity to strike her in the waist. Ah! Chen Wanyin shrieked, sent flying by the force of the blow. In the span of mere moments, both He Liang and Chen Wanyin found themselves gravely injured. When Lin Tian and Zhao Yan arrived, they were met with this grim tableau. We made it just in time, otherwise, the fruit of life would have been snatched away by that demon. Lin Tian sighed in relief upon noticing the golden chest remained unopened. Lin Tian, save me. Please. Save me. Chen Wanyin cried out desperately upon seeing Lin Tian and Zhao Yan appear, her expression shifting from shock to joy, as if she had found a lifeline. I've missed you so much, Lin Tian. Upon Lin Tian's arrival, Li Xinan's face twisted with hatred, only to quickly morph into a facade of vulnerability. Yet, In her current state, such a display was grotesque rather than pitiable. Ignoring Qin Wanyan's pleas and Li Xinan's pretense, Lin Tian began summoning the undead without a second thought. The skeletal warriors at his side surged forward to confront the two devilish thralls and the shadow demon. Zhao Yan's light-based abilities proved highly effective against the three monsters, with each strike of the Sword of Divine Retribution or Thunder of Divine Retribution eliciting pained cries from them. In just 5 seconds, a vast legion of undead materialized around Lin Tian, an estimated 500 strong. Attack! Lin Tian commanded coldly, pointing his staff at Li Xinan. The undead horde launched into action. The skeletal warriors brandished rusted swords and charged at Li Xinan fearlessly. After a brief incantation, the skeletal mages unleashed a barrage of fireballs and ice shards, raining down upon her like a meteor shower. The skeletal archers, numbering over 300, released a volley of bone arrows in unison. The grayish-white hail of arrows filled the air, completely enveloping Li Xinan. With no avenue for escape, a flicker of fear crept into her eyes. Suddenly, she opened her mouth wide and unleashed a torrent of black flames that surged skyward. In an instant, a vast array of bone arrows was consumed by the inferno, reduced to nothingness. At this moment, the skeletal warriors had already charged forward. Li Xinan, seemingly producing a black, long-handled scythe from thin air, struck fiercely ahead. A flash of blade light swept across. Clang! Countless skeletal warriors were cleaved in half. Yet, even the mightiest of fists cannot fend off a multitude of hands. Despite Li Xinan's ferocity, she remained but one person. She could defend against the front, but not the rear. Nor could she shield herself from the omnidirectional onslaught from all sides. The skeletal archers unleashed a rain of bone arrows, relentless in their assault. Meanwhile, the skeletal warriors disrupted her concentration, and she found herself continuously struck by arrows. Enhanced by the divine attribute of undead will, the skeletal archers wielded tremendous power. A level 6 skeletal archer originally possessed around 25 points of strength. With a tenfold enhancement, that became 250 points. Among the over 300 skeletal archers, approximately 1/10, around 30, boasted this formidable strength. Though Li Xinan's true form was that of a hellish demon of immense might, facing skeletal archers with 250 points of strength proved daunting. Before long, she had been pierced by no fewer than 10 bone arrows. One of her eyes was even shattered by an arrow. Seizing the opportunity, the skeletal warriors lunged at her, inflicting further wounds. A howl of excruciating pain escaped Li Xinan's lips. With a fierce swing of her scythe, she cleaved yet another swath of skeletal warriors into fragments. Taking a few steps back, she raised her head abruptly, her remaining eye fixated fiercely on Lin Tian. This is what you have forced upon me. Today, you shall all perish. Chapter 49, Slaying the Great Demon. Words of utter malice spilled from Li Xinan's lips. Lin Tian felt an overwhelming chill seep into his very bones, as if he were being targeted by a venomous serpent. Li Xinan's form began to swell rapidly, as if something dreadful were clawing its way out from within her. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Tian maintained his composure, continuously summoning the undead. With relentless fervor, throngs of skeletal warriors and archers were summoned forth. Still feeling insecure, he gulped down a bottle of clarity potion, his mental acuity restored by half. He continued his summoning. Soon, the death temple brimmed with an overwhelming legion of the undead. There appeared to be no end in sight, an estimated 2,000 at least. Meanwhile, Li Xinan's transformation was nearing completion. Her youthful and beautiful form had devolved into a grotesque mass of decaying flesh. A terrifying monster erupted from her abdomen, its claws rending her flesh and bursting forth from her body. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Li Xinan's body was torn asunder. A dark, blood-soaked creature rose amidst a low growl, its crimson eyes locking onto Lin Tian. What a terrifying gaze it possessed. Fierce, bloodthirsty, brutal, malicious, cunning, and insidious. This was no longer Li Xinan. It was the true great demon from the depths of hell. The great demon, deprived of the life fruit's nourishment, had yet to fully recover. Under Lin Tian's relentless assault, it was compelled to forcefully extricate itself from its host, rendering its plans futile and condemning it to a state of disability. In that moment, its singular thought was to shred the instigator before it into pieces to quench its rage. However, as it beheld Lin Tian, it was confronted by a sprawling army of the undead. The great demon's legs wobbled, nearly causing it to collapse. If it were merely hundreds of undead, it might have been able to cut through with its nearly invulnerable form. But now, it faced not hundreds, but thousands. When numbers reach a certain magnitude, even the mightiest individual cannot stir the waters. What drove the great demon to despair was the realization that the detestable human continued to summon more and more. Lin Tian, observing the terrified great demon, coldly uttered a single word: kill. Instantly, the skeletal archers unleashed a barrage of arrows. The air filled with a chilling shriek. Bone arrows rained down upon the great demon like hail. The creature, with nowhere to evade, swung its scythe in a desperate attempt to fend them off. Dark blades of light sliced through numerous bone arrows, yet the onslaught was too great to withstand. Simultaneously, the skeletal warriors charged recklessly, overwhelming the great demon. Just as it dispatched 5 or 6 skeletal warriors with a single kick, another wave surged forward. Some skeletal warriors targeted its feet, while others aimed for its legs. The restored great demon, indeed formidable, could be described as possessing a body of steel and iron. Enhanced by divine attributes, the skeletal warrior's strength had multiplied. Rusty swords struck the great demon, leaving no mark, and instead, shattering upon impact. The bone arrows fared no better, inflicting no harm upon the great demon, instead splintering into fragments. Even so, the relentless onslaught of attacks forced the great demon to retreat, half kneeling on the ground. The low-level undead, equipped with inferior weapons, could not breach the great demon's defenses, yet their combined force was undeniably palpable. It was akin to being hammered by countless heavy mallets. Though no external wounds were visible, the internal impact was substantial. Zhao Yan was not idle either. With holy light dispelling, the sword of divine punishment and the thunder of divine retribution were unleashed without pause. The little angel charged towards the great demon, delivering successive explosions. Compared to the assault of the undead, her status as a radiant angel made her the arch-nemesis of hellish beings, her skills inflicting tangible damage upon the great demon. The holy light singed the great demon's thick, resilient skin, producing wisps of smoke. The great demon let out a wretched howl. On the other side, He Liang and Shun Wanyan watched in astonishment and dread as Lin Tian and Zhao Yan battled the great demon. They had not perished. Lin Tian had dispatched dozens of skeletal warriors to keep them firmly in check. Having been grievously wounded by Li Xinan and the demon's minions, their survival was a miracle. They possessed neither the strength nor the ability to resist. The ferocity of the great demon exceeded Lin Tian's expectations. Even after 3 minutes of relentless bombardment from the Undead Legion, it still had not succumbed. The Undead had suffered the loss of several hundred of their ranks. Let us see, then, who can endure longer, Lin Tian declared coldly, denying the great demon any chance of resurgence. He downed another bottle of clarity potion and summoned a multitude of skeletal archers. As he beheld this scene, the great demon fell into utter despair. Neither the scythe capable of cleaving souls nor the abyssal maw that devours all could hold sway in the face of the Undead Legion. 2 minutes later, the great demon, once kneeling, had collapsed onto the ground. It cradled its head in its hands, enduring the torrential storm of unending attacks. Now, it could no longer retaliate. Left with no choice but to passively endure the onslaught, the anguished wails of the great demon have yet to cease. Lin Tian and Zhao Yan have long since covered their ears. The tormented cries of the great demon, if endured by an ordinary person for an extended period, would likely drive them into madness and insanity. He Liang and Shun Wanyan are being tormented by the demon's screams. After 5 minutes, the cacophony gradually dissipates, finally fading into silence. Lin Tian and Zhao Yan position themselves 10 meters away from the great demon. After exchanging a knowing glance with Zhao Yan, he strides toward the beast. Zhao Yan, gripping her staff tightly, gives a slight nod. Lin Tian retrieves an object from his spatial bracelet and approaches the unconscious great demon. I've actually slain a great demon. I wonder how much experience this will yield. He muses as he stands before the fallen creature. Foolish human. You have been deceived. I hereby declare that I have taken control of your body. At that moment, an unforeseen turn of events occurs. The once silent great demon suddenly leaps up, transforming into a streak of black light that lunges toward Lin Tian. Having bided its time, it chooses this moment to strike. The demon cackles maniacally as it charges at Lin Tian. However, instead of fear or panic, Lin Tian's face betrays a hint of mockery. A sense of foreboding flashes through the demon's mind. Before it can react, a pure, milky white light radiates from Zhao Yan, illuminating the great demon. The creature lets out a horrific scream, clutching its head as it collapses to the ground. Lin Tian steps forward, raising the demon slayer's sword, and delivers a forceful downward strike. Deep violet blood splatters. A massive head soars into the air. Chapter 50, The Offering of the Undead. You have slain the great demon. Gaining 120,000 experience. Level up successful, now level 7. With the system notification, Lin Tian's previously tense heart finally relaxes. The cunning of the great demon had been vividly displayed. The absence of a system prompt indicated that the demon was far from dead. Lin Tian would not be caught off guard. He understood that relying solely on the undead's attacks would hardly suffice to vanquish the great demon completely. Thus, he feigned ignorance, drawing closer to lure the demon into a surprise attack. As anticipated, the great demon attempted to employ the same tactic it used against Lin Tian, but Lin Tian had already foreseen its move. At the moment of the demon's eruption, Zhao Yan unleashed her holy light to dispel its assault. Seizing the opportunity while the demon was distracted, Lin Tian wielded the demon slayer to sever its head. The demon slayer truly lived up to its reputation as a golden weapon, proving particularly effective against hellish creatures. The undead army had struggled for so long without inflicting even a scratch on the great demon, yet with a single stroke, the demon slayer beheaded it, ensuring its complete demise. Suddenly, Lin Tian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his body swaying unsteadily. Observing his condition, Zhao Yan hurriedly approached to steady him. "Lin Tian, are you all right?" she inquired, concern etched across her features. "I'm fine, just need a moment to rest. Please retrieve the contents of the golden treasure chest first," Lin Tian replied. Zhao Yan, however, shook her head slowly. "There's no rush. The treasure chest isn't going anywhere." After speaking, she helped Lin Tian to a cleaner spot to sit. "Is it due to the continuous consumption of potions?" Zhao Yan asked. Lin Tian nodded slightly. Although there were no explicit regulations, using similar potions in quick succession could lead to adverse effects. The clarity potion was merely of silver quality, with both its materials and refining techniques being rather rudimentary. It contained numerous impurities that had not been adequately refined. Excessive consumption could adversely affect the brain. Lin Tian looked at Zhao Yan, hesitating to speak. "Just say what you need to," Zhao Yan replied. "Could you perhaps step away for a moment?" Lin Tian suggested. Zhao Yan gazed at him, her fists clenched tightly, her chest rising and falling rapidly. After a lengthy pause, she managed to suppress the impulse to strike him down, then stormed off in a huff. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile wryly. What choice did he have? After all, she was his nemesis, with only 33 points of spirit remaining. If Zhao Yan stayed nearby, Lin Tian found it challenging to ensure the refresh of a golden red divine attribute. Lin Tian speculated that the great demon was around level 20. He had just gained 120,000 experience points, propelling him directly to level 7 with 20 experience points. Zhao Yan had also reached level 7. 2 minutes later, a satisfied smile spread across Lin Tian's face. Indeed, sending Zhao Yan away had been a wise decision. After only 5 refreshes, he had generated a golden red divine attribute. Name, Lin Tian. Class, Necromancer, Black Iron. Level, 7, 5214, 725, 0000. Constitution, 18. Strength, 14. Mentality, 92, 10. Agility, 15. Skills, Summon Skeleton Warrior. Silver summons a skeleton warrior for assistance in combat. Cost, 1 spirit. Casting time, 1 second. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Summon Skeleton Archer. Silver summons a skeleton archer for assistance in combat. Cost, 3 spirit. Casting time, 2 seconds. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Summon Skeleton Fire Mage. Silver summons a fire skeleton mage for assistance in combat. Cost, 3 spirit. Casting time, 2 seconds. Cooldown, 1 second. Summon Skeleton Water Mage. Silver summons a water skeleton mage for assistance in combat. Cost, 3 spirit. Casting time, 2 seconds. Cooldown, 1 second. Attribute 1. Omniscient and Omnipotent. Golden Red Growth Coefficient 10. Attribute 2. Infinite Summoning. Golden Red. Each summoned undead will randomly increase in number by 10 to 100 times, depending on their strength. The weaker the undead, the greater the multiplier. Attribute 3. Undead Will. Golden Red. The fighting spirit of the undead, eternal and indestructible. Summoned undead will have their strength randomly increased by 1 to 10 times. Attribute 4. Garden of Death. Golden Red. For every powerful creature slain, its soul will automatically be sacrificed to the Garden of Death in the realm of the undead. After a certain number of sacrifices, a stone tablet of destiny will be summoned. Current sacrifice count, 1245-10000. Attribute 5. Undead Domain. Golden Red communicates with the realm of the undead, generating an invisible barrier around. It will automatically sense nearby creatures, with a maximum detection range of 102 meters. Attribute 6. Infinite Firepower. Golden Red reduces all skill casting and cooldown times by 90. Attribute 7. Infinite Enhancement. Golden Red. For every 1,000 monsters killed that are not lower than one's own level, 1 skill point will be awarded. Skill points can enhance skill levels. Current skill points. 1. Monsters killed. 698-1000. Attribute 8. Offering of the Undead. Golden Red. Sacrificing a certain number of undead, burning their souls. randomly synthesizes a higher tier undead. The greater the number of sacrifices, the higher the tier of the sacrificed undead and the level of the synthesized undead, which can be up to 10 levels higher than the original and 1 tier higher. The synthesized undead will exist for 5 minutes. Sacrifices can be made once daily. Having reached level 7, Lin Tian's attributes have significantly improved, with his spirit surpassing 100 points. Lin Tian first examined the newly acquired entry, Sacrifice of the Undead. Is it equivalent to obtaining a more advanced skill out of thin air? The undead that Lin Tian can currently summon are of silver rank at level 7. By sacrificing a substantial number of undead, he could synthesize a powerful golden undead of up to level 17. This essentially means he would possess an exceptionally strong fighter, granting him the hope of a comeback. Should he encounter formidable foes like the Greater Demon again, he could sacrifice the undead to forge a level 17 golden undead, making the battle significantly easier. However, Lin Tian's vision extended beyond this. One day, when his strength ascends to the level beneath that of a Lord of the Undead, he could synthesize a being comparable to a Lord of the Undead through the sacrifice of the undead. At this moment, Lin Tian had rested sufficiently, the dizziness fading as he stood up from the ground. Zhao Yan approached him with a dark expression, tossing a skill book into his hands and coldly stating, "The Greater Demon dropped this." Lin Tian offered an awkward smile, aware that Zhao Yan was still sulking over the earlier incident. Yet, he found himself unable to explain. He picked up the skill book and began to examine it. Chapter 51, Slaying Chun Wanyan. Summon Abomination. Golden summon an abomination to assist in combat. Cost, 10 spirit. Casting time, 2 seconds. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Class, Hell-type Mage. Lin Tian shook his head. What a pity I cannot utilize it. Li Sinan, a Hell Sorceress, would have greatly benefited from this skill book had she still been alive. And this? Zhao Yan handed Lin Tian a long-handled scythe, the very weapon the Greater Demon had wielded, which had also dropped. Reaper's Scythe, Golden. Strength 30. Spirit 40. Can weaken the target's spirit upon attack. Another golden weapon. However, neither he nor Zhao Yan could make use of it. Both were of golden tier, with comparable value. They could each choose one item. Lin Tian turned to Zhao Yan and said, "Then I'll take the skill book." Zhao Yan replied, taking the skill book for herself. After dividing the spoils from the Greater Demon, Lin Tian approached the golden treasure chest. Standing beneath the statue and gazing at the golden chest, a smile crept across Lin Tian's face. The arduous battles endured along this journey had finally borne fruit. Golden treasure chest, a lucky chest, upon opening, randomly grants weapons, skill books, or precious golden items required for the profession. I hope for life fruits. After taking a deep breath, Lin Tian opened the chest. Inside lay 4 dazzling, diamond-like fruits and a silver-white staff, with a bright gem embedded at its tip. Life fruit. Golden contains powerful upgrading potential. Upon use, randomly increases Constitution by 48 points. This item can only be used once per individual. Silver Moon Staff, Golden. Spirit 65. Casting speed increased by 20. 4 life fruits. Lin Tian was ecstatic at the sight of the contents within the golden chest. He had initially feared it would contain only a single life fruit, worried it would not be enough for them both. To his astonishment, there were so many valuable items. Zhao Yan was equally thrilled, her eyes shimmering with excitement. How shall we divide this? Lin Tian found himself in a dilemma. There were 5 items in total for the 2 of them. Simple, I want 2 life fruits. You can have the rest, Zhao Yan declared. Lin Tian looked at her in surprise. Aren't you at a loss? Not at all. Zhao Yan gently shook her head. The majority of the credit for defeating the Greater Demon belongs to you. I could never have accomplished it alone. If it weren't for needing to give one to my grandfather, 1 life fruit would suffice for me. Zhao Yan spoke softly. What a dutiful child. Lin Tian praised. He did not decline, taking 2 life fruits and the Silver Moon Staff. He consumed 1 immediately. Consumed life fruit. Constitution 8. Lin Tian felt his physical constitution strengthen once more. His constitution had reached 26 points. With his current physique, although he had yet to reach a state immune to the elements, he could ascend 18 flights of stairs without breaking a sweat. The remaining life fruit was placed into his void bracelet. The golden life fruit was exceedingly precious, a rare commodity, far more scarce than golden tier skill books or weapons. Permanently increasing one's constitution holds an irresistible allure for the vast majority. Even ordinary individuals who have yet to awaken their professions would find the life fruit immensely beneficial. The higher the constitution, the healthier the body, thus reducing the likelihood of illness. Lin Tian estimated it could fetch at least 1 million gold coins. With the superior Silver Moon Staff in hand, he stowed the glimmering staff into his void bracelet as well. Zhao Yan also consumed a life fruit, instantly radiating vitality, appearing even more beautiful than before. How many points did you gain in constitution? Zhao Yan inquired. 8 points, Lin Tian replied honestly. Wah, that's not fair. Why did I only get 4 points? Zhao Yan pouted, feeling aggrieved. Lin Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Oddly enough, both times he had consumed life fruits. He had attained the maximum point increase. What shall we do about them? Zhao Yan pointed to He Liang and Chun Wanyan, who were being controlled by the undead nearby. Let's go see, Lin Tian replied, brandishing his demon slayer as he approached the two. He Liang and Chun Wanyan had witnessed Lin Tian's fierce battle against the greater demon in its entirety. They were utterly astonished by Lin Tian's ability to summon thousands of undead. The defeat of the greater demon left them slack-jawed. When they saw Lin Tian and Zhao Yan retrieve the precious life fruits from the golden chest, jealousy surged within them, their bodies trembling. And now, as Lin Tian approached them with a cold expression, He Liang felt a sense of foreboding. Lin Tian, what a coincidence. He Liang forced a stiff smile. His legs trembled uncontrollably from anxiety, and his speech became stammered. Bang! Lin Tian delivered a kick to He Liang's abdomen, sending him flying 2 or 3 meters away. Cough! Cough! He Liang knelt on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. He looked up at Lin Tian, fear uncontainable in his gaze. He had not anticipated that Lin Tian would show no mercy for their past camaraderie. Yet, in order to save his life, he had to appear even more subservient. Lin Tian, we were relentlessly pursued by Li Sinan and fled to the death goddess temple. Thank you for saving us. We are eternally grateful. He Liang coughed blood while ingratiatingly smiling. What a performance. Truly, what a performance. Lin Tian couldn't help but admire He Liang's talent for such humble submission. However, it only solidified his resolve not to spare his life. Such a submissive nature, once He Liang gained power, would surely lead to a vengeful rampage. How much did you offer the Shadow Mercenary Group for my head? Lin Tian asked bluntly, cutting to the chase. Lin Tian, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. What Shadow Mercenary Group? I've never heard of it. He Liang feigned ignorance. Lin Tian tilted his head towards a skeletal warrior. Chop off a leg. The skeletal warrior, receiving the command, did not hesitate and swung its sword. Swish. Blood gushed forth as a severed, bloodied thigh soared into the air. Ah! He Liang screamed in madness, clutching his severed leg with his remaining left hand. Rolling on the ground, blood splattered across the floor. It was deafening. Someone make him quiet. Lin Tian furrowed his brows and covered his ears. Bang! A fireball struck He Liang's face, instantly scorching several blisters into his skin. The alloy warrior was indeed tough. Who knows how much vitality he had fortified? How resilient he was to blows. Observing the meager damage caused by the fireball, Lin Tian felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Despite being in excruciating pain, He Liang had to stifle his cries, overwhelmed by Lin Tian's chilling ruthlessness and decisiveness. Lin Tian, considering we're classmates, I beg you, spare my life. I will pay you an additional 500,000 gold coins. Just let me live. The terror of death gripped He Liang. Tears mingling with snot streamed down his face as he pleaded desperately. Oh, that sounds rather tempting, Lin Tian mused, resting his chin on his hand. Lin Tian, we have become mortal enemies. You cannot let a tiger return to the mountain. Seeing that Lin Tian seemed to waver, Zhao Yan hurried over to dissuade him. He Liang, seizing the opportunity, increased his offer. Lin Tian, if you spare me, I will return this woman to you. I was foolishly seduced by her. I was wrong to covet your woman. I will give her back to you. Moreover, it was her idea to hire the Shadow Mercenary Corps to hunt you down. I had no part in it. He Liang pointed vehemently at Chun Wanyan, shifting all the blame onto her. Liang Guyu. Chun Wanyan, standing nearby, looked at He Liang in disbelief. Just last night, he had sworn to protect her for a lifetime, and now, in a bid to save his own life, he was unhesitatingly throwing her under the bus. What do you mean, what? He Liang glared at Chun Wanyan, shouting furiously, you seductress, with a heart as venomous as a serpent, deliberately lured me to ruin my relationship with Lin Tian. Lin Tian, spare me. In addition to the 500,000 gold coins, I can also offer you the Sword of Death. What do you think? He Liang asked with a sycophantic smile. Lin Tian observed his performance and smiled faintly. Not much. Killing you will still grant me the Sword of Death. As for your life, I'm afraid even the gods and demons cannot save you. Lin Tian's words froze the smile on He Liang's face. In the next moment, he finally understood that Lin Tian had never intended to let him go. You dare kill me? My father is the vice leader of the Tianqing Mercenary Corps. If you lay a finger on me, you will face retaliation tenfold or 100-fold. He Liang, humiliated and enraged, screamed hysterically. However, his threats evidently had no effect on Lin Tian. Then I shall slay you and your father, He Hai, together. Lin Tian replied coldly. He Liang had revealed that the assassins from the Shadow Mercenary Corps were hired by him and Chun Wanyan, leaving Lin Tian with no reservations. The animosity between them could never be reconciled, nor did Lin Tian desire to. Lin Tian, I have found the item. At that moment, Zhao Yan approached, having retrieved a black longsword from the hand of a nearby skeletal warrior. Excellent, Lin Tian exclaimed, flicking the blade, which emitted a crisp sound, filling him with satisfaction. After a thorough search by the Undead Legion, they had located He Liang's Sword of Death. What do you intend to do? He Liang, witnessing Lin Tian approach with the Sword of Death, felt his heart shatter with terror, roaring in panic. Lin Tian, you will kill me, even in death. I will not spare you. He Liang was utterly despondent, crying out in anguish. The professionals you killed with the Sword of Death thought the same. Lin Tian raised the Sword of Death expressionlessly. Moreover, I'm afraid you won't even have the opportunity to become a ghost. As he spoke, Lin Tian swung the Sword of Death through the air. Blood sprayed forth, and a grotesque head rolled on the ground, coming to a stop after several revolutions. Now coated in dust, Lin Tian walked up to He Liang's severed head. He Liang's eyes widened in horror, unblinking in death. Lin Tian unceremoniously plunged the Sword of Death into He Liang's eye, absorbing his soul. A minute later, he sheathed the Sword of Death. Sword of Death, Gold. Power 60. Contains a fragment of the soul of the Lord of Death. Can actively absorb the souls of other professionals for weapon evolution, up to epic level. Current absorbed souls, 1100. What a splendid weapon. Lin Tian marveled. The Sword of Death could continuously evolve by absorbing the souls of professionals, surpassing all his other golden weapons. However, therein lay its malevolence. Holding the Sword of Death brought an unsettling sensation of uncontrollability, as if it longed to break free and wreak havoc. Furthermore, although the Sword of Death was powerful, once discovered, it would undoubtedly attract calamity. In the eyes of the Church of Light, possessing the Sword of Death marked one as an absolute heretic, warranting eradication. Lin Tian, would you truly kill me? When Chun Wanyan saw Lin Tian approaching with the Sword of Death, she trembled and inquired. Zhao Yan simultaneously turned her gaze towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback by this peculiar question. Did this woman still believe he had feelings for her? The thought nearly made him retch. How arrogant could one be to possess such confidence? Lin Tian, I have never forgotten you. I was deceived by He Liang's sweet words. Please give me another chance. Shall we start anew? Have you forgotten the beautiful moments we shared? Chen Wanyan said tearfully. Start anew? Lin Tian's lips twitched slightly. For Chen Wanyan, it had indeed been beautiful, as the original Lin Tian had been her devoted admirer, catering to her every whim and treating her like a princess. However, Chen Wanyan had been thoroughly played by He Liang. He would never look at her again, even if she were offered for free. Zhao Yan's expression darkened further. Seeing Lin Tian make no move, she considered taking matters into her own hands and slaying Chen Wanyan. Lin Tian, do not forget. She hired the assassins from the Shadow Mercenary Corps to kill you. Zhao Yan reminded him from the side. Lin Tian, I truly regret my actions. Please spare me. I will never dare oppose you again. Chen Wanyan panicked, begging for mercy. Witnessing the desperate and cowardly demeanor of Chen Wanyan, Lin Tian chuckled coldly. Don't be foolish. Chen Wanyan, you may leave. I do not kill women. He then waved his hand, allowing the undead surrounding Chen Wanyan to part, creating a path. Thank you, thank you. Chen Wanyan, utterly astonished that Lin Tian would genuinely spare her life, joyfully disregarded her injuries and hastily crawled away. Lin Tian, Zhao Yan cried out in alarm, both anxious and furious. Lin Tian, however, calmly beckoned to a skeletal archer. Just a few steps away. Chen Wanyan was pierced through the heart by a bone arrow from behind. Her body flew several meters forward, collapsing on the ground, lifeless. Seeing Zhao Yan's bewildered expression, Lin Tian spread his hands and feigned innocence. It wasn't me who killed her. It was the undead. Not my fault. Zhao Yan was left speechless. She had not anticipated this side of Lin Tian. In her impression, he had always been submissive before Chen Wanyan, fearful of inciting her anger. Yet now he appeared unfazed, slaughtering Chen Wanyan without batting an eye, as if he had merely performed an inconsequential act. He seemed like an entirely different person, transformed into someone confident, carefree, and nonchalant. Occasionally, a bit of mischief ensues. I had thought you would reminisce about old times and be reluctant to take her life. Zhao Yan remarked with a slight curl of her lips. Upon Chen Wanyan's demise, inexplicably, her spirits soared. Chapter 52, A Bountiful Return. When she yearned to kill me, she showed no mercy. Lin Tian approached the lifeless body of Chen Wanyan. The sharp sword of death plunged into her skull, absorbing her soul. Moreover, having witnessed my slaying of He Liang, her death was a necessity. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly pose a future threat. Lin Tian stated calmly. Zhao Yan responded with a simple, "Oh." Lin Tian, not one to overlook Chen Wanyan's corpse, dispatched several skeletal warriors to search her belongings. Before long, A small pile of items materialized at his feet. How impoverished. After a cursory examination, Lin Tian disdainfully remarked. Apart from a few thousand gold coins, a silver-grade skill book, and Shun Wanyan's silver-grade purplish extreme bow, there was little of value. Isn't it because you drained them dry? Zhao Yan jested. Lin Tian mused to himself. It indeed seemed to be the case. Initially, he had taken 30,000 gold coins from He Liang, then extorted the Ghost Slayer's sword. No matter how affluent He Liang's family was, they couldn't withstand such exploitation. Following a brief discussion, Lin Tian claimed the Sword of Death, while all other items were relinquished to Zhao Yan. Although Zhao Yan was at a disadvantage, she displayed no concern whatsoever. A conflagration ignited within the Temple of Death. Lin Tian stood a short distance away, silently observing the flames consume the bodies of He Liang and Shun Wanyan. In addition to the two of them, 2 practitioners transformed into devilish servants were also reduced to ashes. Despite having slain He Liang, He Hai would undoubtedly know it was his doing. However, a delay of even a day was advantageous. Lin Tian felt an even greater urgency to enhance his strength. The Shadow Mercenary Corps and the Celestial Blue Mercenary Corps loomed as insurmountable behemoths in his current state, utterly beyond his capacity to confront. The only path to safety lay in rapid augmentation of his power. Let us return. Lin Tian produced the teleportation token. After infusing it with a thread of mental energy, the forces of space enveloped him. Just before departing, Lin Tian cast a glance at the towering statue. He observed the mist dissipating somewhat from the statue's head. The statue of the Lord of Death seemed to awaken, its imposing gaze piercing through the fog, resting upon him. A shiver coursed through Lin Tian's body. In that instant, he felt his very soul freeze in place. It was as if every secret of his being, including his soul, was laid bare beneath that gaze. Lin Tian, what has happened to you? Suddenly, he felt someone shaking his body. He shook his head, regaining his senses. To his side stood Zhao Yan, her expression fraught with concern. They were now in the Adventurers Guild Hall. It's nothing. Lin Tian exhaled a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, he almost thought he wouldn't return. That fleeting moment felt akin to experiencing death. Was that truly the Lord of Death? Or was I merely hallucinating? Was that gaze directed at me? Or at the Sword of Death in my grasp? A multitude of questions swirled in Lin Tian's mind. According to the ancient records, the Lord of Death was confirmed to be deceased. He had been slain by the combined might of 2 other divine entities, the Lord of Greed and the Lord of Wisdom. The body of the Lord of Death was crafted into a void warship by the Lord of Wisdom, waging battles in the realm of the undead. Ultimately, he lay to rest alongside the Lord of Wisdom in the domain of the undead. The Sword of Death indeed seems to bring ill omen. It must be disposed of at the earliest opportunity, Lin Tian silently resolved. Are you feeling unwell? Perhaps you should visit a church and consult a priest? Noticing Lin Tian's pale complexion and the sheen of cold sweat on his forehead, Zhao Yan inquired with concern. No, that won't be necessary. Lin Tian quickly declined. What a jest, should he venture to the light church, and by ill fortune encounter a particularly powerful light priest. Should they discover the Sword of Death on him, he might very well find himself dangling from the gallows tonight. Lin Tian, Zhao Yan, you've returned so swiftly? How did it go? Did you encounter any dangers? At that moment, the director, Gao Yi, spotted them and approached with inquiries. Thank you for your concern, Director. We had a smooth experience. Zhao Yan was the first to respond. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. In truth, it was far from smooth, but rather fraught with peril. However, there were many matters that could not be openly articulated. That is good, that is good. Gao Yi smiled reassuringly. You both are exceptional, and I have high hopes for you. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Director. Lin Tian and Zhao Yan replied in unison. After bidding farewell to Gao Yi, the two completed their commission tasks and received their rewards. For the Sweet Flower and Dudu Water Lily, Zhao Yan covered Lin Tian's shortfall. From 3 tasks, Lin Tian garnered a bounty of 200 gold coins. Lin Tian, where do you plan to head next? Zhao Yan inquired at that juncture. Lin Tian pondered briefly before responding. I intend to dispose of some equipment and purchase new skill books. Then let us part ways here. I need to make a trip to the Light Church, Zhao Yan stated. The Light Church? Lin Tian furrowed his brow. What do you intend to do there? Zhao Yan explained. Yesterday, a paladin from the church expressed great interest in my profession and offered to provide me with some professional assistance. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian nodded subtly. He then asked, the Light Church doesn't seem like a place that engages in charitable deeds, does it? Surely there aren't any hidden conditions? Clever indeed. Zhao Yan chuckled lightly. He has invited me to join the Light Church. Lin Tian inquired. Have you accepted? Zhao Yan shook her head. Of course not. Joining the church entails adhering to various doctrines. Where is the freedom I currently possess? Lin Tian nodded. That is indeed true. Zhao Yan continued. Nevertheless, that paladin is still willing to generously bestow upon me a few skill books, as a means of forging a benevolent connection. Lin Tian remarked, "That is excellent news." Zhao Yan replied with a smile, "I think so too. Free offerings should never be turned down." Watching Zhao Yan's retreating figure, Lin Tian felt a surge of envy. The Light Church is a formidable power in the main world, with branches spread across the globe. Not only within the divine Xia Empire, but other nations also host churches of the Light Church. The Light Church in Raccoon City is merely one of its branches. Zhao Yan's vocation is that of a light angel. Her optimal destination is indeed the Light Church, where she would receive full support and nurturing, leading to exceptional future accomplishments. Not only the church, but various mercenary groups have begun recruiting a diverse array of practitioners following the high-level awakening ceremony. Not every practitioner can gain admission to university. For those of lower ranks with minimal potential, mercenary groups are often their best option. Even Lin Tian, as a black iron practitioner, would receive recruitment cards from lurking members of various mercenary groups every time he entered or exited the school. After Zhao Yan departed, Lin Tian made his way to the trading hall of the Adventurers Guild. Chapter 53, Summoning the Corpse Hound. The trading hall was bustling with activity, teeming with people. Skills, equipment, weapons, potions, precious items, and various materials, ranging from the most affordable black iron to rare platinum grades, were all available. Lin Tian found a relatively quiet counter amidst the throng. After glancing around and ensuring no one was watching, he approached the counter. "Good day, sir. I am delighted to assist you. May I inquire if you wish to purchase weaponry or perhaps sell surplus materials?" A female shop assistant, seemingly only slightly older than him, approached with a smile. "Do you accept this?" Lin Tian retrieved a pitch-black spear from his spatial bracelet, placing it on the counter with a clang. It was the golden weapon, the black hole spear, previously wielded by Yuan Gang. "Golden weapon. We certainly accept it. However, such a precious item is beyond my authority to appraise. Please hold on. I shall fetch the owner," the shop assistant exclaimed, startled, before hastily retreating into the back room. Before long, she returned, accompanied by a bespectacled middle-aged man. Upon spotting Lin Tian, the man smiled warmly. "Greetings, my friend. I am Gong Jin, the proprietor of this establishment, affiliated with the Adventurers Guild. Are you here to sell weaponry?" "Indeed. Please take a look, Mr. Gong," Lin Tian replied, pushing the black hole spear forward. Gong Jin examined the spear carefully and remarked, "This weapon shows minimal wear and tear. How does 600,000 gold coins sound?" Lin Tian's heart raced. It was the first time he had encountered such a substantial sum. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, nodding nonchalantly. "That works for me." The price for the black hole spear exceeded his expectations. With that, Lin Tian retrieved the Scythe of Death from his spatial bracelet. "Is there more?" Both Gong Jin and the shop assistant were momentarily taken aback. "Please, Mr. Gong, have a look," Lin Tian said with a smile. Observing the uniquely designed Scythe of Death, Gong Jin fell into contemplation, muttering, "This weapon appears to originate from the underworld, does it not?" "Indeed, I fortuitously vanquished a severely wounded abyssal creature. And this was the spoils," Lin Tian replied, half seriously. "This young man's prowess should not be underestimated," Gong Jin remarked, scrutinizing Lin Tian with newfound respect. Previously, he had not thought much of Lin Tian when he presented the black hole spear, but now, with another golden tier weapon in hand, he could not help but regard him with admiration. Merely luck, Lin Tian dismissed lightly. Not wishing to pry further, Gong Jin appraised the Scythe of Death and offered a price of 700,000 gold coins. The offer left Lin Tian astonished. Subsequently, he also sold the discarded gleaming staff for 30,000 gold coins, along with the golden tier skill book, Abyssal Blood Slash, acquired from slaying the Abyssal Reaper, fetching 600,000 gold coins. Now, with his ties to He severed, Lin Tian felt no need to hoard his valuables, selling off anything he deemed unnecessary. The only remaining golden weapons he possessed were the Silver Moon Staff, the Demon Slayer, and the Sword of Death. The Demon Slayer, which inflicted additional damage to hellish beings, suited Lin Tian well, prompting him to retain it. Although he had considered disposing of the Sword of Death, he ultimately decided to keep it, drawn by an inexplicable impulse. With a fortune in hand, Lin Tian exited the shop, wandering through the trading hall until he arrived at a relatively large specialty store for skill books. Upon entering, he directly stated his intention to acquire skill books for necromancers. The shop assistant presented him with a list for selection, containing dozens of skills available to necromancers. After careful consideration, Lin Tian ultimately chose 4 skills. 1. Summon Corpse Hound. Silver summons a corpse hound to assist in battle. The hound's teeth are laced with poison. Cost, for spirit. Casting time, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Price, 30,000 gold coins. 2. Summon Ghoul. Silver summons a ghoul to assist in battle. The ghoul moves at great speed, feasting on the brains of the living. Cost, for spirit. Casting time, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Price, 50,000 gold coins. 3. Corpse explosion. Silver causes a corpse to explode. Cost, 20 spirit. Casting time, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Price, 50,000 gold coins. 4. Summon Dread Knight. Golden summons a Dread Knight to assist in combat. Cost, 50 spirit. Casting time, for seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Price, 550,000 gold coins. The total expenditure for the 4 skills amounted to 680,000 gold coins, significantly diminishing the vast wealth he had just acquired from selling golden weapons. The Corpse Explosion skill, strictly speaking, was not exclusive to necromancers. Other mage classes, even ordinary mages, could learn it. However, its applicability was limited to corporeal monsters. Lin Tian's summoned skeleton archers and skeleton warriors could not utilize it. The Corpse Hound and Ghoul, being corporeal undead, were perfectly suited for the Corpse Explosion skill. Other mages might manage to explode only 1 or 2 corpses at a time, but Lin Tian could potentially detonate hundreds of undead simultaneously. The mere thought of hundreds of corpse hounds and ghouls exploding together sent a thrill through him. The only drawback was the considerable spirit cost of 20 points. Yet, in comparison to the golden skill of summoning a Dread Knight, which required a staggering 50 points of spirit, nearly a third of his total, it was negligible. Lin Tian favored the Dread Knight over the Silver Tier Skeleton Knight due to the former's inherent armor. Although it was decayed and rusted, its defensive capabilities far surpassed that of the Skeleton Knight's mere skeletal frame. Even if the Skeleton Knight were to reach Golden Tier, it would only enhance its attributes without conjuring any armor. After exiting the Adventurers Guild, Lin Tian casually sought out a clean eatery to enjoy a simple dinner. Uncle Li, he greeted as he passed by the blacksmith shop. Lin Tian, have you just finished school? I've replaced your front door and fitted it with a new lock. Here are the keys. Blacksmith Li chuckled, tossing a set of keys to Lin Tian. Thank you, Uncle Li. Gratefully accepting the keys, Lin Tian continued on his way home. As he walked through the familiar alley, the same one where the Shadow Mercenary Group had sent assassins to ambush him just 2 nights prior, the sky had darkened significantly. The alley was dim and shadowy. Lin Tian stood at the entrance, retrieving the skill book for the Corpse Hound, silently reciting the incantation to learn it. The skill book transformed into radiant light, merging into his very being. Moments later, he opened his eyes and attempted to summon the Corpse Hound. After 5 consecutive failures, a Corpse Hound was finally successfully summoned. Its skin was rotting, bones protruding, fangs bared, eyes cloudy, and its body was grotesquely bloated. Nearly twice the size of a normal dog, towering at Lin Tian's chest height. As it stood before him, the terror it exuded was akin to that of a skeletal warrior with fiery eyes. The unlimited undead spawn trait activated, causing the number of corpse hounds to surge to over 40. One by one, the corpse hounds lowered their heads, sniffing the air, baring their teeth, and emitting silent growls. The sheer number of corpse hounds significantly bolstered Lin Tian's sense of security. He subsequently learned the skills for summoning the Dread Knight, the Ghoul, and the Corpse Explosion, completing his newfound repertoire. Chapter 54. The Slaughter of the Azure Mercenary Corps. Corrupted Hound, Silver. Level, 7. Constitution, 30. Strength, 55, 8. Agility, 30. Mentality, 8. Skills, none. Ghoul, Silver. Level, 7. Constitution, 40. Strength, 55, 10. Agility, 25. Mentality, 8. Skills, none. Terror Knight, Gold. Level, 7. Constitution, 90. Strength, 106. Agility, 30. Mentality, 20. Skills, Death Charge. 3 new forms of undead, significantly more formidable than the skeletal warriors, particularly the Gold Tier Terror Knight, boasting a constitution of 90 points and an alarming strength of 100 points. The Terror Knight rides a 2-meter-tall skeletal steed, wielding a massive steel sword, exuding an imposing aura that instills a profound sense of dread. Go! With a command from Lin Tian, a multitude of corrupted hounds unleashed a cacophony of howls as they charged into the alleyway. Some agile hounds leaped onto the adjacent high walls, their blood-red eyes scanning the surroundings. Only then did Lin Tian proceed cautiously into the alley. As he emerged from the shadowy corridor and turned a corner, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him, halting involuntarily. Not far away, a dilapidated courtyard was teeming with a throng of people. Each individual brandished sharp weapons, seemingly intent on forcefully breaching the courtyard. The thief is within that courtyard. How brazen! To dare steal from the vice-captain. Search thoroughly. We must capture the thief and bring him to justice, barked a middle-aged man wielding a staff, addressing the crowd behind him. Despicable. Once caught, I shall flay him alive. The crowd erupted in a chorus of furious shouts. The middle-aged mage nodded in satisfaction. The vice captain has promised a reward of 2,000 gold coins to whoever captures the thief. Guard all exits. Do not let him escape. He pointed at a burly man with a short axe. Zhongtong, break down this iron gate. With a series of commands issued, the group sprang into action. Huh, just an old iron gate. No challenge at all. I can smash it with a single blow? Boasted Zhongtong, shouldering his axe as he strode confidently towards the courtyard entrance. Upon reaching the iron gate, Zhongtong bellowed, his body glowing with a golden light as he raised his steel axe, striking forcefully at the gate. Watch out. Suddenly, a cry of alarm erupted from behind. Zhongtong sensed impending danger, catching a glimpse of a massive shadow lunging towards his head from the corner of his eye. He swiftly turned, swinging his axe at the shadow. Bang! A muffled thud resounded as the shadow was cleaved in two. However, its claws left deep, bloody gashes across Zhongtong's face. Ah! He cried out, clutching his face in anguish. Simultaneously, the others found themselves besieged by the corrupted hounds. Corrupted hounds. Undead creatures. You are Lin Tian. The middle-aged mage recognized the source of the corrupted hounds at once, his gaze darkening as he glared at Lin Tian. Without acknowledging him, Lin Tian summoned forth a legion of ghouls, their decayed forms and drooling maws advancing rapidly on the crowd. The overwhelming numbers quickly turned the tide, with dozens of undead assailing each mercenary. Seeking death, the middle-aged mage, incensed by Lin Tian's indifference, began a rapid incantation. A flurry of frost descended, instantly freezing several corrupted hounds into ice sculptures, which were subsequently shattered by the others. The mage demonstrated his formidable prowess, dispatching a significant number of undead in mere seconds. Yet, when he turned back to Lin Tian, he nearly had his eyes pop out in disbelief. Before Lin Tian stood several rows of hundreds of skeletal archers, with a terror knight clad in tattered armor riding alongside each pair of archers. Release! Lin Tian commanded, and the skeletal archers raised their bows. The middle-aged mage, compelled by the situation, conjured another wooden door above him to shield against the incoming barrage of bone arrows. You dare provoke our Azure Mercenary Corps? You. The mage glared menacingly at Lin Tian, but before he could finish, a series of explosive blasts erupted beside him. Dozens of corrupted hounds and ghouls detonated simultaneously, showering the area with putrid flesh, shattered bones, and vile blood. Several mercenaries were killed instantly. The middle-aged mage was left disheveled but uninjured, albeit his two wooden doors lost control and shattered into magical elements. Once again, the Azure Mercenary Corps was exposed to the onslaught of skeletal archers. A barrage of bone arrows rained down, accompanied by incessant cries of agony and despair. Some, sensing the impending doom, attempted to flee. Observing this, Lin Tian pointed his silver moon staff forward. The Terror Knights, having been poised for action, spurred their steeds into a swirling tempest of darkness, charging forth in unison. Nearly 50 Terror Knights executed a synchronized death charge, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The sound of hooves thundered against the ground, reverberating with a force that could shatter eardrums. The entire street seemed to tremble. The Terror Knights plunged into the mass of people, their skeletal steeds hurling the weaker classes into the air. Those who attempted to resist found themselves cleaved in two by the Terror Knights' devastating strikes, bolstered by tremendous strength. In an instant, chaos reigned among the Azure Mercenary Corps. After the Terror Knights galloped through, they turned their steeds for another charge. Following two consecutive onslaughts, the only living being remaining was the middle-aged mage, who cowered beneath a large tree, wailing in despair. Chapter 55, The Hidden Truth. The state of the middle-aged mage was nothing short of pitiful. His attire was tattered and torn. One ear was obliterated by the explosive necromancy. The right arm, clutching a staff, was severed at the shoulder by a terrifying knight. A gaping wound marred the abdomen. A grotesque, half-decayed corpse dog was gnawing on the intestines and entrails that had slipped out. The foul blood stained the decaying, hideous head of the corpse dog, rendering it even more fearsome and horrific. Lin Tian shook his head. In such a state, no potion could possibly save the middle-aged mage. Even the legendary golden life fruit, said to revive the dead, would be of no use, even if it could heal the mage's physical wounds. Where would the devoured organs come from? So, was it he who sent you? Lin Tian approached the middle-aged mage and asked nonchalantly. You will never find out. The mage glared fiercely at Lin Tian, intending to utter more threats, only to suddenly scream in agony. A terrifying knight had thrust a sword into his thigh. Blood gushed forth in torrents. Forget it. Questioning you is futile, Lin Tian remarked, shaking his head as he scrutinized the middle-aged mage. What is your true purpose for coming to my home? Don't resort to such clumsy excuses as trying to catch a thief. The door is still locked with an iron lock. claiming you came to catch a thief? That's a farce even the dead wouldn't believe. The middle-aged mage clenched his teeth and stubbornly refused to utter a word. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Your bones are exceptionally resilient. It seems that physical pain cannot break you. But how about this? With that, he brandished the sword of death. The sword of death. Upon sighting it, the middle-aged mage's expression transformed with alarm. What have you done to Heliong? He crawled, attempting to grasp Lin Tian's leg. Lin Tian stepped back, evading his bloodied hand. The sword of death is in my possession. What do you think? Lin Tian raised the dark blade. Despair and terror flickered in the mage's eyes. Tell me the truth about Hihai's intentions, and I might grant you a swift end. Otherwise, you shall suffer eternal torment. Since you recognize the sword of death, you should understand its might. Lin Tian issued his final ultimatum. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged mage finally relented and spoke. I don't know. Truly, I don't know. Vice Captain Hihai informed me that there is something of great importance within your home, prompting us to seek a pretext to seize your property. Is that so? Lin Tian pondered this revelation. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he lifted the sword of death, decapitating the middle-aged mage in one fell swoop. Before the head could hit the ground, a corpse dog leaped up and caught it, gnashing its teeth voraciously. Thus, all 20 professional fighters dispatched by the Qing Tian Mercenary Corps were annihilated by Lin Tian. Not a single one escaped. These fighters ranged between levels 10 to 20, with the middle-aged mage at least level 20. Such a formidable faction would likely instill fear in anyone else, but before Lin Tian's legion of the undead, they crumbled like sand, mercilessly suppressed from beginning to end. Lin Tian absorbed the souls of the other heads still attached to the mercenary members into the sword of death. He then commanded the skeleton warriors to pile all the corpses together and incinerate them with a fireball spell. Sitting in the courtyard, Lin Tian wore a look of contemplation. What could Hihai possibly be searching for? My family is so impoverished. What could he possibly covet? Lin Tian increasingly felt that a monumental secret lay hidden within. From being deceived by Chun Wanyan to the Swan Lake outside the city, to Heliang's entanglement with Chun Wanyan, and after awakening his profession, Heliang promptly sought assassins to deal with him. Last night, a thief infiltrated his home, and tonight, the Qing Tian Mercenary Corps audaciously sent over 20 people. It was hard for Lin Tian to believe that this house harbored no secrets. He rose to meticulously search every room and corner of his home, toiling throughout the night, yet found nothing amiss. It seemed the only recourse was to seek an opportunity to confront Hihai directly. Lin Tian gazed out at the dim streetlights, murmuring softly. Having killed Heliang and now over 20 from the Qing Tian Mercenary Corps, Hihai will undoubtedly seek retribution against me. The enmity between us has reached an irreconcilable stage. Lin Tian understood well that he was currently unable to confront Hihai. No matter how many undead he commanded, they would be futile against the overwhelming disparity in levels, akin to ants easily crushed. The pressing matter was to swiftly elevate his level and unlock more skills. Captain, this is bad. In a lavish villa, Hihai lounged in a grand chair, leisurely exhaling smoke, when a subordinate rushed in, panic-stricken. What is it? Why the frantic demeanor? Hihai nonchalantly exhaled a puff of smoke. Captain, the Su Yi and others you dispatched to investigate Lin Tian's home are all dead. The subordinate cautiously glanced at Hihai, trembling with fear. What happened? Hihai abruptly stood up. He seized the subordinate by the collar, veins bulging, and demanded fiercely, Aye. The subordinate was evidently intimidated by Hihai's brutality. Taking a deep breath, Hihai returned to his chair, extinguishing his cigarette, and spoke slowly. Take your time and explain. Captain, regarding the task you assigned us, I was delayed for a few minutes due to an urgent matter. When I arrived, I witnessed Captain Su Yi and the others being slaughtered by countless undead. It was terrifying. I saw with my own eyes as that Lin Tian beheaded the captain with a single strike. The subordinate recounted every detail he witnessed, his face a mask of sheer terror, clearly haunted by the horrific scene. Countless undead? How many? Hihai's expression shifted as he grasped the core issue. I cannot count. At least 500. A variety of undead. The subordinate recalled earnestly. Hihai's face donned a contemplative expression. He muttered softly. It appears Lin Tian has truly utilized the fate slate. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable how he managed to awaken and summon hundreds of undead. The only course of action now is to eliminate him and enlist the most skilled alchemist to reforge his body into the fate slate. Captain, what are you talking about? What fate slate? The subordinate inquired, bewildered. Nothing. Hihai shook his head, then asked, Has Lin Tian discovered your presence? No. The subordinate quickly shook his head. I was terrified and kept my distance. He did not see me. I see, that is good. Hihai nodded slightly. You may go rest now. Captain, you do not hold me accountable? The subordinate paused, looking up with a question. Chapter 56, The Zombie Outbreak. Hihai smiled amiably. Your return with this news is a significant achievement. How could I blame you? Go on, and I shall grant you an extra 1,000 gold coins as a bonus this month. Thank you. Thank you, Captain. The subordinate exclaimed joyfully, repeatedly expressing gratitude as he made his way out of the villa. After taking a few steps, he suddenly halted, incredulous, looking down. He beheld a fist-sized black vortex at the location of his heart. The black vortex spun incessantly, consuming clothing, flesh, entrails, and blood, rendering them into nothingness. The vortex accelerated, expanding in size, until it ultimately tore his entire being apart. His subordinates remained utterly silent until death claimed them. Some secrets are best kept from the prying eyes of many. With an expression devoid of emotion, Hihai watched as his subordinates vanished into the villa, his demeanor unchanged. The fate slate possesses the power to defy destiny, a treasure coveted even by gods and demons. Lin Tian, having integrated the fate slate, outwardly appears as a seemingly useless black iron class, yet his potential rivals that of legendary classes. He must be dealt with swiftly. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Hihai's brow furrowed, his expression darkening ominously. Suddenly, Hihai leapt to his feet, a realization striking him. Today, He Liang had ventured to the Starfall land with the Death Sword. Before entering, He Liang had communicated through the spirit ring that Lin Tian had also entered the Starfall land, intending to use the Death Sword to eliminate him. Given that Lin Tian could summon hundreds of undead and had effortlessly vanquished a level 21 Fire Ice Mage, Su Yi, along with over 20 practitioners of levels exceeding 10, He Liang would be no match for him. Hihai glanced out the window. The night was profound. Darkness enveloped the sky, and He Liang had yet to return. A wave of unease surged within Hihai. Meanwhile, Lin Tian lay restless in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. Suddenly, he bolted upright. No. I have slain numerous members of the Tianqing mercenary corps, and with the significant secrets I harbor, Hihai will undoubtedly not let this go. He will seek retribution. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. I must vacate this place immediately. Lin Tian clenched his fists. Currently, Hihai is beyond his capacity to confront. He could only bide his time. He was confident that once he reached level 20, with his vast legion of undead, even Hihai, the level 39 Dark Knight, would not stand a chance against him. Without locking the courtyard door, Lin Tian departed from his home. He arrived at a relatively clean hotel in Raccoon City and checked in. Unbeknownst to him, less than 20 minutes after his departure, a towering figure appeared at his doorstep. Lin Tian, come out. Hihai's furious roar echoed through the alley, startling numerous stray dogs into a cacophony of barks. No one responded. Hihai drew a long sword. Its blade wreathed in black flames. He swung the sword forcefully against the courtyard gate, unleashing a formidable wave of black flame-infused sword energy that shattered the freshly renovated iron gate, causing considerable damage to the surrounding walls. Hihai stormed into the courtyard, scouring the premises. After a lengthy search, he emerged with a grim expression. Lin Tian, whether in heaven or on earth, I will kill you. His furious howl reverberated through the night sky for a long time. The hotel bed, however, was far more comfortable. In the morning, Lin Tian awoke from the softness of the bed. Although he had spent 10 gold coins for the night, it was worth every penny. It seemed he would need to find another place to stay. Having experienced the hotel, Lin Tian found his former dilapidated house even more repugnant. With his current financial situation, he felt no need to be excessively frugal. After leaving the hotel and having breakfast, Lin Tian leisurely made his way to Shanghai Middle School. Upon arriving, he discovered all the senior students congregated on the playground. Lin Tian, come over. Sun Yonggang called out to him. Lin Tian jogged over to class 13, where the homeroom teacher, Xiao Xiaozhou, was also present, his face betraying a hint of displeasure, clearly dissatisfied with Lin Tian's tardiness. However, he said nothing, as the principal, the academic director, and other leaders were on the stage, seemingly delivering an address. What is going on? Lin Tian poked Sun Yonggang. Don't you know? Sun Yonggang retorted. Should I? Lin Tian replied, bewildered. Sun Yonggang placed a hand on Lin Tian's shoulder, saying, I thought something had happened to you since you haven't been to school. Me in trouble? Lin Tian looked at Sun Yonggang, who seemed genuinely concerned, not joking at all. What has happened? Tell me. Lin Tian urged. You genuinely seem unaware. Sun Yonggang remarked. Last night, a horde of monsters suddenly appeared in Nanshan Park in the West District. These creatures possess immense strength, are impervious to pain, and attack anyone they see. Those bitten lose their sanity and become one of them. In just one night, countless people have been infected, with over 10,000 humans already afflicted. These monsters evolve at an astonishing rate, leveling up approximately every hour. Currently, the highest level monster is nearing level 15. Half of the West District is under lockdown. No one in, no one out. By the way, you weren't bitten, Were you? Sun Yonggang tugged at Lin Tian's face. Get your filthy hands off me. Lin Tian swatted Sun Yonggang's hand away, perplexed. How could such a thing happen? The hotel I stayed in last night is not in the West District. How fortunate for you. Sun Yonggang exclaimed, realization dawning on him. Have they identified the cause? Sun Yonggang nodded. It's almost established. Preliminary investigations suggest it was an evil alchemist of level 55 who encountered an accident while experimenting with potions. Level 55. Lin Tian was taken aback. Indeed. Sun Yonggang continued. After the incident, he fled. However, the mayor of Raccoon City has dispatched a guard team to hunt him down. What now? Is that why everyone is gathered on the playground? Lin Tian inquired. Sun Yonggang pointed towards the leaders on the stage. The potion the evil alchemist concocted is called the Undying Potion. His initial intention was to create an undead army for himself, but something went awry, leading to the chaos. Fortunately, the potion's quality is only golden, so those monsters can only reach a maximum level of 15. The school intends to take advantage of this opportunity and send us out for training. Other schools are likely considering the same. Oh, Lin Tian nodded thoughtfully. His home was only 1,200 meters in a straight line from Nanshan Park. Had he not stayed at the hotel last night, he would undoubtedly have been affected. However, he felt little fear. His courtyard was guarded by the terrifying night, ghoul sentinels, and corpse hounds hidden behind the walls. At the slightest disturbance, they would alert him promptly. Unless the number of undead monsters exceeded several thousand, they would hardly pose a threat to his legion of undead. Listening intently for a moment, Lin Tian realized that the school leaders were indeed discussing matters related to the training. Hey, have you noticed? Sun Yonggang suddenly whispered. Noticed what? Lin Tian asked, puzzled. My goddess, our school flower, hasn't tea come today? Sun Yonggang said with a note of concern. Really? Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly scanned his surroundings. After searching several times, he indeed found no trace of Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan's home was also in the West District, relatively closer to the city center than Lin Tian's. Could it be mere coincidence? Lin Tian's heart began to race with worry. Having spent 2 days with Zhao Yan, fighting side by side through challenges and facing life and death situations, his impression of her had significantly changed. Beneath her typically proud and aloof exterior lay a warm and kind-hearted spirit, along with a decisive demeanor. Given her current strength, she should be able to handle those zombies, right? Lin Tian could only silently pray in his heart. Indeed, the principal had just categorized those mutated creatures, transformed by the immortality potion, as zombies. Well, that is the situation. One last thing. While experience is undoubtedly important, safety must always come first. Students, you must unite closely. Principal Xiong Wei concluded his remarks. Lin Tian had arrived late and had not heard even half of it, leaving him uncertain about the next steps. At this moment, the homeroom teacher, Xiao Xiaozhou, stated, our school's jurisdiction extends from Hongye Street to Ningen Road. Xiao Xiaozhou raised his hand, pointing first at Sun Yonggang, then directing his gaze towards Zhu Yulong. Zhu Yulong, with class monitor Zhao Yan absent, you are responsible for organizing the classmates. Remember, safety is paramount. The other students must heed Zhu Yulong's commands. The zombies are exceedingly powerful and continue to mutate. One cannot face them alone. Do not act recklessly. Currently, among the students of class 13, only these two possess the highest professions. Of course, their levels are not low either, as Sun Yonggang had risen to level 6. All right, teacher. Zhu Yulong responded with a nod of delight. He had miraculously emerged alive from the meteoric ruins. Lin Tian had actually seen Zhu Yulong long ago and was quite astonished. Just yesterday, after rescuing Zhao Yan from Yuan Gang, she had informed him that Zhu Yulong was under the control of Li Sinan, transformed into a devil's servant. Yet here he was at school, unharmed, and seemingly back to normal, as if he had never been controlled by Li Sinan at all. Could it be that after the demise of the demon Li Sinan, Zhu Yulong had automatically regained his autonomy? After pondering, Lin Tian concluded that this was indeed the only explanation that made sense. After offering a few words of caution, Xiao Xiaozhou departed. Once the leaders had left, the atmosphere on the playground became vibrant. Lin Tian, look. Suddenly, Sun Yonggang patted Lin Tian's shoulder, signaling him to look ahead. Lin Tian raised his head and beheld a breathtakingly beautiful girl, gracefully striding in his direction. It was none other than Yang Ziyu. Surely, she could not be seeking me out, Lin Tian thought to himself. Yang Ziyu approached Lin Tian and handed him an object. Lin Tian, take this spirit ring. If you encounter any danger, inform me immediately. Perhaps I can come to your aid. I have heard from home that this incident seems extremely serious. Far from the simple explanation given by the school, Yang Ziyu spoke with a smile. Her arrival had already stirred a commotion among class 13, and her words left many in a state of shock. They had never seen Yang Ziyu so close to a boy, let alone offering him a precious spirit ring. The spirit ring was akin to Lin Tian's cell phone back on Earth, allowing communication within a certain distance, complete with visual and vocal interaction. Lin Tian was well aware of its significance. The spirit ring was of golden grade, valued at no less than 300,000 gold coins. Huo Liang possessed one, but it had been damaged in the fierce battle yesterday, leaving Lin Tian lamenting for quite some time. Previously, he had merely envied others. He never expected someone would willingly gift him one. However, what perplexed him was why Yang Ziyu would give him the spirit ring. Their relationship did not seem to warrant such a gesture. Lin Tian awkwardly scratched his head. Should he accept it or not? With so many people watching, if he declined, would that not put Yang Ziyu in an awkward position? Lin Tian, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and take it. Do you wish to squander Yang's good intentions? Sun Yonggang remarked sourly from the side. Finally coming to his senses, Lin Tian realized he had kept her waiting too long. He quickly accepted the spirit ring, saying, "Thank you, but I cannot afford such an extravagant gift. No need for payment. It is a gift." Yang Ziyu replied with a radiant smile. "The ring already contains my image. Just input a bit of your spirit to activate it." After speaking, Yang Ziyu departed gracefully before Lin Tian could respond. Holding the spirit ring, Lin Tian found himself momentarily at a loss. Why was she concerned about him? This was the second time. Lin Tian was utterly bewildered. "Oh, still gazing? She's already far away," Sun Yonggang said with irritation. "Oh." Lin Tian took one last look at Yang Ziyu's elegant figure before returning to reality. "I truly envy people like you. With a handsome face, you can have your way and attract so many beautiful girls." Sun Yonggang gritted his teeth. "Is that so?" Lin Tian replied casually. "Don't pretend. How can you say otherwise?" Sun Yonggang exclaimed, nearly jumping up to hit Lin Tian's head. "Among the 4 school beauties, which one do you not have a connection with? Even my teammate Gui Jingjing, whom I met a few days ago, has been subtly inquiring about you." "Oh." Lin Tian responded, yet felt little reaction. However, Sun Yonggang was correct about one thing. It appeared that the 4 school beauties of Qinghai High School were all, to some extent, connected to him. Yet, he had personally dealt with 2 of them. Chen Wanyan was certainly not worth mourning. He would not feel remorse even if he were to slay her 1,000 times. As for Li Xinan, however, it was a bit of a pity. From her forcible awakening at the tender age of 16, one could infer that she was an exceptionally strong-willed girl. Just yesterday, around this time, on the same playground, she had spoken up for him. This indicated her kind-hearted nature and discernment of right and wrong. Chapter 57. The Connection with Yang Ziyu. Moreover, Li Xinan was remarkably beautiful. What a shame that fate was unkind, and she had fallen victim to the demon's possession, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Sigh. Perhaps I should burn a few more paper offerings for her on her Memorial Day each year. The world has changed, Lin Tian mused with a hint of melancholy. Lin Tian, could it be that you truly have amnesia? Sun Yonggang suddenly touched Lin Tian's head and inquired. Lin Tian was bewildered by his inexplicable action. "You're the one who has amnesia. Do I look like someone who has forgotten everything?" "Not at all." Sun Yonggang observed Lin Tian carefully before stating, "But judging by your expression, it seems you have completely forgotten about Yang Ziyu." Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat as he tentatively asked, "Am I very familiar with her?" Sun Yonggang sighed and shook his head. "It appears your brain is truly damaged. Your mind has been devoured by the vengeful spirit, the Soul Eater." Sun Yonggang's eccentric demeanor made Lin Tian feel an overwhelming urge to give him a good thrashing. "Your brain has been devoured. Spit it out quickly. Do you know who saved you during that calamity?" Sun Yonggang asked. "Who? Wasn't it the city defense team?" Lin Tian retorted. "Certainly not," Sun Yonggang exclaimed. "The one who saved you was Yang Ziyu. Do you think the city defense team would risk themselves for a mere student like you?" "It was her?" Lin Tian was taken aback. Why has no one ever mentioned this before? He hastily inquired of Sun Yonggang. Sun Yonggang shrugged. "Who knew you would be so ungrateful, forgetting such a significant deed?" Lin Tian. Now he finally understood why Yang Ziyu had been somewhat special towards him. If he had saved someone, he would certainly not wish for that person to perish again shortly after, and would frequently check in on them. "So, I must find a time to express my gratitude to her," Lin Tian murmured. If it weren't for Yang Ziyu, he likely would have faced death again immediately after his arrival in this world. At that moment, Zhu Yulong approached, greeting Lin Tian and Sun Yonggang as they headed towards the Western District. Lin Tian observed closely and noted that Zhu Yulong appeared entirely normal, showing no signs of distress, as if he had completely forgotten the events of the previous day. In the wake of the zombie outbreak, the foot traffic on the streets had significantly diminished. The closer they got to the Western District, the sparser the population became. Before long, they arrived at Hongye Street, where hardly a soul could be seen. The street lay desolate, and in the depths, numerous disfigured corpses could still be spotted. As Lin Tian gazed ahead at the somewhat familiar neighborhood, he fell into contemplation. After a brief moment, he smacked his thigh in sudden realization. Zhao Yan's home was indeed in this vicinity. Given their amicable relationship, it was imperative to ascertain her fate, irrespective of the outcome. With this thought in mind, he set off towards Hongye Street. Lin Tian, where are you going? Sun Yonggang called out, quickly catching up to him. I'm going to check on Zhao Yin, Lin Tian replied candidly. I'm coming too, Sun Yonggang exclaimed, filled with excitement at the prospect of rescuing the goddess. Don't go. Lin Tian shook his head. We're still uncertain about the strength of the zombies. I might not be able to protect you. Sun Yonggang immediately bristled, retorting, what is that supposed to mean? Do you think I can't handle myself? I'm a diamond tier professional. If you aren't afraid, why should I be? Seeing his stubbornness, Lin Tian relented, and the two departed from the group. They had barely taken a few steps when Zhu Yulong's displeased voice rang out behind them. Lin Tian, Sun Yonggang, where do you think you're going? What is it to you? Do we need to report our whereabouts to you? Sun Yonggang shot back defiantly. To this day, he believed that Zhu Yulong had stolen Zhao Yin from him, which fueled his disdain towards him. Zhu Yulong's expression darkened. Teacher Xiao has stated that all students must follow my commands. Do you two intend to act out of turn? Oh, I want to listen. What are you going to do about it? Go ahead and complain. Sun Yonggang shouted, his temper flaring. As the two seemed on the verge of confrontation, Lin Tian interjected. Zhu Yulong, Sun Yonggang, and I have some personal matters to attend to. Don't worry, we won't stray too far. It was essential to maintain decorum in front of their classmates, lest anyone lose face. Just be careful. Zhu Yulong's expression softened slightly, as he responded coldly. As he watched Lin Tian and Sun Yonggang depart, he clenched his fists, his eyes betraying an unmistakable hatred. Stealing my woman. Deliberately opposing me. Lin Tian, just you wait. Unbeknownst to Lin Tian, Zhu Yulong had already harbored murderous intent towards him. Even if he were aware, he would hardly concern himself with it. Presently, he wielded 8 divine-level attributes and commanded a formidable undead army. Any provocation from Zhu Yulong would be nothing short of suicidal. In fact, he felt somewhat contemptuous of Zhu Yulong. Even after parting ways with Zhao Yin, the fault did not lie with her. Given her uncertain fate, it was astonishing that Zhu Yulong showed no interest in checking on her. Monsters! Sun Yonggang suddenly exclaimed as they turned into an alleyway. Before them, several grotesque, swollen creatures meandered aimlessly, resembling the living dead. Zombies! Lin Tian murmured softly, their appearance reminiscent of the zombies portrayed in cinematic depictions on Earth. However, these zombies appeared to possess an even greater ferocity. With a flick of his silver moon staff, a multitude of skeletal warriors materialized around them. Holy moly! Sun Yonggang gasped, nearly wide-eyed in shock as Lin Tian summoned over 70 undead in one go. Ignoring his astonishment, Lin Tian continued summoning, bringing forth even more undead. The only types he conjured were skeletal warriors and skeletal archers. He refrained from summoning terrifying knights due to their significant mental cost. He preferred to reserve such summons for critical moments. As for ghouls and decay hounds, although they were in a state of decay, they still possessed flesh and blood. Lin Tian could not guarantee that they wouldn't mutate after being bitten by zombies. Could they become zombie dogs or zombie ghouls? At that moment, the zombies detected their presence, emitting incomprehensible, grating howls before charging towards them with mouths agape, spilling foul fluids. The zombies sprinted at an astonishing speed, estimated to be at least 20 points. Bang! A middle-aged male zombie raised its fist and smashed it into the skull of a skeletal warrior, shattering its head to pieces. That's quite formidable, Lin Tian thought to himself. Sun Yonggang, who had previously boasted, turned pale at this sight. Zombie, silver class. Level, 10. Vitality, 60. Strength, 100. Agility, 30. Mentality, 10. Skill, infection. The strength of the zombies was beyond Lin Tian's expectations. No wonder it could crush the skull of a skeletal warrior with a single punch. Its strength reached 100 points. Chapter 58, The Undead Legion vs. The Undying Legion. As for other zombies, such as elderly and young female zombies, even if their strength did not match that of the middle-aged male zombie, they were not far behind and might possess other remarkable attributes, like rapid movement speed. This particular zombie, despite its ferocity, could only fight for so long. After defeating 3 skeletal warriors, it found itself unable to continue. This was because Lin Tian's skeletal warriors were no pushovers either. With a 110-fold random strength boost, their power was not inferior to that of the zombies. If a zombie could crush their skulls, the skeletal warriors could just as easily sever a zombie's neck or thigh. It was a life-or-death struggle, a do-or-die approach. While the skeletal warriors engaged in combat with several robust zombies, a handful of agile zombies leaped over the skeletal warriors, racing towards Lin Tian and Sun Yonggang. The zombies, drawn to the vibrant life forces emanating from Lin Tian and Sun Yonggang, were like moths to a flame, thrumming with frenzy and bloodlust. To counter these zombies, the skeletal archers were deployed. Over 200 skeletal archers unleashed a barrage of bone arrows, rendering the zombies incapable of advancing, causing them to fall one by one. With only about 20 zombies in total, they were no match for the rain of arrows. Just like the skeletal warriors, the arrows shot by the skeletal archers boasted doubled power, capable of piercing through the zombies' bodies. Even if some arrows were of lesser quality and shattered upon impact, their immense force still created gaping holes in the zombies. Zombie killed, experience 55. Zombie killed, experience 39. Zombie killed, experience 42. Zombie killed, experience 46. System notifications echoed continuously. The experience gained from slaying zombies varied based on their strength, but overall remained quite reasonable. In less than 30 seconds, Lin Tian's Undead Legion had annihilated all 20 zombies, leaving not a single one behind. The skeletal warriors had also suffered the loss of over a dozen comrades. After the last zombie fell, Lin Tian wasted no time and drew the Sword of Death, absorbing the souls of the fallen into the blade. Though the zombies had lost their original consciousness, their souls still remained intact. Bro, I didn't realize you were this formidable. It appears that your prior talents have not gone to waste. Sun Yonggang gazed at Lin Tian, admiration etched across his face. Well, it's passable, I suppose. Lin Tian humbly replied. Hee, you're so formidable. From now on, I shall cling to you like a vine, following in your footsteps. Sun Yonggang chuckled, displaying no hint of embarrassment. All right. However, do exercise caution. Be certain to avoid being bitten by a zombie. As of yet, there is no effective antidote for the undead serum. After all, the undead lack intellect, and they may not always consider your safety. Lin Tian advised earnestly. Fear not. I value my life too much to throw it away recklessly. Sun Yonggang declared, his demeanor carefree. Lin Tian felt a sense of reassurance. Sun Yonggang remained unchanged, not allowing his newfound strength to create a rift between them. Just as during the awakening ceremony, when he embraced his black iron class, Sun Yonggang did not look down upon him. Perhaps, this was the hallmark of a true friend. After eliminating the horde of zombies, the two hastened towards Zhao Yan's residence. Along the way, they encountered zombies ranging from level 8 to level 11, and even a few at level 12. However, no matter how powerful the zombies were, they were mere trifles before Lin Tian's legion of the undead, falling to the ground under the relentless onslaught of blades or arrows. As they slaughtered the zombies, their experience points surged rapidly. 10 minutes later, Lin Tian arrived at the street where Zhao Yan's house was situated. Heavens, so many zombies! Sun Yonggang exclaimed upon witnessing the dense throng of zombies crowding at the entrance of Zhao Yan's courtyard. Lin Tian was equally shaken, his scalp tingling. There were likely no fewer than 500 zombies. Even he would find such a situation exceedingly troublesome. Nevertheless, judging by the current circumstances, the zombies had yet to breach Zhao Yan's courtyard gate, indicating that she was safe for the time being. The courtyard wall stood 3 meters high, and sharp thorns crowned its summit, making it difficult for the zombies to climb over into the yard. Lin Tian witnessed a particularly slender zombie reach the top of the wall, only to have its head cleaved off by a sword of divine retribution. The fact that skills could still be employed suggested that Zhao Yan was likely still secure. Through the realm of the undead, he sensed the presence of 2 points of light, belonging to Zhao Yin and Zhao Hao. This sight brought him a measure of comfort. However, the situation remained dire. The zombies, each possessing immense strength, had already managed to smash several holes in the steel gate. It was on the verge of collapse, threatening to be breached at any moment. Lin Tian estimated that, at most, in another 3 minutes, the gate would be shattered. If that occurred, the zombies would flood in, and Zhao Yin would undoubtedly perish. There was no time to lose. They had to act immediately. The overwhelming mass of zombies made it exceedingly difficult to carve a path forward using only skeletal warriors and archers. Lin Tian decided to test whether ghouls and cadaver dogs could be infected. He summoned 2 batches of the undead. Cautiously, he dispatched 1 ghoul and 1 cadaver dog into the throng of zombies. The ghoul and cadaver dog were evidently far more enticing than mere skeletons. As soon as the zombies laid eyes on them, they lunged forward. Although these 2 undead were formidable in their own right, being encircled by hundreds of zombies proved overwhelming. And soon they were caught and savagely bitten at the neck. Lin Tian watched anxiously. Blood gushed from their severed necks. After an agonizing 2 minutes, he saw no signs of them turning into zombies. Instead, they became increasingly frenzied and ferocious. Ultimately, the 2 undead were torn to shreds by the relentless zombies. Upon witnessing this outcome, Lin Tian exhaled in relief. No longer constrained by any reservations, he summoned ghouls and cadaver dogs in abundance. In a brief span, he was surrounded by over 300 of these undead creatures. Charge! Lin Tian commanded in a low voice, and the cadaver dogs and ghouls fearlessly surged forward into the horde of zombies. In an instant, The two factions clashed violently. The Legion of the Undead versus the Undying Horde. The battle was extraordinarily intense, brutal, and bloody. Fists met flesh. Limbs and body parts flew through the air. The ground was drenched in blood. Although the Legion of the Undead was slightly outnumbered, Lin Tian's command proved decisive. Surprisingly, the results of the battle remained evenly matched. Reinforcements. With a command, skeletal warriors charged into the fray. Skeleton archers unleashed a volley of bone arrows. Gradually, the casualties among the Undying Horde began to surpass those of the Legion of the Undead. The latter gained an advantage as the tide of battle turned. All of you, detonate. Seeing the Undying Horde being suppressed, Lin Tian seized the moment. Having completed the incantation for the corpse explosion technique, he pointed his silver moon staff forward. Chapter 59, The Battlefield of Ashura. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous explosions reverberated endlessly, shaking the very streets. Countless zombies, along with ghouls and cadaver dogs, were obliterated into fragments. Lin Tian and Sun Yonggang covered their ears, retreating to a safe distance to avoid the blast. When the explosions finally subsided, the scene was one of utter devastation. Blood mingled with entrails flowed freely, creating a stench that pervaded the air. This was no battlefield, it was a slaughterhouse. Witnessing such a grotesque spectacle, Sun Yonggang couldn't help but vomit in the street. What a spineless wretch. Lin Tian rose, gently patting his back while chiding him with a smile. The battle isn't completely over yet. Some of the zombies standing further back had survived the explosion. Over 100 still remained. On the side of the Legion of the Undead, the ghouls and cadaver dogs were nearly all gone. However, over 100 skeletal warriors and more than 200 skeleton archers remained. The remainder of the battle was significantly easier, with close-range and long-range attacks working in concert. Their lethality far surpassed the mindless charges of the zombies, not to mention their overwhelming numbers. One by one, the zombies were dispatched. 5 minutes later, every last zombie was slain, not a single one left standing. The stench of blood on the street was overwhelmingly pungent, particularly that of the cadaver dogs and ghouls, which was even more nauseating. Lin Tian, with his current physique, found it somewhat unbearable. Unable to stand in the pooling blood to allow the sword of death to absorb souls, he entrusted the task to a skeletal warrior. It's safe now. Zhao Yan, you may open the door. Sun Yonggang shouted towards the still-closed gate. After a lengthy pause, a sound finally emanated from within. The door opened slightly, and Zhao Yan peeked out. Upon seeing the familiar faces of Lin Tian and Sun Yonggang, her anxious expression transformed into one of joy. Wonderful. Lin Tian, I knew you would come to rescue me. Ignoring the blood-soaked ground, Zhao Yan rushed towards Lin Tian, her excitement unmistakable. Her brows, eyes, and lips all radiated delight. Her face alight with a genuine smile. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. You seem to be mistaken. I merely happened to pass by. Humph. You think you can deceive me? Do you think I believe you? Zhao Yan retorted playfully, her pride evident. Believe it or not, it matters not. Lin Tian entered the courtyard and inquired, How is your grandfather? Is he injured? No. A hint of concern clouded her features as she mentioned her grandfather. Last night, a monstrous outbreak occurred, and I was fortunate enough to awaken just in time to barricade the front door. Otherwise, not only my grandfather, but I too would have undoubtedly become one of them. Had you arrived just a few minutes later, I might have been completely drained of energy and unable to withstand it. A flicker of panic crossed Zhao Yan's face. It was then that Lin Tian noticed her complexion was remarkably pale, her eyes laced with blood vessels, and beads of sweat clung her hair to her forehead, rendering her utterly feeble. Did you confront these zombies all night? He inquired. Indeed. Zhao Yan replied bitterly. I consumed 7 or 8 vials of the awakening potion, depleting all I purchased yesterday, and even so, my mental fortitude is quickly waning. 7 or 8 vials of the awakening potion. Are you out of your mind? Lin Tian exclaimed in astonishment. During his battle with the great demon, he had felt dizzy after merely 2 vials. Zhao Yan had consumed an astonishing amount. Aren't you afraid of completely losing your sanity and becoming a lunatic? Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to see you alive. Zhao Yan forced a smile, then closed her eyes, her body collapsing weakly. Lin Tian hurriedly caught her. Zhao Yan, wake up. He called out repeatedly, but received no response. What happened to her? Sun Yonggang, who had just arrived, asked urgently. She has simply fainted from exhaustion. We must take her to rest. Lin Tian replied succinctly. As they stepped through the courtyard door, Zhao Yan's grandfather, Zhao Hao, approached them. Shaolin, it's you. Zhao Hao exclaimed with joy, but his expression quickly turned to concern upon seeing the unconscious Zhao Yan. What happened to Zhao Yan? Lin Tian endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor as he said, Zhao Grandpa, there's no need to worry. She is merely mentally fatigued. It's nothing serious. She just needs to rest for a while. Oh, then quickly take her to bed. Her room is at the far end of the second floor. Zhao Hao urged anxiously. All right, I shall do so. Lin Tian replied, lifting Zhao Yin and carrying her into the house. Ahem. The young couple is returning to their room. What business do you have there? Just wait here. Seeing Sun Yonggang attempting to follow, Zhao Hao pulled him back and said, What? They are a couple? Sun Yonggang's eyes widened in disbelief. Otherwise, why would Xiao Lin come specifically to rescue Zhao Yin? Zhao Hao countered. Hearing this, Sun Yonggang gritted his teeth and cursed, You're quite the schemer, Lin Tian. Acting one way in front of me and another behind my back. Just wait until you come down. I'll make sure to tear your face apart. After ascending the stairs, Lin Tian located Zhao Yan's room. Upon entering, he gently laid her on the bed and tucked her in. Only then did he take the opportunity to survey the room. It was modest, with scant furniture, yet immaculately clean, devoid of dust. It seemed that, as Zhao Yan had mentioned, her family was not particularly affluent. Glancing back at Zhao Yan, who lay peacefully on the bed, she had begun to emit a soft, even breathing sound. Her pallor remained, but there was a unique and striking beauty about her. Any man would instinctively feel compelled to protect her. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Tian exited the room and closed the door gently. In the first floor hall, Zhao Hao and Sun Yonggang were already waiting. How is Zhao Yan? Zhao Hao asked anxiously. Zhao Grandpa, there is no need to fret. She is merely a bit weak and has just fallen asleep. Her health is not in jeopardy, Lin Tian assured him. To alleviate Zhao Hao's worry, he refrained from mentioning the dangers of the awakening potion. With you looking after her, I feel much more at ease, Zhao Hao admitted, visibly relaxing. You come here. Sun Yonggang pulled Lin Tian aside, speaking in a low, fierce tone. What is going on between you and Zhao Yan? What do you mean? Lin Tian responded, puzzled. Still playing coy, are we? When did you two become an item? You know she is my goddess, and yet you steal her away? Oh, so that is what you meant. Lin Tian realized. You are mistaken. Zhao Yan and I are merely friends, nothing more. Please do not misunderstand. Misunderstand? How could that be? Do you know what her grandfather just called you? He referred to you as a couple. And the way Zhao Yan looks at you is clearly different from how she regards others. Even when she was with Zhu Yulong, she never had that look. Sun Yonggang exclaimed angrily. Is that so? I genuinely didn't notice. Perhaps you are overthinking it? Lin Tian shook his head. He truly only regarded Zhao Yan as a friend and harbored no other intentions. Chapter 60, Hatred. It was not that Lin Tian was immune to beautiful women, but rather that, thus far, he had yet to establish his footing in this perilous world, still grappling with its complexities. However, Sun Yonggang was unconvinced, dismissing Lin Tian's words as mere excuses. Oh please, stop pretending. Even if Zhao Yan likes you, it wouldn't be surprising. Do you think she would actually fall for me? I know I'm not handsome. Few women would look my way, but I'm not foolish. I find Zhu Yulong, that hypocrite, utterly distasteful. I am self-aware and have no delusions regarding Zhao Yan. Conversely, if it were you, that would be a different story. In the entirety of Qinghai High School, you and Zhao Yan are the most compatible. A match made in heaven. You bold little rascal. To think you could steal Zhao Yan from right under Zhu Yulong's nose. Suddenly, Sun Yonggang's expression shifted, and he playfully gave Lin Tian a thumbs up. Lin Tian was taken aback, momentarily bewildered by Sun Yonggang's reaction, unsure whether he was being sincere or mocking. Don't look at me like that. I speak the truth, Sun Yonggang remarked, seemingly reading Lin Tian's thoughts. Even if Zhao Yan were blind enough to choose me, I wouldn't dare accept. With my looks, if we were together, I fear she might wake up in the night and force-feed me poison. Lin Tian. However, beneath the rough exterior, Sun Yonggang's words held a kernel of truth. As long as you can come to terms with this, that is good. But I assure you, my relationship with her is not what you think. Lin Tian attempted to clarify. All right. Who do you think you are? I know you too well for any theatrics. You can drop the act. Sun Yonggang interrupted impatiently. Lin Tian was utterly speechless. Given the circumstances, he decided to let Sun Yonggang think whatever he wished. He exited the courtyard. At that moment, a skeleton warrior approached, wielding the Sword of Death. Lin Tian took it and noticed that the Sword of Death had absorbed the 100 souls required for its advancement, yet its attributes remained unchanged, failing to reach the platinum level. What could be the reason for this? Was there more to the advancement requirements than merely collecting souls? Lin Tian pondered with a furrowed brow. The Sword of Death, could it be that the soul of the Lord of Death is also needed? Lin Tian had an inkling he was onto something significant. However, the Lord of Death had perished countless eons ago. Where could one possibly find his soul? Since He Liang had produced the Sword of Death, his father, He Hai, must possess the method for its advancement. He would have to seek it from him. Lin Tian's mind was now burdened with yet another motive to eliminate He Hai. After dispatching several undead to guard outside the courtyard, Lin Tian closed the courtyard door and returned to the hall on the first floor. Lin Tian, how long must we wait here? As he settled down, Sun Yonggang inquired impatiently. I'm not certain, Lin Tian replied, his brow slightly furrowed. Let us wait for 2 hours. If Zhao Yan doesn't awaken by then, we'll have to leave with her. Lin Tian was acutely aware that as time passed, the zombies would grow increasingly formidable, and their situation would become all the more perilous. An hour had barely passed when Zhao Yan descended. How could she be so swift? Lin Tian was engulfed in confusion. He remained silent, but Sun Yonggang voiced the question for him. I'm fine now. My spirit has been fully restored, and I am ready to continue the fight, Zhao Yan declared, her fist clenched with determination. At that moment, she radiated vitality, appearing neither weary nor weakened in the slightest. Where shall we head next? Zhao Yan inquired eagerly. After pondering for a moment, Lin Tian responded, First, we must ensure Zhao grandfather's safety, and then we can unleash ourselves upon the zombies. Excellent. Let us proceed. Zhao Yan and Sun Yonggang had no objections. After half an hour spent vanquishing zombies, they temporarily secured Zhao Hao in a hotel at the city center. Upon exiting the hotel and stepping onto the street, Sun Yonggang asked, Lin Tian, where do we go from here? Should we rendezvous with Zhu Yulong and the others? Zhu Yulong? Absolutely not. Zhao Yan's expression turned icy at the mention of his name. Sun Yonggang, unaware of the tension between them, was momentarily taken aback. Lin Tian, how about we check on your home? It's also in the West City District. Is there anything important left behind? It would be a pity if it were destroyed by zombies. Zhao Yan suddenly suggested to Lin Tian. That sounds reasonable. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. He had been preoccupied with thoughts of his home. Perhaps there were indeed valuable items left behind. Furthermore, he had no desire to encounter Zhu Yulong. Despite Zhu Yulong's efforts to conceal his animosity, Lin Tian could still sense the hatred directed towards him. Additionally, he yearned for the freedom to engage in combat against the zombies without restraint. Following the main group would only hinder his ability to act decisively. Lin Tian's home was situated in a more secluded area, which correspondingly meant an increased number of zombies encountered along the way. The zombies they faced had grown significantly stronger compared to their initial encounters, yet they remained no match for the might of the Undead Legion, swiftly yielding experience points. Zhao Yan's performance was commendable. It appeared she had truly recovered. Lin Tian speculated that she might possess attributes related to mental restoration. After all, as a legendary class, her attributes were extraordinarily potent, rivaling his own abilities closely. After an unknown number of zombies had been dispatched, Lin Tian finally returned home. As expected, the house lay unguarded. Overtaken by zombies, transformed into a haven for the undead. Gazing at the ruins before him, Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and his fists clenched involuntarily. Lin Tian, try not to be too angry. We will eradicate all the zombies, Zhao Yan consoled him, noticing his grim demeanor. Anyone would feel rage at the devastation inflicted upon their home. However, she was unaware of Lin Tian's true thoughts. This destruction was not the work of mere zombies. Zombies mindlessly bashed doors and walls. The iron gate clearly bore the marks of having been cleaved by powerful sword energy. A lingering aura of darkness still hung in the air. He-hai. It must have been He-hai, Lin Tian concluded, certainty flooding his mind. No one else could be responsible. In mere moments, he had deduced the true perpetrator. Simultaneously, a wave of terror washed over him. Thankfully, he had not spent the night at home, for otherwise, he would have surely met his demise at the hands of He-hai in his slumber. As a level 39 diamond-class Dark Warrior, He-hai's strength was unfathomable. Lin Tian understood that even if the number of undead swelled to 10,000, it would not impede He-hai in the slightest. When the level disparity reached a certain threshold, numbers became a mere joke. He-hai, I will ensure your demise. The hatred simmering within Lin Tian had reached an unbearable crescendo. After a prolonged period, his emotions gradually began to settle. He recognized that his current ire was futile and impotent. The only path forward lay in swiftly augmenting his strength. Chapter 61. Encountering Zhou Shiyu again. Kill. Lin Tian issued a cold command to the undead that had infiltrated his home. In a matter of minutes, the less than 100 zombies were ruthlessly slaughtered. Staring at the ravaged courtyard, Lin Tian fell into a daze. Though his home was dilapidated and worn, it had been the sole refuge he possessed upon arriving in this world. In its current state, it was uninhabitable. With the majority of the courtyard wall collapsed and the interior thoroughly wrecked, it had lost any value for repair or renovation. Burn it. Lin Tian slowly closed his eyes. If there were indeed secrets hidden beneath this house, let them vanish forever. Soon, a fierce blaze erupted, reducing the ruins and the zombies within to ash. Let us go. After a moment of silence, Lin Tian departed from the site. Lin Tian, do you feel like the zombies are becoming increasingly difficult to kill? Sun Yonggang inquired as he used his shield to fend off one zombie while striking its neck with his sword, leaving only a strip of skin connecting its head. Didn't the principal mention that the levels of zombies would automatically rise? Lin Tian replied without turning back. By this time, 2 hours had elapsed since they left Lin Tian's home. During those 2 hours, they had slain countless zombies and amassed a wealth of experience. Sun Yonggang had reached level 7, and Lin Tian was not far from hitting level 8 himself. As Sun Yonggang had noted, the zombies they encountered were indeed growing stronger. Now, it was rare to encounter zombies below level 10. Most were around level 11 or 12, with occasional sightings of even higher level undead. Lin Tian felt no significant pressure. He had not encountered a large-scale horde of zombies, given the formidable strength of the Undead Legion, unless they stumbled upon a swarm akin to that at Zhao Yan's doorstep. They would likely not face danger. Look, over there, it seems there's a massive wave of zombies. Zhao Yan suddenly pointed in a direction and called out. Lin Tian glanced over and, indeed, approximately 300 meters away at the end of the street, a considerable horde of zombies was visible. The situation suggested that some humans or professionals had become encircled. This wave of zombies numbered around 200. With such a multitude of undead, other professionals, aside from Lin Tian's Undead Legion, would have no choice but to flee for their lives, as resistance would lead to certain death. Clearly, those professionals had underestimated the zombie strength and found themselves trapped in a dire predicament. They are in a tight spot now. A desperate scream echoed from within the throng. Lin Tian's expression remained unchanged. They had witnessed similar scenarios several times before. He had no intention of intervening. It was futile to attempt a rescue. To confront 200 zombies was an exhilarating prospect for him, as these zombies represented a wealth of experience. After eliminating them, he would likely reach level 8. Prepare for battle. Lin Tian calmly commanded, summoning his corpse hounds and ghouls. To deal with such a large-scale zombie horde, the most effective and expedient method was to mix the corpse hounds and ghouls together with the zombies before unleashing a corpse explosion spell. Relying on skeleton warriors and skeleton archers for physical suppression would require significantly more time. Soon, a multitude of corpse hounds and ghouls were summoned, poised to rush forth at his command. Wait, it seems there are people inside, Sun Yonggang suddenly shouted. Lin Tian, however, paid him no heed. He had already discerned the voices. Just as he was about to issue a command, over 20 zombies at the heart of the horde detonated simultaneously. What formidable skill is this? Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, unable to recognize it at first. The zombie swarm was jolted by the explosion, retreating a step in unison. Their previously dense formation became noticeably less compact, with gaps emerging. Through the openings among the zombies, Lin Tian spotted 2 professionals who were desperately resisting. To his astonishment, one of them was someone he recognized. Zhou Shiyu, Zhao Yan exclaimed softly from the side. Lin Tian, please save us. They saw Zhou Shiyu and her companion. And naturally, Zhou Shiyu spotted them as well. Upon recognizing Lin Tian, her face lit up with joy, and she shouted excitedly. Ah, women are truly a handful. Lin Tian sighed deeply. To save or not? Sun Yonggang inquired. What do you think? Lin Tian shot him an irritated glare. Not saving them. Sun Yonggang mused aloud while counting on his fingers. But there seems to be a beauty among them? You are truly hopeless. Lin Tian pressed his forehead, exuding exasperation. Save them. A clear yet unwavering voice interjected from the side. Zhao Yan declared. Although I wish all women more beautiful than me would perish, they cannot die in front of me. Besides, I know her. So let us save them. Her words left Lin Tian astonished. What a robber's mentality. However, Zhao Yan was evidently a person of contradictions. Her harsh words belied her inherently kind nature. Lin Tian resolved to intervene. Ignorance would have been preferable. But having seen and recognized them, he could not simply turn a blind eye. Moreover, he held a favorable impression of Zhou Shiyu and could not bear to watch her become a mindless zombie. Sun Yonggang, you are the guardian knight. Prepare to assist them. Lin Tian commanded in a solemn tone. All right, I will give it my all. Sun Yonggang replied, brimming with excitement. Since we decided to save them. Lin Tian turned to Zhao Yan and said, if the situation becomes dire, do not hesitate to invoke the Angel's blessing. Naturally, Zhao Yan nodded. Action. With Lin Tian's command, the corpse hound surged forward, charging into the zombie horde. The ghoul, though also using its limbs, was larger and comparatively more cumbersome. Trailing behind the agile corpse hounds, following them was a battalion of skeletal warriors. The skeletal archers held their positions for the moment to avoid friendly fire. The onslaught of the corpse hounds and ghouls drew some of the zombies' attention, significantly relieving the pressure on Zhou Shiyu and her companion. Yet, the danger of being surrounded by zombies still loomed. To rescue the beauty, Sun Yonggang wielded his long sword vigorously. Zhao Yan's sword of divine retribution unleashed its fury without pause. Her 5 little angels likewise continued their relentless assault. One by one, zombies were dispatched. After 2 minutes, most of the corpse hounds and ghouls were locked in a fierce struggle with the zombies, creating a chaotic melee. Meanwhile, Zhou Shiyu and her companion found their situation increasingly precarious, on the brink of collapse. Her lips were as pale as death, clearly a sign of mental exhaustion. Assessing the situation, Lin Tian felt the moment had arrived and decisively employed the corpse explosion technique. Boom, 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 boom. A cacophony of explosions erupted simultaneously. Flesh and bones were sent flying in all directions. In an instant, countless zombies were obliterated. The horde surrounding Zhou Shiyu was finally breached. Chapter 62, The Wrath of the Lich. Sun Yonggang roared, his shield radiating brilliance as he smashed it forward. Instantly, numerous zombies attempting to block the gap were flung aside. Seizing this opportunity, Zhou Shiyu and her companion rushed out. Boom! Zhao Yan's angels detonated, toppling a dozen zombies that pursued them. Zhou Shiyu and her companion sprinted to Lin Tian's side. With no more worries, Lin Tian unleashed his full power, continuously summoning the undead and commanding them to slay mercilessly. Under the relentless onslaught, within a mere 3 minutes, all the zombies were annihilated. Zombie killed, experience 52. Zombie killed, experience 57. Zombie killed, experience 56. Zombie killed, experience 49. Zombie killed, experience 61. As the zombies' levels rose, so too did the experience gained from their demise, increasing by over 10 points compared to the initial encounters. Successfully leveled up to level 8. After a morning and afternoon of slaughtering zombies, he finally achieved level 8. Thank you. Just as Zhou Shiyu was about to express her gratitude upon seeing the zombies eradicated, Lin Tian raised his hand to stop her. I'll be gone for a moment. Where are you going? Zhao Yan approached and asked. Don't come any closer. Lin Tian, startled, quickly replied. At this crucial moment of refreshing attributes, anyone could be present. Except for Zhao Yan. Noticing Lin Tian's slightly horrified expression, Zhao Yan was beside herself with rage. Had it not been for the presence of others, she would have torn Lin Tian to shreds right then and there to vent her pent-up frustration. Lin Tian's suspicion proved correct, without Zhao Yan's interference. He refreshed 4 times, ultimately unveiling a golden-red divine attribute. Name, Lin Tian. Profession, Necromancer, Black Iron. Level, 8, 134300000. Constitution, 27, including 2 life fruits. Totaling an increase of 13 points. Strength, 15. Spirit, 103, 65. Agility, 16. Skills, Summon Skeleton Warrior, Silver. Summon Skeleton Archer, Silver. Summon Skeleton Fire Mage, Silver. Summon Skeleton Water Mage, Silver. Summon Corpse Hound, Silver. Summon Ghoul, Silver. Corpse Explosion Technique, Silver. Summon Horror Knight, Gold. Attribute 1. Omniscient and Omnipotent. Golden Red Growth Coefficient 10. Attribute 2. Infinite Summoning. Golden Red. Each time a soul is summoned, the quantity randomly increases by 10 to 100 times based on the strength of the undead. The weaker the undead, the greater the multiplier. Attribute 3. Will of the Undead. Golden Red. The combat will of the undead, eternal and indestructible, forever immortal. Summoned undead gain a random strength increase of 10 times. Attribute 4. Garden of Death. Golden Red. Each time a powerful creature is slain, its soul is automatically sacrificed to the Garden of Death in the realm of the undead. After a certain number of sacrifices, a fate stone will be summoned. Current sacrifice count, 335410000. Attribute 5. Realm of the Undead. Golden Red communicates with the realm of souls and the undead, generating an invisible barrier around, automatically sensing nearby creatures. The maximum detection range is 168 meters. Attribute 6. Infinite Firepower. Golden Red reduces the casting and cooldown time of all skills by 90. Attribute 7. Infinite Enhancement. Golden Red. For every 1,000 monsters killed that are no lower than your level, 1 skill point is awarded. Skill points can be used to enhance skill levels. Current skill points, 5. Monsters killed, 3,711,000. Entry 8. Undead Sacrifice. Golden Red sacrifice a specified number of undead, incinerating their souls to randomly synthesize a high-level undead. The greater the number of sacrifices, the higher the rank of the sacrificed undead, leading to a more elevated synthesized undead, which can reach a maximum of 10 levels above the original undead, 1 tier higher. The synthesized undead exists for 5 minutes and can be sacrificed once daily. Entry 9. Lich's Fury. Golden Red. In the realm of the undead, the most illustrious Lich King bestows a blessing, enhancing the summoned undead spirit by a staggering 110 times. Upon encountering the new entry, Lich's Fury, Lin Tian's heart surged with excitement. A spirit enhancement of 110 times signifies a significant boost to the strength of his undead legion. Recently, the appearances of the skeletal fire mage and skeletal water mage had dwindled. The root cause lay in their weakness. Even foes of the same level proved challenging to engage. The skeletal fire mage had sunk so low as to resort to using fireballs merely to incinerate corpses. If this continued, these two types of undead would essentially become obsolete. Yet at this critical juncture, he had unearthed Lich's Fury, a spirit enhancement of 110 times. This meant that the skeletal water and fire mages would rise again. Henceforth, they would reclaim a status akin to that of the skeletal archers. Certain monsters possess high magical resistance while exhibiting low physical resistance. Conversely, other monsters display high physical resistance and low magical resistance. Dealing with the latter type of monsters is comparatively easier with the two skeletal mages. In addition to the new divine grade entry, Infinite Enhancement had accumulated 5 skill points. This allows for the elevation of a silver skill to gold. Lin Tian had yet to decide which skill to upgrade. Moreover, there was an unexpected delight. The entry, Garden of Death, had remained dormant for quite some time. He had just realized that it had absorbed 354 souls. Once it reaches 10,000 souls, a fate stone would be his reward. Lin Tian deduced that upon reaching level 10, the death of a creature would automatically allow for the absorption of its soul. He couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. A fate stone is comparable to the mightiest artifact. With a smile, Lin Tian returned to Zhao Yin and the others. Lin Tian, thank you for saving me once again. I am at a loss for how to repay your life-saving grace. Zhou Xiyu promptly approached to express her gratitude. It was but a trivial act. I happened to see and saved you in passing. Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively. Regardless, thank you. Otherwise, we both would have transformed into dreadful zombies, losing our consciousness forever. Zhou Xiyu's expression was profoundly sincere. Lin Tian nodded slightly. At least his efforts had not been in vain. Beside Zhou Xiyu stood a boy, a classmate named Qiao Liang, who was tall and slender, exuding an air of refinement typical of a scholarly individual. Qiao Liang also solemnly expressed his gratitude to Lin Tian and the others, promising to return the favor in the future. No need for grand gestures. Simply introduce me to a few beauties from your school. Sun Yonggang laughed heartily. The group couldn't help but smile, the oppressive atmosphere lightening considerably. Chapter 63. Zhou Xiyu becomes a zombie? Including Zhou Xiyu, there were originally 5 individuals. 2 were slain by zombies, and 1 managed to escape to seek help, with no news since. Currently, only the 2 of them remained alive. How did you end up here? Lin Tian inquired with curiosity. Zhou Xiyu smiled. That is a question I should be asking you. This area is designated for our Linglan High School. Oh, is that so? Lin Tian awkwardly scratched his nose. Although each high school had a roughly defined territory, Lin Tian was hardly one to adhere to rules. To slay more zombies and gain experience, he naturally ventured where the undead were plentiful, regardless of whose territory it was. Zhou Xiyu, how are you? Are you all right? At that moment, an anxious shout rang out from the end of the street. As Lin Tian and the others looked on, several individuals hurriedly approached them. Don't be alarmed. They are all from Linglan High School, our classmates. Zhou Xiyu quickly reassured Lin Tian and the others, sensing their wariness. Oh, Lin Tian's expression softened slightly, yet he did not entirely lower his guard. Soon, the group reached them. Xiyu, how are you? Let me check for injuries. A tall and robust youth inquired with concern. No need to check. I'm fine. I think you could have arrived a bit later, which would have been just in time for us to collect the bodies. Zhou Xiyu's tone held a hint of coldness. Xiyu, I'm at fault. I rushed to your side as soon as I received the call for help. Unfortunately, I encountered a boss-level zombie on the way, which delayed me. The youth explained anxiously. Oh, Zhou Xiyu's expression remained cold, showing little change. Xiyu, aren't you being too harsh? We came to help you out of goodwill. And this is how you treat us? An ordinary-looking girl accompanying the youth could no longer hold back and spoke up. Lu Xiaoshuang, you should direct that comment to Niu Li, Yin Dan, and the others. Zhou Xiyu responded coolly. The girl faltered, unsure how to continue, as Zhou Xiyu referred to the 2 who had been killed by zombies. And Huang Kuan, please address me by my full name in the future, she added, turning to the youth. A flicker of indignation crossed Huang Kuan's face. After a moment, he suddenly looked up and earnestly declared, Zhou Xiyu, rest assured. I will never allow you to fall into any danger again. I will protect you with my life. Zhou Xiyu glanced at him coolly. I hear empty promises every day. I'm quite tired of them. Can you come up with something new? Huang Kuan, he attempted to continue, but Zhou Xiyu interrupted him. She turned to Lin Tian and the others, a smile gracing her face. Once again, thank you for saving us. We are heading to rendezvous with the main force from Linglan High School. You all take care. There are numerous zombies in this vicinity, including boss-level ones. We will be cautious. Sun Yonggang interjected. Lin Tian nodded slightly at Zhou Xiyu. Boss-level zombies are typically transformed from professionals bitten by the undead. Unlike ordinary humans, professionals possess significantly enhanced physical attributes and destructive capabilities. Wait, look! Just as Zhou Shiyu and Xiao Liang were about to leave, Lu Xiaoshuang suddenly cried out. Her face contorted with fear. Zhou Shiyu, she has been bitten by a zombie. Lu Xiaoshuang trembled as she pointed at Zhou Shiyu, her voice laced with terror. Huang Kuan and the others recoiled in alarm, instinctively distancing themselves from Zhou Shiyu. Lin Tian then noticed a mark on Zhou Shiyu's waist. Where it appeared a zombie had bitten her, crimson blood seeping forth and staining her clothing. Quick, kill her. Don't let her mutate. She is an epic-level natural mage. And once she becomes a zombie, we will all perish. Lu Xiaoshuang screamed at the top of her lungs. Huang Kuan and the others immediately pointed their weapons at Zhou Shiyu. The sudden turn of events was utterly unforeseen. Zhou Shiyu felt as though her heart had been struck by a heavy hammer, her vision darkening. In a state of panic, she exclaimed, I am not a zombie. I haven't been bitten. Still attempting to argue? Your blood is a deep crimson. Clearly, you've been bitten by a zombie. Lu Xiaoshuang's expression was particularly agitated. If she did not eliminate Zhou Shiyu now, no one would survive later. Spurred on by her fervor, Huang Kuan and the others wore expressions of utter turmoil. Caught between fear and the urge to act, Zhou Shiyu's eyes brimmed with tears of desperation, with Huang Kuan and the others doubting her. She turned her gaze to Lin Tian and his companions. Trust me, I truly haven't been bitten. Zhao Yin and Sun Yongyang exhibited some fear. Yet upon observing Lin Tian's composed demeanor, they refrained from confronting Zhou Shiyu as Huang Kuan had done. You dare not act? Allow me. Lu Xiaoshuang, noticing Huang Kuan and the others' indecision, shouted sharply. Releasing the bowstring, a flaming arrow shot directly toward Zhou Shiyu. Caught off guard, Zhou Shiyu did not anticipate Lu Xiaoshuang would truly attack, momentarily forgetting to evade. Bang! A dull thud sounded as the flaming arrow struck the head of a rotting dog, exploding half of its skull. The corpse of the rotting dog was sent flying. Suddenly, a multitude of skeletal archers drew their bows. Their bony arrows aimed at Huang Kuan and the others. Dozens of rotting dogs and ghouls surrounded them, instantly creating a tense standoff. Huang Kuan's complexion darkened significantly. What do you mean by this? Are you protecting a zombie? Lu Xiaoshuang's expression shifted dramatically, her voice trembling as she tried to remain composed. If she is a zombie, I'll be the first to kill her. But what if she is not? Lin Tian interjected, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Lu Xiaoshuang opened her mouth several times, unable to articulate a single word in rebuttal. Coldly, Lin Tian approached Zhou Shiyu. Be cautious, Zhao Yin called from behind. Lin Tian stood before Zhou Shiyu, gazing at her frightened and bewildered countenance. Endure the pain, he whispered before extracting the deeply embedded tooth from her waist. Hiss. Zhou Shiyu bit her lip, letting out a quiet gasp. Now see, this is the tooth of a rotting dog, not that of a zombie. Lin Tian tossed the bloodied tooth to the ground, his expression impassive. As if in response, a rotting dog bared its teeth at Lu Xiaoshuang, emanating a menacing aura. A foul stench assaulted the senses, nearly causing Lu Xiaoshuang to retch. The others rushed to investigate. Upon comparison, it was indeed identical to the rotting dog's tooth. You must have been accidentally injured by the detonation of the rotting dog during the corpse explosion technique. Although the rotting dog is not a zombie, its teeth carry a certain toxicity. Immediate medical attention is required. Otherwise, extensive necrosis and rigidity of the body may ensue. In severe cases, it could be fatal. Lin Tian instructed Zhou Shiyu. Chapter 65, Mutation Rebirth. Thank you. Thank you. Zhou Shiyu expressed her gratitude profusely, her appreciation evident. Allow me, Zhao Yin volunteered, stepping forward. She employed a holy light to dispel the wound on Zhou Shiyu's waist. Visibly, the purple-red blood flowing from Zhou Shiyu transformed into a vibrant red. Reciting an incantation, Zhou Shiyu waved her staff, casting a verdant light upon the wound, which healed at an astonishing pace. Zhao Yin, thank you. Zhou Shiyu also expressed her gratitude to Zhao Yin. Shiyu, how are you? Are you all right? Huang Kuan approached with concern etched on his face. Get lost. Zhou Shiyu snapped, turning away without hesitation. Huang Kuan's previous actions had allowed her to see his true character, although she had never believed his flowery words. His rapid change of demeanor astonished her. He was even worse than students from other schools. At that moment, Lin Tian noticed Lu Xiaoshuang's head jerk mechanically, her mouth agape as she lunged toward the neck of a nearby person. Be careful, he shouted urgently, but it was too late. The neck of a male student bore 2 deep puncture wounds from Lu Xiaoshuang's fangs. A zombie. Lu Xiaoshuang is the zombie, Huang Kuan finally realized. His voice filled with terror. Several rotting dogs pounced, bringing Lu Xiaoshuang crashing to the ground. Dismember her, Lin Tian commanded coldly. In an instant, A swarm of rotting dogs and ghouls surrounded Lu Xiaoshuang. The sounds of gnashing and tearing filled the air, the acrid scent of blood permeating the surroundings. When they dispersed, all that remained was a pool of blood, nothing else. In stark contrast, the rotting dogs and ghouls were covered in blood. The most effective way to deal with a mutating zombie is to incinerate it or dismember it. As long as there is even a shred of mobility left, a zombie will continue to bite. Those two, Lin Tian remarked, glancing at the two individuals bitten by Lu Xiaoshuang. Both were professionals, possessing superior physiques and resistance compared to ordinary people, allowing them to endure longer. It was likely that Lu Xiaoshuang had maintained her sanity for at least 5 minutes before succumbing to madness and transforming into a zombie. Lin Tian shook his head. There is no hope. Once bitten by a zombie, neither the Light Angel nor the Light Priest can save them. These are not ordinary zombies. They are humans mutated from individuals who experimented with the Undead potion. Even divine beings cannot achieve eternal life. Who knows what malevolent and rare materials were included in the potion? Someone acted even more swiftly than Lin Tian, Huang Kuan. Seizing an axe, he struck the head of the male student bitten by Lu Xiaoshuang with force. Bang! The boy's head exploded into a mist of blood. The girl bitten by Lu Xiaoshuang, witnessing such a gruesome scene, began to scream uncontrollably. Don't kill me. I am not a zombie. Huang Kuan, you took my first blood last night. You cannot kill me. Please, spare me. I can still be saved. She wept, pleading for her life. Attempting to flee, she found herself surrounded by various undead, unable to escape. You damn fool. Bitten by a zombie and still spewing nonsense. I'll crush you. Huang Kuan roared in fury. A yellow glow emanating from the axe as it struck the girl's head with tremendous force. Bang! Her head burst open like a watermelon. The headless corpse swayed slightly before collapsing to the ground. In an instant, both zombies had been brutally dealt with by Huang Kuan. Initially, there were 5 of them when he arrived. Now only he and one other girl remained. Shiyu, don't listen to her lies. I barely know her. She is deliberately trying to tarnish my image in your eyes. Huang Kuan frantically explained to Zhou Shiyu. Zhou Shiyu withdrew her gaze from the 2 headless corpses and, looking at the agitated Huang Kuan, blinked and said, What does it have to do with me? Huang Kuan was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Zhou Shiyu had completely seen through Huang Kuan's true nature. Hypocritical, lascivious, vicious, cold-blooded, ruthless, self-preserving, and selfish. That girl had only shared a bed with him last night. Yet he managed to maintain an impassive countenance while delivering a merciless blow. Huang Kuan's expression shifted multiple times before he finally mustered the courage to approach Zhou Shiyu. Zhou Shiyu, your classmates may be growing anxious. We should hasten back. Zhou Shiyu cast him a fleeting glance, her eyes devoid of warmth. You may leave first. I have other matters to attend to. But, Zhou Shiyu interjected, there are no buts. I shall not return until I have resolved my affairs. Very well. Then we shall take our leave. Do take care of yourself. Seeing her resolute refusal to accompany him, Huang Kuan had no choice but to relent. Lin Tian, if it weren't for you, I might have been slain by Huang Kuan. You have saved me once again. After Huang Kuan and the others departed, Zhou Shiyu earnestly expressed her gratitude to Lin Tian. Hee, they say heroes save beautiful maidens. After rescuing you so many times, how do you intend to repay him? Perhaps by offering yourself? Sun Yonggang leered lewdly, causing Zhou Shiyu to flush crimson. Learn to speak appropriately. No one considers you mute. Zhao Yan shot Sun Yonggang a fierce glare before inquiring of Zhou Shiyu. What are your plans moving forward? Zhou Shiyu glanced at Lin Tian and whispered, May I join you? I wish to avoid Huang Kuan and his ilk. This request momentarily stumped Zhao Yan. Fear not, I shall not be a hindrance. Xiao Yang is a diamond tier support class Aura Master, and his contributions are significant. Zhou Shiyu quickly added, anxious that Lin Tian might doubt her. Please demonstrate. Certainly. Xiao Yang responded, waving his staff as a milky white halo enveloped Lin Tian. He immediately felt his spirit revitalized significantly. Basic spirit recovery enhances spirit recovery speed by 200. Unaffected by combat status. In other words, it restores 4 points of spirit per second. Xiao Yang elaborated. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhou Shiyu had managed to endure amidst the onslaught of zombies for so long. Xiao Yang's role was undeniably pivotal. Utilizing the basic spirit recovery did not incur the side effects akin to consuming a clarity potion. With the addition of Zhou Shiyu and Xiao Yang, the ensuing battles became considerably easier. Xiao Yang unleashed various auras, allowing Lin Tian to summon the undead without reservation. It was Lin Tian's first glimpse of Zhou Shiyu in action. As she waved her staff, a swarm of green seeds shot forth, landing upon the zombies and swiftly growing to the point of bursting them apart. Simultaneously, she was able to heal minor wounds. Chapter 66, Abomination. They spent the entire afternoon slaying monsters. Lin Tian lost count of how many zombies he had slain. In any case, he had accumulated 5 skill points, bringing his total to 10. Without hesitation, he upgraded his skills to summon the Skeleton Water Mage and the Skeleton Fire Mage from silver to gold. That zombie was incredibly fierce. I almost couldn't defeat it. Sun Yonggang recalled the fierce zombie with lingering trepidation. Even Lin Tian felt a shiver of fear. 20 minutes prior, they had encountered a zombie boss, unfortunately a mutated professional. The professional was a level 15 platinum class berserker, ferocious to the extreme. Even the skeletal warriors, enhanced by the godly attribute of undead will, could not budge it. With a single swing, the berserker could cleave through dozens of skeletal warriors. Its muscles seemed as if forged from iron, impervious to blades and bullets. Ultimately, Lin Tian was compelled to summon the Dread Knight. And with Zhou Xiu's Thorn Whip assisting, they finally brought it down. Though they triumphed over the berserker, the losses to the undead army were substantial, with a casualty rate reaching 90. The preceding battle had drained considerable resources, and Lin Tian was diligently working to restore his spirit. The others were in similar straits. Are we perhaps too deep into this? Sun Yonggang surveyed his surroundings and voiced his concern. Thud, thud, thud. Just as Lin Tian was about to speak, a series of ominous thuds reverberated through the air. The expressions of everyone shifted dramatically. Lin Tian felt an unprecedented weight settle upon his heart. The undead domain had not detected any powerful creatures approaching, yet the sound of their footsteps suggested the presence of a formidable foe still a distance away. Given the magnitude of the commotion, the creature approaching was likely far superior to any they had encountered thus far. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footfalls pressed upon Lin Tian's chest, stirring an overwhelming sensation within him, as if his heart were on the verge of being trampled. Run. He decisively commanded a retreat. Without delay, he sprinted in the opposite direction, with the others hastily following suit. Thud, 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 as if sensing their intent. The creature quickened its pace, and the sounds of its footsteps grew increasingly intense. In the midst of their flight, Lin Tian inadvertently glanced back and caught sight of the beast. It was a grotesque creature towering at least 4 meters high, its body grotesquely contorted. With a mangled head and muscular limbs, it wielded a massive cleaver bound with iron chains. Just its appearance exuded an overwhelming sense of dread. As it charged forward, the houses and walls in its path were smashed to pieces, the ground trembling beneath its weight. The ferocity of its advance was enough to instill fear in the bravest of hearts. Abomination. Upon recognizing the creature's visage, Lin Tian's pupils dilated in shock, and he blurted out. The others' faces paled upon hearing him. Stop. Don't run any longer. We cannot outrun it. Recognizing the abomination, Lin Tian spoke with conviction. Creatures of this kind hail from the depths of hell, formed from various corpses. They are innately vicious, bloodthirsty, and possess immense strength. Lin Tian, what shall we do? Can we defeat it? The mere sight of it makes my legs tremble. Sun Yonggang stammered in fear. Zhao Yan and the others shared his trepidation. There was no denying it. The abomination's reputation was too fearsome. It was said to be at least level 20. Currently, they were only at level 7 or 8. A disparity of over 10 levels. How could they possibly contend? Just its terrifying exterior was enough to instill dread. We must fight regardless, Lin Tian declared resolutely. Xiao Liang. Understood. Xiao Liang immediately grasped the urgency and cast a basic spirit recovery aura upon him, hastening his spiritual restoration. Zhou Xiu promptly scattered a multitude of seeds. As they struck the ground, they took root and sprouted within mere seconds, reaching a height of 1 meter and forming a thicket of sharp thorns. Lin Tian, undeterred, summoned various undead at any cost. Aside from the Dread Knight, he primarily summoned the 2 types of skeleton mages, with their skills upgraded to gold. The summoned skeleton mages were significantly stronger than the silver-tier skeletal warriors, even if they served as fodder. After summoning several waves of undead, Lin Tian soon found his spirit waning. Xiao Yang's aura was slow to take effect, and his spirit could not recover in a short span. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and downed a clarity potion, his spirit instantly restored by half. Seeing his action, Zhao Yan pointed her staff at him, and a holy light enveloped him. In that moment, Lin Tian felt the fatigue in his mind dissipate completely, leaving him more alert than ever. Zhao Yan smiled and said, My spiritual elevation can purify the impurities within the awakening potion, up to 5 bottles without issue. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. The spiritual elevation must be the golden legendary trait Zhao Yan acquired upon reaching level 7. She understood that Lin Tian was their greatest force. Thus, she unhesitatingly utilized her spiritual elevation on him. Now, with no worries on his mind, Lin Tian summoned the terrifying knights once more. As the abomination charged towards them, Lin Tian had already summoned 250 terrifying knights. The combined count of various undead exceeded 1,500. After consuming the 4th bottle of the awakening potion, he gritted his teeth and continued to summon. Kill. After summoning another 50 terrifying knights, Lin Tian commanded the Undead Legion to attack. Countless fireballs and ice spikes rained down upon the abomination. On the ground, 300 terrifying knights, arranged in 10 rows, charged towards the abomination in waves. With a roar, the abomination swung its massive cleaver, sending it flying. Boom, boom. The sound of collisions echoed continuously. The cleaver struck one of the terrifying knights, causing it to explode instantly. The cleaver's momentum did not wane, as it went on to obliterate several more terrifying knights. After the cleaver flew the farthest, the abomination yanked the chain, causing the cleaver to return and kill another group of terrifying knights. The remaining terrifying knights charged at the abomination, raising their steel swords high, and struck down with all their might. Bang! The steel sword hit the abomination, leaving only a white mark, rebounding back and knocking off the damaged helmet of the terrifying knight. Some terrifying knights collided with the abomination, but it only swayed slightly, sending the knights flying backwards. Lin Tian watched in astonishment. The initial strength of the terrifying knights was 100 points, and under the enhancement of the undead will, it could reach a maximum of 1,000 points. Yet, they could hardly shake the abomination. The abomination's might exceeded Lin Tian's expectations. The fireballs from the skeletal mages hit the abomination, charring its skin to a deep black, seemingly inflicting heavy damage. However, the abomination did not even flinch, appearing utterly impervious to pain as it continued its rampage against the terrifying knights. If Lin Tian's undead legion struggled so, the attacks from others were even more futile. Chapter 67. Successful Sacrifice, Synthesis of the Bone Demon. The thorns planted by Zhou Xiyu ensnared the abomination's legs, yet they failed to hinder its advance even slightly, as it crushed them underfoot. "This is bad, it's coming," Zhaoyan exclaimed. Lin Tian quickly glanced over. At that moment, the street was littered with the fallen bodies of terrifying knights. The abomination resembled a butcher of bones, leaving chaos in its wake. In merely a few seconds, it had slain over 100 terrifying knights. Such terrifying power, even a few hundred ghouls and cadaverous hounds exploding would likely fail to vanquish it. Faced with the unbeatable abomination, Lin Tian felt no further hesitation. Undead sacrifice. As he uttered these words, vast swathes of undead began to ignite. A shadow enveloped in flames gradually coalesced before him. All remaining terrifying knights were sacrificed. The skeletal fire mages and skeletal water mages each sacrificed 500. Instantly, it felt as though the entire street was ablaze. A scorching wave forced the abomination to halt. As the undead burned, a colossal shadow began to take form. Sacrifice successful. Synthesizing Bone Demon. At the sound of the system prompt, Lin Tian quickly examined the Bone Demon's attributes. Bone Demon Platinum. Level 17. Constitution 600. Strength 800. Agility 50. Spirit 600. Upon seeing the word platinum, Lin Tian's tense heart began to ease significantly. The Bone Demon's attributes did not disappoint him. As it was synthesized rather than summoned, its attributes did not suffer any diminishment, unlike other undead creatures. This Bone Demon stood like a bloodless Tyrannosaurus Rex, towering at 3 meters tall and 7 meters long. Its bones gleamed with a dark metallic luster. Surrounding its form were dozens of gray-white orbs the size of soccer balls. These orbs were the soul fireballs, formed from a thick aura of death, hauntingly reminiscent of ghostly flames. Suddenly confronted by the larger Bone Demon, the abomination paused, then charged at it wielding its cleaver. The Bone Demon let out a low growl. Its roar echoed through the street, and within its massive skull, 2 flickering flames of soul danced wildly. Clearly, the abomination's provocation had infuriated it. The Bone Demon swung its body, its long tail sweeping toward the rushing abomination, while simultaneously 5 soul fireballs hurtled towards the abomination's form. Bang! The abomination's massive cleaver sank deeply into the Bone Demon's tail, nearly cleaving it in two. The Bone Demon's soul fireball struck the abomination unerringly, engulfing it in a cacophony of explosions. The abomination was consumed by gray-white flames, transforming it into a fiery figure. Seizing the opportunity, the Bone Demon leapt onto the abomination, raising its sharp bone claws to strike. Deep gashes were carved into the abomination's flesh. As the flames extinguished, the abomination's body lay ravaged. Yet, its ferocity was undiminished. It became even more savage. The cleaver struck the Bone Demon, breaking 2 of its ribs. The Bone Demon responded fiercely, its sharp claws tearing a long gash across the abomination's abdomen. Inside, the abomination was devoid of organs, containing only a small amount of blood and the putrid remnants of unknown decaying creatures. The 2 monsters grappled fiercely, the battle proving to be incredibly brutal. Lin Tian and the others stood at a distance, unwilling to approach. Currently, his spirit was down to less than 20 points, and the various undead surrounding him numbered only around 100. Should the bone demon fall, these few undead would be nothing more than a futile struggle against the abomination. Although the bone demon's level was lower than that of the abomination, its tier was superior, placing their strengths on an even playing field. Naturally, Lin Tian and his allies would not merely watch. They continued to assault the abomination. Xiao Liang, as a Halo Master, provided not only spirit recovery but also other beneficial auras, such as elemental amplification and rapid casting, all utilized without reserve at this moment. The attacks from the two types of skeletal mages were relentless, ceaseless in their bombardment. The abomination faced a significant disadvantage against the bone demon. It possessed a corporeal form. As the bone demon's soul fireballs rained down upon the abomination, they scorched its flesh, greatly diminishing its resistance, allowing the skeletal mage's attacks to gradually take effect. Lin Tian drew forth the Demon Slayer's sword and entrusted it to one of the remaining few terrifying knights. Use this sword to attack it. Upon receiving the command, the terrifying knight charged towards the abomination. Preoccupied with the bone demon, the abomination was unable to respond to the terrifying knight. As the knight galloped past, the Demon Slayer's sword left a deep wound on the abomination's body. Roar! In a fit of rage, the abomination roared in agony. Indeed, it proved effective. Lin Tian felt a surge of joy within him at this outcome. The abomination, a creature of the underworld, sustained significantly greater damage from the Demon Slayer's sword than from any other golden weapon, even surpassing the destructive power of the Nether Fire Bomb. After the Terror Knight struck once, it did not immediately launch another attack, but remained poised in place. Once the abomination was ensnared again by the bone demon, Lin Tian commanded the Terror Knight to strike once more. This time, the Terror Knight achieved remarkable success, landing a powerful blow with the Demon Slayer's sword on the abomination's calf, nearly severing it. Enraged, the abomination violently struck back, repelling the bone demon, intent on slaying the Terror Knight with a single blow. The bone demon, however, would not allow the enemy to escape. It unleashed a barrage of 10 nether fire bombs. The abomination was engulfed in a cacophony of explosions, the searing flames causing it to shriek in torment. One of the nether fire bombs detonated precisely where the Terror Knight had inflicted injury, obliterating the calf completely. With its balance disrupted, the abomination crashed heavily to the ground. The bone demon relentlessly hurled the remaining nether fire bombs, causing the abomination's abdomen to be nearly torn apart by the explosive force. Zhou Xiu also began to exert her power, casting seeds into the abomination's abdomen. These seeds took root and sprouted within, wreaking havoc from the inside. Zhao Yin directed the little angels to fly into the abomination's cavity for an internal explosion. The Terror Knight, wielding the Demon Slayer's sword once more, charged forward. The group, akin to a pack of wolves, unleashed their full arsenal against the beleaguered abomination. Under such fierce assault, the abomination gradually succumbed to its injuries, its wounds accumulating with each passing moment. It attempted several times to swing its iron chains and strike Lin Tian and the others from a distance with its bone cleaver. But the bone demon thwarted these efforts with its claws. The battle raged on. After 3 minutes, with a decisive stroke, the Demon Slayer's sword severed the abomination's head, bringing the conflict to a close. Abomination slain. Experience gained. 60,000. Successfully leveled up to level 9. The two system notifications confirmed that Lin Tian's efforts had not been in vain. This arduous battle had compelled everyone to exert their utmost strength to achieve a hard-fought victory. This abomination was far more formidable than the great devil that had invaded Li Xinan's body. After all, that great devil lacked a complete form and was in a weakened state. Had it been at full strength, its power would have likely rivaled that of the abomination. Chapter 68. Godly Corpse Explosion Technique. Was the abomination truly so powerful? Had I known, I would never have sold that skill book for summoning abominations. Zhao Yin expressed her regret. Lin Tian shook his head. It is not that the abomination is too strong, but rather that we are too weak. If our levels were higher, vanquishing the abomination would not have been such a challenge. He then made an excuse to refresh the attributes gained from leveling up. After 5 attempts, he obtained a golden red godly attribute. Upon seeing the new attribute, Lin Tian felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Ultimately, he decided to utilize this attribute. Otherwise, he might continue to refresh without yielding such a result. Godly Corpse Explosion Technique. Golden red increases explosion damage of the Corpse Explosion Technique by 500. Skeletal Undead can utilize the Corpse Explosion Technique. However, it must be noted that the enhancement to the godly level renders the Corpse Explosion Technique exceedingly potent, increasing its damage 5-fold, and allowing its use against skeletal warriors, skeletal mages, and the like. Particularly with the Terror Knight, whose inherent attributes are already formidable, the explosive power of the corpse explosion technique would be significantly amplified. Had he possessed this attribute prior to encountering the abomination, dealing with it would have been far less arduous. Several waves of the corpse explosion technique could have rendered the abomination lifeless in an instant. Lin Tian took a moment to check the Necromancer's garden. Currently, the number of souls absorbed had reached 700. After slaying approximately 300 more zombies, he would achieve 10,000 souls and obtain the first piece of the Fate Stone. He eagerly anticipated this moment. Upon Lin Tian's return, Zhou Shiyu approached and said, "Lin Tian, it's getting dark. I discussed with Xiao Liang, and we are planning to leave. Time has flown by. We have spent the entire day battling zombies." Lin Tian looked up at the sky, noting the last remnants of sunset. "Very well, let us part ways here," he replied. Zhou Shiyu cast a lingering glance at Lin Tian before departing with Xiao Liang. "We should also make our way back," Lin Tian suggested. The three of them headed towards Hongye Street. Suddenly, as they turned, Sun Yonggang pointed ahead and exclaimed. However, there was no need for his warning. Lin Tian's necromantic domain had sensed the presence immediately. As the words left his mouth, two figures emerged from the opposite end of the street. Most striking among them was a colossal mechanical bone dragon. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. A puppet? After a moment, he deduced the origin of the mechanical bone dragon. Standing at 2 meters tall and measuring 3 meters in length, it was forged entirely of steel, appearing incredibly formidable. Beside the mechanical bone dragon were several mechanical hounds. These two individuals exuded an aura of hostility and appeared quite formidable. "Perhaps we should withdraw?" Zhao suggested. Glancing at the duo, Lin Tian shared this sentiment. Having just battled the abomination, their remaining forces were few. Their mental resources were nearly depleted, and refreshing attributes had consumed much energy. It was not prudent to engage with strangers at this time. Yet, fate often plays tricks. Halt. As Lin Tian and his companions prepared to leave, a robust girl, her face marked by a multitude of bulging muscles, boomed in a voice as thunderous as a storm, causing Lin Tian's eardrums to ache. Reluctantly, Lin Tian came to a stop. "Proceed with caution," he advised. "Classmate, is there something you need?" As the group approached, Sun Yonggang stepped forward, smiling amiably. The muscular girl remained silent, casting a glance at the slender and dark young man beside her. The young man immediately understood, and with a wave of his hand, several mechanical hounds surrounded Lin Tian and his companions. The mechanical bone dragon reared up, adopting an intimidating stance. "What is the meaning of this?" Lin Tian coldly surveyed the mechanical hounds and inquired with an impassive expression. Dozens of undead stood guard around them. Zhao Yan also conjured 3 angelic shields. "What is the meaning of this?" The robust girl sneered. "I ought to ask you the same question." With that, she forcefully thrust a blood-stained, thick-bladed machete into the ground, half of its blade embedded within the earth. Lin Tian ignored the muscular girl, his gaze fixated on the dark and lean young man wielding a blue staff. A puppet summoner. He surmised the individual's profession. Summoning puppets from the puppet realm to assist in battle, akin to his own necromancer role. One summons the undead, while the other conjures puppets. "What? Do you wish to fight? Come, who shall be the first to meet their demise?" Sun Yonggang's temper flared at the sight of the standoff. Swinging his axe and bellowing defiantly, the atmosphere instantly became charged with tension. "Wanna die?" The robust girl disdainfully shook her head. "I have no interest in killing you. Simply pay the compensation, and I shall grant you your lives." "Compensation? What compensation?" Lin Tian, Zhao Yan, and Sun Yonggang were all taken aback. "Are you trying to fool me?" The robust young woman's expression darkened as she gestured to her surroundings, declaring in a booming voice, "You have trespassed upon the territory of Tianlong High School and slain our zombies. Surely, you owe us compensation? The multitude of zombies you have vanquished has cost us valuable experience, enough to elevate us to at least level 15. I shall not make this difficult for you. Merely 100,000 gold coins each, and we shall consider this matter resolved." With her hands firmly placed on her hips, she gazed upwards with a sense of authority. "Indeed, 100,000 gold coins. For your lives," chimed in one of her companions with enthusiasm. 100,000 gold coins? Why don't you go and rob someone instead?" Sun Yonggang exclaimed in astonishment. "Just because you claim this area as yours, does that make it so? Has the Adventurers Guild consented? Has Mayor Raccoon given his approval?" Sun Yonggang scoffed with derision. "Refuse to pay? Then you shall not leave today." After her proclamation, the sturdy girl sat heavily upon the back of a mechanical dog. Whether it was due to her considerable weight or the frailty of the mechanical creature, with a resounding crack, the dog collapsed beneath her, sending her tumbling to the ground. "Ha ha!" Zhao Yan, initially incensed by her words, could not help but burst into laughter at the absurdity of the scene before her. Zhao Yin was already strikingly beautiful. Her laughter illuminated her features like a blooming flower, captivating even the gaunt young man momentarily. You little wench, what are you laughing at? Do you believe I want to tear that pretty face of yours apart? The robust girl, struggling to rise from the ground, flushed with embarrassment, pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Yin and shouted in fury. Zhao Yin immediately stifled her laughter, her gaze turning icy as she regarded the robust girl. Several small angels flitted around her, poised for battle. So, it appears your intent was merely to extort? Lin Tian finally spoke, his demeanor remarkably calm. Less chatter. Hand over the money quickly. Otherwise, you shall regret it. The robust girl bellowed in exasperation. At that moment, the gaunt young man summoned several mechanical dogs and a mechanical T-Rex to his side.